This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Tyrone Number 1 Hive World. At the bottom of the largest and oldest hive complex in the entire hive world, that is, the bottom nest, a war is going on. In front of the only passage from the bottom nest to the lower nest, the Planetary Defense Force established a position where the soldiers of the 44th Infantry Regiment and their commander Bull were stationed. You bastards, our army in front is fighting the evolution sect, but you are slacking off. Hurry up and build supply points and fortifications, or I will let you taste the power of the whip. Quick, 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 we don't have much time to waste. Amid the angry roars of Captain Bull, the soldiers of the infantry regiment sat in the trenches dug out from the metal ground, either eating or lying down to rest. No soldier would disobey the orders of his superiors, but Bull was not scolding the soldiers, but another group of people. The people busy on the battlefield were not engineers, but prisoners. These prisoners were ragged and extremely tired, working numbly in the roar, pouring fortifications or carrying boxes. Chin Mo was one of these prisoners. His shirt had been worn into pieces of cloth during the work, and others could see the black lines on his upper body. These black lines looked very strange. They were obviously tattoo-like lines on the flesh, but they looked like metal. There was also a collar around Chin Mo's neck, and on the collar was hung Prisoner Number 444 label. Unlike other prisoners, the collar on Chin Mo's neck is a psychic suppression collar, which indicates that he is an untrained psychic. Master. As Bull continued to roar, an old man holding a scepter walked up to him and respectfully performed the Sky Eagle salute. Karen. Bull raised his chin and looked down on his psychic servant. You old thing always likes to interrupt me, and this time you'd better have a good reason. At this time, Chin Mo raised his head and looked at Bull and Kalen. A psychic servant, this is rare. The relationship between the two is obviously very deep. Kalen has interrupted Bull countless times on the battlefield, and even though Bull is dissatisfied, he has never punished Kalen. They are very tired. Kalen looked at the prisoners with his eyes sunken, so that the pupils could not be seen. We still need them as cannon fodder, so I suggest letting them rest for a while. Bull raised his eyebrows, stared at Kalen for a few seconds, and then turned to look at Chin Mo. No one could lie in front of Kalen. When he said that these prisoners were very tired, he must have used his psychic sense. After a little thought, Bull slowly nodded in agreement. The prisoners were able to rest for a while. Then a team of soldiers in charge of logistics came over and distributed food and water with reluctance. Number 444 Your food. Chin Mo received the military rations, lowered his head and took a look, and found that this was a special military ration for the Tyrone nest, which was higher quality than starch. There was no difference in treatment when it came to food. The prisoners and soldiers ate and drank the same food, but this was not because Bull treated the prisoners equally, it was just because he could not make any distinctions. When Chin Mo opened the military ration box, he saw a square white candle inside. It looked like a candle. And when Chin Mo scooped a spoonful of candle and put it into his mouth, he found that the texture and taste were worse than eating a candle. The candle-like solid food smelled of rancid protein when it entered the mouth, and quickly turned into powder, and stuck to the throat when it came into contact with saliva. At this time, you must suppress the instinct to cough, because if you inhale too hard before coughing, the powder will be sucked into the trachea. After eating the food while forcing himself to endure the discomfort, Chin Mo threw the lunch box aside, and took out a somewhat torn diary from his trouser pocket, and read it carefully. It records everything that has happened since he crossed into the Warhammer universe, and the happiness and sadness he experienced in the original world before crossing into the Warhammer universe. Chin Mo is very afraid that he will forget these memories, because these memories can give him a little psychological comfort in his dark life, so that he will not collapse. The contents of the diary are very plain, just a running account. The general format is, what I, Chin Mo, used to do, who are my family and friends, what happened when I was a child, what games I like and what music I listen to. These things are the life of every ordinary person in Terra 3K. It is such a plain and ordinary record that allows Chin Mo to smile from the heart even though he is in a dirty and smelly trench. Chin Mo was so focused that he didn't even notice Bull and Karen coming towards him. After walking to Chin Mo and standing still, Bull squinted at his psychic servant. Karen also looked at Bull silently. The two of them had a great tacit understanding, and they understood each other's thoughts with just one look. Bull put his hands behind his back and lowered his head to look at his waist. There was a chainsaw sword hanging there. Bull swayed his body left and right, and the chainsaw sword swung with the movement and hit Chin Mo's head. Ha ha ha. Bull laughed. He liked this feeling of scaring people. When Qin Emo raised his head and looked at him, he saw hatred and anger in his deep black pupils. In the moment when their eyes met, Bull even had hallucinations. He felt that what he saw was not a prisoner, but some kind of ancient and terrifying existence among the stars. All psychics are like this. Haha. Bull forced a smile, and then looked at Karen. Karen raised his hand, and the notebook in Qin Mo's hand floated in front of him, allowing him to read it. What's written on it? Is it a hallucination that is unique to you psychics? Bull asked. Karen was silent at first, then shook his head. I don't understand. Karen saw that the text on the diary was not Gothic, but another language. The structure of this text was strange, and it would be a miracle if you could understand it. However, this text did not look crazy. It was different from those weird and twisted texts that were corroded and engraved everywhere after the first awakening of psychic power. At least it can be preliminarily determined that although Qin Emo is an untrained psychic, he is still rational. Prisoner number 444. Karen returned the diary to Qin Emo. Why were you arrested? Because I was taken as prey by a noble who went to the nest to hunt, and then I chopped him into charcoal. Qin Emo answered. Karen was silent. His empty eyes stared at Qin Emo, using psychic power to explore the mind of this psychic. Bull on the side waited for a while, and asked impatiently, is he telling the truth? I don't know. Karen shook his head. I can't get into his head. Who cares? We need help now anyway, Bull said anxiously. Seeing the two people inexplicably find him, and ask him inexplicable questions, Qin Emo didn't know what they wanted to do. And Karen immediately gave the answer, we need your combat ability. The key to the psychic suppression collar on your neck is in my hand. I will open it when necessary. Chapter 2. Open a psychic's collar? Qin Emo smiled and stared at Karen. Have you thought about it? Psychics are extremely dangerous. A person who has awakened psychic power, but is untrained is like a time bomb. If they just run away and destroy, it's nothing. The most terrible thing is that the soul projection of psychics is extremely obvious in the subspace, and it is easy for the four evil beings to target them, and become their tool to extend their claws into the material universe. So when Qin Emo heard that Karen decided to open the psychic suppression collar, when necessary, he thought he was crazy. Don't worry, I know the flaws of psychics. Karen pointed to the scepter in his hand. I will make sure that after releasing your destructive power, you will not be able to survive. You will either die in the hands of the rebels, or I will kill you. Hearing this, Qin Emo looked at the scepter. A golden scepter, with the double-headed eagle emblem of the Empire on the top. It is not the walking stick of the old man in front of him, but a weapon. From now on, you don't need to participate in the construction of fortifications. Regain your energy. Karen ordered and turned to leave. Bull glanced at Qin Emo and followed Karen. Qin Emo rolled his eyes at the two of them, and lowered his head to draw something in his diary. What he was doing now was one of the only two entertainment activities. The first was to look through past records. The second was to draw the blueprint of weapons. Even Qin Emo himself felt strange. He didn't know why he was suddenly very interested in scientific research, and it seemed that something was guiding him. He obviously didn't even understand calculus, but as long as he wanted to study something, various theories related to it would immediately emerge in his mind. So this is both a process of research and a process of learning. Maybe I was blessed by its cinch. Qin Emo murmured. He muttered to himself more than once. After accidentally blurting out the real name of one of the four gods of the warp for the first time, Qin Emo remembered that this is the Warhammer universe, and it is easy to be corrupted by directly saying the name, especially since he is a psychic. Maybe because the name Cinch is translated from cinch, or maybe for some other reason. Anyway, there is no consequence, so Qin Emo doesn't care so much. He is obsessed with designing a protective device, which is called gravity shield. People wearing shields can be immune to physical long-range attacks, because the shield will generate a gravity field. The wearer in the center of the gravity field is not affected, and there will be strong gravity within 2 meters around him. Shells and bullets will be crushed as long as they enter the vicinity of the gravity field. This protective device has been designed and only needs to be manufactured and assembled. This is not difficult for Qin Emo. He has even thought of 100 ways to make this thing perfect. Qin Emo put the diary in his pocket with satisfaction, and then lowered his head to look at the puddle at the bottom of the trench. Strictly speaking, this puddle is not water, but the coolant used by the logging gun. I don't know which clumsy guy let it flow out. Qin Mo's face was clearly reflected in the puddle. He admired his face, and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Emo, you are really a genius. When Qin Emo was intoxicated with the sense of achievement, he suddenly saw a very small object in the puddle. And strangely, The object was gradually getting bigger. What is it? Qin Imo curiously reached out his hand to touch the object. When he touched it, the object trembled, making him realize that the object was not in the puddle, but was reflected by the water in the puddle. Qin Imo raised his head and looked up. Boom! There was an explosion in the trench, and a large amount of metal fragments splashed around, followed by a thunderous roar that resounded throughout the position. All the soldiers and prisoners stood up in fear and looked in the direction of the explosion. That was the trench at the front of the position. Everyone was confused and had no reaction at all. Until the second explosion occurred in the center of the position. 10 soldiers sitting together outside the trench were near the center of the explosion. The dazzling flash instantly obscured them, and then a fragment flew out of the smoke and landed at Bull's feet. Artillery attack! Bull roared loudly and jumped into the trench and lay down first. Kalen was standing next to Bull. He didn't dodge but struck the ground with his staff, and a purple energy enveloped him and Bull. The first 2 shells were obviously calibration shots. After the 2 calibrations were completed, a large number of shells fell like raindrops, and the entire position was filled with explosions and screams. The shelling came too suddenly and irrationally. The soldiers and prisoners were not expecting it, so they were very casual and didn't even have time to hide in the fortifications when they were bombarded. Of course, even if they wanted to hide, it was useless. The fortifications had not been repaired yet, and they were rotten faster than the soldiers' bodies under the bombardment. As the head of the regiment, Bull huddled under the protection of Sharon, and watched in horror as his soldiers were blown up everywhere. How could this place be bombarded? Bull asked in shock. This position was located at the entrance to the lower nest, and the Planetary Defense Force entered the lower nest to fight, which means that this position was equivalent to the rear. If the rebels called the Evolution Sect wanted to threaten this place, they had to defeat the front line of the Planetary Defense Force first. Could it be that the battle line has been broken? Thinking of this, Bull shuddered. Whether the rebels broke through the battle line or sent a small force to attack here, the soldiers on the position have lost more than half in the bombardment. We must evacuate. Bull couldn't stand it anymore and yelled to Karen, "Use your psychic power. Use your psychic power to issue a retreat order." No, now is not the time to retreat. Karen shook his head slowly, his deep pupils looking at the front of the position. A large number of rebel soldiers have followed the bombardment and launched an attack on the position. If a retreat order is issued at this time, the entire infantry regiment will collapse, and the result of collapsing in the nest city is that they will be slaughtered by the bottom nest rebels, who are familiar with the terrain. That's psychic, that's psychic. Bull suddenly thought of Qin Imo. Find him, open his collar, and let him push first. It's the only way. Karen nodded in agreement, closed his eyes, and used psychic power to find Qin Mo's position on the position. Before Karen found Qin Imo, who had been hit in the face by the shell, was not blown to pieces, but his body had been horribly wounded by shrapnel. If someone could use thermal imaging to see where Qin Imo was lying at this time, they would see a large amount of heat energy generated by the explosion converging towards Qin Imo and pouring into his body. Qin Mo's body gradually recovered, but his brain, which had suffered a strong impact, had not yet fully recovered. He was in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, and saw hallucinations. Chapter 3. In the illusion, Qin Imo wandered among the stars, absorbing the energy of stars and devouring the intelligent life in the star system. This kind of life lasted for a long time, until Qin Imo came to a star system on the edge of the Milky Way, and he suddenly saw a ray of light. This ray of light shattered the dimension in the star system and pulled him in. The strong energy impact even tore apart his self-consciousness. The pain of his consciousness being torn apart awakened Qin Imo, and he broke away from the illusion and opened his eyes to look around. The smoke was gradually dissipating around him, and the approaching rebels could be vaguely seen. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. After waking up, Qin Mo's first reaction was not to escape or hide, but to look for the diary in his pocket. Then he sadly found that not only could he not find the diary, but he could not even find the trouser pocket where the diary was placed. The whole pair of trousers was blown to pieces. Qin Imo lay in the trench, groping among the metal fragments, and prayed to the Emperor, praying that the Lord of Humanity would bless him to find the most precious thing to him. The Lord of Humanity on the golden throne seemed to really favor Qin Imo. Qin Imo finally found the diary, but it was only 1 in 100. The thick diary was blown up to only 1 page, and almost half of the page was burnt. No! Qin Imo was extremely sad. He could rewrite the memories in this diary, but this diary was the one he put on his body before he crossed over and brought to this world. It was also the last gift his mother bought for him when he was 7 years old. Attack! Attack! For the Lord of Evolution! For our Savior! The shouts reached Qin Mo's ears, and the rebels had already approached the edge of the trench. Soon the ground was shaking slightly, accompanied by the creaking sound of tracks running, which proved that the rebels were not only infantry, they also had tanks. Qin Mo rolled up the remaining half-page of paper in his pants, stood up and looked at the rebel soldiers angrily. These rebel soldiers were all gene stealers, the hybrid products of the Tyranids and humans. These freaks looked scary, but Qin Mo was not afraid. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. He was also found by Kalen at this time. Kalen moved through the battlefield at a speed that did not belong to an old man like him, using his psychic power to resist the incoming bullets, aiming to get as close to Qin Mo as possible. When there was still a distance of 50 meters between the two sides, Kalen used his psychic power to send the key to Qin Mo, untie your psychic suppression collar. But it was still a step too slow. Before the key was sent to Qin Mo, he was already overwhelmed by the rebel soldiers. But the next second, a 360-degree sea of fire erupted from the rebel soldiers, and dozens of rebel soldiers around Qin Mo, and the key flying towards him were all burned to charcoal. Qin Mo floated to a position 2 meters above the ground, with flames gushing from his eyes and electricity running through his body. The label with prisoner number 444 on the psychic suppression collar was burning. The rebel soldiers noticed Qin Mo and immediately focused their fire on him. The tanks made by the rebels themselves also stopped moving and turned the turrets towards Qin Mo. As the target of public criticism, Qin Mo did not dodge. He raised his hands and aimed at the rebels. His two palms released fire and lightning respectively. These two attack methods were extremely efficient. The places where the fire and lightning swept were cleared. As for the tank that was about to launch an attack, it did not escape the attack. The metal on its turret was twisted and deformed. The ammunition rack originally located in the body was pulled out of the twisted metal, and then it was hit by lightning and exploded. The turret shattered, and the sky-high flames gushed out of the body into the air. Karen, who was watching from the sidelines, swore that he had never seen such a scene in his life. A psychic wearing a psychic suppression collar was using his psychic power to kill people everywhere. Although the psychic suppression collar produced in the Talon Galaxy was relatively backward, the fact that it could be handed over to the Empire as a tithe was enough to prove that it still had the function of suppressing psychic power. Retreat! Bull yelled at Karen, take advantage of him to delay the enemy's attack. We can't retreat, we must hold on. Kalen turned around and yelled to Bull, it's not certain whether the front line has been broken. If we retreat? Kalen was killed in the middle of his words. Cause of death, he didn't notice that a rebel soldier was carrying a bomb nearby, and he was hit by the lightning released by Qin Mo. Seeing Kalen's body tissue and his scepter flying towards him, Bull ran away with his guards without hesitation. Bull's vehicle was a Centaur troop carrier, which was just enough to accommodate him and his personal guards. There were 8 private guards in total, all wearing power armor. Although they were not numerous, they did not need to charge into battle, and they were fully capable of protecting their masters. The situation was urgent, and Bull did not wait for the guards to open the door for him. He rushed to the door of the troop carrier and pulled it open while getting in the car. But just as Bull sat down, he suddenly saw a person in the troop carrier. This person looked like a human, but with long legs, squatting on the ground and eating the driver. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was very awkward. 2 seconds later, the man screamed and rushed towards Bull. Bull waved his chainsaw sword in panic. His guards did not dare to shoot and could only rush up to pull the two apart, but they found that the strange man was very strong. A bunch of people pulled together and pulled him out of the car. The scene was very chaotic. Not only was the troop carrier in chaos, but the battlefield was also in chaos. The soldiers fought in groups of 3 or 5. Some soldiers saw that there were comrades in the trenches in front of them, but there were enemies in the trenches behind them. Some soldiers were busy fighting, but found themselves mixed in with the rebel soldiers. Other soldiers were suddenly suppressed by the firepower of the logging gun and couldn't raise their heads. They were about to curse the logging gunner as an idiot, but found that it was the rebel soldiers who were operating the logging guns in the back. The reason for this chaos was partly because the infantry regiment was caught off guard by the sudden attack, but more because Qin Mo was walking among the rebels, disrupting their tactics and formations. After dodging a shell and blowing up another enemy tank, Qin Mo quickly scanned the situation on the entire position and realized that he couldn't hold out for too long fighting alone. Qin Mo was exhausted from exerting his psychic power. The bunker in the center of the position. Qin Mo shouted to his soldiers. The shout was immediately drowned out by the sound of gunfire. Qin Mo could only use actions instead of words, rushing to his soldiers and helping them out one by one. Without verbal commands, these soldiers knew who they should follow now. They fought forward on the road opened up by Chin Imo, and gathered with other soldiers of their own side, and so on and so forth, until the more than 200 people who were still alive gathered together again. In the end, the survivors and Chin Imo went straight to the bunker in the center of the position. This bunker was just half built, and had not yet been topped off, but at least there were walls, and fixed logging guns as cover. Chapter 4. What should we do? I'm a prisoner. I didn't get a gun before. What else can we do? We have to defend. I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I operate the lumberjack. Take my laser rifle. Some prisoners are still alive. They only have tools, like shovels and hammers in their hands. These are smart people. They at least know that they should find the soldiers around them, and fight side by side with them. That's why they survived. The fixed logging guns in the bunker spewed out half-meter-long flames, and lasers shot out from the firing holes. The presence of these people greatly relieved Chin Mo's pressure. He no longer needed to clear the enemy infantry. He only needed to focus on the rebel infantry carrying bombs, and then pay attention to whether there were armored vehicles such as tanks. But there were too many rebels, and sooner or later they would rush to the bunker, so Chin Imo realized that he had to prepare for close combat. He scanned the battlefield while attacking the enemy. I don't know when Sharon died, his scepter stuck in the ground. A chainsaw sword stood upright in a pile of corpses. Chin Imo immediately stretched out his hand. The two weapons floated up, flew into the bunker, and landed on the ground. This is telekinesis, Chin Mo's third ability besides releasing fire and lightning. Chin Imo not only took care of himself but also others. He used telekinesis to manipulate the weapons and equipment scattered on the battlefield, found bulletproof armor, pulled it into the bunker, and distributed it to others. The quality of these armors used by the planetary defense forces is not as good as those used by the Star Army, but they still have bulletproof capabilities, but they will break after a few rounds. In addition to the bulletproof armor, Chin Imo also took bayonets and more laser rifles. These laser rifles are submodels of the M35 rifle, and can be equipped with longer bayonets. Just as Chin Imo was concentrating on fighting and preparing for the battle, the sound of artillery firing came from a distance. It's over. The soldiers who were fighting fiercely raised their heads and looked at the sky. Everyone huddled in the uncapped bunker. If the shells fell, they would be wiped out. Focus on the battle. Chin Imo stopped everything he was doing, raised his head, and looked at the sky while forcing himself to stay focused. The shells were already flying, and Chin Imo could sense all of them. He even knew that there were 20 of them in total. These shells were not a whole, so it was a bit troublesome for Chin Imo to use his last ability. After trying it, Chin Imo shifted his attention from the shells to the air. The shells had already fallen, but they did not break through the air in front of them, but exploded in the air as if they hit the ground. Chin Imo distorted some of the physical laws of the air, making it temporarily as hard as metal. This was his last ability besides releasing lightning, fire, and telekinesis. Chin Imo, the soldiers and prisoners who were not killed in the explosion, are about to face another test. The rebel soldiers lost a large number of people in the shooting. They planned to use a charge to completely overwhelm the stubborn enemy, so they added bayonets to the laser rifles in their hands. How much ammunition do you have? Chin Imo asked others. Report, it's gone. Hearing this answer, Chin Imo remained silent, but opened his hands. The chainsaw sword lying on the ground floated up. The hilt fell on Chin Mo's right hand, and the scepter was held in his left hand. The surviving soldiers picked up their laser rifles and installed bayonets in silence. The prisoners who had not learned to use bayonets picked up tools such as hammers and shovels. Before the melee began, Chin Imo looked at the enemies rushing towards him and wanted to say something exciting to boost morale, but he was not good at public speaking and could not think of anything to say after thinking about it. At this time, there was no need for inspiring words. Chin Imo knew that the people fighting side by side with him only needed a slogan. It's my honor to fight alongside you. Chin Imo pressed the button on the hilt, and the teeth of the chainsaw sword roared and spun, for the Emperor. For the Emperor. Everyone roared and rushed out of the bunker. A prisoner ran at the front with a shovel in his hand, and soon disappeared among the rebel soldiers. Chin Imo didn't care about others, and ran hard to help him run and jump, landing in the center of the rebels. He swung the chainsaw sword with his right hand to chop the enemy, and raised the scepter with his left hand, and hit the ground hard. The sea of fire spread out without dead angles, clearing an area in all directions. This empty area was quickly filled by the influx of rebel soldiers, and then they immediately collided with the lightning that spread out immediately afterwards. Kill him with a bomb. For the savior. Hearing the shout, Chi Nemo turned around and pointed the scepter in the direction of the shout. A bolt of lightning shot out from the double-headed eagle symbol, piercing all the enemies carrying bombs and the people behind them. This feeling of using a power far beyond that of a mortal to fight 100 alone made Chi Nemo very excited. He did not notice that the scepter did not increase his ability, but only played a role similar to extending his arm. Bombard them. After turning around and killing an enemy, Chi Nemo suddenly heard someone roaring. But our compatriots. Bombard them. Chi Nemo immediately became anxious. At this time, he could not concentrate on modifying the laws of physics, which meant that the bombardment would inevitably fall on the surroundings. But just as he was worried, a flash appeared in the distance, followed by the roar of an explosion. It was unknown which place occupied by the rebels was bombed. Anyway, that place was extremely important to them, because they were all running towards the place where the explosion occurred. Even if Chi Nemo chopped an enemy's head with a chainsaw sword, the enemy was still moving towards the explosion site before he completely lost consciousness. The battle ended when the rebels disappeared without a trace. Fuck. Chi Nemo sat on the ground panting and looked around for people who were still alive. And those who survived were walking towards Chi Nemo tiredly and sitting beside him. When they entered the bunker, there were about 200 people alive, but now there are less than 20 left. Gray. A young soldier stepped forward and saluted Chi Nemo with the Sky Eagle salute. What should we do next? You ask me? Chi Nemo was a little surprised. After all, he was just a prisoner, and a psychic prisoner. Why didn't these soldiers listen to his arrangements? When Gray and the other people who were still alive heard Chi Nemo's doubts, they also felt confused. Only then did they realize that they should not listen to Chi Nemo's arrangements. But the reason is one thing, and what to do in practice is another. Let me think about it. Chi Nemo didn't want to give up. After all, he not only wanted to survive, but also wanted to get rid of his prisoner status. That thing on your neck. Gray pointed at Chi Nemo's neck. Does it have any effect? Do I need to take it off? What? Chi Nemo was stunned, reached out and touched it, and then he remembered that he still had a psychic suppression collar on his neck. Chapter 5. I thought the collar was blown up. Chi Nemo raised his hand and released a flame to burn the collar, his expression extremely shocked. The fact that he had been fighting with a psychic energy suppression collar until now shocked him greatly. He no longer thought about what to do next, but why he could still use psychic energy while wearing this thing. This is not scientific at all. Releasing flames and lightning out of thin air and affecting matter in the material world should be the manifestation of psychic energy. But if it is psychic energy, why is it not suppressed by the collar? Chi Nemo suddenly felt that the source of his power might not be the subspace, but another source. But it is also possible that the collar cannot suppress too strong psychic energy. It was a pity that he was captured and sent to the front line the day before yesterday, when he awakened his psychic power, and was not sent to the Black Ship. Otherwise, he could try whether the Sister of Silence could suppress his psychic power. If she could, it means that the collar is not effective. If not, it means that his power is not psychic power. No. Thinking of this, Chi Nemo felt fortunate that he was not sent to the Black Ship, and he could not find the Sister of Silence for testing in the future. The desire for knowledge is not as important as life. What's wrong with you? Gray asked Chi Nemo when he saw that he looked unhappy. Nothing. Chi Nemo shook his head and began to think about what to do next. Then he said to everyone, first of all, we should leave this position. Then we have two choices. The first is to go to Xiaochao along the passage, and the second is to stay and continue fighting. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and thought about it. Although they didn't say anything, Chi Nemo estimated that this group of people would definitely choose to go to Xiaochao. After all, the battle line might be penetrated by the enemy, and staying here would be dangerous. If we leave. Gray's face was solemn. Will the friendly troops guarding the exit of the passage let us pass? Although the nest is in urgent need of manpower, the soldiers who escaped from the bottom nest should be executed, and set an example for the soldiers guarding the lower nest. But I am just speculating. I don't know whether they will be executed or not. Chi Nemo replied. Everyone was very hesitant. On the one hand, they really wanted to escape to the lower nest, and on the other hand, they were afraid of being executed. But this was a necessary choice, either stay in the bottom nest to face the rebels, or take a gamble to see if they will be executed. I still have family. If I am executed, they will also suffer. I must stay. Gray raised his hand. I will stay too. I can't let my daughter and wife not even get the pension because I became a deserter. I have no family. I just want to stay and kill the rebels for the Emperor. For the Lord of Mankind. Those who chose to stay raised their hands one after another. There were 5 people in total. The remaining 13 people were silent, but their silence had already shown their attitude. Please leave now. Qin Mo stood up and looked at the weapons of the 13 people, but please leave the weapons and ammunition behind, I need them. Those who decided to go to the lower nest all stood up and saluted Qin Mo. Whether facing higher-level nobles or officers, these people have never saluted so rigorously and respectfully. Although Qin Mo is a prisoner, without him, no one would have survived the evacuation of the rebels, and there would be no chance to choose to go or stay now. We will leave our weapons behind, and in addition to weapons, there are also food and water. May the Emperor bless you, loyal warriors. The 13 people piled their weapons and ammunition neatly on the ground, and then piled the water bottles and military rations on the weapons. One of them, whose uniform was still intact, took off his clothes and boots so that Qin Mo could change the rags on his body. After leaving behind everything that could be left, these people walked away, looking back every 3 steps. There were a total of 6 people who chose to stay, including Qin Mo. Although they all volunteered to stay, they couldn't help but worry about the next situation. What should we do next? Go find the rebels and fight, or stay in the position? Gray asked. Of course we can't stay in the position. The explosion that saved us was obviously made by other friendly forces. We must find the friendly forces, who are still alive, and join them. Qin Mo said, as he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to disassemble the laser rifle. But before that I have to do something. Gray didn't know what Qin Mo wanted to do. He looked at Qin Mo in confusion, as he dismantled the electronic parts of the rifle, and then melted the shell of the rifle with his hands wrapped in flames. The others also stared blankly. Don't be dazed. 2 people go to the surrounding area to guard, and the rest of you help me find all the usable metal or electronic parts or something. Qin Mo ordered everyone. Yes. Gray turned around and looked at another soldier with excellent eyesight. The latter nodded, and went to guard with Gray holding a laser rifle. The others were looking for what Qin Mo needed on the battlefield. Half an hour later, all the weapons and other metal and electronic parts that could be found on the battlefield were piled in front of Qin Mo. The regiment commander Bull's troop carrier could not be brought over, but everything that could be dismantled was dismantled and brought to Qin Mo. Did you dismantle Bull's troop carrier? Qin Mo asked without raising his head. Yes, I wanted to fix it, but the engine of the troop carrier was scratched with 3 claw marks deep into the core. Then it can't be repaired. Qin Mo nodded and continued to focus on manufacturing. This scene was very novel to the soldiers. Gray found another person to stand guard, and stood in front of Qin Mo to observe his every move. Pieces of metal melted in Qin Mo's hands, gathered together, and quickly cooled into a hole. This hard metal became soft, and was kneaded by Qin Mo into any shape he wanted, like plasticine. 2 slender metal rods were controlled by telekinesis and floated beside Qin Mo's hands. When he needed to make subtle adjustments to the creation in his hands, these 2 metal rods would work more precisely than human hands, like a scalpel. At the same time, the wires in the broken electronic parts were pulled out, then twisted and deformed and connected together, as if they had never been broken. Under Gray's curious gaze, something like a backpack was made. What is this, a backpack? Gray asked. Put it on your back. Qin Mo pointed at the backpack. Gray immediately stepped forward and put the backpack on his back, and then he felt as if he was carrying a heavy artillery shell. The backpack was a bit ridiculously heavy. Individual gravity shield. Qin Mo raised his hand, and a grenade floated towards Gray on the ground. It can defend against live ammunition attacks. Gray didn't understand what a gravity shield was. He even heard the name for the first time. So Qin Mo demonstrated it. He shook his finger, and the safety of the grenade floating in front of Gray was opened. Everyone except Qin Mo lay down. 1 second later, the grenade exploded. It exploded normally and released shrapnel, and then all the shrapnel was shrunk and pressed to the ground. Everyone looked at the pile of debris on the ground in amazement. As you can see, its function is to help you resist live ammunition attacks, but this thing is powered by a rifle battery. 1 battery can theoretically keep the gravity shield running for 10 minutes. Qin Mo said calmly. He was not proud of this creation called gravity shield. There is a gravity generator inside the outer shell of the gravity shield. The principle is to consume energy to create gravity effect. The effective range is not a circular area, but a hollow ring. After all, the user cannot be crushed by gravity. Qin Mo studied this thing for a long time, but when it was actually manufactured, he was limited by the materials at hand, and the gravity shield he manufactured did not meet expectations at all. It is too heavy and consumes a lot of energy. But it is no problem to save a person's life, and it also has a special use. For example, driving a gravity shield and charging forward in a melee. What if we encounter a laser rifle? Someone asked. The laser will penetrate you and the gravity shield together. Chi Nemo answered honestly, paused, and then said, but the laser rifles in the hands of the rebels were stolen from the lower nest, and most of their weapons should be homemade live ammunition weapons. It's good to be able to block live ammunition, don't be too greedy. Gray echoed. Greed is a good thing when it comes to weapons and equipment. Chi Nemo sat down and began to make gravity shields for others and himself. Send 2 people to scout if there are any friendly troops nearby. If there are, we will rush over immediately. Chapter 6. After Gray took another person out for reconnaissance, the rest of the people either continued to watch Chi Nemo perform creation magic or look for other things that might be useful on the battlefield. It turned out that the search just now was too general, and many things on the battlefield were not collected. For example, the power armor worn by Bull's guards. These power armors have been torn into pieces, and at first glance, they are no different from rags, which is why they were missed before. I don't know where Commander Bull went, but all his guards were killed. I found the only power armor that is still intact. 2 soldiers each held half of the power armor, and walked towards Chi Nemo, placing it on the ground. Then someone asked, do we need to look for Bull? No need. Chi Nemo stared at the power armor, and shook his head slowly, and patted the chainsaw sword on his waist again. His chainsaw sword is in my hand, and he himself should have become a piece of torn biological tissue on the battlefield. The Emperor doesn't even know where he went. After saying that, Chi Nemo focused on studying the power armor in front of him. Almost at the moment of seeing the power armor, Chi Nemo's mind appeared the principle and structure of this thing. This power armor is an export commodity of the Talon Galaxy in addition to population and psychic collars. All of these power armors were handmade by the craftsman family of the Hive world. The power armor is called Richardson 1. This thing is very expensive, but its performance is probably the worst among the power armors used by mortals in the entire human empire. Can you make this thing? When a soldier asked Chi Nemo, all the other people present looked at Chi Nemo, expecting him to say yes. Although the power armor produced by the Richardson family is not very good, it is still a power armor. Chi Nemo said nothing, still staring at the power armor. The structure of this power armor, and the secret technology passed down from generation to generation by the Richard family used in it, in Chi Nemo's eyes, are like children's toys. He can not only imitate but also improve. However, compared with the power armor itself, Chi Nemo cares more about the horrible wound on the power armor. It was not bullets or lasers that pierced this power armor, but claws. The chest of the power armor is inlaid with 20 mm thick alloy armor to protect the heart, and it was torn to pieces. This proves that a pure-blooded gene stealer participated in the melee just now. The purer the bloodline of the gene stealer, the stronger they are. They can tear apart the power armor, or even the Terminator armor worn by elite space warriors. We have to be careful. Chi Nemo looked up at the soldiers. If you see an enemy crawling on the ground without a weapon, you must immediately activate the gravity shield and notify me. Yes. The soldiers nodded in unison. But they didn't understand why Chi Nemo's thoughts jumped so much, suddenly jumping from the power armor to the enemy. I can imitate this kind of power armor, but these junks are no longer usable. Let's find more metal materials later. Chi Nemo said again. Not just power armor. In Chi Nemo's vision, he would use his scientific research talent to arm the entire team as much as possible, regardless of the cost. Because the combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force can only be said to be stronger than that of civilians, and it is very likely that more soldiers will not be found for a long time in the future, then the only way to strengthen the combat effectiveness of these few people is through weapons and equipment. Friendly troops found. Gray ran back and shouted to Chi Nemo. Let's go! Chi Nemo put on the gravity shield and turned to leave the position. At the same time, 1 kilometer north of the 44th Regiment's position, local planetary defense soldiers were fighting the rebels. The soldiers were stationed in a 10-story metal building. Most of them were assigned to defend the front and back doors of the building, and the rest stood at the windows of each floor to shoot at the rebels. The officers analyzed the intelligence provided by the scouts, and concluded that there were at least 20,000 rebels, 20 times more than their own side. If most of the rebels had not suddenly retreated inexplicably before, the number of people attacking this building would have tripled or even quadrupled. The rebel soldiers looked strange, and there were many monsters among them, but they were not stupid. Their infantry surrounded the tanks and advanced under the hail of bullets. Every time they advanced 10 meters, the tank would stop, turn the turret to aim at the window of the building and fire a shot. Sometimes the shells would hit the metal wall and bounce off, and sometimes they would hit the window directly if they were lucky. After gradually moving to a position 70 meters away from the main entrance of the building, the tank stopped shooting at the window, and turned the turret to aim at the main entrance and fired. There are a lot of bulletproof bunkers in the lobby on the first floor. Even if the shells hit them, they can't hurt the people hiding behind the bunkers, but they can prevent them from sticking their bodies out from behind the bunkers to fight back. Attack! Attack! A commander with a big purple head opened the hatch and came out, shouting orders to the surrounding soldiers. After watching the soldiers leave the tank and rush to the main gate, the commander got into the car and personally operated the tank gun, aiming at the main gate. He saw the soldiers rush into the first floor, and then they were harvested in pieces by the logging guns that were suddenly raised from behind the bunkers. The commander smiled and fired. The shells hit the first floor and exploded. After the explosion, all the people who stood up behind the bunkers and fought back, and the heavy weapons were blown to pieces by shrapnel. For the evolution sect, the commander shouted wildly. But just as he was about to completely clear the first floor in the same way, he suddenly heard a woman's voice suddenly appear in his mind. A psychic and 5 other people suddenly joined the battle. The troops you deployed at the back door did not stop them. They have already killed their way into the building. This was a reminder from the bishop of the evolution sect. The commander had agreed with the bishop before the war that he, as the commander, could personally drive the tank to join the battle, but if he received a psychic communication, he had to retreat immediately. I will retreat immediately. The commander patted the driver's shoulder. Retreat, brother. The tank changed from slowly advancing to slowly retreating. The commander stared at the first floor inside the main gate through the observation mirror, and was ready to fire at any time. Soon he saw 6 people running out from behind the bunker. The leader held a chainsaw sword in his right hand, and a scepter in his left hand. He was a psychic at first glance. Go to hell. The commander fired decisively. Chi Nemo, who was running, immediately raised his scepter, and temporarily distorted the physical laws of the shell. So the shell that had penetrated the barrel suddenly stopped, then changed from forward to backward, flew back into the barrel and exploded. The commander sitting in the tank was not injured because a psychic barrier blocked him. When the crew members were blown to pieces, the commander and the ammunition rack survived together. There is a psychic. Chi Nemo continued to run, and his eyes began to scan all the enemies within his sight, looking for the figure of the rebel psychic. While looking for the rebel psychic, Chi Nemo approached the tank and turned on the gravity shield, instantly pressing the tank into a flat piece of metal. Chapter 7. Where is the psychic? Chi Nemo looked around but still couldn't find the rebel psychic, so he turned around and asked the soldiers, who were stunned on the first floor. These soldiers have been fighting the rebels in the building, but they have only seen one psychic so far, that is Chi Nemo. Don't stand outside. An officer ran down from the second floor to remind Chi Nemo, let's defend this building together. Chi Nemo was unmoved by this reminder. He stood in a hail of bullets with a gravity shield on his back, scanning every planetary defense soldier on the first floor. The faces of these soldiers were very stunned and terrified. The continuous attacks of the rebels made them tired and scared. Chi Nemo realized that he needed to do something to boost morale, so he looked at Gray. Gray nodded silently, looked at the other 4 soldiers left in the 44th Regiment, and then walked behind Chi Nemo with them, with a distance of 3 meters between each person to avoid overlapping of the gravity shield range. The best defense is offense. Chi Nemo turned his head to look at the rebels sweeping towards him, and stepped forward. Gray and his comrades marched and shot at the same time. They acted fearless, but still had a little worry in their hearts. Although the gravity shield allowed them to walk safely in the hail of bullets, what if someone among the rebels used a laser rifle? Just as he was worried, Gray saw a large number of rebels holding laser rifles gathering in the distance. He immediately turned his head to look at Chi Nemo to remind him, but Chi Nemo had already responded. Within a radius of 500 meters, the laws of physics were selectively distorted, and the hit rate affected by many factors was modified to a fixed condition that it was absolutely impossible to hit. All the lasers fired at Chi Nemo were deflected to the ground. Chi Nemo continued to move forward 10 steps, then raised his scepter, and hit the ground hard. A fan-shaped flame gushed out from the ground, rushing forward and burning everything in its path, melting metal, and turning human bodies into ashes. The people hiding in the building clearly saw that this attack alone wiped out a large area of rebels. Chi Nemo raised his scepter again, pressed the button on the chainsaw sword again, and said in the buzzing sound of the saw teeth turning, "For the Emperor." His majestic figure stood in the hail of bullets, and neither bullets nor shells could hurt him at all. On the top of the scepter in his hand, the golden double-headed eagle symbolizing the Empire shone brightly under the light of the fire. Every soldier in the building who saw this scene felt their blood boiling. They felt that the Lord of Mankind sitting on the golden throne had set his sights on this battlefield, expecting his people to show courage. For the Emperor. The soldiers roared out of the building and rushed towards the rebels fearlessly. Qin Emo charged at the front. He turned off the gravity shield and wielded the chainsaw sword to kill every enemy that stood in his way. His heroic fighting posture inspired his own soldiers, and everyone was proud to charge at the front. But Qin Mo's current state was not as strong as he appeared. He was actually very tired and numb. His body was as heavy as lead, and his eyelids were so heavy that he could not open his eyes as long as he used the strength supplied to his head to turn his head. This state was because he had modified the laws of physics when facing the laser rifle just now. The range of this ability had been increased to the limit as much as possible, so most of Qin Mo's energy was drained. It was in this weak state that Qin Emo encountered the enemy he feared the most. That enemy was not a sturdy genestealer mutant, but a purple-skinned creature with a body shape similar to Gollum in The Lord of the Rings and a wretched appearance. Its name is the Brain Maggot Familiar. They have the most threatening ability to psychics. Psychic interference. Chuck! Chuck! The Brain Maggot Familiar climbed onto the body of a rebel soldier and stared at Qin Emo from a distance of 100 meters, with purple light flashing in its tiny eyes. It was obviously using its psychic interference ability. Qin Emo was about to retreat, but he suddenly found that this guy's psychic interference had no effect on him. The two sides stared at each other for a while. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Brain Maggot Pet. Qin Emo. When a puzzled expression appeared on the face of the Brain Maggot Pet, Qin Emo raised his scepter and released lightning, splitting the location of the Brain Maggot Pet and everything within a range of 30 meters around it into charcoal. After the threat was resolved, Qin Emo looked around. Under the fearless counterattack of their own side, the rebels who had long lost their commander finally couldn't hold on. The people in the rear began to disintegrate, but most people were still fighting. Qin Emo was ready to completely disintegrate the morale of the rebels. He floated into the air and began to accumulate strength to release the most ferocious attack. Soon the rebels found that in a circular area with a radius of 50 meters in the center of their side, all physical phenomena became very distorted and weird. The metal ground under their feet was sometimes soft like a sponge, and sometimes flowing and surging like sea water, and people who stepped on it fell into it. Drowned? The bulletproof armor on his body changed many times in just 10 seconds. Sometimes it flowed along the body, and sometimes it penetrated into the body and rushed through the blood vessels. The bullet fired at the planetary defense force flew from behind and hit the back of the head of the shooter. The bayonet he stabbed out instead stabbed a hole in his abdomen. These physical phenomena killed all the rebels in the area of action, and caused the rebels who witnessed these phenomena to have psychological collapse and flee desperately. Even those who fought side by side with Qin Emo in the planetary defense force were terrified by the strange power he exerted. When Qin Emo fell, except for Gray and the remaining soldiers of the 44th Regiment, everyone else subconsciously retreated and kept a distance from Qin Emo. This is not psychic power, Qin Emo said weakly. But the people around him didn't understand, and didn't know why he said this. Only Qin Emo himself knew that when the Brain Maggot Pet couldn't interfere with his psychic power, he was completely sure that his power was definitely not psychic power. But there was no way to know what it was. The soldiers and officers looked at Qin Emo in fear. He just saved your lives. Gray yelled at the others, you guys would have been torn apart by the rebels, just like the 44th Infantry Regiment except for us. Hearing this scolding, the others lowered their heads in shame. The shame is real, the gratitude is real, but the fear is also real. I need to rest. Qin Emo stepped forward to the building, and almost fell down after taking a step. He leaned on the scepter, and continued to walk. The battle just now completely drained his physical strength. He was now only supported by his will, because he didn't want to crawl in front of so many people. Gray immediately stepped forward to take the chainsaw sword, and then took off the backpack on Qin Mo's back and carried it himself. This guy is right, he saved us. A strong soldier walked over and wanted to carry Qin Emo, but Qin Emo just handed him the scepter and then helped another person from the 44th Regiment to walk. The surviving medical soldier stepped forward to check Qin Mo's body, and the others either walked into the building together or took a few steps to clear a room in the building to rest. Chapter 8. Night. So, half of the rebels who attacked you also ran away inexplicably. Not half, but all of them. On the rooftop of the building, everyone sat together, lit a fire to charge the batteries of the laser rifles, and chatted at the same time. Gray told why he and Chinemo ran here. However, not everything was told. Gray deliberately concealed the identity of the gravity shield and Chinemo. At this time, the other 4 survivors of the 44th Infantry Regiment sitting next to Gray also tacitly concealed the fact that Chinemo was a psychic prisoner. As for the reason, Gray felt that the only people who knew Chinemo's identity, and that he was still alive, were the survivors of the 44th Regiment. If the rebels were to be eliminated in the future, they could help Chinemo forge evidence of death, and then report to their superiors that Chinemo was dead, so that Chinemo could spend his life in a place like Dichao that could not be governed. And if the rebels could not be eliminated, everyone in Dichao would die, and there would be no need to report. As the commander of the 47th Infantry Regiment, I salute you, and I feel sorry for the death of your comrades. The officer took off his military cap and mourned for the dead of the 44th Regiment. All other soldiers and junior officers also took off their caps and mourned. 3 minutes later, the officer suddenly asked the question he had been wanting to ask. That's psychic. I'm sorry, I can't think of a more respectful way to address a psychic. Has he been trained and certified by the Empire? Of course. Gray nodded. Otherwise, where do you think the double-headed eagle symbol on his scepter came from? That's good. The officer breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if he loses control, it will be a disaster for the entire Hive, and even the entire galaxy. The speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. Gray frowned slightly, lowered his head, and recalled an incident he had experienced in the lower nest when he was a child. A psychic would berserk under severe life pressure. He first killed his wife and daughter by mistake, then cried, while holding the bodies of his wife and daughter, and annihilated a total of 80,000 infantry and armored troops of the Planetary Defense Force in less than a day. This incident even caused the Planetary Defense Force to fail to recover to this day, and the strength was very different from that of the rebels. With the amazing strength shown by Chinemo, if a psychic of his level lost control. Thinking of this, Gray trembled. By the way, I think he doesn't lose control easily, right? The officer said again. His emotions seemed to be very stable. Did he lose control when he was in your 44th Regiment before? Of course not. Gray recalled Chinemo's situation. He was indeed very stable. What's his name? The officer asked. A strange name, Chinemo. Gray replied. It sounds familiar. The officer recalled. My ancestor once fought side by side with an angel named Qin Xia. They went to attack a space facility called Kareem Stargate. Later, the angel named Qin Xia returned to the Golden Throne on the Heavenly Spear. Sir, I once read this story in a book. Is the regiment that the angel served called the White? What was it? No, my grandfather specifically told me that it was not a regiment but a legion. Legion? Are you kidding? Your grandfather must have remembered it wrong. After all, it was hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Thousands of years? Tens of thousands of years. The people of the 47th Regiment were chatting excitedly, while Gray and several people from the 44th Regiment were silent and out of tune with them. Gray wanted to check on Chinemo, but was afraid to disturb him, so he just sat there in silence. In the room on the top floor of the building, Chinemo was lying on the only mat and sleeping, and he was still dreaming. He dreamed that he was traveling back and forth among the stars, and he could go wherever he wanted in the galaxy. He also dreamed that he was like playing with a small toy, shaping a planet into the shape he wanted according to his own ideas. Chinemo had had such a wild dream before he crossed over, but it was just an unrealistic dream. But when the illusory dream disappeared, Chinemo woke up from the bed and found himself in a gorgeous bedroom. This is neither a nest nor a battlefield. It is magnificent, and the bed under the body is soft and wide. When Chinemo looked at all this in surprise, he suddenly saw a girl sitting on the ground crying in the corner of the room. The strange thing is that the girl's appearance keeps changing. Sometimes she is a cat, sometimes she is an old man, and sometimes she is even a tank or a logging gun. Traitor. It turned its head and looked at Chinemo, accusing him angrily. What traitor? What are you talking about? Chinemo asked. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I forgot a lot of things, but I don't know why I just want to call you a traitor. It looked confused, looking at its changing body. Why am I broken into many pieces while you can remain intact? What's your name? Insider, mimic, or engineer, or... I forgot. Why did I forget these? I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. No matter what you are called, you should be called a traitor from the moment you betrayed me. After saying a lot of things that Chinemo couldn't understand, it turned into a male noble, suddenly jumped on Chinemo and strangled him. You ate my friend. Give it back. Shinemo woke up, sat up and gasped, and found that everything just now was just a dream. Damn, I'm so tired that I'm insane. Shinemo rubbed his temple helplessly, and then thought of something very important. Shinemo found his scepter in the corner. He melted the double-headed eagle on the scepter, and took out a piece of paper from it. This paper was the only page left in the diary that was blown up before. After making the gravity shield, Shinemo hid it in the double-headed eagle. Shinemo kept this page of paper not just for the sake of keeping a memory. He always felt that he could restore the entire diary with science and technology in the future. After browsing the contents on the paper, Shinemo hid the paper in the double-headed eagle again. At this time, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a soldier stepped into the room. When he saw Shinemo awake, he immediately saluted with the Sky Eagle. The commander asked you to come over for a meeting. Why should I go to the meeting? Shinemo asked in confusion. Is it? You don't want to go? The soldier was confused by the question. Okay, I know. Shinemo felt that the people here valued him because he could attend the meeting, so he stood up and followed the soldier to the meeting place. When Shinemo walked in the corridor, all the soldiers passing by leaned against the wall to make way and lowered their heads. Seeing their looks, Shinemo knew that Gray must not have told others that he was a prisoner, otherwise, even if these people didn't arrest him, their eyes would definitely be disgusted and dissatisfied. It seems that those gravity shields were not built in vain. Shinemo thought so. Chapter 9. After walking to the meeting room on the 5th floor of the building, the soldier saluted and stood aside, while Shinemo pushed the door open. Gray and the officers above the squad level of the 47th Regiment sat on the ground, and the sound of the door opening attracted their attention. When they saw Shinemo walk in and sit down, the regiment commander said to everyone, "Let's start the meeting." Everyone nodded. Then the regiment commander introduced himself to Shinemo, Klein. Shinemo. What should we do next? After introducing himself, the regiment commander immediately asked a question, which caught Shinemo off guard. When he saw everyone looking at him, Shinemo lowered his head and thought. In order to provide Shinemo with more reference conditions, the head of the group, Klein, began to tell what he knew now. The intelligence provided above shows that there are only 30,000 rebels in the bottom nest, and we have sent 170,000 people into the bottom nest, which is obviously advantageous. But the rebels actually have 300,000 people, and have even established an industrial zone in the bottom nest. They can be self-sufficient. 3 days ago, our front line was defeated within a day, and the marshal and all the senior officials around him were assassinated, but fortunately he had noticed something wrong before he died, and ordered 50,000 people to build a defensive position in the name of establishing a supply base. After giving a brief summary, Klein shut up. Go on. Shinemo spoke. Of course I should continue, but what you don't know, so I can get to the point. Klein nodded. I don't know anything. Shinemo looked up at Klein. I'm not the head of the regiment or an officer. I'm just a soldier in the 44th Regiment. I stupidly entered the base nest, and stupidly built fortifications. I don't even know why the top leaders built defensive positions when executing the offensive plan. Oh, okay. Klein nodded vigorously, and told everything he knew without reservation. Then Shinemo understood the current situation. Communication was interrupted. Except for the 50,000 soldiers, who were ordered by the marshal to establish defensive positions, the other troops that continued to implement the offensive plan could be considered to have been annihilated. At this point, no one knew which defensive positions had been breached and which defensive positions were still preserved, and they could not communicate with each other at all. In other words, the most pessimistic but reasonable guess is that now, except for this building, any other defensive positions may have been breached, unless someone can prove that other positions still exist. In the end, Klein said in order that only regimental officers knew, that is, if the attack plan fails, the only passage from the bottom nest to the lower nest will be blown up. Who gave the order to attack? Gray was extremely angry. This is simply a fraud. I have reason to suspect that the high-ranking officials of the Hive City just want us to die. My family is in the upper nest, but as far as I know, the offensive plan was planned and executed by the marshal himself. Klein answered helplessly. I think the most pessimistic situation is not that there is no one else except us, but that the entire Hive City has been controlled by the rebels. Maybe. Emperor, how could there be such a big fallacy in the intelligence? Enough. Shinemo raised his hand to stop him. The most important thing for us now is not to discuss whose fault the offensive plan is, but how we should survive and take revenge on those idiots after we get out alive. Hearing this, Gray stopped what he was about to say and nodded in approval. Chi Nemo turned to look at Klein. Did the military higher-ups send you a battle plan? For example, a map with various defensive positions drawn on it, or something else? Klein took out a map and handed it to Chi Nemo without hesitation. Chi Nemo spread out the map and checked the positions near the 47th Infantry Regiment. There is a position 70 kilometers to the east, guarded by 2 regiments. There is a position 50 kilometers to the west, guarded by 4 regiments. The rest is at least 100 to 200 kilometers away. Before crossing, Chi Nemo could not directly feel the hugeness of the Nest City, but now he felt it. If we want to survive, we must first resist the offensive of the rebels. Chi Nemo raised his hand and crossed all the positions. We need to confirm which positions on the defense line still exist, and which have been breached. If more have been breached, we have to retreat and re-establish the defense line, otherwise we will continue to defend. What's the point of continuing to defend? Can we wait for reinforcements? Klein asked. We can't wait for reinforcements, but I can guarantee that as long as I have enough time, I can increase our combat effectiveness exponentially. Chi Nemo replied. Klein's eyes drifted to gray, and the other 4 survivors of the 44th Regiment. They all carried a metal backpack, which might be the reason why they could move freely in the hail of bullets. Therefore, Klein had reason to believe Chi Nemo's promise. He nodded in agreement. I agree. Please tell me your order. Okay, oui. Chi Nemo hesitated for a moment, then asked, why did you act like my subordinate from the beginning to the end? Klein gave Chi Nemo a strange feeling. He was very different from Bull. This guy actually took the initiative to show his willingness to obey orders instead of ensuring his command. Because I want to survive. I don't care who is in charge. I only care whether a powerful psychic can stay with us, because if there is another attack and you are not there, everyone in the 47th Regiment will be dead. Klein said very frankly. Chi Nemo understood Klein's thoughts. This guy wanted to become the head of the 47th Regiment directly, because then he would have the responsibility to fight for the lives of all the infantry regiments. Of course, this is a theoretical responsibility. After all, if you run away directly like Bull, the soldiers below can't stop you. Okay. Chi Nemo lowered his head and looked at the map, pointing to the position in the east direction. I will go here first to confirm whether there are still people alive on the position, but before that I will help you consolidate your defense. First of all, this building is not reliable. It will be blown down sooner or later. We need to make it larger and bigger, and then build an underground part. Soldiers fight on the ground and rest underground. We have too little heavy firepower. We must add heavy logging guns and fixed hot melt guns, and reduce each window to a shooting hole and observation hole. Then, sorry to interrupt. Klein raised his palm. Now there is no one in charge of logistics. We don't have an engineering unit responsible for building fortifications, nor a convoy responsible for transporting a large number of heavy weapons to the front line. We only have the number of people we have now. It doesn't matter. I will take care of it. Chi Nemo stood up and looked down at Klein. Now, let your people find me some metal and electronic parts. If you can't find electronic parts, find copper and rubber. Hearing the order, Klein nodded doubtfully. Chapter 10. That afternoon, when all the soldiers went out to collect metal and electronic parts, Chi Nemo had already begun to expand the entire building. This was the second time Gray saw Chi Nemo perform the magic of creation, and he was far more shocked than the first time. Under Chi Nemo's control, in a square area with a side length of 100 meters, the hard metal ground became soft, and was shaped into the desired shape or attached to the building under the control of his telekinesis. When a piece of ground turned into a deep pit, Chi Nemo began to replicate the previous method on another piece of ground. The entire building was gradually expanded to 5 floors, and the wall was thickened by 30 centimeters. Metal rods floated in the air, and shooting holes were interspersed in the metal. These shooting holes were fixed in direction, but they could ensure that after the heavy weapons were set up, they could be directly aimed at the attacking rebels. There were shooting holes in the straight direction, and there were also shooting holes in the diagonal direction. When the expansion was completed, the metal rods were stretched and elongated, and sewn into the wall like sewing tofu with needle and thread, playing the role of steel bars. The special alloy used in the ground of the bottom nest is not used by dogs to make weapons because of its poor plasticity, but when used as a wall, it is the best material. Klein watched the building turn into a fortress, and then felt very confused. The fortress didn't even have a door now. How to get in and out? Then Chi Nemo gave him the answer with practical actions. The door of the building is no longer directly opened on the ground, but has become a semicircular underground passage. Anyone who wants to enter the building must first slide in through the external opening, and then climb up the stairs. After entering the building, you must walk through a maze-like narrow passage, with thick walls with shooting holes on both sides. Klein felt that this entrance and exit design was extremely vicious for attackers. The wall could not be blown through, and the curved entrance and exit meant that tanks could not get out. Even if the attacking infantry climbed into the building under powerful firepower, they would have to squeeze into a ball in the passage, and then be slaughtered by the heavy weapons behind the wall. On the contrary, from the perspective of the defender, this was simply an angelic design. Give me a flamethrower and a melta cannon, and I can hold out for a year under the attack of dozens of times more enemies. Klein first praised the fortress, and then asked what he thought was a very critical question, but we also need supplies. How can we transport the supplies into the fortress? This way. Chi Nemo raised his hand, and the wall immediately opened like a door. I understand. Klein raised his eyebrows and nodded. After expanding the above-ground part, Chi Nemo began to work on the underground part. In order to prevent the underground part from being infiltrated by genestealers, Chi Nemo simply dug holes in the core area of the building that must be entered from the ground. This is indeed a power far beyond that of mortals. Klein sighed. Although psychic power is terrible, it is also very useful. I am not a psychic, Chi Nemo said. Before, he always thought that he was a psychic, and never took those hallucinations and dreams seriously. Now all signs have shown that he is definitely not a psychic, otherwise the psychic suppression collar and the brain maggot magic pet would not be useless to him. As for the source of this power, Chi Nemo recalled the hallucination he had after being blown up by the shells. He thought it was most likely a star god. Star god. Star gods were born long before all the races in the Milky Way were born, parasitizing on stars to absorb energy. These star gods are gods of the material world. They have the power to transcend time and dimensions. They can create black holes and create a planet out of thin air. It is easy for them to distort the laws of physics. The power of star gods has some similarities with the power of the subspace, such as releasing fire out of thin air, causing abnormal phenomena in the material universe, and manipulating objects with thoughts. Chi Nemo is now 80% sure that his power comes from a star god, but he doesn't know which star god it is, or why he has this power. I'm going to make weapons. When the soldiers come back, let them send what they find to me. Chi Nemo didn't want to explain too much and turned to leave. Although he could mobilize the 47th Infantry Regiment at will, Chi Nemo didn't plan to take too many people with him to find other positions. His plan was still to arm Gray and others as much as possible. After all, when civilian buildings are expanded into fortresses, more defenders will be needed. In Chi Nemo's vision, the six-man team will move to various positions at the fastest speed, so he needs equipment that can move quickly. Considering the concealment, this equipment is better not a vehicle, but a miniaturized equipment that can be integrated into the power armor. Then the answer is obvious. Jetpack. The gravity shield will be integrated into the jetpack, which will have the functions of generating gravity shields, maintaining short-term flight and long-distance jumps, and storing goods. Weapons should also be integrated into the power armor, and energy weapons must be used mainly, because kinetic weapons cannot penetrate the gravity shield. Wait until there is time to improve the gravity shield, and then use kinetic weapons. After comprehensive consideration, the power armor that integrates the jetpack, gravity shield, and energy weapons should be designed to focus on defending against energy weapons. The energy consumption of various weapons and equipment is a big problem. Chi Nemo thinks that he should design a large-capacity battery that can be charged with thermal energy, so that when the energy is about to run out, everyone only needs to gather together, and then distort the physical laws within the range so that the flame cannot burn metal or human body, and then directly spray fire to charge. In addition to individual equipment, Chi Nemo also plans to design drones. These drones are divided into different types according to different uses. They can carry kinetic weapons or medical supplies, or only have reconnaissance capabilities, or can be used as mobile shelters. Finally, there are heavy weapons for the fortress. There is no need to waste brain cells. It is nothing more than making a logging gun, a flamethrower, or a hot melt cannon. Chi Nemo only needs to recall the appearance of these heavy weapons in his brain, and he can understand the principles and structures of these weapons, and make a one-to-one imitation. All these creations are far from perfect, but that is why they are easy for Chi Nemo to design and manufacture. Before, when he suspected that he was a psychic, Chi Nemo did not dare to create so many things he wanted, but now that he is sure that he is not a psychic, he is not afraid. As for leaving the bottom nest in the future, what should I do if these technological creations that have not been approved by the Empire are discovered? First, I have to get out alive. And if these things are affected by psychic energy, fuck, this is a fatal thing. Qin Mo suddenly thought that there are not only individuals who can use psychic energy among the gene stealers, but also that these individuals have strong psychic energy. It is imperative to study anti-psychic technology. Qin Mo plans to use the principle of psychic suppression color to make a psychic suppressor. Chapter 11. After 4 Terra days, the research and manufacturing that had been going on day and night finally produced results. As the soldiers carried their heavy weapons to various parts of the fortress, Qin Mo ordered Gray and the other 5 to put on power armor and immediately go to the position in the east with him to check the situation. Wait a minute, don't these power armors need to be tested? No need to test. Qin Mo walked at the front of the 6-man team, advancing through the winding and twisting passages in the fortress. Klein followed Qin Mo nervously and worriedly, followed by the elite soldiers he had just selected. I don't think we should be so anxious. We should at least test the power armor first to see if there is any problem. Test it in combat. Okay, test it in combat. Seeing that Qin Mo was confident and stubborn, Klein had no choice but to compromise and not mention the power armor test for the time being. But there was another more important thing. Gray and the others are just ordinary soldiers. The 44th Regiment has always been a logistic supply regiment and has not participated in many battles. Are you sure you want to take only them? Klein glanced at Gray, then looked at the soldiers behind him, motioning them to go ahead. Qin Mo understood Klein's idea, but he would not bring the elite soldiers of the 47th Regiment with him, so he decisively rejected it. Gray and his men may not be the strongest soldiers, but they are definitely the most determined, and they have fought side by side with me, so they are more familiar with my fighting style. Okay then. Klein felt that this reason was convincing, so he could only compromise again, stopped and watched Qin Mo and his men leave. Until Qin Mo opened a door on the wall at the end of the passage and was about to walk out, Klein suddenly shouted, "Don't go head-on with the rebels, we are outnumbered after all." Qin Mo walked out of the fortress without saying a word, and the door he opened on the wall closed immediately. But just as Klein sighed helplessly and turned around, another door was open on the wall. Qin Mo returned to the fortress and reminded Klein, "There is a psychic inhibitor in my room, which is the square metal box. If you are attacked and find a psychic, don't forget to turn on the psychic inhibitor, but that thing needs to be charged, and it can only be effective for 2 days at a time. I will never forget it." Klein looked back at Qin Mo. "I will form a 5-person team to be responsible for guarding and using the suppressor. Then I will be relieved." Qin Mo turned and left. The door on the wall closed again, and the wall was restored to its seamless state. The power armor can maintain a short-term flight. It only took 2 hours to cross a distance of 70 kilometers. The energy was exhausted during the journey, and the battery was recharged once. Since it was not certain whether the position in the east direction still existed, Qin Mo ordered to move forward on foot when he approached within 2 kilometers, and released drones to scout the situation on the position. Does the position still exist? Qin Mo glanced at the drone that was flying high in the sky, and turned to look at Gray, who released it. Gray did not respond immediately. He stared at the empty front with his neck stiff, looking a little stupid. Gray was checking the HUD screen integrated into the visor, his eyes fixed on the lower right corner, where the drone's perspective was projected. The position was filled with smoke, and no one could be seen at all. Life scan. Qin Mo reminded Gray, "This is a unique function of the reconnaissance drone." Gray immediately said, "Life scan." After the life scan function was activated, the drone directly marked the detected life with green punctuation on the HUD, and displayed the data in the lower left corner. Humans, 5,723 people. Mutants, 9,938 people. Analysis. Based on the current rate of reduction of pure humans in the scanning area, it is estimated that the defenders of this position will be killed in 1 hour and 21 minutes. For reference only, the position has not been breached yet, but it will be soon. Gray raised his hand and drew it in the air a few times, then asked in confusion, "I remember you said that the power armor system has the ability to share information. How do you operate it?" "Reach out your hand, just like the HUD screen in front of you, click the combat mode in the lower left corner, and information sharing will be forced to start." Qin Mo taught helplessly. He had a good idea, integrating an electronic system into the power armor, which can analyze the battle situation, monitor the status of the power armor, and share information. As a result, this thing is really a bit esoteric for ordinary soldiers, and because changing the action mode and combat mode of the power armor is a matter that needs to be carefully considered, it cannot be changed by voice command, which seems very cumbersome to Gray and others. Done. Gray clumsily clicked the combat mode, and all the information he saw was shared with other power armors, and other people wearing power armors also saw the results of the life scan. Everyone clearly saw the location of the friendly forces, and the location of all the rebels on the battlefield. The difference in the number of people on the battlefield was not very large, but the rebels still had an overwhelming advantage over the planetary defense forces. This was thanks to the aberrations on the rebel side. The aberrants are very strong individuals among the gene stealers. They will use industrial equipment to fight, and use powerful force to make up for their major intellectual deficiencies. When the aberrants launched the attack, the rebels filled the position with smoke, and the planetary defense forces were forced into hand-to-hand combat, until the 6-man team from the 44th Regiment appeared. Before the power armor landed, the strong momentum of the jet backpack had blown away the smoke on the position. The two sides in the melee looked at the 6 unknown people in the center of the battlefield in astonishment. When they saw the double-headed eagle on the scepter, the rebels realized that they were definitely not their own people. The rebels did not launch an attack rashly, but looked at the 6 people wearing power armor with caution. The battlefield, which was originally full of shouts and screams, has become quiet. Die. The largest aberration held the head pulled from someone in its hand, and looked at Chin Mo fiercely. Chin Mo turned his head to look at Gray, who nodded in understanding. For the Emperor. Gray rushed out from Chin Mo first, and ran straight to the aberration in front. The jet backpack of the heavy power armor automatically adjusted the nozzle angle when running to provide thrust for the power armor, which made the power armor heavy but not slow. Ah! The aberrant threw away the head in his hand, and rushed towards Gray with the sledgehammer raised high. The two tall and strong individuals rushed towards each other. In the minds of the bystanders, they had already thought of the scene that might happen next. Either the metal and machinery were superior, and the aberrant was knocked away, or the flesh that evolved towards strength was superior, and the power armor and the people inside were smashed to pieces. Even at this moment, Chin Mo himself thought so. Until Gray rushed to a position 5 steps away from the aberrant, and suddenly activated the gravity shield. While the rocks and debris around his body were flattened in an instant, the unaware aberration had already raised his sledgehammer and leaped towards Gray. Snap! The aberration that jumped into the range of the gravity shield was slapped to death by an invisible force, leaving a pool of smooth mud on the ground, like a mosquito slapped to death. Gray's forward speed slowed down briefly, and then quickly increased to the limit. The jetpack's nozzle spit out flames backwards, pushing the entire power armor to run at high speed. Chapter 12. The rebels began to focus their fire on Gray, heavy woodcutters, laser rifles, live ammunition weapons. Whatever they were, but these weapons could not hit Gray. Live ammunition weapons were blocked, and energy weapons were deflected after hitting the energy plating on the surface of the power armor. For the Emperor. Chin Mo raised his scepter, and chainsaw sword and charged at the nearby aberrations. Fight, for the Emperor. The officers of the Planetary Defense Force jumped out of the trench, and shouted to their subordinates. The melee that was interrupted by Chin Mo's sudden arrival just now continued. The battle on the battlefield was very chaotic, which was absolutely beneficial to Chin Mo, Gray, and the people wearing power armor. There was no need to follow tactics, just move slowly on the battlefield with the gravity shield, and use the multi-barreled energy guns integrated in the left and right hands to sweep randomly. Even if there were rebel soldiers rushing over with bombs or bayonets, it didn't matter, they would be stopped by the gravity shield. Even the most deadly energy weapons to the gravity shield cannot destroy the power armor. Each joint of the power armor is equipped with a shield generator specifically designed to deal with laser weapons. It only needs a small amount of energy to generate an energy coating on the surface of the power armor and deflect the shooting of laser weapons. The only flaw of the power armor is that it consumes too much energy. In combat mode, all equipment is fully activated, and it can only last for 1 hour. However, the rebels are not aware of this shortcoming, and even if they know it, it is useless, because if the difference in the number of people on both sides is not very large, not many people can survive for an hour. Turn off the energy plating of the power armor, and transfer the energy to the weapon system. Fire at full power. Gray quickly ran to Chin Mo, who was advancing steadily to attack the deformed body, and gave orders to the power armor while covering his advance. When the words plating off appeared on the power armor integrity display system below the HUD, the weapon system received the maximum energy supply. In the power armor designed by Chin Mo, energy can be transferred at will. For example, fully supplying the gravity shield can expand the range of the gravity shield, or fully supplying the weapon system, making the weapons integrated in the hands more powerful and faster. Gray's gravity shield overlapped with Chin Mo's, which was the shortest distance between two people with gravity shields. Gray tried his best to help Qin Mo shoot those infantrymen who did not need his special care, while Qin Mo was concentrating on using his extraordinary power to kill the aberrations. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Gray's head was only staring straight ahead. The intelligence system integrated in his power armor marked every enemy in his field of vision. Gray would use the multi-barrel laser guns on both hands to shoot until the enemy's mark disappeared completely, and then aim at the next group of enemies. The two were completely targeted by concentrated fire as expected. However, live ammunition was easily intercepted by the gravity shield. Occasionally, a few lasers would hit and leave scorch marks on the power armor. Whenever this happened, Gray would turn the muzzle of his gun and fire in the direction of the laser. Even if the rebels dragged heavy logging guns or even anti-armor artillery and fired, it would be useless. As long as they dared to open fire, they would inevitably face Gray's special attention. "I am a warrior of the Emperor. Experience my wrath, you heretic bastards!" Gray shouted excitedly. He felt that he was invincible and invulnerable. The rebels who were helpless in the face of the gravity shield were like ants. Qin Mo killed a deformed body with lightning and turned to look at Gray. He couldn't see what Gray looked like in the power armor, but he could guess roughly. The other people who were using power armor to slaughter the rebels in various corners of the battlefield were the same. The soldiers who had to hide in battle and pray to the Emperor that the next bullet would not fall on them were now invincible on the battlefield wearing power armor. It was hard not to have the illusion that they were invincible. Gray and the others need to adapt. As the person who made these power armors, Qin Mo had no ways in his heart. He always felt that they were not powerful enough and not efficient enough. Qin Mo always wanted to create a masterpiece that he was proud of. This masterpiece was not just a technology or a weapon, but a goal. The goal was to allow soldiers to kill the most enemies in the shortest time with the least number of people after being thrown into the battlefield. Qin Mo did two things at once, focusing on thinking and the rest on dealing with the enemy. Until the last aberration was turned into charcoal by lightning, the remaining rebel soldiers' morale collapsed and they fled desperately. "Emperor, victory!" Gray raised his arms and cheered, and the multi-barrel laser guns on the hands of his power armor were running at high speed and spewing sparks continuously. "Yes, we won." Qin Mo turned indifferently and looked at the friendly soldiers who had fought side by side before. Two officers at the level of regiment commander came out. When they saw the double-headed eagle scepter in Qin Mo's hand and the power armor on him, they concluded in their hearts that this was either a noble or the elite of the elite. Anyway, they were higher than them. "Salute you." The two officers saluted the eagle, and the rest of the soldiers saluted as well. "The Emperor has directed me to support you." Qin Mo accepted everyone's respect with a clear conscience, and at the same time he used these people's respect for him to say something that could boost their morale. Sometimes lies are more important than the truth. For these soldiers struggling in the dangerous nest, thinking that the Emperor is favoring them is the most morale-boosting thing. These people can't disprove it either. Otherwise, who can explain why 6 people would descend from the sky at the most critical moment and kill the rebels like cutting melons and vegetables until their morale collapsed? The Emperor. Praise the Emperor, praise the Lord of humanity. The soldiers looked up, as if the hundreds of meters above them were not a dark space full of huge pipes, but a sky where they could clearly see the stars. Looking at the happy faces of these people, Gray raised his hand and scratched his helmet twice, then turned his head to look at Qin Mo. After feeling the gaze, Qin Mo also turned his head to look at Gray and shrugged. Special period. You know? Gray nodded silently. Ahem. Qin Mo cleared his throat to attract the attention of everyone present, and then he took out the communication device from the jet backpack behind him. This is a communication device with an integrated psychic inhibitor. You can use it to communicate. If you encounter a psychic, find a way to throw this thing in front of the psychic. Thank you for your generosity. The officer reached out and took the communicator. What should we do next? Hold on. Qin Mo said 2 words. Excuse me, sir, if we continue to stay here, as long as the rebels launch another attack and you go to save others, we will be dead. Hold on. Qin Mo emphasized. Yes. The officer nodded. I won't let you stand on this broken position like a fool to defend. Qin Mo walked forward, chose a relatively intact ground, and performed his best skills. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, a fortress was quickly built. The ability of the star god was honed to be more refined. When building this fortress, Qin Mo's range of physical distortion was expanded 4-fold, and the construction speed of the fortress was naturally doubled. Hold on. If the situation is critical, Contact me with the communication equipment. I will arrive within a day. If I can't arrive, then continue to hold on. In short, this place cannot be lost no matter what. Shin Imo instructed. You will only hear the news of the loss of the position from others. The officer's eyes were firm, and his right hand tightly grasped the chainsaw sword at his waist, because at that time, all the officers and soldiers of the 87th and 31st Regiments returned to the Golden Throne. Chapter 13. I feel relieved after hearing your words. Shin Imo nodded with great satisfaction, and then prepared to take Gray and the others to other positions. Please wait. A soldier suddenly stood up and called Shin Imo. Shin Imo slowly turned his head. What's wrong? It's useful for us to hold on here, right? The soldier asked. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present looked at Shin Imo, waiting for his answer. This is a question that most people want to ask, but dare not ask, and now it is asked by a young man. After all, the offensive plan has been completely ruined, and the reason why the soldiers, who are still standing on the positions, is not because of their bravery and loyalty, but because there is no other way to go. Of course it is useful. Shin Imo nodded, because if you hold on to the position for a while longer, I will have more time to check the situation in other positions, and then I will integrate all the soldiers who are still alive, and we will clean up the rebels in the bottom nest together, and then walk out of the bottom nest with victory. This plan seems feasible at first glance, but Shin Imo's subsequent words are too optimistic. No one present believes that everyone can really walk out of the bottom nest. But this is just like the reason why they still hold their positions. There is no other way to go. This is the only lifeline. Why did we fall into this situation? Emperor, please tell me. Who made the offensive plan? Are we involved in the conspiracy of the nobles in the upper nest and the Spire area? Some soldiers began to complain. Seeing that the momentum was not good, the officers immediately prepared to draw their guns and execute some people, but they were stopped by Shin Imo when they were about to draw their guns. Shin Imo looked at the soldiers wailing and crying coldly. He knew that the psychological endurance of carbon-based life was limited. These people were almost on the verge of collapse. Forcible suppression would only backfire. They did not object to continuing to hold on, but only complained that the offensive plan should not have been implemented, and angrily denounced the stupidity of some people in the nest. These people were just venting. When the soldiers' complaints were almost quiet, Shin Imo said, Are you done with the howling? Then go to the fortress to defend. Even if the chance of us getting out of the bottom nest and beating up the governor is less than 1 in 1,000, we have to try it. Hearing this, the soldiers stood up tiredly and walked into the fortress. Everyone looked desperate, but they really didn't want to wait for death. The hope of surviving and then settling accounts became their source of strength. The officers looked at Shin Imo gratefully and then walked towards the fortress. Shin Imo led Gray and others to the next target position. Late at night, 50 kilometers west of the fortress, where the 47th Regiment was located. In an abandoned building, a group of people rested in a relatively intact bungalow. Shin Imo did not rest, and was using flames to charge the battery, while Gray did not rest either. He released the drone to search for nearby positions. Are you sure there is a position here as shown on the military map? What else? I didn't scan anything. Gray looked puzzled. He had used the drone's live scanning function to scan many times, and each time he scanned in a different place, he could not find the position marked on the map. The bottom nest was dark day and night, and it was unknown when he could find it by using the drone's camera. Can't scan it? Shin Imo stopped what he was doing and looked up at Gray, then switched to thermal imaging. How do you switch? Use your mouth to switch. I designed a radio receiver for the power armor, so that people like you can operate it without any obstacles. Okay, got it. Thermal imaging mode. After controlling the drone in thermal imaging mode to fly around, Gray found the location of the position. This area was a gathering area for the bottom nest gang and lunatics before the war, and the position was located in the center of the gathering area. It's worthy of being guarded by 4 regiments. From Gray's perspective, he could see that there were still a lot of people active on the position. These people were not fighting with the rebels, but were building fortifications. Let's go! Shin Imo stood up and walked towards the position. Don't you call them? Gray asked. Shin Imo didn't answer, but just walked forward. Gray glanced at his comrades who were resting, and then looked at the sentry drones that were on guard. After confirming that they were not in danger, he left with Shin Imo. Anyway, there was no fighting at that position, so it was nothing more than running over to meet, watching Shin Imo perform the magic of creation, and then doing whatever was needed. In Gray's expectation, this would be the easiest mission. The position was located in a square surrounded by high-rise buildings. It used to be a black market for gangs in the bottom nest to trade smuggled goods, but now there are only soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force stationed here. Everyone silently consolidated the position until two flames appeared in the dark sky, and they looked up. Bang bang. Chinemo and Gray landed at the same time. When they saw two people wearing power armor, the people on the battlefield stopped looking around and continued to do what they were supposed to do. There were even civilians on the battlefield. These civilians could not fight, but they were helping the Planetary Defense Forces build fortifications or help carry heavy weapons. Among these heavy weapons, there were only a few logging guns, and most of them were energy weapons. Look! Gray pulled Chinmo's arm and motioned him to look to the left. Two soldiers, one holding a bowl and the other holding water, were taking care of the civilian who had lost his legs. Orderly and methodical, this was the impression Chinmo and Gray had of this position. So many people, so many weapons. It seems your plan will definitely work, Gray said excitedly. Yeah. Chinmo nodded. His indifference suddenly surprised Gray. What's wrong with you? Chinmo did not answer. He himself did not know what was wrong with him, but he felt an unexplained discomfort. Physical discomfort. It was like a person with mysophobia entering a public toilet. Chinmo himself couldn't explain the reason, but he felt inexplicably disgusted and disgusted. I want to build a napalm bomb that covers a large area. Chinmo gritted his teeth. Blow up this cesspool. Hearing these words full of unfounded hatred, Gray suddenly thought of the psychic's loss of control. Are you psychic? I'm not a psychic. Chinmo angrily refuted. Okay, I think this is good anyway. Gray took a step and walked slowly forward. A female officer was running towards the two of them in front of him. She stopped and glanced at Chinmo and Gray in surprise, with uncontrollable excitement in her tone. Are you the Marshal's guard? No, we are just ordinary soldiers, not the Marshal's guard, Gray confessed. I thought it was the Marshal's guard. I thought we were all saved. The female officer had obvious disappointment on her face. Are you here to seek asylum? Anyway, we are short of manpower now, and you are welcome to join us. Gray turned his head and looked at Chinmo, waiting for him to explain. But Chinmo did not respond. He lowered his head, and the power armor on his body was shaking. What's wrong with you? Gray hurried forward to support Chinmo. Chinmo slowly raised his head, and then Gray found that his face armor had been burned red, and the surface was quickly burned with large and small holes, and the hot flames were gushing out along the holes. Gray was shocked and realized that Chinmo was using his ability. He would release the flames immediately, burning the people here to death, just like he burned the enemies to ashes in every battle before. This place has fallen. When Chinmo opened his mouth to speak, flames would burst out of his mouth. She is a psychic of the rebels. Chapter 14. Before he could ask more questions, Gray sensed that a terrifying danger was approaching. He subconsciously used his jetpack to jump to a position 100 meters above the ground and hovered to look down at the ground. The people on the position had already realized that something was wrong. They either ran around or took out their weapons in a panic to shoot at Chinmo. But these were useless. On the ground, a dazzling flash was released. The intensity of this flash even temporarily paralyzed the visual system of the power armor. After the flash, there was a roar, and 1/3 of the position was swept by flames. It was the first time that Gray saw Chinmo launch such a terrifying attack. He seemed to be driven by anger, and his destructive power was affected by emotions, and exceeded the normal level in a short period of time. What's wrong with you? Gray asked in the communication channel of the power armor. Didn't I say that this place has fallen? That female officer is a rebel psychic, and everyone here is a rebel. Impossible. If this is a trap set by the rebels, why would the female officer care so much whether I am a soldier of the Marshal's guard? Chinmo did not continue to argue with Gray, but raised his hand, and used telekinesis to pull him back to the ground from the air. Gray saw that the power armor and weapons on Chinmo's body were not completely burned, but there were many more traces of burning. It was estimated that he used his unique ability at the last moment to prevent the power armor and weapons from being burned. Take a look. Take a look at it. Chinmo walked towards a human-shaped charcoal block and pointed at its big head. Tell me, is this a head that a human can grow? Your head looks like hers? Gray looked at the charcoal, and he could even recognize that it was the female officer who warmly welcomed the two. It's just that she wore a hat when she came, and now the hat is gone. The head looks big and long, a little deformed. No, it's more than a little deformed. I understand. Gray nodded and smashed the charcoal with a punch. Do you realize that I am right? Chi Nemo asked. No, I am still confused, but I know you are always the right one, Gray said as he activated the combat mode of the power armor, raised his hands with integrated multi-barrel laser guns, and looked at the enemies who survived the flames and approached. These enemies looked not much different from normal humans, but they all wore helmets to cover their deformed heads under the helmets. There were also many normal humans among them, but these humans all looked stupid, staring and drooling as they moved forward, looking like they were controlled. Chi Nemo suddenly realized why he felt disgusted after arriving at the position, because there must be one or more powerful psychics here, and those humans on the position who looked normal were all controlled by these psychics. Should we fight or evacuate? Gray asked as he shot. Fight. Chi Nemo was determined to wipe out this place. He closed his eyes and began to try to use the hatred and disgust in his heart to turn it from an emotion without reason into a source of guidance. In this way, Chi Nemo suddenly sensed the source of his hatred. 700 meters ahead, one of the soldiers who were surrounding him. When Chi Nemo's head suddenly turned to the front, his eyes fell on a female soldier 700 meters away. When their eyes met, the female soldier showed obvious surprise and panic on her face. She didn't expect that her disguise would be easily seen through. Cover me. Chi Nemo pointed forward and charged. Gray followed closely behind, using multiple lasers to clear a clear path for Chi Nemo, while clearing any enemies who wanted to surround and block him. After running 100 meters, Chi Nemo jumped up and fell towards the psychic he found. Gray also jumped up and prepared to cooperate with Chi Nemo. He knew the danger of psychics and couldn't help but worry. The two men in power armor landed with a bang, and all the enemies within the range of the gravity shield were crushed into pancakes. Then the two men raised their heads at the same time and looked at the psychic disguised as a soldier. The fear on the face of the female psychic became even stronger. She was so scared that she trembled all over. She ordered the people nearby to stop Chi Nemo at all costs, and ran back at an amazing speed. Kill her! Gray immediately understood how he should cooperate with Chi Nemo without saying anything more. The two men used all the energy supply of the power armor to supply the gravity shield and energy plating, and ran towards the psychic in two directions, left and right. After running 2 steps, Gray suddenly fell to the ground, rolling in pain, and uttered terrible words. For the Emperor. For the Evolution Sect. For our Savior. Chi Nemo glanced at Gray, who was controlled, and suddenly realized that he should have made defensive psychic equipment instead of a psychic suppressor that could only work within a fixed range. For example, similar to a shield, it can protect the wearer from psychic attacks, so as to avoid the situation like Gray's current one. He didn't rush to the psychic, so the psychic suppressor didn't work. While thinking about the improvement measures for technological creations, Chi Nemo's running speed has been increased to the limit. The jet backpack spewed out a 1-meter-long flame vortex, providing the strongest thrust for the huge power armor. At this time, the psychic turned his head and released psychic energy at Chi Nemo with all his strength, but it was useless. How could it be? The psychic was extremely shocked. She had no choice but to watch Chi Nemo rush over and prepare to accept her fate of being crushed into a pancake by an invisible force. But Chi Nemo suddenly turned off the gravity shield, pierced the psychic with a chainsaw sword, and turned on the gravity shield again. At this time, the surrounding soldiers and the control people rushed over like crazy, but whether they shot at Chi Nemo or chose to rush over for close combat, the range of the gravity shield was a desperate obstacle for them. Give me an answer, and I will let you die more quickly. Chi Nemo asked angrily, is this position a trap you set for me? The psychic did not respond, and the chainsaw sword was spinning, making her feel like she was in hell. Just when Chi Nemo wanted to continue questioning, he saw a smile on the face of the psychic. Her eyes turned purple, and the psychic became a mouthpiece for another psychic. What the hell are you? Why can't the magic pet interfere with your psychic power and control you? What's wrong with you? She asked angrily. Chi Nemo immediately realized that he was being targeted, so of course, this position was also a trap set up specifically for him. I'm a human, Chi Nemo said. You are a shitty human, you freak you. Chi Nemo did not continue to argue, and released the flame along the chainsaw sword, burning the psychic in front of him to death. Chapter 15. What happened to me just now? Gray's voice sounded in the communication system. He was extremely confused and had no idea what he had just encountered. It's just a matter of psychic energy. What else can it be? Chi Nemo turned around without further explanation and fought with other rebels on the battlefield. Gray, who had returned to normal, jumped to Chi Nemo's side and fought side by side with him. The two of them quickly killed all the thousands of rebels on the entire battlefield. I feel that compared with your ability to release a sea of fire, This power armor is really weak. Gray sat on the ground to rest. Qin Mo did not respond, but lowered his head and stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Gray asked. The rebels are targeting me. Qin Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Gray immediately stood up and looked at Qin Mo seriously, realizing that things might not be going well. The war has continued until now, and nearly 10,000 people in the two positions rely on Qin Mo's protection, and there are more people who are fighting hard and waiting for support. Being targeted by the rebels means that the rebels will eliminate Qin Mo at any cost and by any means. After thinking for a while, Gray didn't come up with any constructive suggestions. He just slowly called out, Qin Mo. What? Qin Mo raised his head and looked at Gray. Gray took off his mask and stared at Qin Mo, saying firmly, in my opinion, the value of each person's life is completely different. Your value is more than the rest of us put together. If you need me to sacrifice my life, you just need to say it. Qin Mo smiled indifferently, turned around and said, you are already sacrificing your life. Do you need to hide? Hide in a place where the rebels can't find you. Gray quickly followed and suggested. Qin Mo shook his head without hesitation. I don't need to hide and I won't hide. The rebels can set all kinds of traps for me, and they can also use all the methods they can think of to assassinate me. It would be best if there were a large number of rebels besieging me wherever I appear, but I have ways to deal with it. Besides, the rebels' attention is on me, so the enemies faced by other friendly forces will be reduced, and the friendly forces will have a greater chance of holding their positions before we rush to support them. Gray looked up at Qin Mo's back and listened to him quietly, until Qin Mo suddenly turned his head and said what to do next. We go back to those 4 people, call them up, and then go back to the 47th Regiment's base. Aren't we going to continue looking for other positions? Gray asked. I originally planned to find them quickly and establish contact, but now it seems that this is not a suitable strategy. Qin Mo talked about his experience as he walked. We must first establish a complete logistics, produce enough weapons, and then make equipment for reconnaissance. We can't just go wherever we want like headless flies. We must also establish an intelligence system to know exactly where the friendly forces in the nest are and what they are like. Then we have to assess their status and directly support the most difficult friendly forces. We must also upgrade our existing equipment. Gray didn't understand most of what Qin Mo said. He only understood one sentence, which was to upgrade the existing equipment. Are our current weapons and equipment not strong enough? Not enough. Qin Mo looked back at Gray. You need to have a bigger vision. The toys we have now are nothing. After all, it's something you made. If you say it's a toy, then it's a toy. Gray felt that Qin Mo was too modest, but he had absolute power to evaluate his own creations. He could call it a toy, even if it wasn't a toy at all. This set of power armor is priceless in the entire galaxy. Even if the gravity shield is removed, it is enough to exchange for a hereditary noble title. Believe me, brother. Qin Mo stopped and patted Gray on the shoulder. When I finish the masterpiece I am proud of, and let you see it, you will feel how fragile and inefficient the weapons and equipment you have now are. Ha ha ha. Gray suddenly laughed. He thought Qin Mo was telling him a joke to liven up the atmosphere. But Qin Mo's expression was extremely serious, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. The smile on Gray's face disappeared. Are you serious? Qin Mo didn't run around for the next week. He returned to the fortress where the 47th Regiment was stationed, dug a huge cave underground, and then locked himself in the cave. During the period from when Qin Mo left to when he came back, the rebels did not attack, but when he came back, the rebels not only attacked the fortress, but also launched an extremely fierce attack. No matter how fierce the attack was, the fortress could be defended. Qin Mo did not need to be distracted by the battle at all. He could immerse himself in research and manufacturing in the cave. First of all, logistics. In order to save time, Qin Mo decided to create a universal logistics machine. They are black spherical creations with a radius of 10 meters, equipped with anti-gravity engines and mechanical arms, and can search for any useful materials in any environment. These logistic machines are controlled by a master intelligent controller with integrated AI. It will allocate a plan for searching for materials based on the information collected, or allow the logistic machines to transform themselves into production equipment to produce the weapons and equipment needed by the army, or increase or decrease the number of logistic machines. The Imperials call AI abomination intelligence and strictly prohibit the development and use of abomination intelligence. Qin Mo does not want to abide by this rule, not because he wants to die, but because he can ensure that the intelligence he creates will always be under his control. Because the main control intelligence is designed based on the physical laws distorted by the power of the Star God, it cannot maintain normal operation under normal physical laws. And if someone tries to pollute the main control intelligence that controls the logistics machinery, such as using evil power in the subspace or chaos code, then a very inspiring saying will be born in the galaxy. If you feel that you are extremely stupid and like to make trouble, please remember that someone is trying to corrupt the main control intelligence based on the power of the star god. In Qin Mo's conception and his deductions based on various factors, the logistics machinery controlled by the main control intelligence will be able to meet all logistics needs. It only needs to design these things and manufacture the main control intelligence and the first logistics machinery, and the logistics system will be automatically established. The main control intelligence can manage not only logistics, but also intelligence. Qin Mo designed a large number of things for collecting intelligence for the main control intelligence, such as drones, detectors, and psychic detectors. These things can directly scan the terrain, personnel, and materials within a certain range. After designing the creations in logistics and intelligence, Qin Mo began to do the most exciting work for him. Design new weapons and equipment, and new tactical systems based on these weapons and equipment. Chapter 16. The battery used for power supply in the power armor has been transformed into an energy engine, which can store more energy and slowly restore energy. The ability to automatically restore energy is not because its components have been subjected to physical distortion effects, but because it absorbs energy from the surrounding environment, such as the residual heat energy from the muzzle of a laser gun or the laser fired by the enemy. The original energy plating has been cancelled and replaced with a capture field that is integrated into the gravity shield. The current gravity shield has two capabilities: generating a force field that crushes kinetic weapon bullets and absorbing lasers fired by energy weapons, and then transmitting energy into the energy engine. The weapons on the power armor's hands have also been redesigned, from multi-barrel laser guns to laser shotguns, which compress energy into light spots and then release them, but they still have the firing rate of multi-barrel laser guns. In addition to long-range weapons, there are also melee weapons. These melee weapons are temporarily designed as heavy hammers. The surface of the heavy hammer is covered with a gravity field. Only a slight swing is needed to cause terrible damage to the target. But these weapons are only used for self-defense by the power armor. The real attack weapon is the deformable shoulder cannon. The shoulder cannon can be transformed into a mortar, heavy artillery, cannon, or rocket launcher. It certainly cannot use material ammunition, but the killing effect after firing is far stronger than material ammunition. For example, in mortar mode, a light ball is fired, which will explode 100 meters above the target location, and the laser will fall to the ground like raindrops. However, no matter how powerful these weapons are, they are not efficient, and they cannot achieve Qin Mo's ideal effect of placing two people wearing power armor on the battlefield to solve a battle. In order to enhance the combat effectiveness of personnel wearing power armor more efficiently, Qin Mo also designed newer drones. These drones are more diverse and larger in size. Energy drones that link power armor to power armor energy engines can recharge before the power armor is exhausted, or enable the power armor to fire at full power for a short period of time. Fire support drones equipped with a large amount of energy weapons. Transport drones that can transport soldiers to any location. Based on these new weapons and equipment, Qin Mo has developed new tactics. Only 3 people wearing power armor are needed on the entire battlefield. These 3 people will arrive at the battlefield on transport drones. When there are no friendly forces in the combat area, they will cooperate with energy and fire support drones to carry out long-range artillery bombardment, destroy all the enemy's armor and fortifications, and then go to close combat. The deployment speed and combat power of the 3-person team are not comparable to conventional armies. Qin Mo is proud and happy for his design and creation. This is the masterpiece he has been thinking hard about creating. But he forgot one thing. These weapons and equipment are indeed very powerful, but the cost is also outrageous. Some parts cannot even be made if they are not processed using the power of the star god. After completing the design in 3 days, and creating the main control intelligent logistics machinery in 4 days, and manufacturing 3 sets of weapons and equipment, Qin Mo decided to find a place to test his masterpiece. This opportunity came soon. The position of the 47th Regiment stationed on the east side of the fortress provided an intelligence report, claiming that they were found by another group of surviving friendly forces. The position of this group of friendly forces was 90 kilometers to the east, and they requested support. Qin Mo agreed without hesitation. The only remaining soldiers on the position were holding on to a large bunker. The position had almost been lost. Except for the bunker, all other places were filled with rebels. The rebels who surrounded the bunker would occasionally throw a grenade into the bunker. If they were in time, these grenades would be thrown backhandedly. If they were not in time, someone would fall on the grenade. The few remaining personnel were decreasing as time passed. After struggling for half an hour, 2 balls of light suddenly appeared above the dark bottom nest, illuminating the nearby area like the sun. After the light ball fell to a distance of 100 meters from the ground, it exploded, and a huge amount of light beams washed the area around the bunker like raindrops. Then a buzzing sound sounded, and a flying vehicle suspended in the air stopped above the position, and 3 people wearing power armor jumped down from it. Shin-Emo came to support. The other 2 people he brought with him, this time were Gray, and another veteran, who stayed to follow Shin-Emo just to fight the rebels. Gray and the veteran held the gravity hammer in both hands, and Shin-Mo's original chainsaw sword was also replaced with a gravity hammer, but his scepter was not changed, because it was already a symbol. Scepter? It's the one guided by the Emperor. The soldiers in the bunker shouted. They remembered that the person sent out for help said that the western position was saved by the one holding the scepter. Call the firepower drones over. Shin-Emo said in the communication channel, then we will kill all these rebels. After receiving the order, Gray and the veteran immediately called the firepower drones assigned to them. 2 anti-gravity aircraft quickly flew over the battlefield. These aircraft were as big as transport planes. When they stopped and hovered, a large number of weapons extended from the bottom, using live ammunition or lasers to shoot at the rebels on the ground. Gray, kill as many enemies as possible. Groot, go and destroy that aberration. Shin-Emo pointed to the aberration in the rebel army in front of him, and gave orders to Gray and veteran Groot respectively. For the Emperor, Groot roared and charged forward, and his speed was quickly increased to the maximum by the jetpack. All enemies blocking his charge were crushed by gravity, until he rushed to the aberration. The aberration immediately roared and counterattacked. Groot turned off the gravity shield, and hit the aberration's head with a hammer. The gravity field on the gravity hammer crushed the aberrant the moment it touched him. Ah! Shin-Emo sighed helplessly. He didn't want Groot to rush over and beat the enemy to death. Although there are new tactics, the fighting style of people wearing power armor has not changed. However, Gray's understanding of power armor is still clear. He heard the explanation when Shin-Emo made this thing, and went to deliver food. Gray, who was responsible for killing the enemy, called the energy drone. When the drone was connected to the power armor, he raised his right hand to sweep the enemy in front of him, and used the shoulder gun to shoot. The shoulder cannon can fire 3 times before it overheats, and the energy engine drains away the heat. The firing mode of the shoulder cannon has been changed to mortar anti-infantry, evenly dispersed. 3 light balls were thrown into the sky in the blink of an eye, each one was 100 meters apart, and scattered after falling. The rebel soldiers below, whether hiding behind bunkers or standing on the open ground, all died, and even the metal ground under their feet was burned out by the laser. The heat energy generated by the shoulder cannon when firing is absorbed by the energy device, and the second shot can be fired 2 seconds later. Chapter 17. Shin-Emo did not participate in the entire battle. Groot walked forward in the encirclement of the enemy, shooting the enemy with his hand weapon. After being changed to a shotgun-like shooting method, the weapon became more useful. Each shot could cover a large area of enemies at an extremely fast shooting speed. Gray fired at full power, and used the shoulder gun properly. In the HUD inside his visor, the lower left corner was a bird's-eye view from the reconnaissance drone, and every rebel was marked in the picture. The reconnaissance drone can also be linked with the shoulder gun. When the shoulder gun adjusts the shooting angle, the killing range indication will be directly generated on the HUD screen, and there will be no embarrassing situation of missing the target after firing. When the rebels are killed to the point of collapse and choose to escape, the battle is over. Gray and Groot returned to Shin-Emo, and the 3 of them walked into the large bunker together. All the survivors in the bunker looked at the 3 people with awe, walked from various positions to the 3 people, knelt on one knee on the ground and stared at the double-headed eagle on the scepter in Shin-Mo's hand. Who is the highest-ranking officer among you? Shin-Emo asked as he walked. It's me, sir. A regiment commander wearing the same shoulder straps as Klein came out, marched in front of Shin-Emo, and knelt on one knee. Shin-Emo looked down at the regiment commander and gave him an order. You currently have 472 people, which is too few. You don't need to stay in the current position. Move west immediately to join other troops. Yes. The regiment commander nodded, feeling a little surprised, because he didn't know how many people were left after the battle just ended. Shin-Mo's order was immediately executed. The soldiers took all their weapons and supplies and gathered on the battlefield. Among the less than 500 people, nearly half were wounded. Some were supported by their comrades, and some were carried on iron plates. It was really a bit difficult to ask these people to walk more than 70 kilometers. Chin Mo could only call the transport drone over and let the wounded get on the transport plane first. Seeing Chin Mo's kindness to the disabled, the regiment commander finally couldn't help asking an inappropriate question. Are you a general? Is our defense line still there? Chin Mo didn't want to answer, but he felt their burning gazes, so he decided to respond. I don't know if the defense line established after the failure of the offensive plan still exists, but I have started to build a new defense line, and now there are 2 fortresses. Hearing that there are only 2 fortresses, the soldiers' faces showed expressions of grief and despair. Chin Mo decided to say something to boost morale, but just as he was about to speak, a buzzing sound came from the air. Everyone was attracted by the buzzing sound and looked up at the sky. 5 black balls suddenly fell from the sky, stopped and floated half a meter above the ground, and mechanical arms extended from their bodies to pick up anything they could use on the battlefield. Seeing that it was his logistics machinery coming, Chin Mo retracted his gaze, and continued to say something that could boost everyone's morale. Soldiers, we... Woo woo woo. A low roar sounded. Not far away, there was a deformed body with big holes on its chest, but still alive. The deformed body stood up with a low roar, dragging an iron pickaxe and staggering forward, staring at Chin Mo fiercely. A logistics machine happened to search for the surviving aberration. After the mechanical arm was retracted into the body and extended again, a sword appeared in the hand, which quickly killed the surviving aberration and recovered the body. Don't worry, this is our machine, Chin Mo said to everyone. The soldiers nodded, then looked back at Chin Mo, waiting for him to say what he had been interrupted twice before. Fellow countrymen, loyalists of the Emperor, wait. Chin Mo suddenly remembered something and opened the communication channel to the main control intelligence. Why recover the aberration? Don't tell me it's for eating. The main control intelligence responded immediately. According to my testing and observation, the rebel bodies can be reused. After multiple processes, they will be completely non-toxic. There are no side effects when using them as nutritional supplements. Forget it. Chin Mo no longer hesitated. He also knew that supplies were scarce now. Even if the deformed body, just now, was made into nutritional paste, he could only eat it with a pinch of his nose. Logistics machinery not only recycles the bodies of enemies, but also recycles the bodies of their own people. After recovering the body of a dead soldier, the logistics machine walked up to the head of the regiment. I am still alive. The head of the regiment was a little panicked, thinking that the machine was going to recover him as well. The logistics machine did not respond, and could not respond. It paused in silence for a moment, and then a square hole opened on the shell. When everyone around was wondering what this meant, they suddenly heard a clang, and then a square object popped out of the hole and fell into the hands of the head of the regiment. The face of the dead soldier was engraved on it, and there was a line of words below, the ashes of the brave soldiers who died in the bottom nest. The regiment leader was a little confused. Chin Mo heard the voice of the main control intelligence. Humans have the habit of commemorating the dead. The logistics machine continued to work, and soon cleaned up the entire battlefield, then took off and flew to the next place. My lord. The regiment leader signaled his subordinates to pack up the ashes of the dead, and said, I will follow your orders, and go to the position in the west to join the friendly forces. Okay. Chin Mo nodded, took out the communicator and handed it to the leader. If you encounter danger on the road, use this to call me. The channel has been adjusted. In addition, if you encounter a psychic, you can also throw this thing out. It has the effect of a psychic suppressor. Thank you. The leader nodded and headed west. After watching everyone leave, Chin Mo ordered the main control intelligence. Collect intelligence about other positions as soon as possible. Received. The reconnaissance drone is already under construction. Night. The fortress where the 47th Regiment is located. Logistics machinery descended from the sky, dropped metal boxes filled with food one by one, and then left. The soldiers received the food, and 10 minutes later, the entire fortress erupted in cheers, like a tidal wave. Chin Mo, who was making the 4 set of power armor, was attracted out of the cave by the cheers, and walked to the ground to check the situation. This thing is really delicious. Klein walked to Chin Mo with a box of food, picked up a piece of food with a fork, and put it in his mouth, chewing with an intoxicated look on his face. Chin Mo took a look at the food in Klein's hand. It was solid synthetic meat. Is it delicious? Chin Mo asked. Yeah. Klein nodded vigorously, then looked at Chin Mo and hugged the lunchbox tightly in his arms. Gray brought you a portion. I can't share mine with you. Don't worry, I don't want to share. Chi Nemo nodded. While the two were talking, Gray walked to the cave with 2 boxes of food, handed 1 box to Chi Nemo, and then put his own box in Klein's hand. Are you crazy? Klein looked at Gray in disbelief. He actually gave him such delicious food. Gray said nothing and walked away in silence. Enjoy your food. Chi Nemo smiled, and put his share of food in Klein's hand, then returned to the cave to continue making it. Klein looked at Chi Nemo's back, then lowered his head to look at the 3 portions of food in his hand, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 18. 2 days later. Chi Nemo raised his hands to make the 6 power armor, and at the same time used telekinesis to control the spoon to scoop food from the lunch box, and feed it into his mouth. Then he found that his previous prejudice against this kind of food and his 2-day hunger were unnecessary. This kind of food tasted much more delicious and easier to accept than he had imagined. While eating the food, Chi Nemo also had insight into how this thing was made. First of all, of course, all the remains of creatures that can be found on the battlefield, or the corpses of some terrible creatures in the ruins of the bottom nest, such as giant spiders. Then the logistics machinery responsible for food supply ordered by the main control intelligence will purify the debris, extract the nutrients and biological tissues from them, and combine them together. These foods originally have no taste, but the logistics machinery will be taught by the main control intelligence how to synthesize taste factors, and use harmless chemicals to combine delicious tastes, and add them to the food. According to the statistics of the 3 logistics machinery, the praise rate of this food has reached 100%, and more than 70% of the soldiers found themselves stronger after eating it, or their wounds recovered faster. These data have been incorporated into the data core, and will be used as a reference for optimizing the food supply process in the future. The voice of the main control intelligence came from the communicator beside Chi Nemo's ear. This was a routine report. After all, although Chi Nemo hoped that the main control intelligence could play freely, he had to know what it had done. How is the intelligence work going? Chi Nemo asked. The drones that have been manufactured have been spread out. At this moment, it has been found that there are still 42 positions in existence, 18 of which are facing the fierce attack of the rebels, and 3 positions are about to be breached. Including the defenders at your position, there are a total of 357,231 survivors. If you want to support these positions, I will calculate the best support plan for you. Chi Nemo was very surprised to hear that there were still more than 357,000 survivors. According to the information obtained from Klein before, the Marshal only allocated 50,000 people to establish a defense line before he felt that something was wrong. Where did the 300,000 of these 350,000 people come from? There is a settlement in the bottom nest called Kato. The main control intelligence said what it had learned. Oh, no wonder. Chi Nemo suddenly realized, picked up the power armor helmet, and put it on his head. Calculate the best rescue plan for me. A 3-dimensional map immediately appeared on the HUD in the visor, and all existing positions were intuitively displayed on the map, marked with different colors according to the current situation. The situation is not too critical, which is green. The situation is critical, but there are many survivors who can hold on for a while, which is orange, and the situation is critical, and there are few people, which is red. The main control intelligence planned a route between the red positions. As long as you follow this route, you can support each position at the fastest speed. 2 of these red positions can be rescued by firepower drones. Only the Kato settlement, which is located 1,000 kilometers to the west, requires your personal support. The main control intelligence said, I need you to provide the call authority for the firepower drone, if you agree. I agree. Chi Nemo nodded in agreement. Then on the map he saw, 4 firepower drones took off from the 47th Regiment's base, and quickly flew towards the 2 red positions except the Kato settlement. It's time for me to go too. Chi Nemo stood up, and looked down at the 6 power armor he had just made, and then suddenly felt empty. In his eyes, this power armor was not such a perfect masterpiece. During this period of research and manufacturing, Chi Nemo found that he was not forced to do research and development and manufacturing by beliefs or difficulties, but he really liked doing this. When technical difficulties that ordinary people need to spend their whole lives to overcome are overcome, when creations that cannot be made by the most advanced engineering technology are born in his hands, Chi Nemo feels happy and satisfied from the bottom of his heart. But when the technical difficulties are completely overcome and manufacturing becomes as easy as eating and drinking, this kind of happiness no longer exists. Chi Nemo is eager to create more advanced and powerful creations, and this desire also allows him to understand that the power he uses comes from a star god who likes to create. Now there are more important things to do. Chi Nemo suppressed his desire for creation and curiosity, and ordered Gray through the communicator. Call Thor over, his power armor is ready. Are we going out to fight? Gray asked. Of course. Chi Nemo nodded. We need to rush to a settlement called Kato. Kato's settlement is a small city in the bottom nest. Bounty hunters in the city will look for ancient relics in the uninhabited places of the bottom nest. Gang members build factories in the city to produce weapons or other contraband, and civilians provide services to the former two in exchange for money and food. Chi Nemo has heard a little about this settlement, and he thought it had fallen long ago. When he arrived at the main road where the battle was most intense, he found that 2,000 planetary defense soldiers were stationed on the road. It's our own people. When the soldiers saw the double-headed eagle scepter in Chi Nemo's hand, they immediately realized that he was here to help. Hold on. Chi Nemo gave orders to other soldiers, and then looked at the officers in the nearby trenches. As far as I know, you have 2,000 people, but almost all of you are on the main road. Who is fighting in other parts of the city? The officer immediately answered, yes. Just as the officer said a word, a car suddenly roared from the rear of the position to Chi Nemo, attracting his attention. Chi Nemo turned his head and found that it was a car similar to a pickup truck, with a black cloth covering the truck bed. When the car stopped, 5 civilians walked out. This is a family, a couple with 3 children. This is the front line. What are you doing here? Chi Nemo asked. To support this bunch of rubbish. The man glanced at the soldiers, then jumped onto the truck bed and tore off the black cloth. Under the black cloth was a quadruple-barreled heavy-duty logging rifle. The man began to adjust the firing angle of the logging rifle, aiming it at the rebels far ahead on the main road, while his wife and children fetched the bullet box and skillfully attached the ammunition chain to the logging rifle. When the preparations were complete, the man immediately controlled the logging rifle to fire at the rebels, while his wife and children ran back to the car to take out the laser rifle with a scope and join the battle. The youngest girl was only a little taller than the rifle, but she was already skilled in sniping the enemy. As you can see, the soldier was quite helpless. Most of the battles in the city are carried out by the militia. The people of Dachau are simple and honest, and their reputation is well deserved. Chi Nemo now knew why the city did not fall. Those who were powerless in Dachau had long been eliminated by the environment here. Chapter 19. For Arcado, the man controlled the felling gun to shoot at the place where the rebels were the most. From time to time, 2 live bullets or lasers would be shot at the car, but he was fearless. A small building full of rebels was collapsed in the crazy shooting, burying all the rebels inside alive. Is this thing used for air defense? Gray pointed at the felling gun and said. It looks like it, but he should have modified it. Grote nodded in approval. Chi Nemo walked to the man and ordered him, go to other places immediately. You and your machine gun are more needed in the street fighting. I come over here, and you be responsible for defending this place? The man glanced at Chi Nemo and was unmoved. Chi Nemo did not explain, turned around and fired a light ball with his shoulder gun. The light ball exploded above the rebels in front, and a huge amount of light beam swept to the ground, clearing all the rebels within the killing range. Okay, got it. The man immediately stopped shooting, jumped out of the car, and took his wife and children to other places. Chi Nemo turned around and looked at Gray. You and the others dispersed to various parts of the city. I will defend here alone. Gray nodded and used his jetpack to jump far away. Other people wearing power armor also jumped to various places and scattered in the city. After landing on the top of a tall building, Gray's eyes swept around the nearby area. In this block, the rebels were fighting a tug-of-war with the militia. The difference in weapons and equipment between the two sides was not big. Some of the militia not only wore power armor, but also held strange-looking weapons. The beams released by these weapons after firing could instantly penetrate the rebel tanks. After ignoring the friendly forces, who were not in a critical situation, Gray began to focus on observing the rebels, and found that he was on the rebels' side. In the building under his feet, there was a heavy weapon position set up by the rebels. This position was suppressing the militiamen, who wanted to seize the entire block. Die. Gray activated the gravity shield. The gravity shield immediately crushed the floor under his feet, causing Gray to fall directly to the ground at the bottom. The rebels who were concentrating on operating heavy weapons on the first floor were startled, and looked nervously at the uninvited guest in power armor. Gray raised his right hand, and tiny balls of light shot out densely like a rainstorm to the rebels in the room. When his right hand turned a circle, the rebels and the entire floor were cleared out. Gray calmly walked to the heavy weapons that were not damaged, and used the gravity shield to crush all of them into iron pieces. At this time, a shell suddenly exploded outside the building, and a huge amount of shrapnel poured in from the window. Gray raised his head and looked in the direction where the shell came from. The picture in the center of his vision was magnified and penetrated the walls in front of him, showing the enemy operating the heavy artillery in a building 700 meters away. Gray silently adjusted the shoulder gun to cannon mode and opened fire. The beam penetrated the building and then penetrated all the walls on the route, blowing up the heavy artillery 700 meters away and the operator. After the heavy artillery was destroyed, a tank roared out from the corner. A beautiful woman holding a gun was sprayed on the left armor of the tank. "Aw yeah. Thanks, brother." A man with a red coxcomb came out of the tank turret, shouted thanks, and was scared back by the shells exploding not far away. Behind the tanks followed a large number of men and women in strange clothes, and the common symbol of these people was that they all had red coxcombs. Bloody coxcombs? Gray was surprised. I thought the Bottom Nest gang had joined the rebels a long time ago. Don't fucking advance. The man in the tank came out again, holding a communicator and shouting to others, "The church is about to fall. The church is about to fall. The church is about to fall." "What did you say? How could the church be lost? Isn't that the rear area? Return to the church. Return quickly." The tank immediately turned on the street, and the man with the coxcomb ran back directly. Seeing this group of people suddenly appear and evacuate, Gray's mood remained unchanged. He did not trust the gangs of the Bottom Nest at all. In his opinion, it would be better to clean up the entire block by himself than to let the gang members interfere. Gray rushed out of the building and walked on the road, shooting at the rebels while advancing under the rebels' artillery fire. The shotgun laser in his hand cleared the infantry, and the shoulder gun was used to blow up buildings or rebel armor. The incoming bullets were intercepted by the gravity shield, and the incoming beams were absorbed into the power armor's energy engine, converted into energy in the weapon, and shot at the rebels. After clearing the enemies just by walking to the end of the street, Gray suddenly recalled what Chin Mo said. "When I finish my proud masterpiece and let you see it, you will feel how fragile and inefficient the weapons and equipment you have now." Now that I think about it, it is true. If the previous power armor was definitely not so powerful, the energy plating would be overloaded, and then it would be shot into a sieve by the rebels' energy weapons. Next block. Gray looked forward firmly, stepping over the charred bodies of the enemy. "You have 10 minutes to live, ants." Gray and others joined the tug-of-war, and turned the tug-of-war into an annihilation war. The rebels in every block of the city were cleared out in large numbers. They no longer had to fight in the street battles, but only had to stay in the buildings, and wait to be blown up with the buildings. For the militiamen, fighting with the warriors wearing powerful power armor had many advantages. Those buildings occupied by the enemy no longer had to carry explosive packs to blow up. They only had to shout to remind the people wearing power armor in the sound of gunfire, and then the buildings would be blown up. There are disadvantages. That is, the warriors wearing power armor are not Kato people at all. They don't care that this city is the home of Kato people. They will blow up a building that has existed for thousands of years without hesitation. The reason may be that they are just too lazy to enter the building to clean up the enemies. Gray, who has always been fighting alone, has been fighting to the edge of the city, and then Negrot and others, who have also fought to the edge of the city. The militia in the city also joined at the edge of the city. The rebels who were driven out of the city fled in panic, throwing away their weapons and armor while running away. But these lucky few didn't run far before they were caught up by the raging sea of fire behind them, and burned to ashes. Are there any living enemies elsewhere? Chin Mo slowly floated down from the sky, with blood all over the double-headed eagle scepter in his hand. Behind him, 2,000 soldiers and militiamen who were running wildly gathered together, and everyone who participated in the battle in the entire city was here. "Thank you for coming to rescue." The officer stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of the double-headed eagle scepter. "Praise the Emperor! Praise the Emperor's messengers!" The soldiers also knelt down in front of the double-headed eagle scepter. Other civilians, gang members, and bounty hunters also knelt down, but not in front of the double-headed eagle on the scepter, but in front of Chin Mo. Everyone who has held on in the city until now understands that if reinforcements had not suddenly arrived, everyone would have to continue to fight in the street fighting, and even if they made great sacrifices, they might not be able to save the city. Chin Mo glanced at everyone present, thinking that the composition of this militia was quite complicated. Civilians, gangs, bounty hunters. Excuse me for being blunt. A bounty hunter suddenly raised his head. "It would have been better if you hadn't turned half of the city into ruins. But of course, we still thank you. You have to understand that this is a war." Chin Mo turned around and walked towards the center of the city. "When the war is over, I will build a new city here that will make the people of Shangqiao jealous. The city called New Kato is your reward for fighting the rebels. Chapter 20. On the way back to the city center, Qin Imo was surrounded by militiamen and soldiers, and when he walked to a church, the people who took refuge inside came out. Most of them were wounded, with only 2 exceptions. A middle-aged man, with the rank of Legion Commander on his shoulders, and a female police officer wearing the uniform of the Hive City Law Department. Lon, the Legion Commander of the Logistics Unit, and Riley, the Intelligence Officer of the Hive City Law Department. The officer who had fought side by side with Qin Imo before came forward to introduce. Qin Imo was not surprised that there was a Legion Commander here. After all, Lon was from the Planetary Defense Force. But how could Lena, the Intelligence Officer of the Ministry of Justice, appear here? Could it be that the Ministry of Justice of the Tyrone Hive City was so dedicated that it could even manage the bottom nest? Are you the Marshal's guards? Lon raised his eyebrows and looked at the power armor on Qin Imo. Why haven't I seen this type of power armor? We are not the Marshal's guards. Qin Imo shook his head. You are too late, soldier. Lon frowned and complained, Emperor, we have been fighting in the streets for nearly a week. Why did you come just now? Emperor, if you hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have thought that the highest-ranking officer here was the regiment commander, Gray said sarcastically. When everyone was fighting the rebels just now, Lon and Riley hid in the church with the wounded. They didn't discuss the battle plan or anything, because no orders had been received from just now to now, and everyone was fighting on their own. Lon frowned, but seeing that the people present looked unhappy, he did not dare to scold them, and just changed the subject. Are there any higher-ranking officers alive? No, sir. Qin Imo shook his head calmly. Gray looked at Qin Imo and was very surprised to hear this answer. Since meeting Lon, Qin Imo behaved very naturally, as if he was ready to hand over his command. He even called Lon sir in his answer, which was really. Although you came a little late, I still want to praise you. You did a good job, soldier. Lon patted Qin Mo's arm with satisfaction and praised him. After seeing Qin Mo's timid look, Lon became bolder. From now on, you have to obey my orders, understand? Yes. Qin Imo nodded. Take me to a safe place now. I and the lady from the legal department next to me need shelter. Lon glanced at Riley beside him. Riley smiled and nodded at Qin Imo. Okay. Qin Imo agreed again, then looked at Gray, motioning him to call the drone over. Gray had a lot to say. He even wanted to rush over and slap Qin Imo, asking him if he knew what he was doing. He was giving away the army he had put together with great difficulty. But Gray finally held back. He chose to obey, and immediately called for the drone. Night. 47th Regiment Station. Sir. Hello. Klein signaled the soldiers on both sides of the corridor not to salute, and then walked straight into the room where Qin Imo was. Qin Imo, who was drawing, heard the door open and turned to look at Klein. Klein raised his hand to signal Qin Imo not to speak, then walked up to him and asked anxiously, Do you know what the people you brought back are doing? What are they doing? Qin Imo knew that Klein was talking about Lon. He was yelling at my soldiers, ordering us to clear out the largest room and find him the best bed, or order one for him. Klein looked at Qin Imo with a smile. What were you thinking when you brought them back? This guy is so stupid? Ask your soldiers to make custom beds? Qin Imo was amused. He is a noble of Shangqiao. None of these nobles are stupid. They can kill you unknowingly with conspiracy. In their eyes, asking for a bed is natural. Klein was extremely serious. Klein would never question Qin Imo at any time before, but this time was different. He really couldn't bear it. Looking at Qin Mo's smiling face, Klein warned, Do you know what will happen next? Your command will be taken away, your identity as a soldier will be exposed, and then the defense line you have worked hard to integrate will become someone else's, and you are still a soldier, even lower than my rank. Why? Qin Imo asked. Klein was stunned by the question, and didn't know how to answer. Why did the defense line I integrated become his? Qin Imo continued to ask. He can release fire and lightning to kill a large group of enemies, he can create powerful weapons and equipment, or he has a strategy that ordinary people can't reach, can hang up the rebel commander and beat him? This series of questions made Klein think deeply. After all, it is a war period now. Qin Imo has accumulated prestige by integrating the defense line. Now all the people in the positions on the entire defense line have either seen him fight or heard about him. And now almost all the soldiers have a conclusion in their hearts, that is, they have been betrayed by the top leaders, and the attack plan is a conspiracy. In this case, even if Lei Wen is good at conspiracy, it will be useless unless he can provide more powerful military support than Qin Imo, or can take everyone out of the base nest. After coming to the conclusion, Klein scratched the back of his head and frowned and asked, But if you are not afraid that he will seize your command, and you can't kill him, then why don't you leave him in that city? Do you have to bring him here? I have a backup plan, which I thought of when I saw Lon. Chin Mo glanced at the door of the room, and saw that the door was closed by Klein when he came in, so he continued to talk without worry. I have a backup plan. The plan is to dig the collapsed passage from now on, and open up a road to the lower nest as much as possible. Then we use Lon, and all the people like Lon we can find, to make deals with the top management and get a chance to be allowed to return to the lower nest. After hearing the whole plan, Klein's pupils suddenly dilated, and Chin Mo became a stranger in his eyes. You want to escape? I can't believe you actually think so. Klein said. I don't want to escape, this is a backup plan. I must rationally consider any good or bad results. Chin Mo said seriously, I will seek the possibility of defeating the rebels at all costs, but if we really can't do it, I must think of another way, instead of sitting and waiting to die. You are very rational. Klein understood Chin Mo's idea and nodded in agreement. Should I capture Lon or what? You can take him with you, and then trick him into telling you where his family is. This will be useful when the passage is dug, and we have to evacuate. Chin Mo said. Okay. Klein left immediately. Chin Mo turned around and thought. All he and Klein said was nonsense. If the attack plan was a conspiracy, then Lon, who was involved in the conspiracy, would not be allowed to evacuate when he wanted to evacuate the bottom nest in the future because of his noble status. Chin Mo wanted to get rid of Lon, but he couldn't execute a Legion commander in front of others. I have to think of a way. Chin Mo muttered to himself. Chapter 21. At the same time, Gray was patrolling the first floor in his power armor, making sure he could immediately join the battle when the rebels' attack began. After walking to the largest room on the first floor, Gray was suddenly called. When he turned around and looked at the person who called him, he found it was Lon. Lon stood at the door, looking at Gray with a smile on his face. Do you have time to talk? Gray frowned and felt extremely disgusted, but he didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly nodded. Okay. So Lon welcomed Gray into his room, closed the door, and walked to the table to pour a glass of wine for Gray himself. What is this? Gray stared at the glass and asked cautiously. Wine. Lon smiled and picked up the glass, handing it to Gray with both hands. I have seen black wine and orange wine, but I have never seen transparent wine. I am not well educated, so don't lie to me. Gray took the glass doubtfully. Lon smiled but said nothing, watching Gray pick up the glass and put it in front of the mask to smell it. Although he couldn't see Gray's expression under the mask, Lon was sure that he must be very intoxicated. Then Gray opened the mask and drank the wine in the cup. Emperor. What is this? Emperor. The deliciousness of the wine shocked and stunned Gray. He timidly enjoyed this happiness, and didn't dare to indulge in it. Poor man. Lon smiled and shook his head. It's just a kind of wine brewed from fruits, a trivial luxury. Of course, for a person like you, it's still a delicacy that you dare not even dream of. After that, Lon did something that shocked Gray. He gave all the remaining half bottle of fruit wine to him. Thank you, sir. Gray took the fruit wine with both hands and carefully put it in the jetpack. At this time, the relationship between the two was closer, and Gray did not hate Lon as much as before. Lon first looked at Gray's attitude, and after thinking about it, he decided to go further. Do you know that the wife of the governor's cousin is my sister? Why was a noble like you also sold? Gray interrupted Lon and asked a question. It's all the marshal's fault. He underestimated the enemy and took it too far. It has nothing to do with the governor. Lon answered the question first, and then continued to say what he wanted to say. If we get out of here, I will nominate you as the general of the Planetary Defense Force. Hearing this, Gray raised his head and looked directly at Lon, his eyes full of desire under the mask. Becoming a general is something that the soldiers of the lower nest dare not even think about. Gray knew that this meant that he could become a nobleman, leave the lower nest like a cesspool with his family and friends, and become a family in the clean and tidy upper nest area. But you know, Lon knew that Gray had been persuaded. This is an exchange of interests. You must also provide something that seems insignificant to me, but is extremely important at this moment. What is it? Gray asked. Loyalty. Lon replied. Gray did not continue to respond. He lowered his head and pondered. Seeing his hesitation, Lon was not in a hurry at all. As a noble who was proficient in conspiracy, he had 100 ways to subtly test Gray's thoughts. In Lon's opinion, Gray was just limited by useless interpersonal relationships, and could not make rational judgments and decisions about his future. Just a little bit of probing. You don't have to answer me so quickly. Lon smiled and shook his head. I will go to other positions to inspect, and tell the soldiers on other positions that a person who can truly accept the command of the entire defense line has appeared, and that is me. I want to let them know this clearly. Gray listened quietly. If you want, you can take your power armor and other soldiers like you and go with me. Lon continued. After making the request, Lon quietly waited for Gray's reply. If Gray nodded in agreement, it meant that he longed for power and status. Although he could not get rid of useless interpersonal relationships for the time being, and could not make up his mind to betray Chin Mo, he would stand with him sooner or later. Under the visor of the power armor, Gray's expression was very complicated. He thought deeply for a long time, stood up and walked to the door. Lon was disappointed and thought that Gray wanted to refuse him, but Gray immediately opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. I should obey your orders, sir. Very good, soldier. Lon was very satisfied and walked out of the room with a smile. In the corridor, Lon strode forward with his hands behind his back. His aura became more domineering because of Gray following behind him. Lon was very happy. He did not notice how fierce Gray's expression was under the mask. Next door, Riley also had a room of her own. This room existed before the building was expanded into a fortress. It had a bedroom and a bathroom, and was fully equipped. Since the fortress is still supplied with water, you only need to turn on the tap to get water that can be used for bathing. The water has a strong smell of filter, but what else can you ask for in this nest? Riley locked the door, took a bath, and lay on the mat, recalling everything she had experienced today. Then Riley thought of the scene when Chin Mo took off his mask and revealed his true appearance, when he was sent back by Chin Mo. This man gave her a special feeling. It wasn't a feeling of love or admiration or gratitude, but a familiar face, as if I had seen it somewhere before. As a professional habit of the Ministry of Justice intelligence officer, Riley took out her personal information terminal and searched for the name Chin Mo in the Ministry of Justice database. There was only one person with this strange name in the nest, and the person who gave it this name was in the Ministry of Justice database. Name, Chin Mo. Prisoner number, 444. Reason for arrest, uncertified psychic, attempted to use psychic power to murder others. Below this string of information was a photo of Chin Mo, who looked very miserable when he was caught and photographed by the Ministry of Justice. Number 444. Riley took a breath, shut the information terminal hard, and trembled all over. She remembered where she had seen Chin Mo. When Chin Mo was arrested, it was because of her participation in the dangerous operation of arresting Chin Mo that Riley was promoted to an intelligence officer. When Chin Mo was arrested, she was watching from the side, but she only saw it once. Emperor. Riley quickly put on his clothes, opened the door, and walked towards the room where Lon was. He had to report to Lon that Chin Mo was a prisoner. But when he walked to the door of Lon's room and pushed it open, he saw no one. Lon took Gray out. Groot, who took over Gray's patrol on the first floor, came over and looked down at Riley in the power armor. Good evening, sir. Can you take me to see the Legion commander? Riley asked very respectfully. If you have something to report, please report directly to Chin Mo. Groot said. Sorry, but I really have something very important. Do you know where the leader of the rebels is or something? Otherwise, stop talking nonsense. You are a guy from the legal department, and you have a lot of things to do. Please. Sir. Why don't you let me take you to find Lon? A voice that sounded extremely scary to Riley sounded behind her. Riley turned around trembling, and saw Chin Mo. Chin Mo smiled very gentlemanly, and stretched out his hand like a good man. Come on, lady, I will take you to find Lon. I won't look for the Legion commander. Riley shook her head vigorously, trying to pretend that nothing had happened and walked back to the room. But Chin Mo blocked her route and ordered in an irresistible tone, You don't have to look for Lon, but you must come with me. Chapter 22. Lon didn't know what happened at this time. He was walking on the road of the bottom nest under Gray's protection. I thought I was finished, but I didn't expect that someone would integrate the various positions on the defense line. It was really the blessing of the Emperor. Yes. You must have fought for a long time. Is the power armor on your body an ancient relic dug out from the bottom nest? Yes. You are really lucky. Yes. Lon said, and Gray listened, and the two walked forward. After walking for a distance, Lon suddenly felt tired, turned around and asked Gray, Why don't you call the transport plane over? How long will it take us to walk? I'm afraid it won't take a year to finish the journey. Yes. Gray nodded again as before, and this time Lon was angry. Before, Lon could think that Gray was struggling in his heart, so he didn't have the mood to talk nonsense, and it didn't matter if he kept saying yes. But now it's business. Gray still said yes, which is unbearable. Watch your attitude, soldier, Lon reminded. Yes. Gray raised his hand and called the unmanned transport plane. The transport plane will be here soon. Humph. Lon thought that was better. While waiting for the transport plane to arrive, Gray suddenly asked, "Do you know that Chinemo is actually a prisoner, a psychic prisoner?" "Yeah." Lon nodded calmly at first, then looked at Gray in shock. "Yeah? Chinemo is not even a soldier, he is just a prisoner assigned to the 44th Regiment," Gray said. Lon shook his head in shock. He never dreamed that Chinemo was a prisoner. How could a prisoner lead soldiers to fight? In fact, this war has nothing to do with Chinemo, Gray continued. The reason he was imprisoned was because he didn't want to be hunted. Why should he fight for this planet? Why should he lead us to fight? Why should we ask him to stand on our side instead of killing us together with the rebels? Lon listened quietly and understood what Gray wanted to express. That is, Chinemo actually had nothing to do with this war. There was only one reason why he was willing to participate in the war, that is, he was selfless and just. Then Lon felt hairy all over his body. He didn't know why Gray said this. Chinemo protected us and led us to fight. Groot once cursed him because he didn't contribute when building the bunker, but after the 44th Regiment was almost wiped out until a few days ago, Groot still got the power armor and was not rejected or retaliated. He supports all positions that need support along the entire defense line, and provides supplies for those who have run out of ammunition and food. After saying a lot more, Gray looked up. The unmanned transport plane has already flown over, floating in the air through the anti-gravity engine. Gray suddenly jumped onto the platform of the transport plane with the help of the jetpack, and then took off his armor and looked down at Lon. The transport plane was slowly rising, and Gray's eyes stared at Lon through his messy hair blown by the airflow, and shouted loudly, "Remember my face. Remember that I executed you." "Wait." Lon raised his hands. "Don't be impulsive, we can talk." As he finished speaking, the shoulder cannon fired a beam. Lon's body was enveloped in the beam, and when the beam dissipated, he was completely annihilated, and the place where he stood was melted through a deep pit. The shoulder cannon on Gray's shoulder continued to fire until it cooled down. These shots ensured that Lon's biological tissue was completely wiped out, and no one would detect his death through technical means. He picked up the gravity hammer and hit his arm, and his left hand was immediately smashed together with the arm armor. Gray gritted his teeth and put on his armor, and ordered the transport drone to return. A moment later, inside the fortress, Klein sat in the conference room, watching the medic bandage Gray and listening to Gray's narration. "Lon and I ran into the enemy halfway, and I didn't have time to activate the gravity shield. A psychic controlled me, and another mutant rushed over and smashed my arm armor. If I hadn't activated the built-in psychic inhibitor, I would have died." Listening to Gray's narration, Klein looked at Gray meaningfully, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Tell me the truth, did you kill Lon?" Klein is very familiar with some dark things on the battlefield. For example, some terrible regiments with high internal cohesion, if they insist on inserting a new superior, this superior will be squeezed out to death. Klein once heard that his classmate who graduated from the military academy died, and the report from the soldiers under his command was, "The Emperor teleported this person away." "Of course I can't kill Lon," Gray said, and ordered the mask, "Project the images I captured." Then Klein saw what Gray did in Lon's room. From drinking to actively choosing to escort Lon to inspect other positions, the scenes on the way were not captured. "You traitor." Klein looked at Gray with disdain. "If Lon hadn't died, would you have stood on his side?" Gray remained silent and did not respond. "Chinemo is interrogating the female intelligence officer next door." Klein stood up and walked outside. "I will tell you everything. Be prepared to experience his anger." Gray still didn't speak, lowering his head, wondering what he was thinking. Next room. Chinemo is interrogating Riley. The name is that the presence of a legal department staff member in the bottom nest is very suspicious, and the possibility that she is a rebel spy must be ruled out. "You know I was a prisoner, right?" Chinemo smiled and said, "I remember you. You should have been not far away when I was captured. Your clumsiness and stupidity are impressive. Is this why you are willing to bring me and Lon back together?" Riley asked. "Yes." Chinemo was very frank, and then picked up Riley's personal terminal, ready to start directly from the database of the Ministry of Law and clear his files in it. At this time, Klein suddenly pushed the door open, walked up to Chinemo and whispered to him, repeating what Gray had just said to Chinemo. Then Chinemo wanted to ask, the psychic suppressor will automatically turn on when a psychic attack is detected, and the activation of the psychic suppressor will also drive the gravity shield. This is the power armor mechanism set to prevent sudden attacks. How did Gray's arm be torn off by the rebels? But this is a matter of science, and what Gray did is another matter. I know. Chinemo nodded. He is a prisoner, don't believe him. Riley suddenly wanted to try boldly, betting that no one except Chinemo knew he was a prisoner, so she yelled at Klein. You are a prisoner? Klein looked at Chinemo in shock, and then laughed. I thought she would say you are her biological father. It's not surprising that she said she is the emperor in this case. Chinemo smiled helplessly. Ha ha ha. Klein turned and walked out of the room, closing the door by the way. Chapter 23. You win. Riley leaned back in her chair, determined to lie down and wait for death. I've decided to punish you and send you to the next position to be a rifleman, Chinemo said. You can't punish me. Riley sat up straight. Don't you need me to stay alive to help you clear the files in the database? You? Chinemo smiled contemptuously, picked up Riley's terminal and connected it to the faceplate of the power armor, and then ordered the main control intelligence. Enter the database of the legal department of the Tyrone Hive and copy my files 100 times, and then use 100 different methods to delete them. Received, following your command, copying your file 100 times. No, I'm kidding. Don't really copy 100 times. It will be bad if it fails. File deleted. Chinemo picked up the terminal, entered his name and searched, and finally showed that there was no such person. Chinemo was surprised to see this result. Don't you upgrade your database firewall? I was planning to create a virus overnight that can invade the database when the line is disconnected, but it was deleted so easily. Riley looked at Chinemo in astonishment. She didn't understand the profound things like database firewalls. She only knew that she had lost the last bargaining chip to negotiate with Chinemo. Your name is Riley. Is Riley Wise are you? Chinemo looked up the name on the terminal. Riley was stunned at first, and then she realized what Chinemo wanted to do in an instant. No. No, 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 don't. Delete her file. Chinemo ordered. Deleted. Done. Chinemo picked up the terminal and showed it to Riley. You don't have this person now either. Riley's expression changes very well. First shock, then anger, then grief, despair, and then anger and confusion again. She doesn't know what her fate will be next. You will be implanted with the memory of a dead soldier and sent to the battlefield. But I don't have time to deal with you now. After announcing Riley's fate, Chinemo stood up and walked out of the room, and ordered Groot, who was guarding outside, lock Riley up. Yes. Groot nodded and walked into the room. Chinemo walked towards the conference room without looking back, wanting to deal with Gray's affairs. In the cave at the bottom of the fortress, Gray was lying on the bed, with his broken arm stretched out. Chinemo sat in front of the bed, drawing the design of the prosthesis while making the prosthesis. He was immersed in the manufacturing, determined to make this prosthesis 1,000 times better than the original arm. Don't worry, the prosthesis will only be more sensitive, and will not be worse than the original limb. I plan to integrate a telekinetic control device into the prosthesis. From now on, you can pick up objects remotely, or lift heavy objects remotely and crush them. It will also have a psychic inhibitor integrated into it. I will connect the prosthesis to your heart, and use the bioenergy generated by your heartbeat to supply it. Gray was not calm when he heard that the prosthesis would be connected to the heart. If I have to operate near the heart, what if it breaks down? Will it induce a heart attack? There is a 1% chance that it will break down, but you won't die. Believe in my skills. Chinemo insisted on his idea. I always feel that this prosthesis will break down. Gray was still worried. Is your original limb not defective? Have you never had backache? Don't be a natural humanist. Flesh and blood are weak. Flesh and blood are weak. My mother died of illness. I know the fragility of flesh and blood better than anyone else. Then why are you talking nonsense? Just shut up and wait. After the prosthesis was designed and manufactured, Chinemo began to perform the connection operation. He twisted Gray's flesh and blood and the metal of the prosthesis, letting them grow and entangle together like the original ones, then connected the device responsible for collecting bioenergy to the heart, and then fused the nerves with the artificial nerves of the prosthesis. Gray stood up and moved around, trying to get a water cup from a distance. When the water cup floated over, Gray reached out and held it, feeling a more real touch than the original limbs. Now your limbs can detect whether a person is still alive, whether there are toxins in the air or on the surface of objects, and there are many other benefits. Learn slowly. Chinemo said. This is really much better than the original one, but I don't know what I can transform it into to the greatest extent. I can transform you from your cells and turn you into an amazing war machine. That's great. After chatting for a while, Chinemo suddenly asked, Did you kill Lon? Gray, who was admiring his arm, stopped and turned to look at Chinemo, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to say that he didn't kill him, but he was afraid that Chinemo would misunderstand him like Klein and think that he wanted to defect to Lon's side. But if he admitted that he killed him, considering Chinemo's previous attitude towards Lon, there would be a gap between him and him. You did a good job, but next time don't make a decision before me. I want to kill Lon more than you do. Chinemo said calmly. Then why do you respect Lon so much? You don't want to trick him out and kill him? Gray asked. Some things don't have to be solved immediately. Chinemo turned around and sat in front of the workbench, and began to continue designing new weapons. Gray curiously leaned over to take a few glances, and found that this was a conventional weapon for infantry, and there was also a detection device. Gray could understand conventional weapons, but he really couldn't figure out the purpose of the detection equipment. Now the defense line has been integrated by me. After we are ready, we will launch an active attack on the rebels. Chinemo admired his masterpiece, and attack against the rebel leader. How do we know where the rebel leader is? Gray asked. I have a way to find it. This detection equipment is prepared for it. Chinemo said confidently. The leader of the Gene Stealers is the Patriarch, a terrifying monster with a shell and claws 6 or 7 meters tall. It is the founder of the Evolution sect, and has the strongest psychic power. Chinemo decided to start a war after making sufficient preparations, and try to make the rebels launch an all-out attack. After the rebels launch an all-out attack, they will inevitably use the psychic network belonging to the Genestealer tribe. Then the psychic network of the entire Genestealer tribe will be detected, and the location of the Genestealer tribe leader will be determined by following the clues. Chinemo has even thought about what to do after finding the tribe leader, which is of course to immediately put all the trump cards on the table, bring all the warriors wearing power armor, and eliminate the tribe leader at all costs. If the chieftain cannot be eliminated, then find a way to get his blood. Chinemo believed that as long as he could get the chieftain's blood, he could create a weapon to exterminate their entire tribe. No matter what you want to do. Gray held his head high and assured Chinemo, You can always use me as a weapon and throw me into a one-way battle, as long as it is beneficial to the overall situation. I will. Chinemo nodded. Chapter 24. Planetary Defense Force Line, 87th, 31st Regiment Station. After Chinemo came to support and built a small fortress, the rebels had not launched an attack for a while, but everyone was alert. They were ready to receive orders from Chinemo at any time and rush to where he needed them. On this quiet day, the two regiment commanders, Duncan and Albert, and the soldiers gathered outside the fortress, watching the logistics machinery constantly coming in and out of the position. These black spherical machines used to deliver food and ammunition, but now they are transporting weapons. The giant black metal box was hoisted on the ground by the logistics machinery, and then they began to recycle the metal in the metal box, and one by one, the improved laser rifles appeared in front of everyone. Is this a laser rifle with a scope installed? You will know after trying it. The soldiers picked up the laser rifles ecstatically, and then walked to the shooting range outside the small fortress, and shot at the targets made of rebel equipment and wooden men. Then, they were surprised to find that the laser rifle had a faster firing rate, and the battery capacity was significantly increased, so it could fire more beams before the energy was exhausted. This was just the tip of the iceberg of weapons and equipment. Half a month had passed since they heard that Kato City had been stabilized, and all kinds of weapons and equipment were being sent to the battlefield, including but not limited to a Lehman Russ tank, several ordinary power armors, unmanned transport aircraft, and even unmanned self-propelled artillery. Those self-propelled artillery pieces were built on anti-gravity suspension platforms. They did not require human control, nor was there room for operators. When they were hoisted to the battlefield by logistics machinery, these artillery pieces would automatically gather together. Lehman Russ tank. By the Emperor. Albert, who was a former armored soldier, looked at the Lehman Russ tank parked outside the fortress with unmanned artillery in amazement. The passage to the lower nest has been blown up. I really don't know how this tank was made. The Lehman Russ tank is a heavy tank equipped by the Imperial Astra Militarum. Not just any Hive or industrial world can manufacture this war machine. If the Tyrone Hive had the ability to produce Lehman Russ tanks, the Empire would have sent troops to deal with the rebels long ago. Just like this fortress. Duncan looked at the small fortress. It should be the product of creation magic. As one of the positions that Qin Mo personally saved, everyone here has seen the creation magic performed by Qin Mo. A fortress can be built in just a few minutes. Everyone here had seen the power armor worn by Qin Mo and the survivors of the 44th Regiment. Overall, it was not particularly strange that the Lehman Russ tank was created. Did you notice that those artillery pieces were unmanned? Just like those black eggs? Albert suddenly lowered his voice, with a mysterious look on his face. Duncan understood what Albert meant. Ever since the appearance of the black eggs, logistics machinery, rumors have spread on the battlefield that there is a hateful intelligence in those black eggs, because they are unmanned, and there is no one to guide them, but they can do anything. Today's unmanned artillery makes this rumor more convincing. Maybe, but we need them now, otherwise we can't even guarantee logistics, right? That's the truth. Keep silent about this matter. Sometimes knowing too much and saying too much are bad things. Yeah. After a few words, Duncan and Albert ended the topic tacitly and changed the subject. What do you think these weapons and equipment are used for? Albert asked. Obviously, we need to build a composite regiment. Duncan expressed his own judgment. Our entire corps is an infantry regiment, and the armored forces have long been lost in the offensive plan. We need weapons and equipment that can be used for offensive operations. Combined regiment. Albert's opinion is exactly the same as Duncan's. I can even imagine what it will be like after all the weapons and equipment are distributed. Duncan pointed at the Lehman Russ tank. Each regiment is centered on the Lehman Russ tank, with a small number of elite infantry wearing power armor, advancing under the cover of unmanned artillery, and perhaps those warriors wearing more powerful power armor will come to lead us to counterattack. You mean counterattack? Albert was a little surprised. Yes, otherwise what else can the synthetic regiment be used for? Stuck in the fortress? Duncan said calmly. Speaking of this, Albert suddenly felt that Qin Mo was planning a big war. A counterattack. Now the defense line has been integrated, and according to the latest news, the Kato settlement has also been relieved. Everyone has been stationed here, and has gained a firm foothold. It is time to counterattack. Although there are few people on our side now, and the troops are not elite, they have been passively beaten until now. Just thinking about the concept of counterattack is enough to make people excited. But we are too few in number. Do you think a counterattack is realistic? Albert asked. Rather than passively taking a beating, we should counterattack. Duncan lowered his head and looked at the charred metal ground under his feet. We are still trapped in fighting. If we must die, why can't we bite the rebels hard before dying? Maybe someone will record our heroic deeds in the future. This sentence contains a deep pessimism. Albert frowned and lowered his head to think, but the result of his thinking is exactly the same as Duncan's. In fact, everyone is still fighting like a trapped beast, just because they don't want to sit and wait for death. No one really thinks they can win. If death is inevitable, then it is indeed a wise choice to punch the rebels hard before dying. After comprehensive consideration, although there is no counterattack or other war orders issued from the communicator, the answer is obvious: counterattack is inevitable. We will shine the most dazzling light in the night sky like a meteor, even if this light lasts for a very short time. Duncan said, very literary. What is a meteor? Albert asked. I'm a Hive man. If this thing called a star is in the sky, then I've never seen it. A meteor is an astronomical phenomenon. It will burst into the sky from the bottom of the hive, and then draw an arc like being shot out of a slingshot. Duncan answered very seriously. Albert suddenly realized and nodded. I haven't seen a meteor, but I know that if tanks are used to bombard the rebels, the effect of the rebels' bodies being blown away should be similar to the meteor you mentioned. Duncan nodded in agreement, thinking that it should be similar. After all, he had only heard of meteors, but had never seen them. The two friends were silent for a while. Duncan suddenly said, the effect of us being blown away by the rebels should be the same. Chapter 25. Another half a month passed. During this period, Duncan discovered something strange, that is, the number of power armors delivered by the logistics machinery suddenly increased, enough for everyone to have one. Of course, Duncan did not think that everyone would have one power armor. He thought that the logistics machinery just sent the power armor here to reduce the workload so that the people here could distribute the power armor. So Duncan and Albert discussed it, and decided to leave only one power armor for the squad leader of each infantry squad in their 2 regiments, and distribute the rest to the friendly forces in the nearby positions. After doing this, the two were always worried. When the power armor came to them, they gave one to each of their squad leaders. This behavior was obviously excessive. To put it more seriously, it was stealing friendly equipment. The two were always worried that other friendly forces would complain, and then Qin Mo would bring people to the door. And this worry became a reality today, half a month later. At this time, in addition to the logistics machinery that went in and out every day, an unmanned transport plane suddenly came to the battlefield. When the transport plane changed from level flight to suspension, all those who heard the sound gathered under the transport plane and nervously looked at the person who was about to jump from it. Bang! Bang! As the sound of the power armor legs hitting the metal ground rang out, 2 people wearing advanced power armor fell to the ground and slowly stood up. The people present immediately recognized that these were Chinemo and Gray, who had come to support them. Duncan immediately stepped forward to give Chinemo the Sky Eagle salute, while Albert did not dare to come out. Chinemo walked forward while scanning the people present, and Gray followed behind him. While observing, Chinemo found that some people here wore power armor, and some did not. The power armor on the soldiers was not the same as the one he and Gray wore, but a super low-end version. It just helped the wearer increase strength and speed, and there was also a battlefield information processing system to help with combat, as well as integrated thermal imaging and biological detection functions. But even this kind of power armor was not worn by everyone. Why isn't everyone wearing power armor? Chinemo lowered his head and looked at Duncan, asking in confusion. Ah? Duncan was stunned by the question. He thought he was hallucinating. Chinmo's words should be questioning the distribution of the power armors that he handled a few days ago to the squad leaders. If everyone can have a power armor, it will be the Emperor's appearance. He is asking you a question. Gray frowned and looked at Duncan. According to his plan, ordinary power armor is equipment for everyone. Why don't all your soldiers wear power armor? Duncan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. He recalled the uneasiness of these days and felt complicated. I thought it was too much to give each of my squad leaders a piece of power armor, but now that I know that everyone will have one, this change of mood made Duncan speechless. Seeing Duncan thinking, Chinemo could probably guess what was going on, so he reminded him, next time, don't send out power armor. The logistics machinery will accurately deliver the weapons and equipment to your door, instead of just piling them up for you to distribute to others. So, in fact, those ordinary power armors can really be given to everyone, right? Duncan asked in surprise. What else? Chinemo asked back. He had improved the production process of logistics machinery half a month ago, with the aim of enhancing the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers as much as possible and ensuring that they all had a piece of power armor to wear. The previous production process was that logistics machinery ran around to collect materials, open treasure chests in the ancient ruins of the bottom nest, or went to Kato to find materials. After finding the materials, they collected them, concentrated them in one place to smelt and manufacture parts, and then sent the parts to one place for splicing and assembly. Chinmo's improved production process is based on a technology called creation printing. Logistics machinery can directly print materials into weapons and equipment, which greatly improves productivity. Why didn't you pick up the communicator and ask when you got the extra power armor? Gray asked. Who would have thought that those power armors could be given to everyone? Duncan looked confused. Who would have thought that you would be willing to give away the power armor you got? Gray asked again. Sorry, I go get them back now. No need to go. Leave the power armor you generously gave away for others as a backup. When Duncan wanted to immediately find a nearby position to get the power armor back, Chinemo dissuaded him and asked the logistics machinery to supply the newly produced power armor to the people on this position. Finally, Chinemo turned and walked towards the transport drone. Before boarding the drone, he said to Duncan, I am here to inspect whether the people in various positions are using new weapons and equipment. I have to rush to the next position, and you must arm your soldiers immediately after the new power armor is delivered. Yes. Duncan nodded in a daze. He still felt that this was an extremely happy dream. When Chinemo finished what he had to say, and was about to jump on the unmanned transport plane, Duncan suddenly asked, I know you have mastered the miraculous magic of creation, but is it true that everyone has a power armor? Power armor can greatly increase the survival rate of ordinary soldiers. Chinemo turned his head and looked at Duncan, his tone flat. No one's life is redundant with me. I want everyone to live, so I built power armor for everyone. After that, Chinemo jumped onto the transport plane in Duncan's respectful eyes. After Gray also jumped onto the transport plane, the two quickly flew to the next position to rule out whether the same situation as Duncan's happened in other positions. When the transport plane disappeared from Duncan's sight, Duncan still stared at the direction where the transport plane left, and Chinmo's words kept echoing in his mind. No one's life is redundant with me. No one's life is redundant with me. On the transport plane, Gray looked at Chinemo with a smile, Why do I remember you told me that you wanted to test the productivity limit of the creation printing technology? When did I say that? Chin Emo raised his eyebrows and looked at Gray. The creation printing technology is just a trivial creation, just like my improved laser rifle and super low in power armor. Why should I specifically test its productivity limit? Trivial creation? I remember that on the night when the creation printing technology was born, a cheer rang out in someone's room, and this cheer even caused the gravity in the fortress to be reversed. Okay, I admit that I made so many power armors for testing, but this does not conflict with my idea of valuing the lives of soldiers, right? That's true. Chapter 26. In the following period of time, the defense positions continued to receive weapons and equipment, and Duncan and Albert also received enough power armor to arm everyone. However, the power armor and other weapons and equipment were still delivered continuously. Outside the fortress, Albert sat on a piece of metal, silently watching the logistics machinery searching for materials on the position. The materials they found were the old weapons and equipment that the soldiers had replaced before. Those black spherical creations floated to the front of the weapons and equipment, first scanned it, and confirmed that it was not the weapons and equipment improved or independently manufactured by Chin Mo, and then projected a beam to decompose these weapons and equipment. The weapons and equipment on the ground were gradually disappearing. Albert couldn't see where the decomposed things went. He speculated that they might have entered the stomachs of these black balls, because these black balls immediately gathered together, lined up in a long line, and projected beams of light towards the empty ground, and then a brand new weapon and equipment gradually emerged in the beams. Creation printing technology. Albert murmured, observed, and analyzed. He tried to determine how the materials were decomposed through guesswork, and how the decomposed materials were projected into reality by beams of light and reassembled. But it was impossible to guess, because there was no basis for guessing. The process of disassembling and manufacturing logistics machinery seemed so abstract, like witchcraft and magic. Are you sitting here in a daze again? A friend's voice came from behind, and Albert turned around and saw Duncan. This place is 200 meters away from the fortress. The rebels may appear nearby at any time. It is dangerous for you to be in a daze here often. Duncan sat next to Albert and frowned to remind him. Albert raised his head and looked up at the sky. He could only see the endless darkness and the huge twisting pipes. He said, "If the rebels appear, I will fight them until I am free from this gloomy and dark cesspool." Duncan remained silent. He knew that his friend had always had a slight tendency to self-destruct, and this tendency became more serious in a desperate situation, but was suppressed by the responsibility of the regiment commander to be responsible for his soldiers. Now no one on the defense line was as eager as Albert to launch a counterattack, because he could die in battle with a clear conscience at the beginning of the counterattack. While you were in a daze, I used the communicator to contact the 47th Regiment. Duncan changed the subject. Albert's deep and numb pupils became smart, and he immediately asked, "Has the counterattack started?" "No, it's the organization of us survivors that needs to be expanded." Duncan then relayed what he heard from the communicator. The number of people in all existing regiments will be expanded to 10,000, and each regiment must have 10,000 combat-ready soldiers. In addition, all our regiments will be reorganized into a legion, and the legion commander will naturally be Chin Mo. Duncan reminded Albert that he had called Chin Mo by his name before because he did not have a military position, but now that he has appointed himself as the legion commander and has been recognized by everyone, he must call him by his military rank. Albert was puzzled when he heard the decision. Weapons and equipment can be easily manufactured, but how can we manufacture people? Our two regiments together have less than 10,000 people. Where can we find soldiers? Just as Duncan was about to reply, Albert suddenly remembered that there were more than 300,000 people in Kato City. "I see. We must go to Kato to recruit soldiers, right?" "Yes." Duncan nodded. "I just learned that the new city construction plan in Kato is being formulated." After learning about the construction plan of the new Kato, the civilians decided to give back to the Legion commander in person. They have been recruited and will soon go to various positions. "I see." Albert nodded thoughtfully. He had never been to Kato or participated in the defense of Kato, but the civilians of the bottom nest definitely had fighting power. They had food and weapons and equipment. It was just not easy to gain their loyalty, but as long as they could gain their loyalty, it would be like having a self-provided army. Great. Albert looked into the distance. I have a feeling that all of this is in preparation for a counterattack. After months of preparation, we are finally going to start the counterattack. Yes. Duncan thought so too. Then the two of them didn't speak, just staring at the metal wilderness in front of them. Until Albert suddenly turned back to look at the logistics machine, pointed at it, and said, "If I am turned into ashes by that thing, can you tell Chin, Legion Commander, to throw my ashes into the world outside the nest? But we are in the bottom nest, what can he do? He knows creation magic and all kinds of advanced technology. Can't he make a slingshot to shoot my ashes out?" "Okay. If you die in battle, I will." Duncan agreed to his friend's request. Late at night, Duncan was shaken awake from his deep sleep, and he looked blankly at the two soldiers in front of the bed. One soldier was his guard, and the other was Albert's guard. "Do you know where our commander went?" Albert's guard asked. Duncan rubbed his face to wake himself up, and then asked back, "I remember Albert was still in a daze outside the fortress during dinner. Didn't you go to find him?" "I went there, but I didn't find him. All of our regiment wore power armor, and searched within 500 meters around the fortress, but we didn't find a single shadow," the guard replied tremblingly. Duncan woke up instantly, put on his clothes quickly, rushed out of the room, and went straight to the armory where the power armor was stored. Seeing him so nervous, Albert's guards also guessed the general result in their hearts, but he didn't dare to believe it. "You don't think our commander was kidnapped by the enemy, do you?" "Of course not. The firing positions of the fortress are always guarded, and if the rebels appear nearby, they will definitely be seen." Duncan walked and talked. The guard breathed a sigh of relief, but Duncan's next words made him even more worried. Albert should have left the position by himself. As for the reason, the rebels have psychics, and it's not surprising that anything happens in the range that the psychic suppressors in the fortress can't cover. I warned the bastard a long time ago not to go to a secluded place and be in a daze, damn it. Speaking, Duncan walked into the armory, came to the bracket hanging the power armor, and began to put on the power armor by himself. "I go with you to find it," the guard said. "Are you a scout?" Duncan asked. "You're just a burden if you follow me." After putting on the power armor, Duncan immediately walked out of the armory and rushed out of the fortress alone, moving forward in the shadows while releasing the biological scan. The range radius of the biological scan is 500 meters. After the scan is completed, only a large number of dense red dots can be seen in the fortress. Duncan continued to move forward, changing direction from time to run to another place, and kept scanning during this period. Chapter 27. Where are you, bastard? May the Emperor bless you. May the Legion Commander bless you. Duncan was so anxious that he began to pray to Chin Mo, hoping that his creation could exert more powerful capabilities at this time, such as expanding the range of biological scanning. However, this function was not originally used to find people. The design concept was that infantry would use it to clean up nearby enemies who had survived by chance after the battle. Duncan monitored the HUD in the visor while running wildly under the speed increase of the power armor. When he headed to the north, a red dot finally appeared on the biological scanning interface. Human 1. When the result appears, the location of the red dot is directly marked in the HUD field of view, so that the wearer of the power armor can see the target more intuitively. Duncan breathed a sigh of relief and moved carefully towards the location of the red dot, while ensuring high-speed movement as much as possible without forgetting to hide. After tracking for 2 minutes, Duncan hid on a metal slope and observed the situation in front of him. Albert walked alone, his eyes emitting purple light in the dark environment. He kept walking, like a walking corpse. Duncan subconsciously wanted to rush over and pull Albert back, and his brain quickly thought and determined that this was feasible. If Albert's blind movement was caused by psychic energy, the psychic suppression device integrated into the power armor could slightly isolate the influence of psychic energy. But just before Duncan was about to rush over, he saw a group of rebels riding motorcycles galloping from a distance. After approaching Albert, one of the bald women jumped off the motorcycle, looked at Albert excitedly, sizing him up and down, and spoke with her mouth moving up and down. The distance was too far to hear what she said, but Duncan's HUD zoomed in on the woman's mouth and analyzed her lip shape. A string of words appeared in his vision. "We finally caught an enemy, take him back. I want to find the location of the human freak through him." After Albert got on the motorcycle and was taken away, Duncan did not rush over immediately but followed silently at a distance. After 2 hours of tracking, Duncan stopped when Albert was taken into an abandoned metal mining well. Looking at the deep hole of the metal collection well, Duncan squatted on the ground in anger and worry, holding his head and thinking about what the most correct choice would be. In the end, Duncan chose to return and report what he saw. 47th Regiment Station Fortress. Chin Mo was building a machine in the underground cave to reverse the location of the Gene Stealer Patriarch, and then he learned from Klein what was reported from Duncan. Chin Mo instantly understood the whole picture of the whole thing, which was easy to guess. It was obvious that Albert had gone out to take a walk, and the rebel psychic had found an opportunity to control him, and then he was taken away. It was extremely infuriating and surprising for such a thing to happen in the Imperial Astra Militarum, but it was not surprising for it to happen in the Planetary Defense Force. Qin Mo knew clearly that the combat effectiveness and quality of the Planetary Defense Force were not even as good as the militia on Kato's side. "Excuse me, I have long said not to have too high expectations for our Planetary Defense Force," Klein said helplessly, and then habitually asked, "What should we do next?" "Psychic." Qin Mo looked at the machine he was making. "I need a psychic from the rebels. I really need one." Klein didn't know why Qin Mo needed a psychic, but he knew that Qin Mo's need must be reasonable. "Let Gray and Grot clean up the collection well." Qin Mo raised his head and looked at Klein. "I only have one request. Bring the psychic back, or they can bring back the psychic's head, provided that the brain tissue of the psychic is not dead." "Yes." Klein turned around and walked out of the cave. Qin Mo continued to enjoy the process of creation. 2 minutes later, an unmanned transport plane flew over the metal collection well. Gray and Grote immediately jumped off the transport plane and entered the collection well. The two of them were 2 meters apart to avoid hurting each other with their gravity shields. "I take care of the front, and you take care of the back," Gray said. "Leave it to me, brother." Grote turned his back to Gray, and the picture behind him immediately appeared on his visor HUD, allowing him to walk backwards freely. After going deep underground, Gray turned on thermal imaging and started life detection. When the life detection waves scanned the entire mine, Gray suddenly heard a rustling sound, and then several crawling monsters appeared in front of him. These monsters are very different from humans, and are collectively called aliens in the human empire. The aliens crawled along the wall of the collection well at a very fast speed. Gray raised his hands, and his right hand released a shotgun laser to block the advance route of those aliens. At this time, the prosthetic left hand that Qin Mo personally built for him released the most core function. After clenching his left hand, the aliens in front of him all exploded, and biological tissues were scattered throughout the entire passage. At this time, the biological scan was also over. "We have poked the alien nest." Gray looked at the scan results on the HUD and said. In the scan results, the surrounding area was densely packed with red dots. After the specific locations of these red dots were marked in the field of vision, the red marks had to be faded to prevent Gray from only seeing the marks everywhere. "I can't see the way out." Groot calmly watched the two peoples retreat. A large number of aliens had blocked the exit and crawled towards the two. When the first alien approached and was crushed by the gravity shield, Groot rushed forward a few steps to crush several aliens, then stopped in front of one of the larger aliens and swung the gravity hammer in his hand. After the aliens were smashed into 2D patterns by the gravity hammer, the gravity shield was opened again and crushed the aliens that were about to pounce on Groot. The alien offensive was temporarily blocked, and Gray closed the gravity shield and approached the corpses to check. These aliens are different from most of the rebels. They only have many subtle parts that still have biological structures similar to humans. Gray photographed the bodies of these creatures and took out the biological tissue collection device from the jet backpack. This is a device distributed to everyone wearing top-level power armor. It looks like a pistol and can automatically extract biological tissue when inserted into a corpse. This is Qin Mo's backup for his big plan. If he can't kill the Patriarch, he must at least find a way to get the Patriarch's blood and biological tissue. Gray thought that the biological tissues of these new aliens needed to be extracted. "Keep going, brother." Gray turned on the gravity shield again, raised the shoulder cannon of the power armor, and aimed it forward. "We don't have time to fight with these things. Let's finish the task quickly." As soon as the voice fell, the shoulder cannon adjusted to cannon mode released a torrent of beams, directly melting the metal on the upper wall of the passage in front of it, until a straight passage was ejected. This passage was originally downward, but thanks to Gray's kind help, a straight passage was now created. Chapter 28. The two continued to move forward in the passage, while constantly activating biological detection, and following Qin Mo's orders to find the psychic he needed. After traveling about 1,000 meters, a purple mark appeared on the HUD. Psychic reaction detected, the target has been marked. A cold electronic sound rang out in the visor. Gray looked in the direction of the purple mark, controlled the shoulder gun to aim in that direction, and burned a path on the metal wall. Since there could be no aliens in the wall, Groot behind was responsible for the main attack. Originally, Groot thought he could handle the aliens with his gravity hammer, but he saw the combat systems analysis of the aliens on the HUD. The claws on the aliens' hands were enlarged and marked with the word danger. Groot immediately inserted the gravity hammer into the weapon slot behind him, raised his hands, and aimed the shotgun laser forward. Once again, a large number of aliens emerged at the end of the passage, and Groot opened fire, and easily blocked the aliens' advance route. Those aliens were very tough, but there were too many shotgun lasers, and they were too dense, so they could only leave corpses in the passage. There are quite a few of these alien bastards. Groot raised his hands, and waited for the shotgun laser to dissipate heat. The heat energy generated by the weapon firing was quickly absorbed by the energy engine. In less than a second, Groot could pour firepower on the aliens again. You can just stand there, and wait for the gravity shield to crush them. Gray reminded as he walked. I know, but I just like to shoot them. Otherwise, why would this power armor be equipped with weapons? Groot said with a smile. After walking to the end of the open passage, Gray used the shoulder gun to clear the way again. Groot was still shooting at the aliens rushing towards him. This was more like a walk than a battle, and the two of them could even chat. Didn't the brothers urge you to ask the Legion commander to name the power armor? Groot asked, what is the name of this power armor? Power armor. The name of the power armor is power armor. That's what he said. Gray answered indifferently. Then our power armor must be distinguished from the power armor of ordinary soldiers, right? That's what I said at the time, and then the Legion commander was annoyed by me, and made up a name at random, called the Guards. Guards? Sounds good. After walking down, or to the left or right for half an hour, Gray saw that he was only 10 meters away from the psychic reaction mark. When the shoulder gun fired again, after emitting 2% of the 70% energy, a road leading to the underground hole was melted. The enemy already knew that the two had come in, so they were also prepared here. When Gray scanned the entire underground hole, he saw a large group of rebel soldiers hiding behind the bunkers, aiming laser rifles or live ammunition weapons at him. In the corner of this underground cave, a soldier of his own was holding a strange long knife, waving it weakly, and fighting with two rebel infantrymen. Albert. Gray recognized the identity of the soldier of his own. He still remembered that he and Chinemo had rescued Albert and Duncan before. Albert's fight with the rebel infantry was more like an execution. He was suppressed unilaterally, lost an arm, and had wounds all over his body. The focus of this mission was not to rescue Albert, but Gray was willing to save him. But the premise was that he had to complete the task of catching psychics given by Chinemo. The rebel psychic was standing behind the rebel infantry, and there was another psychic beside her. When Gray observed them closely at this time, he found that there was not only one psychic reaction mark, but two overlapping marks. Fire! One of the psychics shouted the order. A large number of beams and live ammunition were fired at Gray and Groot, who stood in the hail of bullets and responded calmly. Gray raised his hands, and Groot turned off the gravity shield and pulled out the gravity hammer from his back. After Gray's shotgun laser opened fire, the rebel infantry and bunkers were riddled with holes within 2 seconds, and there was not even a single intact body. Some people might not have died completely, but the defense they deployed was indeed shattered. The jetpack behind Groot spewed flames backwards, and he rushed towards the two psychics at an extremely fast speed. As he ran, one of the psychics raised his hand, and a large amount of debris floated up and flew towards Groot and wrapped him, temporarily stopping his forward steps. Just as Groot was about to break free of the debris on his body, another psychic released a flame. I'm a royal guard, bitch! Groot roared in the flames, and the jetpack behind him was fully powered to enable him to quickly break free from the restraints, swinging the gravity hammer and hitting the psychic's dog head hard. When Groot smashed one of the two psychics into a flat surface, Gray had already raised his left hand to pull the other psychic over in the air and grabbed her neck tightly. The psychic suppressor integrated in the power armor took effect, leaving the psychic that Gray was pinching without any power to fight back, and could only weakly knock on the arm armor to indicate that he couldn't breathe. The battle ended here. Groot ran to Albert to check on him. After a biological scan, Albert's body outline was highlighted, with a line of words floating in the center of the outline. Excessive blood loss, survival rate 0. He's dead? Gray said. Yes. Groot nodded, his eyes fell on Albert's face. He has a smile on his face, probably because he saw us slaughtering the rebels. Gray silently released biological detection, found the enemy, who had not been completely killed, and blew his head off with telekinesis. After there were no living people in the underground cave except the two of them, and the captured psychic, Gray turned around and looked at Groot. We can't leave his body here, take him back with us. The two did not kill all the aliens on the way here. When they set out on their way back, the passage was already crowded with aliens with bared fangs and claws. This time Groot walked in front, carrying the body and clearing the road with his shoulder gun. After the beam was shot out from the shoulder gun, the aliens in the passage ahead were instantly reduced to ashes, which was more efficient than using a gravity hammer or shotgun laser. No one spoke on the way back. Gray and Groot thought at the same time that the difference between them and other ordinary soldiers might be just wearing the guards' power armor. If they didn't have this power armor, they would have died countless times. Groot was a man who looked reckless, but was delicate at heart. He began to worry about the soldiers, who were only wearing ordinary power armor on various positions. Gray was wondering if he should accept more transformations, so that he would still have combat effectiveness even without the guards' power armor. After walking out of the collection well, the two jumped on the transport plane and returned to the fortress, where the 47th Regiment was stationed. Chapter 29. From the time Chi Nemo gave the order to the time Gray and Groot returned, the whole process took less than 10 minutes. In the middle of the process, the two of them even had time to go to Aiken and hand over Albert's body to them. After Chi Nemo got the psychic, he immediately sent him to the room with the psychic suppressor. "Let me out! I'm going to kill you!" Woo woo woo. The psychic kept throwing and hurting herself in the room. She was very irritable because she had lost contact with the psychic network of the Genestealer tribe. Gray and Chi Nemo stood at the door, watching the psychic turning and moving inside indifferently. After watching for a while, Gray couldn't help asking, "What's the use of her?" "She's very useful." Chi Nemo smiled and replied, "I can use her to find the location of the rebel leader." "But didn't you say before that you wanted to make a device for detection and positioning?" "Yes, but if you have this guy, the efficiency and accuracy will be greatly improved." Looking at the psychic in the room, Gray felt disgusted. After a little thought, he asked, "Do we need to take out her brain?" "No need." Chi Nemo shook his head. "Then how can we make her obey orders without killing her?" Gray asked. Chi Nemo did not answer this question immediately, but smiled and looked at the psychic for a moment, then turned his head and said, "You know, the psychological endurance of any creature is limited. After breaking the limit, the creature will collapse and become mentally ill." "Of course." Gray nodded. He almost collapsed when the 44th Regiment was almost wiped out, but he didn't like to show his emotions. But it is a truth that living things will collapse, and everyone knows it. What does this have to do with the psychic in the control room? I will find a way to make her collapse and become insane, and then find a way to tame her and make her submit and obey. Chi Nemo turned around and walked towards the underground cave, and motioned Gray to follow him. "You should learn it, so that you will know how to interrogate the enemy more efficiently in the future." "Is this what we have to do?" Gray asked. "No, of course not." Chi Nemo immediately shook his head. "I could just tie her up and put her into the machine and get the result I want, but I need you to learn interrogation skills." "So this is a teaching?" "Of course." 2 days later. During these 2 days, Chi Nemo and Gray were busy interrogating the rebel psychic. Although Chi Nemo always did things in an orderly manner, Gray did not see the order in his actions in this matter. Because Chi Nemo just formulated a lot of inexplicable psychological questions, and then kept asking the psychic to answer. The only change was that the psychic would initially resist answering, but now began to answer questions honestly. This work lasted for 2 full days. Including now. "What flavor of starch do you like?" Chi Nemo asked his carefully designed psychological question. Gray stood beside Chi Nemo, staring at the psychic squatting in the corner, making sure that if she dared to make any move that crossed the line, he would crush her head. But the psychic just huddled in the corner and answered honestly, "Starch has no taste, sir." "Answer me," Chi Nemo emphasized. But it really has no smell." "Really? I don't believe it." Chi Nemo smiled and shook his head. The psychic curled up, hugged his legs, looked very pitiful, and after hesitating for a long time, he still insisted on answering, "It really has no smell." "Okay." Chi Nemo stood up and left the room. After Gray followed him out, he saw the guards standing outside into the room, holding metal sticks full of electricity in their hands. Then, there was a roar and scream. This has been the routine for the past 2 days. After Chi Nemo asked what he wanted to ask, the guards outside would come in. "Do you understand?" Chi Nemo said. "I don't understand." Gray shook his head helplessly. "When I have time one day, I will explain it to you in detail, or make a chip for you to read directly." Chi Nemo did not force Gray to learn interrogation skills immediately. He knew that his interrogation behavior was the same as his creations, and in Gray's eyes, it was not much different from magic. Gray was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Why don't we just put her into the machine? If you want to teach me something, I will learn it, but the current situation. In my previous order, I asked each regiment to expand to 10,000 people. These people need weapons and equipment, and they also need spare weapons and equipment, so we now have at least 2 days for teaching, or we can use these 2 days to hold a banquet," Qin Mo said. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo's teaching has produced results, and he plans to test the locator he made. So Gray took the psychic out of her room. Even when she was outside, she couldn't use her psychic power because she was wearing a psychic suppression collar around her neck. The psychic was escorted into the underground cave. When she entered the cave, the door behind her was immediately closed by Gray and blocked at the door. She looked around timidly and saw 5 other people wearing powerful power armor, including Qin Mo, who had been interrogating her these days. Powerful power armor, this is what the rebels call the guard's power armor. "Come here." Qin Mo waved. The psychic walked towards him tremblingly. Qin Mo grabbed the psychic's neck and forced her to look at a spherical machine in the corner of the cave. "Do you see that thing? I need you to go in, put on the helmet inside, and then sit on the chair and relax." "Yes. Yes." The psychic nodded tremblingly. Qin Mo was very satisfied and untied her psychic suppression collar. At this time, Gray and others present either held the gravity hammer tightly or prepared to raise their hands to fire. But their worries were completely unnecessary. The psychic was not even used to the feeling of not wearing a psychic collar. She looked at the collar with trembling eyes, and then walked into the spherical machine. "Surrender obedience? This is her current state." Gray was very surprised. He didn't expect that those strange interrogation questions and psychological destruction methods would actually work. When the psychic put on the helmet as Qin Mo ordered and relaxed, her body instantly straightened and connected to the psychic network of the entire tribe. Fight, be strong, and be unyielding. These concepts that she had forgotten in the past few days flooded into her brain again, and her face, which was originally full of fear, now became resolute. "Where are you, sister? Don't give up, don't surrender, for the Lord of Evolution. We are always behind you. Be strong." The psychic felt the information coming from the psychic network, and she stretched out her hand to tear off the device on her head, but the whole seat suddenly became twisted, firmly fixing her until she lost consciousness. Qin Mo, who was outside, operated the display screen connected to the machine, on which the locations of many gene stealers were projected. The Brotherhood of the Thieves is quite touching. Qin Mo slid on the screen, filtering out most of the useless information, hoping to find the information he wanted most. But this was just a test after all, and Qin Mo did not expect to get the results immediately. But the result of this test was unexpected. The masters of all the gene stealers in the base nest of the Tyrone Hive had already noticed that an important individual was missing. After this important individual restored the connection with the psychic network, the masters of the entire group instinctively conducted an exploration, and this exploration was captured. 340 kilometers north of our current location, 2,000 meters underground. Qin Mo raised his head and looked in that direction, but his sight was blocked by the wall of the cave. A huge alien opened its eyes at the location he said, and 2 seconds later it closed its eyes, and issued an order in the psychic network. The descendants around him immediately began to prepare for relocation and transfer, while the psychic struggling in the machine on Qin Mo's side was brain dead. Under the gaze of Gray and others, Qin Mo began to wear the guard's power armor and issued an order. "I will lead the team personally after the full-line counterattack begins, and we will complete a difficult task that can turn the tide of the war." Chapter 30. The full-scale counterattack has begun. Since this is a counterattack that everyone can predict and see, even if it starts very urgently, all troops are still prepared. Unmanned artillery automatically rushes to the best shooting location under the dispatch of the main control intelligence, ready to pour shells on the rebels after the ground troops are ready. The infantry entered the arsenal, and put on power armor, and quickly took the neatly displayed laser rifles. The armored soldiers drove the Lehman Russ tank out of the parking spot under the command of the logistics machinery. They had already learned how to drive this war machine in the training system integrated in the tank. Duncan was prepared faster than all the friendly forces. When he learned from the communicator that the other friendly forces were ready, he immediately entered the Lehman Russ tank and ordered the entire regiment to move forward. "How should we fight?" The voice of the acting commander of the 31st Regiment came from the tank cockpit. He was a young man who was highly respected by his comrades. He took over the command responsibilities after Albert's death, but he still needed to learn a lot from his predecessors in this aspect of war. "Push forward." Duncan only responded with 2 words. "This is Qin Mo's order." There is no specific war plan, no detailed order about which troops should fight where, only the advance. This makes people wonder what the real purpose of this counterattack is. No idle chats on the communication channel. More detailed orders have been issued. The order for all our troops is to advance, to attract the main force of the rebels as much as possible, and to create better battlefield conditions for the Legion commander and his guards. Brian's voice came from the communicator. Duncan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help asking, "Can I ask, what are the Legion commander and the others going to do?" "They are going to assassinate the leader of the rebels. I just found out about this plan to avoid leaking it." Hearing this, Duncan suddenly realized it, and he half peeked out of the hatch to check the situation of his troops. The infantrymen wearing power armor gathered near the 10 tanks of the entire regiment and moved forward. The unmanned artillery in the rear had already opened fire, and after the thunderous roar, dense explosions appeared on the horizon in front. Before the flames of the explosion faded, the second round of artillery fire had begun. A moment later, 2 fire drones flew in the sky, hovering above the ground troops and moving slowly. Even logistics machinery joined the team. When everyone in the entire regiment was getting closer and closer to the rebels, another drone flew in front of the team and deployed a horizontal gravity shield. There were also red warning projections around the gravity shield's range, warning others not to get close to the range. A white medical drone whizzed over the head and flew away. It was estimated that the troops over there had already exchanged fire with the enemy, and there were injured people. The Emperor is above. Duncan was a little surprised. This counterattack was more powerful than he had imagined. He thought it was just a suicide counterattack launched by everyone before they died. Counterattack. Duncan raised his chainsaw sword and shouted in the internal communication channel of the 87th Regiment, "For the Emperor, for the Legion commander." The 87th Regiment was getting closer and closer to the rebel troops. These rebels were cleansed by artillery fire, and there were not many people left, but they were still fighting back. But all the bullets of live ammunition weapons were blocked by the gravity shield, and only a small number of lasers hit the power armor or tank armor. The infantrymen turned on biological detection to search for all surviving enemies, then cleared them, and continued to move forward. The situation on the 87th Regiment was not an isolated case, and other regiments on the entire front were even advancing faster. While the ground troops were advancing steadily, Chinemo, Gray, and others had already taken transport drones to the interior of the rebel front. They had already passed many rebel troops, who seemed to know what they were going to do, and set up anti-aircraft positions on the spot to fire at the transport aircraft. Standing on the transport plane, you can't even see the ground below. You can only see a huge amount of anti-aircraft artillery fire being blocked by the gravity shield. Occasionally, 2 missiles will fly over, but they will also be crushed by the gravity shield. Friendly forces have helped us contain most of the rebels, but we may still face tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of rebels. Our next battle will be difficult, but we must complete it. No matter how many people we sacrifice, if I die, you will complete the mission. As long as we can kill the chieftain, the situation will be reversed. Chinemo spoke to the other 5 people wearing the guard's power armor to boost their morale. But these people's morale did not need to be boosted at all. "As long as you are here, there is nothing we can't do," Gray said. "Of course." Chinemo smiled and nodded. The others also smiled and nodded. After waiting for a while, the transport plane changed from flying to hovering, which meant that the target location had been reached. This was the location of the rebel chieftain that Chinemo found through the locator. Chinemo stood up and walked to the door of the transport plane, and Gray and others immediately stood up and followed. "We line up and start the gravity shield immediately after leaving the transport plane," Chinemo said as he turned off the gravity shield of the unmanned transport plane and jumped down first. Because the falling posture was not perfect, his jetpack cushioned it for a while, allowing him to fall in a better posture. The others had already fallen. In the dense anti-aircraft fire, the gravity shield protected the wearer of the guard's power armor as usual. The rebels on the ground could only see 6 figures falling from the artillery fire. They immediately dispersed, looking for or building shelters and preparing heavy weapons. Gray was the first to fall to the ground, followed by the second, the third, until Chinemo, who had buffered in the air, fell in front. The 6 people stood up straight and looked at the rebels in front. The dense attacks immediately swept towards the 6 people. The attacks were so dense that they had to turn on the thermal imaging field of view, otherwise they could not see the situation outside the gravity shield. Psychic reaction detected. The prompt sounded, and a purple mark appeared on the HUD of the 6 people. Through thermal imaging, it can be seen that it is a huge alien with a height of 7 meters, and its psychic attack may come soon. Chinemo led the other 5 people to rush out, and the jetpack behind him provided strong thrust as he ran. Ignoring all unnecessary enemies, he went straight to the position of the Patriarch. Chinemo ran in the front, ready to resist psychic attacks, and his eyes were fixed on the Patriarch. But strangely, the Patriarch failed to release a psychic attack. His huge body suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. Qin Mo didn't have time to think about what was going on. He immediately controlled the shoulder cannon to fire at the Patriarch. The same thing happened to the others. 6 beams of light shot at the Patriarch and evaporated the enemies along the way, followed by 12 light balls flying out to release a rain of beams. The Patriarch's huge body immediately reacted and rolled to the left twice on the ground to avoid the incoming beams. It didn't die, but most of the rebels around it died, which made it very angry. The anger of the clan leader also led to the anger of the entire rebel army. At this moment, whether it was Qin Mo's side or the other people's side, all the rebels on the front line were in a rage, and they began to counterattack at all costs. Qin Mo continued to shoot the clan leader and cleanse the rebels with his shoulder gun. Countless rebels were crushed by the gravity shield, but they seemed to be crazy and kept squeezing into the range of the gravity shield. The clan leader seemed to know the shooting trajectory before the shoulder gun fired, and it always managed to dodge. Until it tried to release a psychic attack again after another roll, and suddenly fell down like before, and was hit by the beam that flew in front of it in the blink of an eye. Chapter 31. With a terrifying roar, the Patriarch, who lost his lower body, rolled on the ground. The beam hit its lower body, leaving a smooth wound. Hit! Qin Mo accelerated in surprise, and rushed straight to the injured Patriarch. Gray and Gro were on Qin Mo's left and right, using shotgun lasers to clear a path for him in the torrent of rebels. The other 3 followed behind, to clear the rebels, who were blocking him from the rear. As they advanced, they found that tears were flowing from the corners of the eyes of every rebel infantryman. The pain of the Patriarch was transmitted in the psychic network. Although other individuals could not empathize with him, they were willing to pay any price to avoid the Patriarch's pain again. While the rebels were attacking the gravity shield like a torrent, the outer rebels began to gather towards the Patriarch. They stood in front of the Patriarch and Qin Mo and others, acting as a human shield while pushing the Patriarch forward. The rebels were crying, wailing, and even begging. But Qin Mo only wanted to increase their pain. Meat shield? Why do you think I designed different shooting methods for the shoulder gun? Qin Mo aimed the shoulder gun at the position of the Patriarch again, and fired again. The beam plowed a straight line in the rebel sea. But when it was about to hit the meat shield and the Patriarch himself, a psychic suddenly stood in front of the Patriarch and released a purple barrier. The beam was bounced off the barrier, and plowed another straight line among the rebels, until the energy contained in the beam was exhausted. This psychic was obviously not the weakling among the other Genestealers. She blocked the beam with ease, and stood in front of the Patriarch, as if she was unshakable. Qin Mo realized that she was a bishop. There were 6 guards wearing purple robes, and holding long swords around the bishop, which made Qin Mo more certain of his identity as a bishop. The combat power of the Genestealer guards was very strong. They could kill the target before the target found them. But Qin Mo was not afraid of them, because these people could not do anything now. Could they rush directly into the range of the gravity shield? The Patriarch stretched out his claws towards the bishop, and put them on her shoulders. The bishop raised his hand, and released psychic lightning, which gathered together and exploded, and the gravity shields on Qin Mo and others stopped working. This sudden move caught Qin Mo off guard. He could not see how the psychic lightning stopped the gravity shield. But it didn't matter, pure material creation was still reliable. Before a large number of rebels seemed to be squeezing Qin Mo and others to death, the gravity shield was restarted under the control of the combat system, and was able to crush the enemies who rushed to the vicinity again. The restart speed was so fast that the guards didn't even have time to launch an attack. They still stood there in a very impressive manner, as if they were an insurmountable line of defense. The bishop was not the only one who could release lightning on the battlefield. Qin Mo still maintained the momentum of the charge, and raised his hand at the same time. A bolt of lightning struck the bishop's position, covering the enemies within 100 meters of his position. The power of this lightning was not as strong as the shoulder cannon for the time being, but it was the power of the gods of the material universe. The bishop's psychic barrier was penetrated, but the Patriarch blocked her body, and blocked the blow that was not fatal to it. But the Patriarch's distorted and terrifying alien face showed doubts that Qin Mo could interpret. Both sides had doubts that the other party could not understand. For example, the Patriarch could not imagine why someone could make so many terrible weapons in the bottom nest, and even locate its existence. Qin Mo also could not understand why the bishop could stop the gravity shield just now. But it doesn't matter. Qin Mo had already reached a position only 200 meters away from the Patriarch, a distance that could be quickly crossed by a jetpack. The jetpack's nozzle turned downward, causing Qin Mo to soar into the air. As he fell, he could see the panic on the faces of everyone around the target. The bishop was the first to be rescued by the guards, and disappeared from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. This seemed to be the Patriarch's order, otherwise the bishop and the guards would prioritize the survival of the Patriarch. Then Qin Mo fell. Puff. There was no attack, but the enemies in the small area around Qin Mo's landing point were still dead, because they were within the range of the gravity shield. Under the pressure of the gravity shield, the Patriarch lasted less than 3 seconds, and his huge body turned into a 2D pattern on the metal ground. The Patriarch died. The goal was achieved. The rebels on the battlefield collapsed in an instant. They either ran around or knelt on the ground and cried loudly, and some even wiped each other's necks. At this moment, Qin Mo had time to think carefully about his plan. The achievement of the goal was not a fluke. The gene stealers in the Tyrone Hive did not grow and expand. The reason they started the rebellion was simply that they were discovered and exposed. Otherwise, they would not be hundreds of thousands but tens of millions, or even billions. It is difficult not to be effective to use the Guardian Power armor and locators to deal with these thieves. May the first person who discovered you bastards be safe. Qin Mo turned off the gravity shield, took out the biological tissue extraction equipment from his backpack, and extracted biological tissue from the corpse of the Patriarch. First, the first tube. Then, Gray and his team's extraction equipment was also taken away by Qin Mo, and the second tube, the third tube, until the 6 people's extraction equipment was full of the chief's biological tissue. These biological tissues include limbs and muscles, shells and brain tissues, and of course no blood. There is not much energy left. Gray reminded Qin Mo while firing with his shoulder cannon. From the beginning of the war to now, everyone's shoulder cannons have almost never stopped. When Qin Mo focused on dealing with the chief, others were responsible for using shoulder cannons to kill the rebels on a large scale to reduce the overall pressure as much as possible. I know. Qin Mo nodded, then stood up and called the unmanned transport plane. Do we need to shovel it up and put it on the transport plane? Grodd asked. No need, it's enough. Qin Mo shook his head. In the chaotic rebel army, the 6 people waited quietly for the transport plane to arrive, then jumped on the transport plane and returned. This war is not over yet. Gray looked down at the rebels being chased by their own ground forces under the transport plane. The bishop is still alive. Of course it's not over. We just killed so many rebels. Qin Mo nodded, then took out the biological tissue he had extracted, but it will be over soon, I promise. Qin Mo is confident that he can use these biological tissues to make genetic weapons against gene stealers, which will spread like pesticides in the Tyrone Hive. When another Patriarch falls on this planet in the distant future and is ready to spread his bloodline, it will be killed by the genetic weapons remaining in the environment. Chapter 32. Night. When the news of the victory of the decapitation operation during the day was just announced, the battle line had advanced 100 kilometers. The synthetic regiment commanded by Duncan had to stop at dusk to wait for friendly forces because of its fast marching speed. For the ground troops, today was undoubtedly a good day because they did win. But when sitting around the campfire waiting for food, everyone's faces were not only excited but also a little dazed. Did we win too easily? I thought this was a fight to the death. Bless the Emperor, we did win anyway. As his subordinates discussed the results of the battle, Duncan recalled the situation during the day. Advance. These 2 words are enough to summarize the entire day, the first victory since the full-scale counterattack was launched. At first, the rebels' resistance was fierce, then it became particularly fierce, and then their battle line suddenly collapsed, and only the frantic fleeing rebels could be found on the way. If Duncan wanted to write a memoir, he could only write one sentence. We are advancing under the cover of unmanned artillery units and a large number of drones, advancing non-stop. We clear out the enemies that survived the bombing, and we occupy key areas one by one. When we have strong firepower and are fully prepared, our battle should be so smooth. I don't believe in genius command tactics and strategies, and I don't like to gamble with the enemy in war. I only believe in the strongest weapons and equipment, the most fierce firepower, and the strongest armor. A voice interrupted the discussion. The soldiers sitting around the campfire all stood up when they heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice. Qin Mo and his guards wearing royal power armor walked over from not far away. Everyone immediately gathered around Qin Mo and respectfully saluted him with the Sky Eagle salute. Qin Mo's eyes swept over everyone and finally landed on Duncan. I heard about your heroic performance during the day. You were the first to lead the troops here, and you also wiped out many rebels on the way. Well done. Your recognition makes me and my soldiers feel honored. Duncan was very happy to be recognized. We already know about your deeds of executing the decapitation plan. If you hadn't annihilated the rebel leader, we wouldn't have been able to advance so smoothly. I have to admit that it is true. Chi Nemo smiled and nodded, then began to look at the other people present and continued to walk forward. Duncan followed silently behind, wondering why Chi Nemo came in person. It should be an important combat mission. Do you need anything? Chi Nemo turned around and asked Duncan. We just need more to annihilate the rebels. Duncan replied. This is your idea. You are not a psychic. You cannot see through the thoughts of all your subordinates. Now let them answer me, Chi Nemo said. Then the soldiers gathered in front of Chi Nemo and made requests. Many people asked to add backpacks to their power armor. Some asked to have a larger capacity battery for the power armor, and some asked to get some wine after the end of the phased battle. After the soldiers made various requests, a guard named Enrita wearing a Royal Guard power armor wrote down these requests. Enrita was one of the survivors of the 44th Regiment. His original duty was to be the clerk beside Bull, so he was very good at this job. I will ensure that all your requests will be met, Chi Nemo said to everyone. This is not an exaggeration, but it is really possible. For logistics machinery produced using material printing technology, these requirements are simply easy. After recording everyone's needs, Chi Nemo said to Duncan, My purpose of coming here is to inspect and ask about your needs. Next, you just need to do what you should do, which is to attack and occupy. Yes. Duncan stood at attention and saluted. At this time, the transport plane had flown overhead. The momentum generated by the anti-gravity engine was not great, and the people present could only hear its hum. Keep fighting spirit and maintain efficiency. Chi Nemo gave his last instruction, turned around, and led his guards to jump on the transport plane and leave, heading to the location of the next regiment. This kind of post-war appearance was not Chi Nemo's own idea, but Klein's idea. Klein thought that going to each regiment to show up and giving the soldiers some benefits at this time would consolidate his authority in the army. Since the guards' power armors had been shown everywhere during the previous defense integration process, the soldiers were also happy to see them. However, the biggest benefit of showing up everywhere was to stabilize people's hearts. After all, Chi Nemo would be researching weapons against gene stealers next, and it would be impossible for him to appear in the war in person, at least in the short term. After spending a whole Terra day running through all the troops, Chi Nemo returned to his cave laboratory in the fortress. While putting the blood drawn from the Patriarch into the material analyzer and waiting for the results, Chi Nemo watched the operation of the machine he made and fell into deep thought. He was not thinking about weapons, but about decapitation. The Patriarch of the Genestealer had psychic power far beyond any other individual, but it could not even use psychic power in battle. It really wanted to use psychic energy, but every time it mobilized psychic energy, it seemed to be stopped, and every attempt resulted in falling to the ground. The Patriarch seemed to be silenced. Chi Nemo knew very well that it was not his own power that caused this situation, because although he was immune to the mental influence of psychic energy, he could not move the black stone, and could not stop the release of psychic energy. Otherwise, the bishop who came behind would not be able to release psychic energy. Who interfered with the Patriarch? Ding ding ding. The analysis results have come out while he was thinking. The analysis results of up to hundreds of thousands of words were displayed on the screen of the analyzer. Chi Nemo stopped thinking about those weird things and walked to the screen to check the results. The information on the screen was scrolling rapidly. After Chi Nemo finished reading the information, he came to a conclusion. It was the right decision to extract biological tissue from the Patriarch instead of other gene stealers. The genetic information on it far exceeds that of other hybrid individuals, and is the most comprehensive. The weapons made using its genes must have the widest attack range. But the Genestealer Patriarch is also constantly adapting to changes. Its genes have changed when adapting to the environment of the Tyrone Hive. In simple terms, the Patriarch's genes can be used to make weapons, which can indeed have the effect of ending the war. But this weapon is only applicable in the environment of the Tyrone Hive. Even if it is on other planets in the same galaxy, if there are Genestealers on other planets, it is unlikely to be effective. Because just the difference in air concentration or pollution level may cause many changes in the genes of the Genestealer Patriarch. Who made you? What a masterpiece. Chi Nemo turned his head and stared at all the biological tissues from the tribe leader, sighing from the bottom of his heart. Chi Nemo even began to think that if he wanted to create a biological weapon species, if he could, he would create a biological weapon like the Gene Stealer tribe leader. The Gene Stealer tribe leader can be called a masterpiece, so the Tyranids must be called ingenious. It cannot be ruled out that the Tyranids are a race evolved naturally, but the probability is very small, unless the evolutionary environment of the Tyranids is very perfect. For example, they were born on a planet where the environment often changes dramatically, and they had to evolve in a short period of time to adapt to the environment and evolve into their best skills. Let's focus on the present. Qin Mo cleared his mind and focused on researching and making weapons. Chapter 33. The full-scale counterattack led by the Legion commander has lasted for more than half a month. In the past half a month, we have made rapid progress and the situation has completely reversed. But the rebels have suddenly been able to establish defensive positions recently. When the 87th Regiment was clearing the small city that had just been captured, Duncan sat in the Lehman Russ tank and wrote down the records, while also recalling the recent situation. For at least half a month, the rebels had no organization at all, and they could not even respond in the same way when facing an attack. Some people ran around, some people scattered, and some people howled and strapped bombs to attack. This situation changed half a month later. The rebels began to organize effective defenses. Although their actions were still quite chaotic from a global perspective, they did recover a little combat effectiveness on the local battlefield. Unfortunately, this still did not pose a threat to the ground forces. Just like the small city attacked by the 87th and 31st Regiments, unmanned artillery and fire-powered drones carried out terrible bombings, and others only needed to advance and clear the rebels in the city. My brother, I will let your ashes see the sky, but not now, because we cannot leave the bottom nest yet. Duncan wrote the last sentence and closed the diary. Albert's name was written on the cover of the diary. Looking at this name, Duncan felt a little guilty. When Qin Mo came to ask for his request before, he did not tell him Albert's last wish, but he felt guilty. But Duncan did not think he did anything wrong. Now the counterattack is underway, and the bottom nest war is not over yet. People come first and things come later, and things are prioritized. But I feel we will win, everyone thinks so, and I will personally help you fulfill your last wish later. Duncan muttered to himself as he put the diary into the metal box under the seat. This metal box is for each person to store relics, which is extremely hard but not very spacious. Captain, you have to see this. Duncan heard someone calling him, and then there was the sound of knocking on the tank armor, and he immediately got out. You have to see this. A captain held up a piece of power armor wreckage. Duncan reached out to take the wreckage, then took out the wire from under the power armor helmet and plugged it into the interface of the wreckage. Then the video began to play in his visor. This seems to be the underground air raid shelter of the gang headquarters. Be careful. I know. Does your gang headquarters with bloody coxcombs also have such an underground air raid shelter? The picture is from a first-person perspective, and you can see a soldier with a red coxcomb and other soldiers. This is an infantry squad. Why don't you wear a helmet? Show off your coxcomb. No, I'm afraid the Legion commander won't be able to see my face when he looks at the entire battlefield. The infantry squad chatted as they moved forward in the underground air raid shelter. There are many rooms here, and the soldiers explored them one by one, until they reached the deepest part. When the flashlight on the shoulder of the power armor shone into the darkness ahead, the infantry squad saw densely packed aberrations gathered here, all of them blocking the door of a room. The beam attracted the attention of the aberrations, and the infantry squad began to flee. When they were about to rush out of the air raid shelter door, the picture spun and flew far away. Apparently, the soldier who filmed this video had his head smashed off. What should we do? The company commander asked with some expectation. Report the situation and ask the regiment commander's guard to come over. Duncan replied. Hearing this answer, the company commander was disappointed and could not hide it. He said with a little dissatisfaction, Excuse me, Commander. This is our chance to gain credit. Why don't we send 2 companies and 2 tanks to lure out the aberrations inside and kill them? I want to get credit, but the question is, do you know how many mutants there are in here? Do you know if there are more terrifying creatures in the room blocked by them? We must prevent any possibility of the situation getting out of control. During the rest period at night, all soldiers in the regiment should copy the function manual of the power armor 10 times. The part about the biological detection function must not only be copied but also memorized. After saying that, Duncan went back to the tank, without giving the company commander a chance to continue persuading him. The company commander had no choice but to execute the order. 2 minutes later, outside the gang headquarters blocked by infantry and tanks, the transport plane changed from flying to hovering. In the impression of other regular troops, the Legion commander's guards always responded to requests and were very timely, and this time it was Grodd who came. When the soldiers saw the power armor on Groot's body for the first time, they were all terrified. Because Groot was holding a gravity hammer at this time, and the power armor was covered with blood from top to bottom, he had obviously just experienced a battle, and this battle was fought in his favorite form. But when they saw Groot's face, the soldiers relaxed instantly. Because Groot was very kind to his own people. Not only was he not as serious as Grey, he would even encourage others after the battle, or even argue with them. No, brothers. Groot carried the gravity hammer and scanned the people present. I will try my best to respond to everyone's requests for help. But can't you handle a group of mutants with so many people? In addition to the 2 companies of infantry, there were also 2 tanks present. Abnormals are brainless, especially now that the chief is dead. They can be killed by any means. There are indeed many abnormals in here, but there is a strange situation, that is, all these abnormals are surrounding a room. An officer stepped forward to explain in detail. Oh, that's it. Groot only knew more details. When he saw the application, he only knew that the gang asked him to deal with the abnormals. Come with us. Groot walked into the building with a gravity hammer. This way, you will also have a share of the credit after the matter is over. The officer was delighted to hear this, thinking that Groot was indeed a man of great taste. If Grey had come, he would have gone in without saying a word, but he was still thinking about promoting others. The group immediately entered the building and walked towards the underground air raid shelter. I'm driving the gravity shield, guys. Don't get too close for a while. Although Groot was willing to take these people with him, he didn't want them to interfere with his enjoyment of the battle. Hearing that he was driving the gravity shield, those who had originally planned to follow nearby to provide fire support immediately retreated, fearing that they would be accidentally crushed to death by the gravity shield. Groot strode forward and used biological detection to detect all non-humans here. The enemy's position was marked on the HUD map, a total of 231 aberrations. Groot observed the map and found that these aberrations were indeed very dense and seemed to be blocking something, but the thing they were blocking was obviously not a creature, otherwise it would have been detected. Of course, the failure to detect may be due to other reasons. What the hell is that? Groot turned around and reminded the others, if the situation is not right, you will run away immediately. I have a gravity shield, but you don't. Don't worry, if the captain hadn't insisted on finding you, we wouldn't be fighting the aberrations in this damn place. We would have lured them out and blown them up long ago, the officer said helplessly. Chapter 34. After walking to the place where a large number of aberrations gathered, the infantryman, who had been calm just now had serious expressions and dared not breathe. Before and after the counterattack, these extremely difficult to kill and destructive monsters left a terrifying impression on everyone. But Groot's impression of this thing was that the thickness of the aberrations crushed by the gravity shield was higher than that of other crushed enemies. Boom! Groot stood behind the aberrations and made a sound to attract their attention. The aberrations turned their heads numbly, and when they saw Groot, they seemed to remember something, and suddenly rushed towards him with a furious roar. Come on, bastards! Groot held the gravity hammer tightly, and rushed forward with the jetpack behind him providing propulsion. He knocked away 2 aberrations, and swung the gravity hammer in a circle. The gravity hammer would not be blocked, and all the aberrations within the sweeping range of the gravity hammer were squeezed to the side by gravity, and then hit the wall, and could no longer be buckled. Groot then showed his skillful melee and control skills. He sometimes dodged, and sometimes used his shoulder to hit the aberration. When he launched the collision, the jetpack behind him would be controlled by him to provide thrust, allowing him to knock the aberration off balance. This seemingly simple action is actually not easy to complete, because the control of the jetpack is achieved by detecting movements. If you can't make a forward jump-like movement during the shoulder collision, the jetpack will not provide propulsion. Every aberration he hits loses balance, and is hit on the head by the gravity hammer, with the head pressed directly to the waist. When another aberration attacks, Groot will squat down nimbly, put his left hand on the enemy's waist, and fire a shotgun laser. When the dense light balls penetrate the body, the organs and blood of the whole body are instantly heated to boiling by the heat energy, and another aberration falls down. Groot kills the aberration skillfully, and only activates the gravity shield at the most critical moment. Until such close combat made him tired, he hung the gravity hammer on his back, fired the weapons in both hands and the shoulder cannon at the same time, and instantly eliminated all the aberrations within the firepower coverage. End. Groot was satisfied and admired his masterpiece left here. You should see what's in there first. The officer stepped forward to remind him, pointing his arm to the room that was previously surrounded by aberrations. Sorry, I forgot the main thing. Groot immediately walked to the room, took out the gravity hammer, and hit the door. The door was an iron door, a common door in the bottom nest that was welded with broken copper and rotten iron, but it didn't move at all after Groot hit it with a hammer. Hey! Groot was stunned. He retreated 20 meters and got ready to charge. The jetpack made a roar, and the propulsion it provided even made Groot slide forward on the ground. Then Groot ran at full speed, and after approaching the room, he slammed his shoulder into the iron door. The moment the power armor shoulder touched the iron door, Groot actually felt resistance, and then he directly turned on the gravity shield and tried to crush it with gravity. Under the effect of the gravity shield, the iron door did not break, but the wall did. Groot looked at the iron door standing within the range of the gravity shield in astonishment, and then walked around it and entered the room. The furnishings in the room were simple, with only a bed. There were no terrible enemies in the room, only a comatose blonde woman. The woman was wearing a ragged and ill-fitting rebel uniform, but she was a human. Because in the HUD of Groot's visor, the woman's body was outlined, her head was compared with the head of a normal human, and then the outline showed, human. Emperor, what is going on? Groot felt like he had seen a ghost. I don't know who she is, but I think she should be sent to a safe place. The officer stepped forward and put his coat on the woman. Groot agreed with the officer's opinion. He immediately carried the woman on his shoulders out of the underground air raid shelter and sent her to his transport plane, and ordered the transport plane to return to the 47th Regiment Fortress. In order to ensure that the woman was absolutely safe, Groot even called in a firepower drone to escort her. We don't know what happened to this lady. She was unconscious when she was sent here. I don't want to interfere with your research, but you really need to know this. In the corridor of the fortress, the soldiers who stayed behind led the way, and Chin and Mo followed him silently through the corridor. The two finally came to a room on the top floor. This room is a room with a better environment in the fortress. It was used as a residence for long before. The soldiers stood guard at the door. Chin and Mo pushed the door open and entered the room. He saw the woman sitting on the bed, and the officer in front of her asking about her situation. The officer spoke softly, and even prepared a glass of relatively pure water for the woman. Captain, she just woke up. The officer immediately stood up and saluted the Sky Eagle when he saw Chin and Mo, then quietly left the room, and looked at the woman worriedly before leaving. Chin and Mo stared at the officer in confusion, until he left and closed the door. There may be many reasons why these rough guys are so respectful to a woman, but in Chin Mo's opinion, there is only one possibility now, that is, this woman is a psychic, and she is interfering with the consciousness of people nearby to make them treat her well. Chin and Mo walked towards the woman and sat in front of her. At this time, Chin and Mo could feel that the woman was indeed a psychic, but she was not hostile, so although he had a dislike for psychics in his heart, he did not hate it as much as he did when he was in the rebel camp. You are a psychic, Chin and Mo said. Civilians are very rare in the bottom nest. Are you a member of the bottom nest gang, or a bounty hunter? You can call me Vanessa. The woman answered the question irrelevantly. Chin and Mo suddenly felt dissatisfied. Just when he wanted to ask his question again, Vanessa suddenly smiled and said, You have led the army that should have been annihilated to fight until now. You have done a good job, prisoner. This sentence brought a strong mental shock to Chin and Mo, which was only the effect of the language itself, not the psychic power. After a short silence, Chin and Mo stretched out his hand to pinch Vanessa's neck and asked her in a deep voice, Why do you know my identity? Answer me within 3 seconds, otherwise I will burn you into charcoal. From. Vanessa struggled to knock Chin Mo's arm. From the head of your guard named Groot. It seems that I have to advance the plan to study the psychic shield. Chin and Mo not only did not let go of his hand, but he pressed harder. Any last words, psychic? Chapter 35. Don't be impulsive. Do you want to know something else? Vanessa couldn't get into Chin Mo's head, so she didn't know what to say to calm him down. Chin and Mo didn't react at all. His hands became hot, and the hot air was distorting the space around him. Jin's, Chief, its spiritual power, was disturbed by me. After Vanessa said something in a hurry, Chin and Mo let go of her hand, and let her fall to the ground. You interfered with the psychic power of the Genestealer leader? Who are you? Chin and Mo seemed to have heard a joke. That was the Genestealer leader. But Chin and Mo did not continue to do it, which proved that he really wanted to hear the details. Vanessa sat on the ground and coughed for a while. After catching her breath, she explained, You and your guards carried out the decapitation operation together. I was hiding nearby at the time. I used psychic power to interfere with the leader, so that he could not release psychic attacks on you. Then Vanessa began to describe the situation on the battlefield in detail, even going so far as to specify how Chin and Mo fought, hoping to prove that she had indeed interfered with the psychic power of the leader. Chinemo was very surprised to hear all these details that he couldn't even tell, but he still doubted whether Vanessa had used her psychic vision to see the situation on the battlefield. After all, there is such a thing as psychic vision. Some psychics can even predict the future. Chinemo pointed outside the fortress. There are 10 tanks parked outside the fortress now. I will believe you if you crush them. I can't do it. Vanessa shook her head. My psychic power is not a tool. I can't use it whenever I want. Okay, let's just say that you helped me that day, but you are a psychic. Have you been certified by the Empire? Do you know how dangerous you are? You are at least Zeta level or above. I'm afraid you will go berserk. Chinemo showed his hostility towards Vanessa, a psychic. Although Chinemo himself suffered a lot because he was mistaken for a psychic, he would not have mercy on psychics. Psychics are walking bombs. If they just have difficulty controlling their psychic powers, it would be fine. Destroying some buildings and killing some people is still within the controllable range. The key is that psychics may also become the entrance for the chaos god of the subspace to invade the material universe. If Vanessa opens a portal, the entire Tyrone Hive and the galaxy will be slaughtered by the demons. I can help you fight the rebels, Vanessa said. No, I'd rather you stay still. I'm afraid you lose control on the battlefield. Chinemo shook his head quickly. Then try to kill me with your power. Vanessa suddenly stopped fearing death and grabbed Chinemo's hand and put it on her neck. Suppose you are facing a bomb now, would you choose to try to destroy it violently and bet that it won't explode when it is destroyed? Or would you choose to delay for a while and live a little longer? Chinemo thought carefully and was in a dilemma. Maybe he couldn't kill Vanessa with one blow, causing her to go berserk in an extreme crisis. The best way to deal with this matter is to send Vanessa to the black ship and let the professionals of the Empire deal with her. But how to find the black ship now? After careful consideration, Chinemo replied, I will put the bomb into the static force field, and then study the bomb, and try to find a better way to dismantle the bomb, so that I can easily dismantle it when I encounter the bomb in the future. This answer made Vanessa stunned for a moment. Then Chinemo turned around and walked out of the room, and ordered the guards outside. Put on her the psychic suppression device, as many as there are in stock. Are we really going to do this, Commander? The guard looked at Vanessa hesitantly, trying to persuade Chinemo to change his mind. Before I find a way to defuse the bomb, yes, we have to do this. Chinemo nodded. Okay. The guard nodded, turned his head, and looked at Vanessa. The commander is always right. This is also for your safety, ma'am. Chinemo did have the idea of making a psychic blocker by studying Vanessa, but he couldn't do it for now. Perhaps because the power of the star gods does not involve the subspace at all, the study of psychic energy always consumes more of Chinemo's time and energy. His current psychic suppression technology is just a more powerful version of the Tyrone Galaxy psychic collar. Since an important thing cannot be completed in the short term, Chinemo can only do what can be done quickly and continue to study weapons against gene stealers. This weapon has been researched and has yielded results. This is a liquid weapon that is used by spraying it anywhere where gene stealers may be hiding. Any gene stealer that is contaminated by this liquid will have their body dissolved until they become a pool of water after a week or two. The dissolution will also spread among gene stealers. Moreover, Chinemo has distorted the law of this weapon, turning the probability of spread affected by many factors into an absolute law that is not affected by any factors, and will inevitably spread among its population. Suppose that the gene stealer individual born in the Tyrone Hive was sent to the other side of the galaxy for some reason. This individual is very far away from his kind, but as long as his kind dissolves, it will also begin to dissolve after a period of time, even if it is on the other side of the galaxy. This is the weapon called Tyrone Special Insecticide. The only flaw is that this weapon must be made by Chinemo himself. Chinemo immediately began to make the prototype of the weapon, starting from dissolving the liquid to the equipment that contains and sprays the liquid. I read from Groot's head that you are making weapons against genestealers. And you made this thing, a weapon that sprays liquid that can kill genestealers on them. Why don't you just make a flamethrower? Vanessa didn't know when she appeared behind Chinemo. She looked at what Chinemo was studying and asked questions. The psychic suppressor worked on her, otherwise Chinemo would have felt uncomfortable when she approached. Do you know who you are discussing weapons with? Chinemo turned around and asked back. I'm discussing with someone who makes a liquid flamethrower. Guess who this person is? Vanessa looked indifferent and a little helpless. Flames and poisons will cause collateral damage. It's hard to guarantee that they won't hurt you, but the weapons I made have no collateral damage. It can accurately kill every enemy who should die. Chinemo defended himself. In Mo's opinion, Vanessa just didn't understand the specific situation of this weapon. She regarded the thing used to activate this weapon as the weapon itself. The way to spray the insecticide is not the point. The point is that as long as it is sprayed, it can render the genestealer harmless. I really don't understand how this is different from making a flamethrower. You might as well let me find a way to help you with psychic power. Help me with psychic power? Don't force me to violently dismantle your bomb. Mo stood up and took Vanessa out of the cave, and then said to her in the corridor, "Do you see the guard over there? Go over and tell her that you are a prisoner, not a guest, and then go to where you should go." Chapter 36. The next day. Except for Mo, all the other people wearing the Royal Guard's power armor gathered together, and went deep into the rear of the rebels' territory. It was very rare for all 5 people to go out. "What is the order of the Legion Commander?" Groot walked beside Gray, looking at the flamethrower-like thing in his hand, and asked in confusion. Just as Gray was the only one holding the new weapon among the people present, Mo only told him the order and asked him to convey it when he gathered with others. The order is simple. Gray picked up the weapon in his hand. This is a thing similar to a flamethrower, but it has been modified to spray liquid. We have to find the rebels, and then spray them. After hearing Gray's detailed explanation, Groot and the others were all confused and looked at each other, completely unable to understand what this meant. "So this is a test for the new weapon, right?" Rita asked. "Yes and no." Gray shook his head. "In fact, this weapon is the final version. We are using it, not testing it. Of course, we also have the responsibility to observe the effect." This made people even more confused. It was not until Rita brainstormed for a while that he asked the most critical question. "This should be a weapon against the rebels. But what I don't understand is why we have to spray it on individual rebels. It will at most kill a few rebels, and it won't be of much use." Gray wanted to continue explaining, but his mouth was really not smooth, so he could only remain silent in the end. Although Mo said that it would be fine to spray this weapon on any individual rebel, Gray still thought it would be better to find some more advanced rebels. That's why he led the team to the rear of the rebels' territory. Everyone continued to move forward. After traveling about 12 kilometers, Gray stopped in front of a house, and the others also stopped and prepared for battle. Biological detection showed that there were a large number of rebels hiding in the house. These rebels were all gathered together, and no one knew what they were doing. "Block every window and every door." Gray walked towards the building with insecticide. Groot blocked the door with a gravity hammer, and the others stood by the window. The rebels in the house were all praying, and they didn't realize they were surrounded. They were surrounding a handsome male statue with 4 arms, and they were kneeling and bowing devoutly. Good opportunity. Gray pushed away Rita, who was standing by the window, and set up the weapon with insecticide on the windowsill. This was a thing very similar to a flamethrower, but it was a bit like a sniper rifle, and it looked very cool. Before firing, Gray couldn't help but imagine the power of this weapon, imagining if he fired a torrent of energy and sprayed it on the rebels, and then they would be corroded into residue by the insecticide in an instant. "Stop wasting time, shoot," Groot urged. Gray immediately pulled the trigger. Ziz. A stream of blue liquid drew an arc in the air and landed accurately on the back of a rebel infantryman. The infantryman scratched his back and turned his head to look out the window. Their eyes met. Gray quickly fired the remaining insecticide, and then ran away with Groot, who wanted to fight. "Why can't we kill them all?" Groot asked dissatisfiedly. "Because we may need time to wait for the insecticide to take effect," Gray answered. After seeing these people wearing the guard's power armor, the rebels in the house immediately stopped praying and ran towards Gray and his men. Gray walked these rebels like walking a dog, observing their conditions while running. These rebels ran for a long time, and then suddenly something strange happened. Some people's feet suddenly swelled, some people's chests, and some people's heads. Then other parts began to swell, until they burst like balloons and turned into a pool of blue liquid. Emperor. The power of insecticide is not bad. If this is mass-produced and used as a flamethrower, wouldn't it be more efficient to clean up buildings? Groot and the others were discussing the effect of this weapon, and Gray did not interrupt. Gray clearly remembered that he had only hit a small number of rebel infantrymen just now. The rest were not hit by the insecticide, but they still died. "Guys," Gray spoke slowly, "this weapon is more powerful than we thought. This will be the first and last time we use it." "Well, because the only rebels we are facing are these in the house, right?" Groot laughed. Gray did not explain too much, turned around, and led the team away. No one remembered what Gray said during the return trip on the transport plane. Everyone except Gray thought that the pesticide would be mass-produced and installed. until the transport plane flew over a battlefield. Grote actually saw a rebel infantryman on the battlefield exploded into blue liquid. He thought it was an illusion. But then the second one, the third one. Are there others using pesticides besides us? Grote asked. No, we are using the prototype. Gray shook his head. Grote lowered his head and fell into deep thought. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo sat in the underground cave of the fortress, checking the eyewitness reports collected from the front line. All the regiments claimed to have seen the rebels fighting them dissolving into liquid. After advancing to new areas, they would also see traces of the rebels being dissolved in local buildings and desecrated churches. All this proves that the insecticide is very effective. There is no need to adjust the insecticide next, just wait for the rebels to gradually disappear. During this waiting time, Qin Mo plans to study anti-psychic technology. The samples and experimental subjects used for research are naturally Vanessa, the psychic. What is the principle of insecticide? Why can they spread so quickly? Don't the rebels isolate infected individuals? Vanessa was tied to the operating table and kept talking. Qin Mo was disgusted with psychics, not to mention that this one was a talkative psychic. When she saw that Qin Mo's face was not very good, Vanessa quickly shut up. She could vaguely hear a voice asking her to compromise and comply these days. Qin Mo did a biological scan on Vanessa, and then carefully checked the scan information. You are a genius in biology and engineering, so why do you know nothing about psychics? Vanessa asked. Shut up, psychic. Qin Mo lowered his head and continued to check the information, but he had to admit in his heart that Vanessa was right. He just knew nothing about psychic power. Qin Mo knew clearly that he could make the guards' power armor and other weapons and equipment not because he had these technologies in his genes like the green skins, but because he could study and learn at the same time, which was probably the effect of self-enlightenment. But in the matter of studying psychic power, Qin Mo felt like he was trudging in a quagmire. Let me teach you, Vanessa said. Forget it. Qin Mo just thought Vanessa was talking nonsense. Chapter 37. Always stay humble. Don't let power and knowledge get you carried away. When Qin Mo turned around to concentrate on his research, Vanessa suddenly said this. Qin Mo's back trembled, and then he slowly turned his head and stared at Vanessa's eyes. What did you say? Always stay humble. Don't let power and knowledge get you carried away. Vanessa calmly repeated her previous words. If it were someone else, Qin Mo would be able to accept Gray's words of education. After all, this sentence itself makes sense. But when it came out of a psychic's mouth, Qin Mo found it very hard to accept. Do you think I'm in a good mood now? Qin Mo pointed at his brain. I'm full of disgust and hatred here. I can't get along with a psychic. Qin Mo clearly knew that this hatred and disgust for psychic energy was a side effect of the star god power in his body. Although not all star gods hate the subspace to the point of being unable to control themselves, the difference between star gods is greater than the difference between gods and humans, and it is not surprising that there are star gods who hate the subspace extremely. You hate the subspace and psychics? Then shouldn't you do some research on psychics and develop weapons to restrain psychics? Vanessa said, as she walked in front of each instrument and equipment. These auxiliary tools are amazing creations. The physical science of the material universe is like a toy in your hands, but you have no talent in psychics. You can't even feel the existence of the subspace, but I'm different. Hearing this, Qin Mo thought seriously and finally chose to suppress his hatred and disgust. Tell me what you know. Vanessa nodded immediately, and then began to explain to Qin Mo everything she knew. Starting from what the subspace is, to how psychics use psychic power to influence reality, and how to transform psychic power into attack or reconnaissance means. Vanessa was imparting the knowledge she knew, completely treating Qin Mo as someone who knew nothing about psychic power. She even explained some very taboo knowledge to Qin Mo. For example, the chaos evil gods in the subspace and their powers. Qin Mo did not interrupt Vanessa's narration. He listened quietly, just filtering out what he knew in his brain, and focusing on remembering what he didn't know. This story lasted for an entire Terran day. Fortunately, Qin Mo's brain was quite smart, otherwise Vanessa would have to break down all the knowledge and tell him, which would take an unknown amount of time. The power of a psychic does not come from itself, but from the subspace. So if you want to use a word to describe the process of using psychic power, it is extraction. Do you have any inspiration? After the story, Vanessa looked at Qin Mo quietly, waiting for him to ask questions or bring up something he had thought of. Psychics exist in the material universe. I can find a way to block their connection with the subspace before they extract psychic energy. Qin Mo closed his eyes and thought and spoke. Inspiration was coming. Chin Mo stopped listening and immediately turned around to write down his inspiration on paper. Vanessa nodded in approval and then talked about something else. By the way, can people like you only stay in the Talon system for the rest of your life? The Empire's warships all use subspace engines, and they have to enter the subspace. If you enter the subspace, won't you go crazy? Why do I have to use the subspace engine? Chin Mo looked up at Vanessa. Then what do you want to use? Webway. What a joke. Inertialess engine? You can build it, but have you used it? You are not made of metal all over your body, Vanessa said. I have a better idea, but I need time to study and learn. In my imagination, I will use a faster and more direct way to travel across galaxies. Oh. Vanessa nodded thoughtfully and couldn't help asking, can you reveal a little bit, for the sake of my teaching you psychic knowledge? No. I don't think you have thought of it at all, you are just being stubborn. In fact, you still have to use the subspace engine in the future. Yes, you are right. Vanessa was very helpless, and decided not to continue asking. Instead, she gave Chin Mo a warning, you are lucky. The rebels used a battle to help you select suitable confidants. Almost all of your guards are qualified, except Groot. Hearing this, Chin Mo stopped writing on the paper, and turned to look at Vanessa. He enjoys fighting too much. Vanessa said, you can take my words as provocation, but I am telling the truth. Chin Mo was silent for a moment, then nodded in approval. You are right. When Vanessa wanted to further remind him of the dangers of enjoying fighting too much, Chin Mo pointed to the door. Go back to your cell. Okay. Vanessa nodded and turned to walk out of the underground cave. The guards outside immediately put a lot of psychic suppression devices on Vanessa until these devices were stacked on her body like armor, and then escorted her back to the cell. When the person who disgusted him left, Chin Mo began to devote himself to research. He was doing two things at once, researching psychic interference technology while thinking about Groot. Of course, the possibility of Vanessa instigating discord cannot be ruled out, but she is indeed right. Groot enjoys fighting too much. Compared to the shoulder cannon with great destructive power, and the shotgun laser that can kill a large number of enemies in an instant, Groot prefers the gravity hammer. The gravity hammer is just a backup self-defense weapon. Just like a dagger, it is not very useful, but it is necessary. But Groot likes to use such a weapon. He doesn't like to hit a huge pit on the rebel's position with one shot, but to use the gravity hammer to smash the enemy into meat paste. If it is allowed to develop, there may be a terrible result, that is, Groot will be targeted by Korn, one of the four gods. Guards, call Groot back. Chin Mo called out to the door, but no one came in after waiting for a long time. Chin Mo suddenly felt something was wrong, and walked out of the room to check the situation. Then he saw guards lying in all directions in the corridor, snoring loudly. Chin Mo hurried to the cell where Vanessa was imprisoned. There was someone else imprisoned in the cell, but it was not Vanessa, but the rebel bishop who had escaped from the battlefield before. The bishop's body was swollen at this time, but her vital signs were still strangely maintained. She was still in a completely alive state, and even her eyeballs would move to look at Chin Mo. Chin Mo could read the doubtful emotion in her eyes. The bishop didn't know why he was here. It should be Vanessa who brought the bishop here, Chin Mo thought. This guy completed the two tasks of escaping and sending the bishop to the cell in less than half an hour after leaving the underground cave. Obviously, her psychic power is very strong. But fortunately, no matter how strong Vanessa's psychic power is, she is not an enemy, at least not yet. Chapter 38. Late at night, Groot, who was fighting on the battlefield, received an order from Chin Mo himself, asking him to return to the fortress immediately. Even Gray was puzzled by this order, but Groot went back honestly. When he was led to the cell by the guards, he saw Chin Mo testing a new device inside, and the rebel bishop he was looking for was tied up. Isn't this the rebel bishop? How did you catch her? Groot was very surprised and walked into the cell, looking at the bishop provocatively. The bishop stared at Groot and gnashed his teeth, but she could do nothing. Chin Mo did not answer, but raised his hand and pointed at the bishop's face, hit her and forced her to release her psychic energy. Groot was happy to do so, and he punched the bishop in the face without hesitation. When the fist wearing the guard power armor hit the bishop's face, her entire face was sunken, and she struggled madly to bite Groot. It works? Chin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Groot didn't quite understand why it worked, and Chin Mo immediately explained, "This is a new psychic jammer I researched. Within its range of action, the minds of psychics will be disturbed, and they will not be able to use psychic power. What's the difference between this and the anti-psychic device integrated into the power armor?" Groot asked, puzzled. It has stronger interference ability, which is considered an advanced version. For example, it couldn't interfere with the bishop before, but now it can. Chinemo said. Groot was very surprised to see the device Chinemo was fiddling with. This device was still a little big, but it was in the prototype stage, and was mainly used for testing. It would definitely be miniaturized and multi-purpose in the future. Groot was delighted but also confused. Was he called back just to watch the new device? From today on, you will stay in the fortress. Chinemo ordered. Yes. Groot habitually accepted the order, and then he realized what the order meant. Now the war is still going on. Staying in the fortress means no chance to fight on the battlefield. I will obey orders, but can you tell me why people like me wearing the Royal Guard's power armor can greatly increase the speed of the troops' advancement? Groot asked. I have more important things for you to do. Chinemo replied. Groot was even more puzzled. Isn't the most important thing now the war? Besides, what can you do by staying in the fortress? But Groot found that Chinemo's face was not very good at this time, and he didn't dare to ask more. I will follow your orders, Legion Commander. Okay, go and rest. Yes. Groot turned and left, but when he put his hand on the door handle, he remembered something and turned back to ask, will I not be able to fight in the short term? Chinemo did not respond, concentrating on research and manufacturing. Groot pushed the door open and left, closing it gently. How were you caught? Chinemo asked the bishop the biggest question. The bishop did not want to answer, nor could she answer, because her entire face was severely distorted, and she could not speak. But Chinemo could sense from the bishop's angry and puzzled eyes that she herself didn't know what was going on. Chinemo stopped struggling and focused on research and experiments. In the second half of the night, in the underground cave of the fortress, Chinemo was sleeping on the table, but he didn't think he was asleep, because in his eyes, he was still awake, just in a strange place. This is a magnificent bedroom. There is a big green tree in the corner of the bedroom, which looks completely out of place with the environment. When Chinemo approached the tree, a hideous face emerged from the bark, and the expression on the face quickly changed to a smile. Ha ha, did it scare you? Do you think this is funny? Chinemo looked at the tree expressionlessly. The tree's smile disappeared instantly, and it seemed to find it boring. Then its body quickly changed and turned into a girl. Chinemo recalled the girl's appearance, and it was the girl who would turn into a tank and a middle-aged man in his previous dream. I remember who you are. The girl looked at Chinemo seriously, with a maturity that she shouldn't have at her age. You are the forger. You added a new word? Didn't you say last time that my name is Insider or Mimic? Chinemo asked. No, Mimic is me. The girl's body changed rapidly, and she turned into gray wearing the guard's power armor. It's because the damn Necroner broke me into pieces, so my memory is intermittent and incomplete. I am Mimic. After saying that, the mimicry began to change the surrounding environment. The room turned into thousands of stars. In the center of all the stars, a god whose body was made of blue energy was raising his hand. In front of him, the stars gathered into the shape of a sword. If we only talk about its own strength, the caster is the youngest and weakest of all the star gods. But that is because it does not rely on its own strength to fight. The terrible creations it casts can even mobilize the power of other star gods. The stars changed, and a purple energy body floated in front of the caster. No words can describe its shape. That's me, Mimic. We were originally the friendliest star gods in the stars. You were responsible for forging, and I was responsible for providing you with inspiration through transformation. Although you merged with a human, you are still complete, but I have become this ghost now, and I have even forgotten my original form. All this is because you betrayed me. Hearing this, Chinemo looked at Mimic. What do you mean? The weapon that the Necroner used to crush me was forged by you. Mimic gnashed his teeth and said, my power is not strong, but I am ever-changing. The Necronists could not crush me. The environment changed again. The caster stood behind the Necronists, smiling at the crushed Mimic, ready to devour it. Then, there were many more changes. There were also various other star gods. Seershi Luolai, Star Painter Afro. Many of our kind have been devoured by you. As he spoke, Mimic looked at Chinemo, watching his reaction. Chinemo was shocked at first. What he heard was beyond his imagination. He had always thought that he could only mobilize the power of a star god, or merge with a fragment of a star god. Chinemo fell into deep thought, and did not notice the smile on the face of the Mimic. No. Something is wrong. Chinemo suddenly felt that the story told by the Mimic was not true at all. Chinemo frowned and thought. If the forger forged a weapon for the Necron to crush the Mimic, and was on the same front with the Necron, then why didn't he know that there was such an important star god as the forger? Thinking about this, Chi Nemo raised his head and stared at the mimic. You are actually the deceiver McFetland, right? Chapter 39. What are you talking about? How come I don't know who the trickster is? When Chi Nemo mentioned the trickster McFetland, the mimic's eyes stared at Chi Nemo, and his constantly changing face was full of confusion. Chi Nemo thought that the mimic might defend himself, or even curse, but he never thought that it didn't know the trickster McFetland at all. However, this does not fully prove the identity of the mimic, nor does it prove that what he said before is true. No star god can be unaware of the trickster McFetland, who once deceived the Necrons. It also made the star gods believe that the most delicious thing in the universe is not the soul of an intelligent creature, but their own kind, that is, other star gods. The fraudster's ability to cheat is the best in the universe, and it can even reach the highest level of a fraudster. It can even deceive itself. Chi Nemo believes that the mimic is either the fraudster McFetland, or it is fragmented and has a fuzzy memory. Everything it said is half true and half false, or even completely false. I will give you 2 hints. The mimic stabilized into a human form and raised 2 fingers. First, your strength is gradually recovering. The longer the time is delayed, the better it will be for you. Second, what about the second? Chi Nemo asked. Second, don't think that the war is over just because you kill all the bugs among the bugs. What do you mean? Although Chi Nemo knew that what Mimic said might be false, he still wanted to get more information from him, which could at least be used as a reference. The planet you are on is being corroded. The gene stealers, and you are actually just victims of the game of many forces. I can predict the future to a certain extent. I must remind you that when you walk out of the bottom nest, be careful of the first person you see. He is a believer of the evil god. The voice of the mimicry is also ever-changing, but what it says is the most straightforward. Although Chi Nemo does not completely believe what the mimicry says, he thinks that the most praiseworthy thing about this star god is that it is not a riddle man. This alone makes it 10 times stronger than the so-called prophets of the Eldar. Thank you for your hint. This can no longer be called a hint but a clear answer. I will refer to it as appropriate. Chi Nemo said. You will know that I am right. I will help you become the ruler of those humans, but you have to atone for your sins, and atone for your past betrayal. Mimic stared at Chi Nemo's eyes, trying to find a trace of guilt in them. But he couldn't find any. Chi Nemo pointed at his head and said, You know that I still have human thinking now, and I am not possessed by the forger you said, right? Yes. Mimic nodded. Then how can I atone for my sins? I was inexplicably dragged into this universe, and inexplicably merged with a star god. I didn't help the fear of death to create weapons. Chi Nemo smiled. No. It shouldn't be like this. The mimic shook his head repeatedly. Goodbye. Say something next time you enter my head. Chi Nemo waved to the mimic, and took the initiative to exit the dream it created. After waking up, Chi Nemo looked at the wall and fell into deep thought. He felt that he was a little ruthless in front of the mimic just now, but he knew clearly that most of the gods in the Warhammer universe were not good things. Even if the mimic was not a fragment of the deceiver, its words could not be fully trusted. It was best to be careful when communicating with these extraordinary beings. Bang, bang, bang. A knock on the door interrupted Chi Nemo's thoughts, and he looked at the door. The door was pushed open a crack, and Klein first observed from the crack, and found that Chi Nemo was not doing research before pushing the door in. What's wrong? Chi Nemo asked. Do you have time? Let's go and see the passage to the lower nest together? Klein said, as he took out a drawing. It was a drawing he drew himself, depicting the situation of the passage he knew. Of course. Chi Nemo felt that it was time to prepare to leave the lower nest. After a while, the transport plane slowly descended under the command of the ground personnel, and parked in a place specially used for parking vehicles. Since the war was going very smoothly, and it had entered the stage of clearing the remaining rebels, a regiment of people was transferred to the periphery of the entrance of the passage to provide security support for the subsequent work of opening up the passage. Chi Nemo and Klein walked straight to the passage after getting off the transport plane. The two also passed by the position that the 44th Regiment was responsible for establishing. The fortress that Chi Nemo, Gray, and others once defended still stood there, looking shabby. This place was originally going to be demolished. Klein pointed at the fortress and said, But considering that this is where you fought as a soldier, it will be preserved forever. Tear it down, I don't miss it. Chi Nemo responded calmly. Chi Nemo had no feelings for people and things other than the survivors of the 44th Regiment, because he was just a prisoner who was beaten and scolded by others, and lived a dark life on the battlefield every day. Bull was my classmate in the military academy. What do you think of him? Klein asked with a smile. He is a top-notch idiot. Only those who are least favored by the Emperor will serve as soldiers under him, Chinemo said subconsciously. Klein smiled and nodded, and the word agreement seemed to be written on his face. The two continued to move forward and walked into a giant man-made building with a height of more than 1,000 meters. This building was like a supergiant version of a checkpoint. The passage was large enough for 4 regiments to march side by side, and was full of various abandoned instruments and equipment. In the middle of the passage, a railway was built that stretched as far as the eye could see, and there were trains with carriages large enough to accommodate Lehman Russ tanks. This was the latest construction, built by logistics machinery controlled by the main control intelligence. Because the main control intelligence believed that they would have to go to the lower nest sooner or later, this railway was built to ensure the supply of materials. Chinemo and Klein got on the train again and hurried on their way. After traveling about 10 kilometers, the train reached the end of the railway. When Chinemo and Klein got off the train, and Rita, wearing the Guardian Power armor, walked towards them. The clerk, who did not like war, arrived before the two of them, and was responsible for supervising the subsequent tunnel excavation project. As we can see, it is not easy to open this tunnel, and Rita said. Chinemo raised his head and looked straight ahead. The giant tunnel had been completely blocked. It was even larger than the checkpoint, with a height of 2 kilometers and a width of 7 kilometers. Ancient engineering technology is always amazing. We, the descendants, don't even know why such a large tunnel was built. Klein took out the drawings he drew and spread them on the ground. Thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, the bottom nest might have been an arsenal, using technology we have long forgotten to build giant war machines. Chinemo looked around and expressed his speculation. Chapter 40. Whatever this place was originally used for, what the ancients built has now become a problem for us. As far as I know, there are self-destruct mechanisms from ancient times in the metal above and around the passage. Klein squatted on the ground, gesturing with his fingers on the blueprint he had drawn. This self-destruct mechanism is not something fancy, but it is reliable and effective enough. In short, they are bombs placed in the metal walls, connected to a self-repairing detonation button. When the button is pressed, the bomb inside the wall will explode. The giant metal fragments that fall off are enough to block the passage, but what's more deadly is that there is a second circle of bombs inside the wall. The effect of this circle of bombs is similar to that of a hot melt gun. First, the metal fragments fall off, and then the molten metal torrent pours into every gap, turning these metal fragments into a hole, blocking the 900-kilometer-long passage. Emperor, I really can't imagine what the person who designed this was thinking at the time. After that, Klein picked up the blueprint and handed it to Enrita. You know a lot about the self-destruct mechanism of this passage? Chinemo asked in surprise. Of course, my family is the oldest family of engineers on this planet. Klein's face was full of pride. The story of my family's rise is all related to these self-destruct mechanisms. About 1,700 years ago, my ancestor took on a secret project formulated by the then governor, and it took 30 years to remove a hot melt bomb from the wall. At that time, a war was breaking out in the Tyrone Hive, and the rebels organized by an unknown sect were fighting fiercely with the planetary defense forces. Just when everyone thought that the governor at that time would use bombs for military purposes, he used bombs to blow up the area where another noble family was located, turning a large number of buildings into molten iron. After listening to Klein's story, Chinemo sighed. It seems that this is also a skill passed down from generation to generation by the governor. The skills passed down from generation to generation in their family are not just playing with bombs, Klein said. The three of them stood together and looked at the obstacles in the passage. When the chat was over, Chinemo raised his hand and tried to see if he could use his ability to quickly get through here. But Klein had no hope for this. After all, he was there when Chinemo built the fortress. The outer walls of the fortress were attached in sections. Compared with the obstacles blocking the entire passage, the fortress was like a small house. But everything has to be tried. After Chinemo concentrated on mobilizing the power of the star god, the metal in front of the three people began to flowing along the slope like liquid, and then was controlled by Chinemo to attach to the walls around the passage. The giant wall made of the solidified metal fragments was recovering rapidly. At this time, Chinemo recalled what the mimic said and realized that his strength was indeed gradually recovering. If it was not to dig this giant channel but to build a fortress, it would only take 1 second for the fortress to rise from the ground. Half an hour later, Chinemo gave up. It's just a drop in the bucket. I feel like I'm trying to fill the ocean with stones. And Rita didn't know what the ocean was, but Klein did, so he could understand what Chinemo meant. Are all these barriers tightly sealed? Chinemo suddenly had an idea. If I can get inside the barrier and install a hot melt bomb in the gap. Chinemo walked towards the barrier and twisted the physical laws in a large area around his body, allowing metal to be penetrated like air. Klein and Enrita watched Chinemo penetrate the wall and enter, and they were no longer surprised. After waiting for 10 minutes, Chinemo came back and explained the situation to the two. It is tightly sealed with molten iron inside, there is no cure. What if we don't dig? Klein asked, just like you enter the metal, let others walk around you, and then enter the metal together, digging a big hole every kilometer for rest. Can this work? You don't think I'm as available as he is, do you? How can you get in without me? Chinemo pointed at Enrita. That's true. Klein was completely at a loss. Chinemo began to ponder how to dig a passage. In fact, it is very simple. Just make engineering machinery for excavation, research small engineering machinery, and efficient metal excavation devices for excavation, or make giant engineering machinery equipped with energy beams to melt the metal blocking the channel little by little. But when Chinemo just started to think about what kind of engineering machinery to make, he suddenly had another idea. Since we are going to create a way of interstellar navigation that is not based on subspace in the future, why not start researching now? Start with related technologies, make some basic things first, until the entire technology tree is expanded and can be used proficiently. Chinemo himself didn't know what this technology was, but he felt that this passage was like the distance between galaxies, and there was always a way to cross it. Chinemo looked at Klein. Not only will I not dig this blocked passage, I will also reinforce it, making it impossible to break through and destroy it. Are we going to stay in the bottom nest forever? Klein felt bad. No, we can still go in and out, but we don't need to go in and out through this passage. Chinemo walked towards the train. Others should not waste time on this passage. If the various regiments can't find rebels to attack, then conduct training and exercises. After returning to the fortress, Chinemo decided to conduct a long-term study, and before that he had to settle everything. If it is true as the mimic said, there is a bigger conspiracy on this planet, and it is being corrupted, then we must make plans to live in the bottom nest for a long time, rather than leaving the bottom nest together and never coming back. The establishment of the new Kato city is imminent. Chinemo instructed the main control intelligence to drive the logistics machinery to build a new city. This city should be built like a fortress, and ensure that electricity and water can be connected to every corner of the city, and there are a large number of arsenals and artillery positions. Civilians will live under various artillery batteries in the city. They will be workers in the arsenal at ordinary times, and will operate the artillery batteries as a family in wartime to participate in defense. There will be a shelter in the center of the city, which will be a shelter for children in wartime, but it will be a school in normal times. The school will not teach sports and art, because these are too luxurious. Students can only learn how to distinguish who is the enemy and how to fight the enemy. Chinemo will not dream of building a utopian city, but he will ensure that people in this city can easily get what they would have to pay for, that is, food and fresh water. After arranging everything, Chinemo devoted himself to research, and he soon thought of what direction he should go in. That is to create shortcuts that can be traveled through in alternating spaces and dimensions, the human application version of the Necron's phase transfer technology. Chapter 41. For Chinemo, immersing himself in research and creation is the best form of entertainment. He used both hands to write down the knowledge he had gained from research on the data panel, and then stared at the knowledge and figured out how to cite it. Chinemo spent every day like this when he decided to start researching dimensional channel technology. The only exception in this repetitive, but happy day, was that Chinemo learned the way of communication between star gods from mimicry. Information is transmitted through the magnetic field of stars. No matter where the two parties are, as long as both parties are willing to communicate, they can communicate anytime and anywhere. How is your power recovered? Can you come to save me? You don't think I didn't tell you all the theories of dimensional technology? I am a fragment and don't remember much. Even if I am complete, I am not a star god like you. I remember that you have a good relationship with a star god who is good at technology, but I forgot who it is. Otherwise, I can tell you its name, and you can go to it directly, and you don't have to study and learn on this side. You are starting from scratch now. By the way, when do you plan to leave the bottom nest? The mimicry talked a lot, perhaps because it was a talkative person, or perhaps because it finally found someone to talk to. If the mimicry had not directly told him some information about dimensional technology, Chinemo would have cut off the communication long ago. Why did you have to verify the knowledge I told you before you were willing to use it? Are you on guard against me? Shut up. Chinemo scolded impatiently, And then, he could no longer hear the mimicry's voice. Chinemo continued his research in a quiet environment. After a long time, he didn't hear the mimicry's voice. He realized that he had subconsciously turned off the communication before. When he wanted to communicate, the mimicry's voice sounded again. What do you plan to do after you develop dimensional technology? Go to Earth to find the psychic upright ape and promote the dimensional engine. Chinemo stopped his research after hearing this question, and suddenly realized that he had never thought about this question. If it is during the Great Crusade, or when the Emperor has not yet sat on the Golden Throne, then of course we have to find him, and give him the dimensional engine. Chinemo's human consciousness makes it difficult for him not to want to help his kind get rid of the influence of the warp, which is a good thing for the race, or the material universe. But the problem is that the Emperor is half dead, he can't go anywhere, and the guards of the Imperial Guard and the Terra Palace will not let others get close to him. In this way, it is difficult to promote the dimensional engine. Can we find the High Lord to promote the dimensional engine? What a joke. Humanity has never lacked creativity. The most difficult thing for the current empire is not the research and development of new technology, but the promotion and use of it. Chinemo said to Mimic. I don't understand. Suppose you can use dimensional technology to replace subspace navigation, then why don't humans use this technology immediately? By the same token, would the Necroner refuse immortality? Mimic asked. Of course you don't understand, because when the Star God met the Necroner, the subspace was not as deep and full of turtles as it is now. Chinemo said, suppose you are not a Star God but a mortal. You know that the power of the Chaos Evil God is all-pervasive. You even have to doubt whether your inspiration is a trap set by the evil god. Would you still use technology of unknown origin? That's really tragic. What's the meaning of human existence if it lives like this? It's better to be smart and exterminate yourself directly. You've been broken into pieces, but you haven't seen me seeking death. Aren't you trying to curry favor with me now, expecting me to rescue you from the death fear one day? Chinemo's words directly paused the conversation. The Mimic was silent for a long time before speaking again. If the consciousness of the forger is not replaced by you but coexists with you, then you must get along well, because you can both use language as a knife. Heh. Chinemo smiled and stopped talking, concentrating on the current research. Time seems to be non-existent in the nest of the nest. When Gray woke up as usual, he walked to the mirror and found that his beard had grown very long. He realized that nearly 100 days and nights had passed since Chinemo started his research and stayed indoors. In the past 100 days and nights, Gray did the same thing over and over again, that is, he and Andrada kept going to various places to speed up the death of the rebels, and rested until they were too tired to fight anymore, and continued the same thing after waking up. Andrada, are you awake? Gray picked up the communicator and asked. Awake. Andrada's voice came out. You can go at any time. Groot still can't participate in the combat operation? Gray took the communicator and walked to the living room of the room. After asking, he sat on the sofa and drank a glass of water. No, the commander of the Legion gave an order before the research began, asking Groot to stay in the fortress to protect him. The commander of the Legion does not need protection. I guess Groot was punished for some reason. Who knows? I will start wearing power armor. The communication is over. After Andrada shut down the communication, Gray walked to the window and looked down at the city outside. As the guard of the commander of the Legion, he was assigned a residence in New Cato, which was located on the 20th floor of a residential building near the city center. The construction capacity of logistics machinery is extremely amazing. The construction of the entire city has been completed for the most part. Except for the periphery, other facilities can be used normally. In the distance, logistics machinery is gathering together to print new buildings. On the nearby streets, people first send their children to school, and then go to the arsenal and military camps. On the outer wall of the building in the city center, a video of the Planetary Defense Force fighting against the alien rebels is playing. Countless drones flashing red and blue lights are hovering in every corner of the city, ensuring that no place here will become a lawless place. Observation at this moment is Gray's daily entertainment. He likes to watch the city develop and become more and more different from the cesspool that he destroyed in the war. After Gray watched for a while, the unmanned transport plane and Andrada standing on it appeared in his field of vision. Andrada stood by the hatch holding his helmet, looking at Gray helplessly. Come right away. Gray immediately put on his guard power armor and turned around to put on it. After putting it on, he opened the window and jumped onto the transport plane outside. The two started their day's work as before. Where are we going today? Gray asked Andrada while checking the self-test results of the power armor. We are going to a location 700 kilometers due north of the city. 5 minutes ago, we received a request for support from the military camp. A lady said that her husband was missing while exploring ancient buildings. The army has an exercise today, and we have to go and do this. Okay, let's go. Chapter 42. Although New Cato has been established and most people have their own work to do, there will never be a lack of bounty hunters in the bottom nest. Through their performance in the previous war, the bounty hunter group received a reward from Chin Mo, that is, they can still move around as bounty hunters, but they have to hand in what they get in the action. The things handed in will be turned into throne coins, which can be used to buy more food or weapons and equipment. In the underground 700 kilometers away from New Cato, a team of 7 bounty hunters is fighting. The two warring parties were in a long and narrow corridor. The bounty hunter hid behind an energy shield and exchanged fire with the rebel aliens and psychics that kept crawling in the distance. Is the bolter ready? Her name is not Bolter, but Reyna. Okay, is Reyna ready? Yes. A bounty hunter carrying a multi-barreled heavy weapon squeezed from the back of his companions to the front. When he aimed the Reyna in his hand at the rebels, the bracket under the weapon automatically extended and stuck on the ground. After the barrel rotated rapidly for 2 seconds, a large number of bullets poured towards the other end of the passage. Every bullet would explode when it hit, blowing the aliens on the wall of the passage into pieces. Occasionally, some bone fragments or shrapnel would fly over, but they would also be stopped by the energy shield. The aliens on the wall could not move forward at all under this kind of firepower. But the main reason was that the body parts of the aliens were swollen, and huge blisters squeezed out from under the hard bone armor. Some aliens even had swollen hands and feet, and could only limp forward. This is a group of weaklings. They were about to die, and the bounty hunter accelerated their death. Die. Die. The rebel psychic limped to the front, raising his blistered hands to release psychic energy. Yaoan. When the captain shouted, a ragged young man squeezed from the back of the team to the front. He knew what to do without more orders. Yaoan walked forward, and the others moved forward and covered him. When everyone covered Yaoan and approached the psychic within 20 meters, the psychic could not even maintain his psychic spells. First, his arms burst, and then his whole body quickly turned into liquid. After the psychic died, the alien screamed and exploded into pools of liquid. Run! Hurry up! The battle with the rebels has taken too much time. After the battle, all the bounty hunters did not rest or look for spoils. They ran forward in the passage, as if something terrible was chasing them. After running for 10 minutes, they could see the end of the long and narrow passage. At this time, Yaoan couldn't help but look back. Don't look back. Amid the captain's angry and worried roar, Yaoan, who had turned around, saw an alien. It was a fat spider, with a body covered with hair like steel thorns, squeezed together in the passage, but it was still moving very fast. When Yaoan saw the spider, his brain was shocked by the shock and fear and crashed, and he stood there in a daze. The rebels in the bottom nest are not the enemy of the bounty hunters now, but the mutant creatures born in the pollution that has lasted for thousands of years in the nest are. Ignore him, run. Hurry up. The captain ran wildly, leading the whole team closer and closer to the exit. They could even see the light at the exit. But the light was soon blocked, as if someone had closed the door. The door opened immediately, but what was revealed was not the light outside the passage, but a huge dark green eye. Fear, horror, weirdness. These feelings made the bounty hunter stand there in a daze, as if they were petrified and could not move. The giant eye blinked, then moved upward. The giant mutant outside the passage had blocked its mouth parts at the exit, and the fangs extending into its throat were clearly visible. But then a beam of light pierced through the mouth parts blocking the exit of the passage, and the intense energy even made the entire passage hot. A bounty hunter with an ancient temperature control device silently turned on the cooling function. Not long after the beam pierced through the mutant's mouth parts, 2 people wearing guards' power armor walked through the gap created by the beam, using their shotgun lasers to smash the fangs or other things that would block the way along the way, until the 2 men stepped on the metal floor. Some bounty hunters, who had participated in the war, recognized the symbols on the 2 guards' power armors, and the people wearing them at a glance. They were Gray and Anrita. The bounty hunters except Yaoan rolled and crawled towards Gray, and then hid behind his guard's power armor. Gray continued to move forward with an expressionless face, passing in front of Yaoan, who was scared silly. After walking 10 meters forward, he stared at the mutants coming and turned on the gravity shield. The passage was crushed and deformed by the gravity shield, and the mutants were crushed under gravity. Gray turned off the gravity shield, turned around and looked at everyone and asked, "Why is there such a big spider in the bottom nest? I saw that thing outside, it was as big as a building." "There is." Nothing strange in ancient ruins and relics. We even found a female alien in a relic. The bounty hunters were so excited that they were about to cry, and they explained in a flurry. Gray. And Rita walked up to Gray and said with a smile, "Welcome to the bottom nest." Gray nodded, and suddenly recalled the story about bounty hunters he had read when he was a child. There were not only dangers in the bottom nest, but also ancient technological relics or other valuable things. After seeing it with his own eyes, Gray realized why people in the bottom nest liked the story of bounty hunters, but not many people were willing to become bounty hunters. "I advise you not to come next time," Gray warned everyone, then turned and walked to Yaoan to pull him up. But after getting close to Yaoan, Gray felt disgusted. In his eyes, Yaoan was a dirty and smelly person. Although he hated Yaoan, Gray still pinched his nose and stretched out his hand to pull Yaoan up. "Are you sent by God to save us?" Yaoan asked in surprise. "No, it was your wife who found us." Gray pushed Yaoan. "Go home now, and buy some good things to reward your wife, because if she hadn't reported it in time, we wouldn't have been able to get here in time." "It doesn't matter, in my eyes you are still God's messengers," Yaoan said with a smile. Gray didn't like Yaoan, so he didn't say much, just turned around and walked to the end of the passage. When leaving on the transport plane, Gray looked down at the giant spider as big as a building below, wondering how much waste this thing must have eaten in the bottom nest to grow like this. In the passage, when the bounty hunters were also preparing to leave, Yaoan stood blankly at the exit and looked up at the transport plane in the sky, looking very excited. Chapter 43. After being rescued, Yaoan received his reward from the captain. Although his performance against the mutant spiders just now was very poor, and he never fired at the enemy, as a person who could suppress psychic power just by being close to the psychic, he still received a higher reward than everyone else. 40 throne coins. Just by following along, Yaoan could get more money than other soldiers' monthly salary. Keep in touch. The captain stuffed the throne coin into Yaoan's pocket. "I shouldn't say too much to you, but I advise you not to donate the money to the servants and hang out with them less. If the bottom nest and the lower nest are connected in the future, you will most likely be burned to death by the people of the state religion." "Okay." Yaoan smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's go, guys." The captain waved to the others and led them out of the passage. After returning to New Cato, Yaoan did not go home immediately. He first went to the craftsman to buy a string of jewelry for 10 throne coins, and then took the remaining money to a tavern in the southern corner of New Cato. When Yaoan excitedly opened the door, he saw that everyone in the tavern was staring at the screen. A follow-up video about logistics machinery was playing on the screen. The logistics machine collected everything that could be used on the battlefield, even the bodies of the rebel soldiers. The logistics machine approached a mutant calmly, and after detecting that it was still alive, it slowly extended its mechanical arm to kill it, and then absorbed the biological tissue into its body. This video gave people a strange sense of calmness. No matter what the logistics machine did, it was calm. They collected materials, and killed the enemy calmly. Calm, cold. This video was played repeatedly, but the people present were not impatient at all. They watched it very seriously as if they were learning. Yaoan walked carefully to the bar counter of the tavern, put 30 throne coins into the donation box with the word servant written on it, and then watched the video carefully with the people here. After everyone watched it carefully for 2 hours, the video was turned off. An officer came out from behind the bar counter and asked everyone, "What did you learn from it, my brothers and sisters?" This person was wearing a Planetary Defense Force uniform, and the scars on his face proved that he had participated in a very cruel battle. "We should learn logistics machinery, and we should always be rational and calm, and we should not be angry, happy, or sad." Everyone answered in unison. This has been a standard question and standard answer for a long time. Everyone present has watched the video of logistics machinery countless times, and they have also answered the officer's question countless times. "We are the servants of the Legion Commander." The officer preached loudly. Although he has never admitted it, he is a god by right. I have seen fortresses rise from the ground under his might. I have seen him create these machines that can bring us supplies. I have also seen him release fire and lightning on the battlefield, blasting the rebels who rushed in like a flood into ashes. I am a company commander of the 47th Regiment, and I have witnessed many miracles with my own eyes. When the officer finished these words coldly and indifferently, the people present did not burst into cheers or applause. They just nodded coldly and tried their best to suppress their excitement. In servants, everyone is taught to learn the coldness and indifference of logistics machinery, suppress and control their emotions. This is because the officers who founded the servants, like some people in this city, believe that Chi Nemo is a god, and God created the omnipotent logistics machinery. These people believe that logistics machinery is not only a supplier of food and fresh water, but also a teacher. People should learn from logistics machinery, be as cold and emotionless as them, and unconditionally execute any orders. Share your experience. The officer sat down and ordered everyone. I was saved today. Yaoan said excitedly, when I was in the most critical situation, 2 messengers came down from the sky and saved me. Hearing this, everyone present cast envious eyes at Yaoan. Control your emotions. The officer frowned and reminded, then said, I understand your feelings. When my comrades and I were blocked in a building by the rebels, God and his messengers suddenly appeared and instantly turned the situation around. Even though no one in our regiment had sent out a distress signal, they still came. Sorry, I just joined not long ago. Yaoan quickly suppressed his excitement and other emotions, and tried to remain as cold and indifferent as possible. It's okay, brother. Everyone needs to learn and grow. The officer nodded and did not continue to criticize. This tolerance and kindness made Yaoan happy, because only when he faced these people here would he not feel inferior in the eyes of others who hated and despised him. We should have died. The officer stood up and looked at everyone indifferently. The people in Kato's city were forgotten as before, and our army was carrying out a stupid attack plan. We lacked supplies and faced heavy sieges from the rebels. We should have died. But we were saved by many miracles. In desperate situations, it was the logistics machinery that supplied us with food and weapons and equipment. When we were in trouble, we only needed to apply and the messengers would arrive within 3 minutes. The messengers are all chosen warriors. They were God's creations, and can annihilate a large number of rebels in an instant. Together with God, they saved all of us. After hearing this, Yaoan and everyone else nodded in agreement. At that time, Kato was being besieged by the rebels, who had already captured half of the city. After God and the messengers came to turn the tide of the war, Yaoan followed God and fought side by side. He thought he would disgust God, but surprisingly, he was not only not disgusted, but also encouraged and protected. Yaoan still remembers that he was fighting on the main road of the city, and encountered a rebel tank. He was so scared that he held his head, and lay on the ground. Then he heard the sound of the tank gun firing, but the shells did not explode after hitting him, and did not even penetrate his body. They fell on his body, like soft insects, and then slid off. God came, he released lightning to smash the tank, and then stretched out his hand to him. Get up. Although it has been a long time since the defense of Kato, Yaoan dreams of this scene every night. Yaoan, follow me later. The officer interrupted Yaoan's memory. You are a lucky man. After I reported all your situation, God said he wanted to see you. Really? Yaoan was ecstatic. Control your emotions. Yes, sorry. Chapter 44. Late at night? In the underground cave of the fortress, Chi Nemo continued his research. Through sleepless and tireless research, a prototype of a dimensional transmission device has been manufactured, and the next step is experimentation and improvement. When Chi Nemo was preparing for the experiment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Come in. Groot pushed the door open and brought a man into the room. Captain, this is the person you want to see. Hearing this, Chi Nemo immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at the man. He knew that this man was called Yaoan. An officer reported not long ago that he received a report from a civilian that a man named Yaoan was a rebel hiding in the city. As for the reason, because Yaoan would disgust everyone who saw him, people believed that someone was hinting at them and helping them find the heretics hidden in the crowd. After hearing about Yaoan from the officer, Chi Nemo immediately ordered him to bring him over. Now Yaoan is here. I remember you. Chi Nemo suddenly remembered something. Were you one of the people who fought side by side with me on the main road during the defense of Kato City? Yes. Yaoan was so excited that he was going crazy. He didn't expect that God would remember a small person like him. And just like before, God didn't have a disgusted expression. Chi Nemo moved a chair and motioned Yaoan to sit down, then waved to Groot. You go out first. Groot glared at Yaoan and walked out while saying, if he does anything strange, call me, I will rush in and smash him to pieces. Don't worry, he's safe. Chi Nemo didn't worry at all. After Groot walked out and closed the door, Chi Nemo asked Yaoan, does everyone hate you? Yes, except you. Yaoan nodded. Ha ha ha. Chi Nemo suddenly laughed, which confused Yaoan. Chi Nemo now felt like he had picked up money on the street, because Yaoan was an untouchable. Untouchables have no souls, and are completely isolated from the subspace. They cannot be corrupted even if they call the names of the 4 chaos gods. Psychics who are not very strong cannot even release psychic power in front of untouchables, and may even panic and become incontinent. But the untouchables are basically hated by everyone, and even the high lords of the empire have thought of executing all the untouchables. I really didn't expect you to be an untouchable. Qin Mo was surprised. I didn't notice it during the battle, and I thought you did something evil so everyone else stayed away from you. Recalling the defense of Kato, Qin Mo found that he had no feelings in front of Yaoan, including now. God, what's wrong with me? Yaoan couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. You just have a special physique. Qin Mo answered first, then felt puzzled. What did you call me? God. Yaoan then told all the reasons why he called Qin Mo God and the servants. After hearing Yaoan's explanation, Qin Mo felt amused. Although he had expected that there might be people who believed in him, he was still shocked to hear that there were such people. Star God is not a god in the subspace. Whether or not he can get the faith of mortals, Star God will always exist, and will not become stronger because of faith. It's meaningless to believe in me, and I don't need your belief. Stop it immediately. Qin Mo first warned Yaoan, then picked up the communicator and ordered Gray, take people to the South City Tavern and monitor everyone inside. Why? Yaoan asked, puzzled. Because? Qin Mo wanted to explain, but thought about it and gave up, because the reasons were too complicated. The value of the existence of the servants is that they will try their best to learn and imitate the logistics machinery to make themselves cold and calm. But how many of the servants really suppress their emotions, rather than thinking that they suppress them? Qin Mo also thought that these people should believe in the Emperor instead of believing in him. At least they can return to the Golden Throne after death, but he can't protect their souls. Tell me about yourself. Qin Mo attaches great importance to Yaoan, so he plans to learn about his situation. Yaoan told his story again. He has only one family member, that is his wife. He and his wife are both orphans abandoned in the bottom nest. They have struggled together to survive since childhood, and they became husband and wife because they don't dislike each other. Apparently, both of them are untouchables. This is very rare. Do you know anyone else like you? Qin Mo asked. No. Yaoan shook his head. You and your wife have extremely rare characteristics. You may be the only two in the entire nest. Qin Mo said with a smile. Why do I make other people feel disgusted when they see me? It's a long story. It starts with the first life born in the universe after the Big Bang. But the story is meaningless. You just need to know that you are a special person and very important to me. When he heard the importance in Qin Mo's words, Yaoan felt that he had reached a turning point in his destiny. His whole life would change because of this meeting. Go home now. I will send someone to find you tomorrow morning and take you and your wife to the fortress together. Qin Mo stood up and opened the door for Yaoan. You have been chosen by me. Can I be your messenger? Yaoan stood up and asked. More than my messenger, the role you can play is far beyond your imagination. Qin Mo smiled and nodded. Although he had not yet started to think about how to use Yaoan's talent, Qin Mo already had a preliminary idea in his mind. Yaoan could not be a general, because no matter how powerful he was, he could not make the soldiers listen to him. He could only be a warrior, a powerful warrior, with top-notch equipment from body to weapons, and he could kill people on the battlefield and spread destruction and fear to the enemy. Even if he enjoyed fighting like Groot, there would be no risk, because he was an untouchable, and he would not be corrupted even if he called the names of the four gods. Aye. Yaoan trembled all over, his eyes full of surprise and admiration. I don't know if this is a dream or reality. I am willing to give you everything I have. If you want my heart now, I can even cut it out. Qin Mo patted Yaoan's shoulder to calm his excitement, took him out of the room, and ordered Groot outside the door, send him back by transport plane, and pick up his family the next morning. Although he hated Yaoan very much, Groot still took Yaoan away. I will follow your orders. Chapter 45. After sending Yaoan away, Qin Mo began to prepare for the dimensional teleportation experiment. The dimensional teleportation device was transported to the experimental site. The experimental site was located in a newly opened cave underground in the fortress. 2 cells were built in the left and right corners of the huge underground cavity. The person used for the experiment has been imprisoned in the cell on the far left. This person is not a rebel bishop, but a criminal who was convicted for trying to dismantle logistics machinery and sell it for money. After Groot sent Yaoan to the transport plane, he immediately rushed to the experimental site and was ready to obey Qin Mo's orders as an assistant. Put this thing on the subject. Qin Mo pointed to the metal backpack on the table. Groot immediately picked up the backpack and walked into the cell. The prisoner did not dare to disobey him, and put on the backpack obediently. He even took the initiative to close the cell door after Groot left the cell. Is that a gravity backpack? Groot asked curiously. No, it's a protective device. Chi Nemo explained while activating the dimensional teleportation device. There are locators, soul binders, and shield generators in the backpack, which can ensure that he can be teleported and teleported completely. Sounds very profound. Groot couldn't understand these complicated technologies, so he turned his eyes to the transmission device. It was a square object, 2 meters high and long, made of alloy, with energy lines on the metal surface. When Chi Nemo raised his hand, a large number of cables penetrated the wall into the experimental site and connected to the transmission device. First experiment, start. Chi Nemo raised his hand and placed it on the transmission device, then used telekinesis to activate the entire device. Groot quickly raised his head and looked at the criminal. The criminal's body began to twist and deform, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. At this time, the backpack released energy, and a human-shaped energy body gradually appeared above the criminal's body. This human-shaped energy body tried to grab his body, but couldn't touch it, but it was not pulled out of the body, but was firmly fixed on the body by energy. That thing is his soul, Chi Nemo said. That backpack doesn't seem to work. Groot quickly reminded. It worked, but not completely. Chi Nemo continued to observe for 2 seconds, then raised his hand. At this time, all the devices inside the backpack were activated, and an elliptical barrier enveloped the criminal's body and soul. The next second, the criminal appeared in another cell, the barrier on his body gradually dissipated, his soul and body merged together again, and the whole person fell to the ground and gasped in pain. Should we use this thing to teleport out of the bottom nest? Groot asked worriedly. Of course, the teleportation device is just the first step. We will have to use this thing to travel between various galaxies in the future. Chi Nemo nodded. Groot looked at the criminal with a pale face. He felt that the teleportation device was more like a torture device for torturing people. If the protection device is turned on before the teleportation begins, he will not feel pain. Chi Nemo said, and walked to the front of the cell and asked the criminal about his feelings. What did you see during the teleportation? Before the teleportation began, I saw a lot of lines. Everything in my field of vision became transparent. After that, I seemed to see a lot of things. But it seemed that I saw nothing. The criminal spoke in a confused manner. Chi Nemo listened quietly, and finally came to a conclusion. The criminal was briefly sent into another dimension during the teleportation, but his senses as a human were not sharp, and his sensory organs could not hear or see more things in that dimension. But it didn't matter, he was successfully teleported. You are lucky, I thought you would be sent into the wall in this experiment. Chi Nemo smiled. What? The criminal looked up in horror, and then realized that he had just been lucky and escaped a disaster with a high probability of death. Chi Nemo turned around and walked to the transmission device. Instead of continuing the next experiment, he began to ponder. The principle of dimensional transmission is very simple. It is to use sufficient energy to open the dimensional channel, and then put people or objects in it, and transmit them to the other side of the channel. Suppose the material universe is a chessboard. If a chess piece wants to move from the left side of the chessboard to the right side, it has to move one square at a time. And dimensional transmission is equivalent to someone picking up the chess piece and placing it directly at the end point. When the transmission device starts to transmit, it will call the computing power of the main control intelligence to accurately calculate various data between the person wearing the protective device and the target location. But if there is no locator near the target location, then the calculation result will inevitably be biased. It may be 1 or 2 meters off, or 10 meters, or even 100 meters off. For warships, it doesn't matter, as long as they are not teleported directly to the planet. But for people, a few meters off means they may get stuck in the wall, or even merge with debris. It is also very simple to solve this problem, that is, let the main control intelligence calculate for a longer time to make the result more accurate. As long as the first person is safely teleported, it is safe. They can place a beacon at the teleportation point, then the main control intelligence does not need to calculate, and the transmission error will not exceed 1 meter. New Kato suddenly lost power. The cause is still under investigation. Klein suddenly pushed open the door and shouted to report, interrupting Chi Nemo's meditation. I use the electricity from New Kato for experiments. Chi Nemo explained to Klein. The disadvantage of dimensional teleportation is that it consumes too much energy, but this is not a big problem for Chi Nemo. He can use lightning to pre-charge the teleportation device. This time, the use of New Kato's electricity is just to test how far the electricity in this city can allow a person to teleport. The test results were obvious. Just teleporting the criminals between two cells less than 100 meters apart caused a power outage in New Kato. If they were farther away, it would be really unbearable. What are the results of the experiment? While asking questions and waiting for the results, Klein looked at Chinemo nervously, fearing that he would say that the experiment failed. Success? Great, so we can enter and exit the bottom nest freely. Of course, in another 5 days, after I mass-produce the protection device, we can enter and exit the bottom nest freely. Klein was extremely happy. After so many days of waiting, the results finally came out. He could finally leave this bottom nest and go home to see his family, mobilize all troops in 3 days, and prepare them for large-scale teleportation. When Klein was excited, Chinemo issued an order that he could not understand. He was stunned for a moment and asked tremblingly, "Why? Why, aren't all the rebels in the bottom nest dead? But the people who betrayed us are still alive. I don't intend to start a war, but we must be prepared for battle to prevent someone from wanting to attack us after leaving the bottom nest." Chinemo replied, "Yes. Yes." Klein nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 46. For 5 consecutive days, the logistics machinery was working hard to produce the teleportation protection device. In order to make the teleportation protection device more convenient to carry, Chinemo miniaturized it and integrated it into the backpack on the back of the ordinary soldier's power armor. Of course, the guard's power armor was also integrated with the protection device. Since there was no need for cross-galaxy navigation for the time being, Chinemo did not continue to study dimensional technology to invent the dimensional engine, but did another important thing first. That was to turn Yao-En into a warrior. Outside the fortress, Gray and Groot were fighting with Yoan, all 3 of them wearing the same guard's power armor. Chinemo was watching silently from the side, and recording Yoan's data. "Too cowardly." Gray yelled as he shot Yoan with a shotgun laser, "You're just as cowardly as when you faced the mutant spider in the passage, except you haven't been scared yet." Yoan dodged in panic, but Gray's shotgun laser always hit him, and was then absorbed by the power armor. The 1420th hit. Chinemo was somewhat helpless. Yoan had fighting ability, just like all the other people in the bottom nest. But he was too inferior and cowardly. Facing Gray's shooting, he didn't dare to fight back, but simply dodged. How could he, a man who had just put on the guard power armor, dodge Gray's attack? "Don't dodge." Grob went up and kicked Yao-En to the ground, then rode on him and punched him in the head. Yao-En's head, which was wearing a helmet, would hit the ground every time he was hit. He was bearing the shock of Groot's fist and the ground at the same time, and his mind was a little unclear. Enough. Chinemo raised his hand to stop him. Groot immediately stood up and stepped back, staring at Yao-En angrily. Yao-En took a while to get up, took off his helmet, and apologized to Chinemo. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." "No, people need time to grow and learn, you just need more teaching." Chinemo shook his head slightly, then looked at Groot. Although he didn't say anything, Groot understood what Chinemo meant. He walked towards Yoan, grabbed his neck and forced him to stand up. "From now on, I will teach you a lesson and let you learn how to fight. You are now simply desecrating the guard armor on your body." When Groot took Yoan away, Gray suddenly felt relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chinemo. "Excuse me, this person is really not suitable to be a soldier." "Not yet, but it doesn't matter, Groot will teach him," Chinemo said. Gray couldn't understand why Chinemo was so obsessed with Yoan, but he knew that everything Chinemo did had a reason. "What do you think about the servants?" Chinemo asked. Gray immediately remembered that Chinemo ordered him to monitor the servants yesterday, and answered without hesitation, "The servants have undoubtedly betrayed the Emperor." Chinemo nodded. But Gray hesitated again, then whispered, "But I think it's right for them to believe in you, because it was you who brought us out of despair, and the miracles you showed. I also think I am a god, but I don't need their belief, and their belief may lead to them being exploited." Chinemo lowered his voice. Imagine if these people were corrupted by something strange, and suddenly became rebels. Gray didn't understand this sentence, because he didn't know why the servants were corrupted, and what could corrupt them. As one of the vast majority of civilians in the Empire, Gray did not know the existence of chaos. Forget it. Chinemo could not explain more to Gray. After all, he was not an untouchable. "How about this? You go and warn them not to spread the faith anymore, because I am the Emperor's messenger." "Yes." Gray nodded and turned to leave. Chinemo savored the term Emperor's messenger carefully, while watching Gray leave. Then Chinemo couldn't hold it anymore, thinking that if he was not worried about chaos taking the opportunity to corrupt or the state religion causing trouble, he should have accepted the worship from the servants. 5 days later, after all the ground troops were mobilized and assembled, they began to receive the protection devices. Duncan also received his own protection device, to replace the ordinary backpack on the back of the power armor. At the same time, Duncan received a direct order from Chin Mo, that is, as the first person to be teleported, he should leave the bottom nest first, and then place the teleportation beacon outside the block channel to ensure that the large force can be successfully teleported. After the teleportation device was charged and Duncan was ready, he was teleported out of the bottom nest. The protection device released a shield the moment the transmission began, so Duncan was not tortured to death like the first criminal who used the transmission. When the main control intelligence performed a lot of calculations and determined the best transmission location, Duncan was sent into the dimensional channel. This was a strange experience. When Duncan lowered his head, he could see his body, and the surrounding environment began to blur, but he could clearly feel what was around him. Until Duncan felt that he was pulled back into the body by something, and after getting used to his body again, he found that everything around him had changed. Behind him was a large open area. The giant building in the distance was the checkpoint leading to the bottom nest, which was tightly blocked. In front of him was the defensive position jointly established by the Planetary Defense Force and the Hive City Law Department. After the transmission, Duncan looked at the defense position in front of him and found that countless heavy weapons were aimed at him. The soldiers on the position had already placed their rifles on the bunkers and were ready for battle. At this time, a general came to the forefront of the position with the people from the law department. He looked at Duncan in great amazement, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. This man in power armor appeared completely out of thin air. Others only saw an energy crack where Duncan was standing. "Are you human or alien?" the general asked loudly. Duncan took off his helmet and showed his true face. "I am Duncan, the commander of the 87th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Legion." 87th Regiment? Are you kidding me? The general looked at the blocked passage in disbelief. How could you still be alive? Duncan took out the teleportation beacon, turned around and threw it backwards with all his strength. The spherical beacon was fixed immediately after it landed on the ground, and the shell unfolded outward to reveal the positioning data transmitter. Everyone except Duncan was confused and didn't know what this was for. "I'm still alive." Duncan glared at the general and said coldly, "We are all still alive." A large number of energy cracks appeared on the open ground. The drones that generated gravity shields appeared first, followed by Gray and others wearing guards' power armor, and then other infantry, tanks, unmanned artillery, logistics machinery. The neatly arranged troops that were ready for battle were all teleported over. Seeing this scene, the general's dry lips slowly opened and closed. Emperor. Chapter 47. What's the order? Gray stared at the front position and asked Chin Mo for the next order through the communicator. In order to quickly analyze the data of the first large-scale transmission and improve the transmission device, Chin Mo did not show up immediately. He was in the fortress, observing the outside world through Gray's visor. "Let the other side retreat 1 kilometer, and let us take over the position in front of the passage." After Chin Mo gave the order, he no longer paid attention to the outside world and calmly analyzed the transmission data. Gray immediately thought that a war was about to start after receiving the order. Because the other party was staying outside the blocked passage, they were ready, and no matter who opened the passage, they must be stopped. It was obviously unlikely that such a request to take over the position would be accepted. But Gray was ready for battle. He took a step forward, raised his arm, and said to the general on the position, "Retreat 1 kilometer, this position is ours." But this position is for defense." The general resisted as expected. "The passage is blocked. Who are you defending against with such a large position?" Gray took another step forward, and the shoulder gun began to charge. "Do as I say, or you will bear the consequences." The general felt very helpless. In fact, this position was not defended by anyone, because the passage had been blown up, and it was impossible for anyone to run out from it. At least, it was believed that no one would run out. This position was only a small part of the original defensive position, and most of it had been withdrawn. But now another group of people have appeared, and this position is very necessary, and cannot be given up in any case. Can we discuss it? The general walked forward, trying to ease the situation. "I deployed here because I received news that the attack plan failed, and the collapse of the passage happened after the deployment. I can understand that you are very angry now. You feel that you have been betrayed. I don't know what you have experienced in the bottom nest, but we all belong to the Planetary Defense Force. We are comrades and partners. If you want to talk, I'm Burrit here." As the general named Burrit kept approaching and trying to ease the situation, Gray quietly waited for Chin Mo's order. His shoulder gun and shotgun laser were ready to fire. If Chin Mo ordered to fire, Gray would not hesitate. He doesn't seem to know, but it is not ruled out that he is just bluffing us. Bomb the place where the tanks are parked on the right side of the position. Chinemo ordered. Gray immediately controlled the shoulder gun to aim at the right rear of the position, and a ball of light flew out of the shoulder gun and drew a perfect arc in the air and fell to the target position. The ball of light exploded in the air, and countless beams of light fell towards the tanks parked on the ground, like a rain of light beams. In the rainstorm, the armor of the tanks gradually melted, and holes were burned out on the metal ground. This attack shocked Barrett and his men. Although all the tanks were slowly burned, if the person in front of him did not attack the tanks, but shot at the soldiers on the scene. You are not attacking the people on the position, but the parked tanks. Barrett raised his hands. You really want to talk, right? No. Gray controlled the shoulder cannon to aim at Barrett. Retreat 1 kilometer. Barrett began to hesitate. At this time, Gray's shoulder cannon began to accumulate energy. Although the energy had not yet been converted into a beam, Barrett could already feel the scorching heat. Barrett turned his head and glanced at his soldiers. All the soldiers had expressions of fear and worry. On the one hand, they really didn't want to fight the army in front of them, and on the other hand, they felt guilty and questioned. Because when they came to deploy the defense, they heard that the people of the 1st Legion had died in the bottom nest. They did not send a distress signal to their superiors, so even if they wanted to send troops to carry out rescue, it was too late. Some people in the 1st Legion were brothers and sisters of the defenders. They could not open fire on people who suddenly appeared in front of them. Okay. Barrett nodded, turned around and waved to his adjutant. Both sides retreated and advanced respectively. The situation of the lower nest and the bottom nest in the Hive city is completely different. Although the sky is not visible, and the only thing you can see when you look up is the giant pipes and the dark space that can't see the end, the population of the lower nest is the largest. At this time, many civilians were attracted to watch. Barrett did not feel ashamed, he just felt lucky, because the people who escaped death at least were not blinded by anger. After Barrett and his men withdrew 1 kilometer, Gray and the army behind him also stopped. Okay, we have entered the confrontation period. Let others set up positions and wait for negotiations. I will be there in person after the negotiations begin. Chinemo issued the last order and then continued to do his business. Gray passed on the order, and the captains such as Duncan and Klein immediately arranged the troops to deploy defenses, and the logistics machinery helped them to reinforce and expand the positions. When Barrett led the troops to retreat, the high-level leaders of the Hive city had already learned about the situation, and they began a meeting in the governor's manor at the top of the tower. The top of the tower is the top of the entire Hive city building complex. It is far away from the heavily polluted planetary ground. The nobles living here can enjoy the purest air and the most beautiful environment. Every building is magnificent, and every garden is full of animals and plants that cannot be seen in the lower and bottom nests. The nobles sat in the garden, admiring the plant artworks made of metal while discussing things. Why is the governor still missing? He has a weird personality, you know. How should we deal with the mess left by the governor? He found a way to make the marshal die gloriously in battle, and then found a way to deal with his family. Why can't he find a way to deal with these troops that suddenly appeared? What else can we do? They are deserters. Just like before, we will all be executed. Are you kidding? The nobles were talking at once, and then all looked at the state religion member sitting in the middle. Say something, David, don't be silent, as if we are excluding you. A female noble said. David was responsible for spreading the state religion in the Tyrone Hive, and handling religious affairs of the entire Hive. He played a pivotal role. As long as he personally designated the 1st Legion as a heresy, the hundreds of millions of believers on the planet would form a powerful armed force. But David said nothing, he just stroked the strong brain cat in his arms. Seeing that he said nothing, the nobles continued to discuss. Let's go to war. I agree to go to war. Not only should we go to war, but we should also execute Barrett and make him pay the price for his compromise with the rebels. No, we can't go to war. David spoke slowly, then stood up under the gaze of the nobles, and said in a sonorous voice, The 1st Legion of the local planetary defense force is not a rebel, they are firm believers of the Emperor, otherwise they would not be able to survive in the bottom nest. The real rebels are those aliens in the bottom nest. After speaking in the eyes of the nobles who seemed to smile, David turned around and left, leaving another sentence. Let me negotiate with them. Chapter 48. After half a Terran day, David traveled a long way to the lower nest, and immediately went to the front line of the confrontation to prepare for negotiations. In order to show his sincerity, David did not even bring a guard. He just held his strong brain cat, and walked towards the 1st Army alone. When he saw David coming, Gray, who had been on standby, stood up and walked towards him. After the two stood face to face, David looked at Gray and was surprised to find that the power armor Gray was wearing had never been seen in the entire Empire. Why did this person go to the bottom nest and then have the ability to produce power armor? David's eyes drifted behind Gray, and he saw that all the soldiers on the battlefield were also wearing power armor. Compared to such a scene, where Gray's power armor came from was no longer important. "Are you their guide?" David asked Gray, subconsciously thinking that he was the actual commander of the First Army. Gray was silent. 2 seconds later, a crack appeared in front of David, and then a man emerged from the crack. Chin-mo. Chin-mo looked down at David and said his name. David was slightly dissatisfied when he saw that he did not salute, but he did not care. "David. I am honored to tell my name to the staunch believer of the Emperor of God." Chin-mo looked at David and judged from his clothes that he was a member of the state religion of the Tyrone Nest. This man was estimated to be 100 or 200 years old. There were various traces of prosthetic transformation on his body. The heart was connected to a black metal can behind him, which was probably a life support device. As soon as he saw David, Chin-mo suddenly remembered the prophecy that the first person he met would be a follower of the evil god. In the eyes of other forces, the Emperor is indeed an evil god, so the prophecy is really correct. When Chin-mo looked at David, David also looked at Chin-mo, and he found that this young man was a little arrogant, both in expression and attitude. As a member of the state religion, David could see at a glance that Chin-mo was not actually a firm believer of the Emperor, but he could not make it clear. "Who can you represent?" Chin-mo asked. "The Hive and the state religion," David replied calmly. "Let's talk." Chin-mo turned around and walked towards the position. Chin-mo observed David as they walked side by side. David gently stroked the strong-brained cat in his arms as he walked. This creature, which could only establish a spiritual connection with its owner, was sleeping soundly and obviously did not feel any worry or fear from its owner. This proved that David was very calm in his heart. He was sure that he would not be killed, and the people who had escaped from the bottom nest did not want to start a rebellion. But that was just his idea. After walking to the position, Chin-mo and David sat on 2 chairs brought by the soldiers and began to negotiate. Poor child. David glanced at the people present. "What did you experience in the bottom nest?" "A war." Chin-mo did not explain too much, and then began to put forward conditions. "My people must move freely in the lower nest. What they can do includes, but is not limited to, meeting with their families, taking their families away, and buying and transporting supplies." David listened quietly until Chin-mo finished speaking, and then a puzzled expression appeared on his face. "Take your family away? You still want to return to the bottom nest?" "Yes." Chin-mo nodded. David did not respond immediately, but lowered his head to think. Now the entire nest is the restraint of the First Army is their family. If they take their family back to the bottom nest, they will lose the restraint. If they want to launch a large-scale revenge operation, there will be nothing to stop them. But if I don't agree, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, David raised his head and stared at Chin-mo, trying to use psychic power to probe Chin-mo's head, find out his plan and determine whether he is preparing for war. At this time, the strong-brained cat also woke up from a deep sleep and stared at Chin-mo with his master. After probing for nearly a minute, David found nothing, and then he began to probe Gray's head, but found nothing. David immediately realized that there was an anti-psychic device in their power armor, which made him feel very outrageous. The group of people in front of him didn't look like they ran out of the bottom nest at all, but rather like aliens from some high-tech world. "Speak." Chin-mo stared at David. "Agree or not?" "Okay." David nodded and agreed to the conditions. "Very good. The first round of negotiations is over." Chin-mo was very satisfied and got up and left. After hearing the end of the first round of negotiations, David realized that Chin-mo had only put forward the first condition, and he would have the second and third. The best way to avoid being passive is war, to define these people as rebels, and then eliminate them. But David was a soldier when he was young, and he knew what the result of going to war with Chin-mo would be. As he watched Chin-mo leave, David suddenly thought of a question and asked loudly, "You finally managed to get these soldiers out of the bottom nest. Why do you want to let them go back? Do you just want them to be tools to satisfy your ambitions?" Chin-mo stopped and looked back at David. "I want to let the soldiers move freely. They can choose to take their families to the bottom nest or stay in the lower nest. I will not force anyone to return to the bottom nest." This answer made David confused again. "Why? Aren't you afraid that they will all choose to stay in the lower nest?" "Huh?" Chin-mo just smiled, and his body was immediately wrapped by the barrier, and then disappeared. David was even more confused and surprised. He felt that the situation was a little out of control. If necessary, he might have to ask the Inquisition to come to Tyrone. But the Tyrone Hive is just one of the many worlds in the Empire. After the production line of laser rifles and centaurs was sent out by the governor, the entire Hive became increasingly insignificant. If enough evidence cannot be collected, it will be difficult for the Inquisition to intervene. But if the invitation is issued in the name of the state religion, it might be feasible. Leave. Gray pointed to Barrett and his men. Oh, okay. David nodded and turned to leave. At this time, the strong-brained cat in his arms suddenly became agitated. David comforted the strong-brained cat, and took out a jar from his arms, and put it next to the mouth of the strong-brained cat. The strong-brained cat can use psychic power. It makes the contents of the jar float out into its mouth, and then chews excitedly. Gray stood aside, and witnessed the strong-brained cat's eating process. He found that the food of this beautiful creature was very disgusting, a kind of white fat bug. That thing looks pretty cute, but the food is a bit disgusting. Gray complained in the communication channel. God knows how this old thing raised the strong-brained cat like this. And Rita said, the strong-brained cats I have seen don't eat bugs. Chapter 49. According to the negotiation conditions, all soldiers of the First Army can move freely. Soldiers are also allowed to go home to visit their families, and they are also allowed to choose to go or stay, but this choice is meaningless to most people. Except for some officers, who are small nobles, others have only one idea, which is to quickly take their families to New Cato to enjoy unlimited fresh water. In less than 2 days, almost everyone brought their families to the passage leading to the bottom nest, and then was teleported back to New Cato together. But some people can't find their families. For example, Grote. What's wrong, brother? Gray saw Grote sitting on the bunker in a daze, and immediately jumped up and sat next to him. I can't find my family. Grote said in a low voice. They live in the 14th district, but I didn't find anything when I went there. My house is rusty and moldy, which proves that they have been away for a long time. Gray knew Grote's family situation. He has an older brother and a younger sister. Logically, his 2 relatives have the ability to protect themselves in the nest, so they shouldn't be missing anyway. Gray racked his brains to think of words to comfort Grote. Maybe they are in trouble, maybe they are wandering around the nest. I'm not good at speaking, I just want to say. Have you taken your family to New Cato? Grote asked. Yes. Gray nodded. Congratulations, brother. Grote grabbed Gray's hand, touched his shoulder, and then fell silent. After a while, Klein came over and shouted to Gray and Grote, Let's go, I take you to the first area to play. Klein? I thought you wouldn't come back. Gray was very surprised. He thought that nobles like Klein would stay in the upper nest. After all, although the New Cato in the lower nest is stronger than the lower nest, it is still inferior to the upper nest. The idiots in the family think I'm crazy, and they don't want to go to the lower nest with me. Klein didn't really want to discuss this topic. Come with me to the first area to play. We have been fighting a war for almost a whole year, and it's time to relax. District 1? Aren't there all gangs there? Gray knew what District 1 was. It was a dangerous place for civilians. District 1 was full of gangs and guilds. Not to mention civilians. Even if a criminal walked in, he would be squeezed out of everything useful. District 1 is very dangerous for others, but it's a paradise for the rich. I promise we will be treated like VIPs. Klein said with a smile. Gray shook his head and looked at Grote. He thought that it was better to comfort his friend than to play. Come together. Klein also looked at Grote and joked, maybe your family has joined the gang. Isn't this a good opportunity for you to find them? This was originally a joke, but Grote thought it was really possible, because his brother was a strong and good fighter, and it was not surprising that he joined the gang. So Grote immediately jumped down from the bunker, and after Gray jumped down, the two followed Klein to the first district. It seemed that the gang wanted to curry favor with the First Army, so even though Klein didn't pay, the 3 of them were still treated with courtesy. A woman with a highly prosthetic body that made her figure perfect served as a guide, and took the 3 of them around the first district. It was a perfect night. The 3 of them first went to drink, then to eat ant beef, and were taken to meet many gang leaders, and all of this was free. In the end, the female guide took the 3 of them to the arena, and entered the high-level VIP room to watch the fight. Each of you has a betting amount of 10,000 throne coins. The female guide walked up to Gray holding 2 metal plates. This is the gift you deserve. If you lose the bet, you can take away 10,000 throne coins. If you win, you can take away even more throne coins. Klein was a little surprised when he heard 10,000 throne coins. This amount of money is enough for a group of people to eat and drink for a month plus salary. I want to bet. Groot looked at the two metal plates, then randomly picked a gladiator name that he thought sounded better. Bet on the heavy hammer. Then I'd bet on the hammer too. Me too. Gray and Klein didn't know any of the gladiators here, so they followed Groot's betting. The female guide immediately turned around and stored their betting information in the machine. Soon after, the fight officially began. Amid the colorful lights, the first gladiator appeared. Let's welcome the gladiator with the best chance of winning. An excited voice rang out over the radio. Ant. Ant Bull. Cheers and applause echoed throughout the arena. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, a strong man walked out of the cage. His body was highly modified, 2 meters tall, with armor plates even implanted directly in his vital parts, and even his arms were transformed into 2 long swords. Kill! The gladiator named Ant Bull raised his arms and roared to the audience. The cheers and applause became more intense as he roared. Let us welcome the gladiator, who will be cut into countless pieces by the Ant Bull. The voice sounded again on the radio. Heavy hammer. Another gladiator walked out of the door. His appearance was far inferior to that of the Ant Bull. The left half was a strong flesh, the right half was metal, and both arms were transformed into pliers suitable for industrial production. The technology used for the transformation was very poor, so the workmanship was rough. This guy is a pit slave, Klein said. What is a pit slave? Gray asked. Why have I never heard of it? You may not have heard of it, but pit slaves are very common. Klein then began to explain what a pit slave is. In simple terms, some guilds will design a person to bear a huge debt. Of course, that person cannot pay it back. It doesn't matter. Just accept the transformation and send it to the factory as a slave. This is the so-called pit slave. Their bodies are basically transformed for industrial production, which is why the arms of the gladiator named Hammer are pliers. Some pit slaves will kill the overseer and run away, and then live as a gladiator in the arena until they are killed by their opponents, Klein said. I see. Gray suddenly realized, this guy is pretty miserable. Groot did not participate in the conversation between the two. Although he was far away from the arena, and could not see the appearance of the heavy hammer, the shape of the heavy hammer, and that half of the body gave him a familiar feeling. Inexplicably familiar. Chapter 50. The fight started soon. The heavy hammer and the Ant Bull gradually approached each other until they stopped 10 meters apart. Begin! The two gladiators immediately started fighting after the order was broadcast. The fight was not gradual, but fierce from the start. Although the Ant Bull's body was huge, it was extremely agile and clever. He slid in front of the heavy hammer and cut off his left hand with one knife. But this was a flaw that the heavy hammer deliberately exposed. He took advantage of the opportunity when the Ant Bull had just finished attacking and could not quickly make an evasive move to grab his right leg, and the pliers on his arm quickly turned to twist the Ant Bull's right leg off. The two quickly distanced themselves amid the cheers of the audience. Ant Bull bounced to keep his balance, while Heavy Hammer picked up the broken arm on the ground and put it in the storage box sewn to his back. When the cheers of the audience gradually subsided, the two began the next round of duel. Go to hell! Ant Bull roared and charged, jumping hard and rushing towards Heavy Hammer, with the two knives on his arms ready to pierce flesh and metal. Heavy Hammer also charged, but his speed was slower than that of the Ant Bull jumping on one leg, but he was more powerful, and he roared while running, "Bless me, the champion of bravery!" The speed of the Heavy Hammer became faster and faster amid the roar. He even knocked the Ant Bull down before the Ant Bull could react, and smashed the Ant Bull's head with the pincers on his arm. The Ant Bull's head was deformed after the first hit. The face of the Ant Bull was deeply sunken after the second hit. The head of the Ant Bull exploded directly after the third hit. The Heavy Hammer stood up in the pool of blood, raised the body of the Ant Bull, and shouted to the audience, "For the champion of bravery!" The cheers and applause of the audience became more intense, cheering for the winner of this fight. Heavy Hammer did not leave the ring. He dragged the body of the Ant Bull off the ring, and then walked in front of a circle of iron railings outside the audience, showing off his achievements and the miserable corpse of the enemy. This man is really brave. He even sacrificed an arm to kill the enemy. Klein stood up and applauded. Gray looked at Grodd on the side. He thought Grodd would like this fierce fight very much, but he found that his expression was shocked and his whole body was shaking. "Unthara!" Grodd shouted to Heavy Hammer, "It's me." Hearing the name Unthara, Heavy Hammer immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw an officer and two men in power armor. Then Groot took off his helmet and rushed to the edge of the stands to wave at Heavy Hammer. Heavy Hammer threw away the body of the ant bull, jumped up, and waved vigorously at Groot. The two shouted and communicated, but the sound was soon drowned out by more intense cheers and applause. Groot pointed to the direction where Heavy Hammer walked out when the fight started, and used a gesture that only the two of them could understand to indicate that he would go over. But Changchui just shook his head with a serious expression and turned away. Backstage of the arena. In order to reward Changchui for winning, the arena implanted a new prosthesis into Changchui's broken arm. This prosthesis did not have the function of a normal arm, but was just a knife that could release electric current. When implanting the prosthesis, Changchui saw Groot coming with the female guide. Groot came here by himself. He had asked Gray and Klein to return first to prevent them from getting involved in trouble. After seeing Groot, Heavy Hammer immediately stood up, dragged the half-implanted prosthesis over, and knelt down in front of the female guide, Mentor. The female guide nodded with satisfaction and introduced Groot. This is the guard of the commander of the First Army. He said he wanted to meet you, a brave gladiator. Yes. Heavy Hammer bowed his head deeply to Groot and knelt down. Respected sir, I salute you. Enthra, I. Groot trembled and stammered, and after a long time, he couldn't squeeze out a complete sentence. Finally, he turned his head and looked at the female guide. I need to be alone with him. Of course. The female guide nodded and left with the others in the backstage. After everyone else left, Changchui dared to stand up and hug Groot. Brother. My brother. What? What did you go through? Groot felt his brother's half-cold metal body, and didn't even dare to guess what he had experienced. Changchui didn't answer immediately. The two muscular men hugged each other and cried bitterly. Their tears and snot mixed and flowed onto each other's power armor or metal shoulders. After Changchui cried enough, he pulled Groot to sit down and told her about his experiences during this period. The day after Groot entered the bottom nest, an officer suddenly came to his house and said that he had become a traitor on the front line and had betrayed to the rebels. As the family members of the traitor, Changchui and her sister had to pay a ransom of 500 throne coins, and the monthly salary of a soldier was less than 20 throne coins, which was conceivable. Then the 500 throne coins became the debt of Changchui and his sister. Both of them were sold to the guild. His sister disappeared, and Changchui was transformed into a slave in the deep pit. A week ago, I killed the supervisor and ran away, then was forced to join the arena. After 2 days of training, I started fighting. Changchui lowered his head and looked at the ground. With uncontrollable anger in his tone, I named myself Changchui. A good middle-aged gladiator led me to believe in the brave champion. After that, Changchui took out a statue from his arms. The statue depicts a gladiator holding a prisoner in his right hand, and a string of skulls in his left hand. No. You can't betray the Emperor. I fought with the Emperor's messenger in the Hive, and you actually believed. Where is the Emperor? Groot's words were interrupted by the Heavy Hammer. The serious brother stared at his brother, paused for a few seconds, and asked again, Where was the Emperor when they said you were a traitor? Where was the Emperor when they sold our sister? Where was the Emperor when I was transformed into a slave in the pit? Groot was speechless. The brave champion gave me power. I can't leave. I can only stay in the arena and sacrifice blood to this great god. As he spoke, Heavy Hammer put the statue of the champion of valor into his arms. But the Emperor's messenger saved me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to leave the Hive. Groot suddenly came up with a reason to defend the Emperor. Hearing this reason, Heavy Hammer glanced at his brother and said calmly, Perhaps the person who saved you is also a god, or another messenger of another god, who is willing to bestow grace on the world. No matter who he is much better than the slave owner on Terra, who doesn't even want to fart. Groot thought silently, and he remembered that some people did worship Chin Mo as a god. I'm going to participate in the next fight. Changchui stood up and walked towards the arena. You have to go with me. Groot held his brother's shoulder. The Legion commander will replace your body with a better one, so that you can be like a normal person, and then we will go to find Maya together, and then our family will live in the bottom nest. Will they let you take me away? Changchui looked at the door. Of course they won't. Groot took the gravity hammer from his back and put it in the claws of the Heavy Hammer, but I have to take you away. Looking at the power armor on his brother and the hammer he put in his hand, the Heavy Hammer thought for a while and nodded. We are going to find Maya, and then we will get together as a family like before, but before that I have to take revenge on those bastards. Chapter 51. I'm sorry, I don't want to bother you, but have you finished talking to the gladiator? It's time for him to go on stage. After the two brothers made their decision, the female guide pushed open the door and walked in to remind them. Yes, we're done. Groot walked up to the female guide and put his hand on her abdomen. Maybe you want to do something. I'm happy to cooperate, but now. Before the female guide finished her words, her body was blasted into a sieve by the shotgun laser. Groot walked out the door, followed by the heavy hammer. The guards of the arena in the corridor had heard the sound coming from the room, and they had raised their weapons, and were ready for battle. Fire! The captain of the guards immediately ordered when Groot came out. A fierce beam of light shot at Groot, but Groot remained unmoved, continued to move forward and fired. The shotgun laser instantly cleared out dozens of guards in the corridor, but the battle was not over yet, and more guards poured out from the corner of the corridor. For the champion of valor, Heavy Hammer raised the gravity hammer and rushed towards the guard. The pliers holding the weapon rotated at high speed, and the entire gravity hammer rotated like a meat grinder, almost instantly crushing all the guards who rushed out. Looking at the biological tissues all over the ground, Heavy Hammer smiled excitedly. He felt that the endless anger in his heart was slightly relieved, but his fighting spirit was still high. Do you want to use this? Groot pointed to his arm, wanting to remove the arm armor of the power armor for Heavy Hammer to use. I don't need a weapon that only weaklings can use. Heavy Hammer shook his head and refused, then admired the gravity hammer in his hand. Why does it smash the enemy's body so easily? I would rather it be like a normal hammer. High-tech weapons, very useful. Groot smiled. I don't need it. Heavy Hammer threw the gravity hammer to Groot, then searched for a weapon that he liked among the corpses on the ground. Finally, he found a battle axe. The alloy battle axe that the Xiaoqiao gang likes to use the most in gunfights. As a cold weapon, its advantage is that even if it kills hundreds of people, the people from the Ministry of Justice will not hear the gunshots and rush over. Chongque held the battle axe with pliers, swung it twice, and continued to move forward. Groot followed his brother. He was afraid of accidentally hurting Chongque, so he did not turn on the gravity shield. The two of them walked side by side in the long corridor of the arena until they met the next wave of enemies. Most of these guards were not much different from the guards who were killed before, except that there was an extra super strongman about 2 meters and 3 meters tall. This strongman is Ogryn. Ogryn is a subspecies of human, not an alien. He doesn't look like an alien at first glance like the long-legged man, who is also a subspecies. Ogryn has a frighteningly low IQ, but is extremely powerful. Ogryn wants to. Ogryn rubbed the back of his head and wanted to say something harsh, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of what to say. In the end, he simply didn't think about it, and rushed straight towards the heavy hammer. The heavy body was like a tank when running at full speed. Even Groot, who was wearing the guard's power armor, was a little scared. But the heavy hammer was not afraid at all. He raised his battle axe and ran forward, rushing straight towards Ogryn. When the two sides were getting closer and closer, the heavy hammer did not dodge, but directly collided with Ogryn with his metal body. The result is imaginable. The heavy hammer was directly knocked back and hit the wall. Before the long sword prosthesis and arm were completely connected, a large amount of wires and blood fell out from the broken arm. For the champion of bravery. The heavy hammer was not defeated, but even became fanatical. After getting up from the ground, he rushed towards Ogryn again. Groot was about to kill Ogryn with a shoulder cannon, but the heavy hammer suddenly stood up and blocked his shooting path, so he could only pick up the gravity hammer and join the melee. Ogryn's right fist with a large brass knuckle hit the heavy hammer's face. The heavy hammer did not dodge at all, but used half of his metal head to withstand the attack, while swinging the battle axe to chop Ogryn's arm. Ogryn swung his fist again, and the heavy hammer was hit again and swung the battle axe again. The two sides fought 3 times, until Ogryn raised his arms high and wanted to smash the heavy hammer's head into his chest. Groot hit Ogryn's leg with a hammer, and the heavy hammer took the opportunity to jump up and chop off Ogryn's head with an axe. The heavy hammer raised his head and roared to the guards in front of him. Long live the brave champion. The guards were shocked by this scene, and they ran away immediately after being stunned for 2 seconds. The heavy hammer ran wildly behind with a battle axe, but his metal body slowed down his movement speed, but his physical strength seemed endless, so the distance between the two sides was still gradually shortening. When running away, the guards would occasionally trip their companions deliberately to delay time, and the heavy hammer would rush up and chop the fallen guard to death, and then chase the others. The two sides ran and chased each other all the way out of the corridor, and came to the gate leading to the arena. The two gatekeepers had not figured out the situation yet, and stood there stupidly watching the guards and the heavy hammer run past them. After the heavy hammer ran past, he remembered something and turned back to kill the gatekeeper, then rushed out of the gate to continue chasing. Groot could not find any opportunity to intervene, so he just followed his brother to the arena. The guards dispersed in the large arena area, and the heavy hammer did not chase them, but rushed directly to the two gladiators who were fighting. The fight between the two gladiators was drawing to a close. They thrust their blades into each other's arms or thighs. They had no time to dodge the incoming hammers, and could only see the battle axe swinging towards them. Puff! The sound of the sharp weapon piercing the flesh was heard, and two round objects fell to the ground and rolled away. The hammer stood in the pool of blood, and under the gaze of the extremely astonished audience, he raised his arms and shouted, "Praise the brave champion!" As soon as the voice fell, the statue of the brave champion in his arms fell out, and stood upright in the pool of blood. The people in the audience couldn't help but be attracted by the statue of the brave champion. Some of them even saw the statue's mouth slowly opening, and blood was gathering towards the statue. I don't know who burst into tears, and then the audience fled in all directions, crowding to rush out of the arena. In this chaos, there was a situation of trampling on each other. These people in the upper nest didn't care about etiquette. A noble lady was squeezed to the ground, and then countless feet stepped on her. Heavy Hammer wanted to rush to the audience, but more and more arena guards came out from various hidden passages to block his way. Enough, let me do it next. Groot felt that his brother was getting more and more abnormal, so he walked over to dissuade him. But Heavy Hammer was already in a state of panic, and he hit Groot with his shoulder. Groot, who was wearing the power armor of the guards, was hit and staggered. "Let me protect you like before." Heavy Hammer stroked the battle axe in his hand, with a hideous smile on his face, and his terrifying eyes shifted from Groot to the guards in front of him. "In the name of the brave champion, I declare your death." Chapter 52. Shoot him! The guards shouted and concentrated their fire on Heavy Hammer. Heavy Hammer dodged nimbly. His metal prosthesis not only did not slow him down, but even made him more agile. After dodging the attack, Heavy Hammer rushed to the guards, swinging his battle axe to chop every enemy in front of him. After killing one group of guards, Heavy Hammer rushed to another group of guards and chopped them, and so on. His movements were always agile and powerful, and his physical strength seemed to be endless. Groot looked at the hammer in shock, watching him kill all the guards on the ring, then rush into another gate, kill the gatekeeper, and rush into the arena building. Groot hurriedly followed. When he entered the gate, he found that this was a prison cell. The arena has two gates, one leading to the backstage and the other leading to the prison cell, and the prison cell is naturally where the people who are about to become gladiators are imprisoned. There are criminals, deep pit slaves, and other civilians who are not sure how to get them. Some of these people have been injured in training. Grub wanted to rescue them, but the Heavy Hammer broke the chains on each prison door first. Just when Groot thought that the Heavy Hammer was rescuing them, the Heavy Hammer killed the wounded, who were full of respect for him. "What are you doing?" Groot asked angrily. "I am really rescuing them. It is better for these wounded to be freed directly than to live in vain." While speaking, the Heavy Hammer distributed all the weapons he could find to others. These weapons were some torture instruments in the cell, or things like tables and chairs. "That's enough. Come back with me." Groot held out his hand to Hammer. "I won't go back. I'm going to execute everyone here. I'm going to find Maya," Hammer said as he walked towards the corridor, preparing to enter the upper floors of the building from the corridor connecting the cells. After that, of course, he would kill everyone he could find in the arena. "Follow me." Groot raised his hand and pointed at Hammer. "Kill me." Hammer continued to walk. "Even if you want to kill me, I'm going to do what I have to do, for the champion of valor." "Fuck you, brave champion." Groot turned around and controlled the shoulder cannon to shoot at the statue. The beam shot out from the shoulder cannon, penetrating the wall and all obstacles along the way, and blasted a big hole where the brave champion statue was. At this time, all the blood in the arena that was flowing towards the statue stopped flowing. Zhongchui didn't know that the statue had fallen out of his arms. He glanced back at Groot and continued to move forward. Groot was almost mad with anger. In his rage, he no longer stopped and turned around to leave in the opposite direction. After walking to the center of the arena, Groot called for an unmanned transport plane, jumped on it, and left. A few seconds later, Groot returned to the arena. He used his shoulder gun to blow up the buildings in the arena, then called the transport plane back and jumped on it. This time he really left and never returned to the arena. When riding the transport plane back to the passage, Groot suddenly saw that his ground forces outside the first area had blocked the entrances and exits of the entire area, and Gray and Klein were directing and dispatching soldiers to blockade it. Soldiers wearing power armor entered the building near the entrance and pulled out all the people inside, and knocked the rebels down with the butts of their rifles. It's bad. Groot's anger dissipated a little at this time, and when he saw his own army on the ground, he instantly realized that he had caused a big disaster. After a whole Terra day, David came to the position occupied by the First Army. Unlike the last time, this time he not only brought the strong brain cat, but also brought 100 guards equipped with power armor. When David arrived at the position and found Chi Nemo, he found Chi Nemo squatting on the ground to assemble a new device. This device looks like a signal tower, and its specific purpose is unknown, but David can see that the soldiers who are taking their families to the bottom nest walk to the signal tower, and then all disappear. This is a more stable transmission device, more energy-saving and more efficient, Chi Nemo said boastfully. David didn't understand the advantages of this device at all, and he didn't come for the transmission technology. He got straight to the point and said, "Why did your people block the first area?" Chi Nemo did block the first district. Just the day before yesterday, the 47th Regiment led by Klein not only blocked the first district, but also cleared every building inside, and no one was allowed to enter or leave the first district, no matter if he was a gang member of the first district, or a noble or rich person who went to the first district. "Groot, come here." Chi Nemo did not respond immediately, but called out to someone not far away. Then Groot walked in front of Chi Nemo, took off his helmet, and knelt on one knee. David was angry after seeing Groot, because he heard someone report that a man named Groot killed people in the arena, and even destroyed the arena building before leaving. His sister was sold, and his brother was a gladiator in the arena. Chi Nemo looked at David. "It's not just him. I received reports that some soldiers couldn't find their families, and some soldiers were lucky enough to find their families in the first district, but they didn't go there to have fun, but were made fun of." Groot, kneeling on the ground, knew that Chi Nemo was not looking for trouble, and what he said was true. When he came back yesterday, he thought Klein and Gray were going to arrest him, but later he found out that some soldiers found their families in the first district, and then the 47th Regiment went to block the first district for search. "I'm not very clear about this situation," David said. "Of course you don't know, of course," Chi Nemo said. "When my soldiers' families were lying on the floor of a dark and damp small room, wrapped in only a piece of rag, enduring the torture while murmuring the Emperor's blessing, you were not there to watch. How could you know this situation?" David stared at Chi Nemo with dissatisfaction. The strong-brained cat in his arms felt the emotions of its master, and its eyes turned to stare at Chi Nemo. Chi Nemo also looked at the strong-brained cat, and then felt the coldness and cruelty in its eyes. It seemed that there were all kinds of conspiracies, and sinister and vicious schemes hidden under the pair of vertical eyes. The strong-brained cat will establish a spiritual connection with its master, and its personality will also reflect the personality of its master. For example, the strong-brained cats raised by the Dark Elves will be as fierce and cruel as their masters. Chi Nemo thought that David in front of him was not as kind and upright as he seemed. When he thought about what Mimic said about the Hive being corrupted, it can be concluded that David is a believer, but his faith is not necessarily in the Emperor, but in Cinch. "I can understand your feelings," David said. "I'm sorry. This is the fault of the upper echelons of the Hive. We are willing to take responsibility. You can do anything to the first district. I will announce to the outside world that this is a punishment for those who betrayed the Emperor." "Thank you." Chi Nemo did not expose David on the spot, and decided to find an opportunity to investigate him. "This is what I should do." David turned and left. Groot was relieved after seeing David leave. He was worried that Chi Nemo would hand him over to appease David's anger. "Take off the guard power armor, and teleport back to the bottom nest. The teacher who can teach you to repair logistics machinery is waiting for you," Chi Nemo suddenly said. "Leader." "Don't," Groot begged hurriedly. "Don't call me the commander of the army. You are now an honorable citizen of New Cato, not my guard." Groot stopped arguing. He stood up and took off his power armor. He had no resentment in his heart, because he knew that what he did the night before was enough to be executed. Now he was being forgiven by going back to the bottom nest to repair the logistics machinery. But what Groot didn't know was that Chi Nemo didn't blame him for destroying the arena. He just felt that if he continued to fight, he would be corrupted. But Chi Nemo didn't want to execute Groot directly, so he could only find an excuse to let the main control intelligence keep an eye on him. In Chi Nemo's imagination, Groot will survive as a civilian in the future, and will only do maintenance work until he dies. "It's my honor to serve you." Groot saluted with the Sky Eagle salute and turned to leave. A soldier immediately stepped forward and grabbed Groot's shoulder and activated the protection device. When both of them were covered by the barrier, They were teleported to the new Kato at the bottom nest. Chapter 53. Night. Chi Nemo teleported back to the underground cave of the fortress, but he did not conduct research, but instead checked the video footage captured by Groot's power armor. Yao En stood beside him. The video footage played on the screen was very complete, starting from Groot following Klein to watch the fight, until he blew up the statue of the so-called brave champion with a cannon, swept the arena building and left. Yao En, who was watching from the side, did not understand what was suspicious about the video, because if it were him, he would do the same as Groot. But Chi Nemo knew what the biggest problem was. Did you notice that the heavy hammer went crazy? Chi Nemo pointed at the screen and asked. Yes, he seemed to have suddenly become very violent, but that's normal, after all it's revenge. Yao En said. Then did you notice his statue? This thing called Brave Champion? Chi Nemo asked. Yao En looked at the screen carefully, observing the statue of Brave Champion, and then expressed his feelings. I think this thing is a bit evil. That's right. Chi Nemo nodded with satisfaction. If an ordinary person can't control the desire to kill, he will be corrupted by some terrible existence, and this statue. Chi Nemo didn't continue to talk about the statue, but guessed in his mind that this statue should be a statue of corn, and the belief in the heavy hammer is actually the belief in corn. This is the general situation of most chaos believers. They may not know what they believe in, or even if they know, they dare not say the name of the chaos god. From the perspective of the heavy hammer, he didn't know that corn existed in the universe. He only knew that a god blessed him when he was in the most critical moment, and then he believed in this god, as a matter of course. He is a trouble. Chi Nemo said, trouble that must be dealt with. Yao En understood the purpose of Chi Nemo calling him over at this time, and immediately gave him the Sky Eagle salute. Leave it to me, I will execute him. No, you have another thing to do. Chi Nemo handed a photo to Yao En. You have to execute this person. Yao En looked down at the photo, and found that it was David, a member of the National Church. On the back of the photo was written David's current location. He was in the largest church in the lower nest. Execute him together, with the little beast in his arms. Although it is a pity to execute this strong-brained cat, but there is no other way. Chi Nemo ordered. Although he did not have sufficient evidence to prove whether David was corrupted, the look in his strong-brained cat's eyes showed that he was not a pushover, so executing him was the wisest decision. Yao En nodded, put the photo away, and started to put on the power armor. Aren't you curious why? Chi Nemo asked. Curious, but I won't ask, because I know that the orders from you are always correct. I just need to know what the mission is. Yao En said. Very good. Chi Nemo was very satisfied and personally helped Yao En put on the guard power armor. Before leaving, Chi Nemo gave Yao En another gift. This is a pendant that can be hung around the neck, a square object with blue lines. Keep this well. Even if I'm not with you, I can still use this thing to exert my power. Chi Nemo said. Yes. I will keep it well. Yao En hung the pendant around his neck. Then Chi Nemo sat down and stared at the screen. There were two screens in front of him. The left screen showed a picture of a slum in the first district, and the right screen showed a picture of the lower nest church. These pictures were transmitted in real time by the reconnaissance drone. After Yao En was teleported outside the church, Chi Nemo picked up the communicator and ordered Gray, I need you and the other guards to prepare for the transmission immediately. Soon, Gray's response came out of the communicator. We will meet up and be ready in 2 minutes. What is the mission? Chi Nemo stared at the left screen. In the slums, there was a group of people tied with broken chains. One of them was holding a battle axe, and was roaring and sparring with others. The mission is simple. After the transmission is completed, execute everyone you see. In the slums, the heavy hammer beheaded a civilian, raised the battle axe in his hand high, and roared that the whole slum could hear, Praise the brave champion. Praise the champion of valor. Praise the champion of valor. The people who were rescued from the arena before, as well as all those who joined them in the slums, all cheered. The alloy battle axe in the hand of the heavy hammer glowed in the firelight, and it looked like an axe made of brass. Next, the heavy hammer roared and ordered. The last civilian was brought over at random, and a laser pistol was stuffed into his hand. This laser pistol was found by the heavy hammer in the ruins of the arena, and originally belonged to the boss of the gang that controlled the arena. Fight! Heavy hammer roared and rushed towards the civilians. The civilians raised their guns in panic and prepared to fight, but the next second they saw their arms and guns flying up together. The next second, nothing could be seen. For the champion of bravery, Heavy Hammer cheered and roared again. But this time he found that others did not follow him in shouting. Until someone pointed behind Heavy Hammer, Heavy Hammer immediately turned around. A total of 3 energy cracks appeared out of thin air not far away, followed by 3 warriors wearing power armor. They started to move before their bodies were completely transformed from energy to substance, and quickly ran towards the people present. One of them threw a beacon behind Heavy Hammer with all his strength. Chongque suddenly remembered that his brother was wearing the same power armor as them. Fortunately, Chongque was quite familiar with the guard's power armor. He knew that the shoulder cannon was very powerful, and the hand could also fire shotgun lasers, which basically prevented him from being caught off guard. Unfortunately, Chongque didn't know that even if his brother was no longer a guard, there were still 4 people wearing guard's armor, not counting Yoan. Be careful. Chongque heard the reminder and turned around to look behind him while dodging. The 4th warrior wearing the guardian power armor appeared, holding the gravity hammer high in his hand. If no one reminded him, it would be smashed in the next second. Gray was the warrior who appeared behind the heavy hammer. He was teleported after the other 3 people arrived and threw the beacon, so that he could teleport more accurately and even appear directly behind the heavy hammer. After seeing the heavy hammer dodge, Gray quickly changed his moves, from hammering down to sweeping horizontally, hitting half of the heavy hammer's metal body. The moment it touched the gravity field, the hard metal body began to twist and deform until the upper half of the metal body was shattered. You are attacking civilians. Gray held the gravity hammer with both hands, and the seamless mask was facing the heavy hammer. You are a shame to your brother. Don't mention my brother. The heavy hammer roared angrily, then held the battle axe in one hand, and slowly retreated to his own side. Gray suddenly found that the broken arm of the heavy hammer was stuck to the battle axe. Chapter 54. Fight! The heavy hammer swung his battle axe and chopped the ground. For the brave champion! For the brave champion! The people who were infected by him also shouted, and after the battle cry ended, they rushed directly to Gray and others. The heavy hammer knew that no one except himself could kill Gray, so he skipped the others and rushed straight to Gray. Half of his body was smashed by the gravity hammer, but strangely, his actions were not affected at all, as if half of his body was filled with something invisible, and the filled one was more useful than the original one. While running, the heavy hammer and the axe were connected to the arm, and swung vigorously, and the mouth kept roaring blasphemously, for the champion of bravery. This was not a stupid charge. While running, the heavy hammer thought of many ways to kill Gray. For example, a sliding tackle on the spot, and then slashing at Gray's thigh, trying to break the leg armor, and then make him lose his ability to move, and then take the opportunity to chop off his head with an axe. Another example is to rush over and bump Gray with his shoulder, and chop his head when he loses his balance. Anyway, the ultimate goal is the head, and other parts of the body are not the ultimate goal of this battle. Gray stood still when the heavy hammer rushed towards him. Until the heavy hammer rushed in front of him, he jumped up and swung the battle axe at his head with all his strength. When the battle axe was about to hit his head, Gray did one thing, which was to open the gravity shield. The heavy hammer and the battle axe in his hand were crushed by gravity. Why can't the gravity shield be opened within 1 second after teleportation? Gray asked in the communication channel, otherwise, I could have crushed him when I teleported over just now. Do you know how much interference will be caused when teleporting? What about the gravity shield? It's good that the power armor didn't crash. Shin-Emo responded. Sorry for being so nosy. Gray turned around and joined the battle on the other side. The battle on the other side was similar, just taking advantage of the enemy rushing over for close combat and directly opening the gravity shield. Before the heavy hammer was crushed to death, many people were killed by the gravity shield, and only a few lucky ones, who didn't rush to the guard's power armor at the fastest speed survived. But there were only more than 30 of these lucky ones. When facing the guard's power armor, the small number of people was the most fatal disadvantage. These 30 lucky ones were not afraid, but launched the final charge against Gray and others. Gray and the other 3 stood in a row, raised their hands at the same time, and aimed their shoulder guns. The shotgun laser fired at a rate of 50 rounds per second, and the shoulder gun switched to heavy artillery mode to fire beams. The mission ended when these 30 people disappeared, and the terrain they were in was completely changed. You should believe in the fire champion. Gray laughed. Ha ha ha. What about the brave champion? This god is so stingy that he doesn't even give them good weapons. Gray and others enjoyed the joy of fighting and talked and laughed together. They didn't notice that at this time, in a building not far away, a middle-aged man was trembling and huddled in the corner, holding a new brave champion statue in his arms. Standard mission process. Andrada suddenly said to Gray. The so-called standard mission process is to start the biological scan after the battle. Gray had already started the biological scan without Andrada reminding him. The scan results showed that there were no enemies nearby, but there was one in a building not far away. Gray's shoulder gun turned to the building and fired, emitting a beam that annihilated the people hiding inside along with the statue in his arms. Mission accomplished. Well done. Qin Mo's eyes moved away from the slum screen and turned to the church screen. When Gray and his team had completed the mission, Yao En, who had been successfully teleported, was squatting outside the church building, looking for the best place to enter the church and wait for the opportunity to assassinate. This so-called best location should be found on the wall to ensure that Yao En can directly enter the confessional room at the back of the church after entering, rather than being exposed to the believers who are listening to David's preaching. After scanning for a long time, Yao En finally found a suitable location. I have to go in from here. Okay. Qin Mo released the ability to distort physics through the gift he gave to Yao En, and the physical properties of the wall immediately became like water. After Yao En passed through the wall and entered the closed confessional room, the wall behind him returned to normal. Yao En did not leave the confessional immediately to assassinate David, but knelt in front of the wall to worship the wall that had just been used by the star god, and then took off a piece of residue and put it in his backpack, intending to save it for his wife to make a necklace. Wait, don't worry. Qin Mo reminded Yao En that he was observing the situation in the church through the perspective reconnaissance mode of the drone. David was preaching to the believers, and now was not the best time to assassinate him. The great God Emperor is the Lord of humanity. Worshipping the Emperor is a natural behavior for every human being. Anyone who refuses to acknowledge that the Emperor is God must be executed, no matter where he is or what position he holds. The believers applauded and echoed vigorously. The Emperor created his angels. He is not only the Lord of mankind, but also the Lord of knowledge and wisdom. We should acquire more knowledge and make more inventions, because this is the power given to us by the Emperor. Praise the Lord of wisdom. When David said the following words, the believers present were suddenly stunned, and all felt something was wrong. This guy really believes in cinch. Qin Mo recorded this sermon and prepared to use it as evidence for future use. Please stop, Bishop. As the questioning became more and more intense, David's guard captain hurried to his side and took him down from the pulpit. David was a little dazed, and he said to the guard captain as he walked, "Sorry. I felt very uncomfortable from the beginning, and I said some things without thinking carefully. It's nothing, but you have to adjust your state before giving a speech next time." The captain of the guard said in a low voice, reminding quietly, "Tyrone Nest is not our territory yet. We must be careful when speaking here." "Yes. You are right." David walked slowly in the corridor, but the feeling of discomfort became stronger. Even the captain of the guard felt uncomfortable. At this time, the strong brain cat suddenly ran to David from the end of the corridor, rushed into his arms, trembling all over, and even his fur stood up. David felt something was wrong here. He rushed out of the church building with the strong brain cat in his arms at a mad speed, but he fell to the ground after only 2 steps, and the strong brain cat in his arms was pressed to the ground. "Bishop, you. Ah, Lord of Wisdom, save me." David kept rolling around with his hands on his heart until his whole body was stretched straight and his pupils were dilated to the limit. Even the strong brain cat screamed and screamed, and then it stretched its body and died. "When will I take action?" Yao En, who was hiding in the confessional, asked. "No need to do anything, your mission is over." Qin Mo smiled and started the teleportation program. "David seems to have been using psychic energy to maintain his life, and you are an anti-psychic untouchable, so—" "He died? Killed by me?" Yao En was very excited. "Of course, teleport back." Qin Mo pressed the button. The main control intelligence immediately began to calculate, and the protection device on Yao En also detected that the dimensional teleportation was being activated, and automatically deployed the barrier. The next second, he was teleported from the confessional to behind Qin Mo. Chapter 55. After the execution missions on both sides were completed, Gray also returned. As warriors wearing the Royal Guard's power armor, Gray and Yao En can use the teleportation technology without restrictions, and can always go to where they want to go quickly at the first time. After entering the underground cave, Gray sat in front of Qin Mo, first opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something but didn't, then suddenly looked at Yao En. Have you eaten with the Legion commander? If you have something to say, just say it. You and I are not just superiors and subordinates." Qin Mo said. "I killed Groot's brother?" Gray asked. "Who else do you think you killed just now?" Gray didn't know what to say. He didn't know he was going to kill Groot's family. When he arrived at the place, and saw the heavy hammer with half of his body covered with metal, he remembered what Groot said after he went on a killing spree in the first district, and then he realized that his target was Groot's brother. Then he said to the heavy hammer, "You are a shame to your brother." I didn't feel anything at the time, but now that I'm back, I feel something is wrong. That man killed the civilians in the slums, so I had to. Gray hesitated and stammered this matter. Well, Groot. Chi Nemo raised his hand to interrupt these meaningless words, but he understood the contradiction in Gray's heart. On the one hand, he thought he was doing the right thing, but on the other hand, he felt guilty for killing Groot's family with his own hands. Although Groot was transferred to repair logistics machinery, Gray thought that this did not mean that the good friends would not meet again, and he did not know how to explain to Groot when they met again. Not many people knew about the execution mission, only us, so I have the following plan. Chi Nemo then told Gray about his plan. We have to tell Groot that his brother is indeed dead, but he was not executed, but he fought with the gang in District 1 until he died, and he saved many people before his death. Then I will find Groot's only remaining family member, his sister. I heard her name is Maya. I will send out reconnaissance drones to search the entire nest, and find his sister by comparing everyone's genes with Groot, and then reunite them. After listening to Chi Mo's plan, Gray nodded vigorously to show his agreement. In fact, he came over and spoke dryly just to express his ideas, and his ideas coincided with Chi Mo's. But cheating, isn't it bad? Yao En on the side interrupted. Indeed. Gray felt that deceiving Groot was indeed bad. I don't want to lie to him either, but some things just can't be explained. At least in this case, even if you tell him the truth, what he knows is not the truth. Why did his brother go crazy and kill civilians? Can you give him an explanation? Chi Nemo said. Yao En and Gray looked at each other, and nodded silently. Chi Nemo lowered his head and thought. What he was sure of now was that Groot's brother was corrupted, but there was no way to say such things. Who knows what would happen if Groot, who wears power armor and likes close combat, knew about the existence of Korn. It's settled. Chi Nemo stopped discussing Groot and started making a gene-matching device for the drone searching for Maya. But Gray hadn't left yet, and he said one more thing. Speaking of which, will we go to war with the Hive sooner or later? Chi Nemo stopped his work, turned his head, and looked at Gray seriously, and then admitted, yes. It turned out that the prediction of mimicry was very correct. David is indeed a follower of the evil god, and the mimic also said that the entire Hive is being corrupted. There is reason to believe that the plan to attack the bottom nest was figured out by the corrupted nobles. As for the reason, we don't know yet. Anyway, it's a conspiracy. I think we may not only have to go to war with the Hive. Yaoen took off his helmet while speaking, and then played a recording. This is what the power armor's radio heard. Tyrone Hive is not our territory yet. We must be careful when speaking here. Tyrone Nest is not our territory yet. We must be careful when speaking here. This recording was played in a loop. Gray was puzzled when he heard the recording, and then he saw Yaoen start information sharing, and then the encrypted mission log appeared in his visor. After the encrypted log was decoded with a key that only Gray, Chi Nemo, and Yaoen had in their power armor, the mission log showed the whole process of Yaoen's assassination of David. At this time, Gray realized that Yaoen was also carrying out another mission when he was out on a mission. If Gray was still skeptical about whether the First Army would go to war with the Hive City before, now he can conclude that the two sides will definitely go to war. There is no way to avoid it. There is only one reason why I asked Yao En to assassinate David, that is, I think he does not believe in the Emperor, and we have all been deceived. Chi Nemo said. Gray had no doubts at all. He immediately determined that David was a liar, and then said an obvious but hard to believe conclusion. So we not only have to go to war with the Hive City, but also with David's territory. Where is his territory? Who knows? There are 3 worlds in the Tyrone galaxy. One or both of the other 2, except the Tyrone Hive, are his territory. Chi Nemo analyzed. Oh. Gray nodded, but his expression was not very surprised, giving people a very calm feeling. Just when Chi Nemo thought that Gray was a natural general, who could remain calm no matter when and where he faced any situation, Gray suddenly asked a question. If the fleet attacks, you will definitely be able to design weapons to deal with them, right? Are you treating me like a wishing machine? Chi Nemo knocked on Gray's helmet. Gray smiled innocently and said easily, then we can only teleport into the battleship for a desperate assault. Chi Nemo shook his head. Don't be too pessimistic. I plan to build a dock in the bottom nest. After the war starts, we can teleport the dock to the orbit after we seize the low Earth orbit, and then work overtime to build warships. The dock is so big, can it be teleported? What else? You don't think that the dimensional teleportation technology can only allow you to teleport in the Nest City? Hee, that's good. Gray was relieved and no longer worried. We need to expand our forces. Chi Nemo said, next, I need you to deploy water purifiers in various areas of Xiaoqiao. After the deployment, you will start recruiting soldiers. All recruits will be sent to Xiaoqiao for training. During the training, those with strange beliefs and superstitious thoughts will be screened out. If the war breaks out, what if the water purifiers in the enemy-occupied areas of Xiaoqiao are used by the enemy? Gray asked. After drinking the purified water, can the enemy penetrate the gravity shield or tear our tanks apart? Even with our current forces, even if the enemy doubles tenfold, we can quickly control Xiaoqiao. Chi Nemo replied. Okay. Gray saluted with Yaoan and turned to leave. Chapter 56. A few days later. While Gray and his team placed water purifiers in various areas of the lower nest and began recruiting soldiers, drones were also conducting a carpet search in the hope of finding Groot's sister. As everything was moving steadily upward, Chi Nemo began to look for a suitable construction site for the orbital dock. Rita and Klein, who were both familiar with engineering, were transferred back to the lower nest to help Chi Nemo complete this very important task. The rebels are nowhere to be found now. I haven't heard of any sightings of the rebels for a while. Of course, I can't find them. They must have been cleaned up with pesticides. What a pity. One problem after another. The three of them chatted in the transport plane. The unmanned transport plane has been programmed to stop after flying 1,000 kilometers and release terrain detection waves. The scanning results of the terrain detection waves will be transmitted to the screen inside the transport plane. You don't even need to look at the scanning results. The main control intelligence will automatically select the appropriate terrain and put it into the database. By the way, is this plan to build an orbital dock reliable? Klein looked at Chi Nemo with a worried look on his face. A dock is a very large thing. Can it be transported to the orbit? Don't worry, I can do it if I say so. Chi Nemo nodded. Okay. Do you have a blueprint? Klein asked again. Not yet. Chi Nemo shook his head and then told his idea. The so-called orbital dock is indeed very complicated, but it is very simple with material printing technology. A shell, plus a large number of super-large material printing devices. When manufacturing a warship, you just input the materials and then print the warship out. Of course, the blueprints of the warship have to be designed separately, but this is not difficult for Chi Nemo. Outrageous. Klein sighed in a low voice. It's really the same technology as witchcraft. Chi Nemo didn't hear this sigh because he was concentrating on thinking. Chi Nemo already knew why he climbed the technology tree so quickly. The star god is the god of the material universe, and the embodiment of the laws of physics. I, who have merged with the star god, want to study technology, just like a person knows how to fill his stomach when he is hungry. But this ability also has its flaws, that is, my energy is ultimately limited, and there will be a situation where the development of technology is very uneven. For example, the entire human empire, and even most of the forces in the galaxy do not have dimensional technology, but when it comes to building houses and other technologies, I am afraid that they are not even as good as a hair of the construction family in the Tyrone Hive, unless you take the time to study it. Ding! The best location for building a track dock has been detected. The main control intelligent prompt sound brought Chi Nemo back to reality. The transport plane has stopped and landed. Klein and Rita have already walked out of the transport plane and checked the location. This location is located below the bottom nest, giving people a feeling of being very flat and vast. If a species lives here, they will think that this is a world. The bottom nest should have been an ancient giant war machine manufacturing plant, and the place in front of them is like a giant basin dug out from the factory ground, except that this basin is a very smooth and flat square instead of a naturally formed basin. It's hard not to wonder what this place, and the entire Underhive were used to build before it developed into a hive city. These obstacles are okay. We can just remove them when we build the dock, but the terrain we need is not the flatter the better. Klein walked to Chi Nemo and pointed to the empty space and continued, the gravity outside the atmosphere is different from the gravity on the ground. We need to consider the material bearing capacity when we build a dock in the Underhive. It doesn't matter. I know how to use the metal used to build the Underhive ground to make a stronger alloy. Chi Nemo said. As he spoke, Chi Nemo squatted down and stretched out his hand to the ground, and then he picked up a piece of metal from the hard ground just like picking up sand. This was not the first time that Rita and Klein saw Chi Nemo distort the laws of physics, and they were shocked every time they saw it. Even though Chi Nemo only picked up a piece of metal, they knew that there must be many changes in the laws of physics behind it, which gave the hard metal ground the characteristics of sand from various angles. Chi Nemo suddenly thought of something, and immediately looked at Klein and said, I heard that your family emblem was confiscated. I will use these metals to make one for you. Klein lowered his head and remained silent. In the eyes of Chinemo and Enrita, Klein was touched in a sore spot and didn't want to talk. But in fact, Klein didn't think that the confiscation of the emblem was a big deal at all. He just remembered a recent rumor. It is said that there is a group of people called servants who believe in Chinemo as a god. Now thinking about it, the appearance of the servants is completely reasonable. Are you hysterical? Chinemo patted Klein's back hard. No, I just thought about some things in my family. Klein shook his head and began to observe the terrain carefully. After looking at the ground, he looked up. Since this area seemed to have been dug out to build a giant factory, it had no roof, which meant that its bottom was farther from the highest point than the bottom of most areas of the bottom nest. Not bad, not bad. Klein nodded repeatedly. I brought you here mainly because you have more experience and have seen real orbital docks. Do you think it is feasible to build an orbital dock in the bottom nest? Chinemo asked. Klein recalled carefully and nodded. It is completely feasible. No, if the gravity and material strength are not a problem, then it is feasible. I agree with Captain Klein's opinion. And Ruida agreed. Seeing that both of them thought it was feasible, Chinemo had no doubts. But now there is another thing besides building an orbital dock. I have two plans. One is to upgrade our existing armaments, and the other is to build a dock. Which one do you think is better to do first? What do you think? Enrita asked. Build a dock. Chinemo replied, although I have almost made up my mind, I have to listen to other people's opinions. Listening to both sides will make you wiser. After hearing this, Enrita nodded in agreement, and Klein said, my personal opinion is to build a dock. Although I haven't received any intelligence or information, I just feel that the situation is getting more and more tense. Chinemo fully agrees with Klein's feelings. After all, Klein is of noble birth and has a very keen sense of smell. He is not suitable to be a general, but he is definitely a very suitable staff officer. If a fight breaks out, the enemies in the Hive city are easy to deal with, but if the Astra Militarum and Astartes come, then we will. So in the event of an emergency, we must have a ship to transfer. Klein continued. The orbital dock is not for escape, it is for building warships. Chinemo stared at Klein, his tone very serious. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we must protect everything we have worked hard to build, no matter what the cost. After hearing this, Enruidon nodded very firmly. He had followed Chinemo from scratch to where he is now. He witnessed Chinemo's transformation from a prisoner to a leader admired by all. Everything we have now must not be taken away by anyone. Go back. I will immediately study the alloy and make the dock hull. We will soon have our own warship. Chinemo turned around and walked towards the transport plane. Chapter 57. That afternoon, the massive orbital dock project began. The metal that makes up the Tyrone Hive can be made into an alloy with several other metals on the planet to form a very strong material. Even the Tyrone people themselves don't understand what the Tyrone Hive is made of. They only know that the Hive itself is expanded on the basis of the giant city on the planet. When the Emperor first set foot on the Tyrone Hive and left a sacred footprint in the upper nest that the Tyrone people worshipped in later generations, the entire structure of the Tyrone Hive was already similar to the modern one. In the plan, the alloy was made on site. After providing lunch for the people of New Cato, the logistics machinery came out in droves, transporting other metals to the construction site together with a large number of giant transport vehicles they made. All they had to do was simple, just dump the other things needed to make the alloy on the ground, that's all. But it was still a heavy task. After all, the shell of the orbital dock was not as big as a fortress. It was nearly 100 kilometers long because it had to accommodate a large number of giant material printing facilities, and could manufacture at least 3 large main battleships at the same time, and had the space dimension engine to install a super-large galaxy navigation equipment. If Chinemo can get the blueprints of the Queen of Glory-class battleships, the orbital dock will be able to manufacture 3 Queen of Glory-class battleships with a length of 28 kilometers at the same time. Moreover, the outer shell of the orbital dock must be very hard, and there must be space inside for the defense facilities of the Void Shield. Because in Chinemo's conception, the orbital dock will be able to be transported to the combat galaxy with the fleet, and build or repair warships unmoved in the fierce artillery of the enemy. After all the materials were prepared, Chinemo took a transport plane to the site of the orbital dock construction, ready to complete the most basic part of the project by himself. You want to shape the outer shell of the orbital dock yourself? Your strength recovered so quickly? Didn't you say before that my strength would become stronger and stronger over time? Chinemo and Mimic walked to the vicinity of the project site while talking. He was thinking about how to better use the power of the star god next. When did I say that before? Sorry. My consciousness is unstable. It doesn't matter. I'm building the orbital dock, not you. Chi Nemo had a plan in mind when he spoke. I contacted you to ask for your advice. No problem, it's done. I'm working on something important now, don't bother me. The mimic said. Okay, but don't hang up yet. Chi Nemo closed his eyes and focused on communicating with the mimic. Next time you have a prophecy, tell me clearly, don't just say something vague about a follower of an evil god. How would I know which god's follower it is? Next time, you need to give a detailed report like a program. Do you hear me? Yes. I heard. Mimic agreed, and then closed the communication. Chi Nemo focused on the matter in front of him. He opened his eyes and raised his hands, feeling the power of the star god in his body. As if asking, Chi Nemo thought in his heart whether he could shape the shell of the dock, and then he felt that his power gave a possible response. Just like the mortals do what you can. Come! Chi Nemo stretched his hands forward, sensing everything within the limit. Within a circular area with a diameter of 150 kilometers, the metal materials that make up the bottom of the nest, the logistics machinery and transport vehicles, and the other metals dumped by them, all of these were sensed by Chi Nemo, and he could easily manipulate these things. Distort the laws of physics, turning all the metals in the range from solid to quicksand. Control these quicksands to gather and merge directly above. When this step was achieved, a huge amount of metal materials were floating up from all directions and gathering directly above the project site. Even the giant metal pipes above were dismantled and mobilized as part of the materials. Some of these materials were mined by logistics machinery in other places, and some were directly picked out from the metal ground 100 kilometers away. All the materials gathered in the air and fused into alloys. Chi Nemo did not release flames to melt these materials, but directly achieved the fusion step more efficiently and directly, that is, to directly let the atomic structures of all materials fuse together. The creations produced in this way are perfect. They will be like metals born naturally in nature, without any shortcomings that alloys will have. After a part of the alloy was fused, Chi Nemo pointed his right hand downward straight ahead. The alloy, which was flying and swirling like dust, immediately fell to the ground, gradually shaping the outer shell of the entire orbital dock from the front end of the orbital dock. The physical laws of the area within 100 kilometers of the project site were distorted again, and the gravity was unbalanced. The orbital dock, which was gradually taking shape, floated directly in the air. This gravity imbalance will be long-term, and Chi Nemo's current strength is enough to maintain it for a long time. Until the orbital dock is completely built and can be sent to low Earth orbit, it will float. The physical laws that Chi Nemo modified when he shaped the outer shell of the orbital dock also showed a chain reaction. Heat will be generated in the entire area for no reason, and the heat will gather in the air, or suddenly dissipate, or be transferred between two substances in the air. The instruments integrated in the logistics machinery to detect high radiation environments screened, and the radiation value in the entire area has exceeded the limit. The light emitted by the logistics machinery may not illuminate anything at a certain time, and at a certain time, just a beam of light can illuminate the entire area. Chi Nemo stood in place and exerted the power of the star god, shaping everything as he wanted. Blue energy gushed out of his eye sockets, and the laws of physics gathered around his body into a visible storm. Witnessing a part of the material universe in front of him being reshaped according to his own ideas, Chi Nemo had a vision of a star god in a trance. This star god stood among the stars, and the planets were distributed around it. They did not rotate on their own or around the stars, but they remained intact. Chi Nemo felt that this illusion was unreasonable at first, but he immediately thought of the answer. The star god itself is the embodiment of the laws of physics. It does not need to use a third-party perspective to evaluate whether the physical phenomena in the material universe are reasonable. This is inappropriate. While Chi Nemo was thinking, the outer shell of the orbital dock was quickly built. Then the materials floating in the air fell to the ground, and the distorted laws of physics except gravity returned to normal, and the storm of physics laws surrounding Chi Nemo also dissipated. When Chi Nemo began to examine the orbital dock again, he realized that he had gone too far. Originally, he wanted to build a long dock shell, but now it has been shaped into a black sphere with a diameter of 100 kilometers. It is a very standard sphere that can even be used as a scientific research reference. That's it. It can also be used as a fortress. How great. Chi Nemo glanced at the sphere and turned away. The logistics machines immediately entered the sphere under the dispatch of the main control intelligence and began to build a dock that might be considered a battle moon in the future. Chapter 58. A few days later. In a factory in New Kato, Groot sat on the ground and looked at the logistics machine that was delivered. It was crushed when collecting metal, and another logistics machine was repairing it. As a repairman, Groot just watched until the damaged logistics machine was repaired and flew out of the factory. At this moment, Groot thought that the job of this so-called logistics machine repairman was actually nothing to do. It might just be an excuse to give people food. Most of the maintenance technicians in the factory were watching from the side. Personnel number 488181, personnel category, worker. The logistics machine that was responsible for maintenance just now floated to Groot's side, and the black spherical body was facing another worker. You have been working for a month in a row. You can go to the church to relieve your mental stress. The worker immediately got up and left. Then the logistics machine floated to Groot's side again, and told him in the same cold voice, Guard number 4, it is detected that you have not relieved your stress since the last war, and the results of the last psychological test can be concluded that you have suffered many mental shocks recently. You are allowed to go to the church to relieve your mental stress. I'm no longer a guard. Isn't it time to update your database? Groot patted the sleek shell of the logistics machine and walked out of the factory. It was working time, but relieving mental stress and working time did not conflict. Groot and the people who came out of other factories walked towards the church together. They were all people who were allowed to relieve mental stress, and they were engaged in various jobs. The Sentinel drone flashing red and blue light flew in front of Groot and others. The heavy bolt weapon on it made a sound of unlocking the safety, and at the same time a beam of light shot out to scan the people present. Thank you for accepting the inspection. After the scan results were correct, the Sentinel drone thanked in a cold voice and flew to the next area. Groot and the others continued walking until they entered the church in the city center. The church was a huge building that extended to 100 floors underground. The auditorium on the ground did have the function of praying to the Emperor, but its real function was not to do this. Groot took the elevator to the underground part and saw a straight steel corridor and countless rooms on both sides of the corridor. He randomly found an empty room and walked in. After detecting someone coming in, the door automatically closed and locked, and the originally dark metal room lit up, and then a beautiful environment was revealed, and 2 bottles of wine popped out on the ground. A beach, the ocean in the distance, and the blue sky above. In this beautiful environment, a holographic interface popped up. Do you want to continue Loyalists versus Rebel Aliens? Go ahead. Groot nodded. Then a rifle appeared in his hand, and he participated in the previous full-scale counterattack against the rebels from the perspective of an ordinary soldier. After refighting the war from an ordinary perspective, Groot walked out of the room and took the elevator back to the ground. The moment the elevator door opened, Groot saw a familiar figure. Gray. When Gray, wearing the guard's power armor, leaned against the wall and waited, everyone who passed by saluted him. Why, Guard Captain Gray is also playing against the alien rebels? Groot smiled and walked up to Gray and hugged him. I don't like that game. I prefer to watch a movie called Super Gray Explodes the Rebel Scum. Gray made a joke, then suddenly became serious. Maya has been found. Groot was stunned when he heard the news, then trembled, and then ecstasy, tears, and snot mixed together. Gray patted his brother's shoulder and continued, Her residence is assigned next to yours. You can see her when you go back after get off work, and then you must teach her some rules of life in Zinkatori. For example, you can't have any entertainment activities without permission, and you shouldn't resist scanning when facing a Sentinel drone. The commander of the army specially made a gene-matching device to help you find Maya. Fortunately, the person found by matching your genes is really your sister, not a so-called woman with muscles all over her body. Also your brother. When it came to Groot's brother, Gray hesitated. He is dead, right? Groot asked. Yes, but... Gray wanted to tell Groot what he and Chinemo had discussed that day, but Groot did not give him a chance to speak. Groot's expression was very calm. My brother never yelled at me. He is good at using violence, but not dependent on it. He is a role model. It was very wrong at that time. It was as if his body was taken away. Do you know how I felt at that time? When I looked into his eyes, they were like a glass. He was knocking on the glass to ask me for help. Gray was silent. Although others thought that Groot was a violent maniac when facing people who were not his own, he always knew that this good brother was actually a wise man. Contact me if you get into trouble. Gray patted Groot's shoulder. I have to go and recruit soldiers. I come and have a drink with you tomorrow night. Okay. Groot nodded in agreement. A moment later. On the other side. He is quite insightful. Chinemo communicated with Gray, looking very surprised. Of course. So, Can Grut put on the guard's power armor again? Gray wanted to plead for Grut. He nervously waited for Chi Mo's reply, but then heard a knock on the door from the communicator. Let's talk later. Chi Mo hung up the call and turned to look at the door come in. The door was pushed open, and the head of the 87th Regiment, Duncan, walked in, saluted and asked, "You are looking for me?" "Yes." Chi Mo nodded, recalled for a moment and said, "I heard that you have your friend's ashes in your hand?" Duncan immediately thought of Albert's ashes. The friend's last wish was to see the sky after death, but even if he went to the lower nest, this wish could not be fulfilled, because it would take 30,000 throne coins to drop the ashes on the surface of the planet. Unless one day everyone can station troops in the upper nest, then Albert's ashes can be sent directly out of the building's windows to fulfill his last wish. Do you know that almost all soldiers who died in battle only have 2 last wishes before they die? Chi Mo stood up and walked to the table and sat down, then picked up the report he got from a census of the main control intelligence organization and read out the content above. One is to entrust the family to comrades, and the other is to see the sky after death. Yes, Legion Commander. Duncan nodded. Chi Mo also nodded, and then suddenly asked something unrelated. Do you know that we are building an orbital dock? Yes, Commander. Duncan said with some doubt. There is a space reserved on the orbital dock. This space is in the interlayer between the outer shell and the internal structure of the dock. It cannot accommodate instruments and equipment that are too large, but it can be used to store some small things, such as the ashes of the dead. When Chi Mo said this, Duncan was so excited that he was about to lose his composure. He could already foresee what the commander would say next. That is, the ashes can be placed in the orbital dock together with the ashes of other dead soldiers, and then they will be transported to the low Earth orbit together. In the last war, when we launched a counterattack, the probability of soldiers dying in battle was less than 5%, but in the previous defensive battle, the death rate was 70%. These dead soldiers should be commemorated. Now they can not only see the sky, but also look down on us from orbit. Chi Mo said. Yes. Yes, Legion Commander. Duncan nodded vigorously. When you leave, put the ashes in any logistics robot you can find, and then they will send the ashes to the dock. Chi Mo reminded. Yes. Thank you, Legion Commander. Duncan saluted and thanked him, then turned and left. Chi Mo thought for a while, as he watched Duncan leave. Placing the ashes of the dead in the last war in the mezzanine of the orbital dock is of course to commemorate them, but there is actually another use. In this universe, the power of the mind is very outrageous. When something is worshipped or commemorated by many people, it can even give rise to miraculous powers. Perhaps these ashes in the mezzanine of the dock can become a shield against psychic attacks. Chapter 59. Even if it can't be used as a shield, it's good to just use it as a commemoration. Chi Mo stopped thinking about the ashes and started doing more important things. Designing warships. In Chi Mo's conception, if he faces a fleet battle in the future, he will only have 2 types of warships for the time being, a frigate and a cruiser. The Tyrone Galaxy has a fleet, but this fleet is not strong, with only 1 Moon-class cruiser and 3 Sword-class frigates. So Chi Mo can completely accept the result that all these fleets are corroded, and he has absolute confidence in dealing with these warships. Whether it is a self-designed cruiser or frigate, it will mainly use energy weapons. In addition, there will be no Geller field or void shield. The reason is that warships using dimensional engines for intergalactic teleportation will not enter the subspace, and will not need Geller field. Instead, Geller field will be replaced by an oversized infantry teleport protection device. That is, when the warship is teleporting, a barrier is generated to ensure that the souls and bodies of the warship and its crew will not be torn apart in the dimensional channel. This is enough. The void shield is not used because Chi Mo really doesn't get along with the subspace. The void shield will be replaced by a one-way energy barrier, which can intercept external firepower, while the attack of the enemy can still be fired from the barrier, and this shield will not be penetrated by slow objects. Cruisers, and above will be the main output ships. In addition to basic weapons, they will also carry a particle-light spear in front of the warship, which can continuously output to the enemy ship at an extremely long distance. The frigate's duty is to intercept enemy carrier-based aircraft and various attacks. They will only carry some small naval guns, most of which are defensive weapons such as close defense lasers, and will also launch transmission beacons into the interior of the enemy ship to provide more accurate transmission data for the Marine Corps' boarding operations. Of course, the premise is that they have to board the ship, and after entering the bombardment phase, the missiles and various energy live ammunition weapons around the cruiser will severely damage the enemy at close range. First of all, one thing is certain, That is, the weapons on our warships are always more than most enemy warships of the same level. Because Qin Mo will not put a church on the warship. Even the space for the crew's activities will be compressed to the limit, so as to free up more space for placing more equipment. The crew will control the warship in the core part. They don't need to run around. As long as they are on the warship, they will be put into the cabin and connected to the warship through the brain-computer interface. It will be easy for them to control the warship. When there is no need to fight and no docking place, the crew of the warship will sleep in the cabin. If the warship explodes, it's okay. The cabin has a built-in dimensional transmission device, and you can go home in 1 second. When designing the warship, Qin Mo suddenly had an idea and thought of a very dangerous weapon. A super-large bomb. It is usually placed in the warship warehouse and directly transferred to the enemy ship when needed. The warship is constantly moving, so it is conceivable that the transfer accuracy is certainly very poor, but as long as a bomb can be transferred to the interior of the enemy ship, it will be safe. The crew of the enemy ship will find a super bomb flashing inside their own ship, and its structure will overlap with the ship, making it impossible to throw it out or dismantle it. Then they face two choices. One is to turn around and leave the team immediately regardless of everything, and the other choice is to sit and wait for death until the bomb detonates and destroys all friendly forces within the explosion range. Designing a warship is easy. The only difficult part is designing unique weapons and equipment for the warship, and of course the dimensional engine. But these are all a kind of enjoyment for Qin Mo. While Qin Mo was immersed in research, the nobles of the Hive city held a meeting. This meeting was much larger than the last one, and almost all the nobles in the Spire participated. And the venue of this meeting was not the governor's manor, but the church in the Spire of the Hive city, under the watchful eyes of the Lord of Humanity. Everyone, David is dead. Under everyone's gaze, the governor announced a piece of news that made everyone feel uneasy. The nobles looked at each other, and while they were shocked, they also complained about the governor in their hearts, thinking that it was fortunate that David was dead, otherwise you would not come out to see people. The test results show that David died of heart disease. The governor read out the disease that the nobles could only hear when they were studying. This incident could only make the nobles sigh that David was really a pious good man, who was so pious that he didn't even want to use the implant. Who do you think did it? Asked the governor. Someone immediately gave the answer. The answer is obvious. Someone from the First Army did it. Why? Asked the governor. Because he is the opponent. The nobleman couldn't help but shout to everyone. If I were a member of the First Army, I would have tricked that old man. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the church. Now that someone had pointed out the truth that everyone understood but didn't say, it was still very funny for the nobles. But when the nobles laughed so hard under the gaze of the emperor's statue, the servants in the church looked at them in confusion, not understanding why their masters were shocked 1 second and suddenly laughed the next. Their emotions were not stable, not as stable as usual. Although their emotions were not very stable at ordinary times. Stop, stop. The governor smiled and motioned for everyone to be quiet, then announced loudly, our war with the rebels is inevitable. Let the existing troops in the Hive attack them, and then we will take the opportunity to hide on Talon 3 together. What if the people sent by the Lord of Wisdom don't want us to command them? Someone asked. Then we will unite, and kill all the high-ranking officials of the Lord of Wisdom. The governor's face was cold and fierce. The nobles leaned back proudly. Conspiracy is what they are best at. But please note that the Hive army I am talking about is not the Planetary Defense Force, but the people on the Talon 2. The governor suddenly reminded, and then his eyes fell on the man wearing the marshal's uniform among the nobles. Sting, you do this. Yes. The Sting stood up and saluted, then sat back down. The nobles were not very obedient to the governor's decision, because Sting was just a slave in the governor's family. He didn't even have a name, and letting him become a noble was already very unsatisfactory to others, and now no noble would be willing to let him command the army. The governor saw the dissatisfaction on their faces. I think Sting doesn't need to command. He'd better take off his military uniform and continue to be a slave, because the position of marshal should be given to someone with more courage, who must be able to resist the rebels for a while after we leave. I don't agree with you, Governor. Stinger is obviously the best candidate for the marshal. I agree with what Kolya said. No one is more suitable than Stinger. The nobles quickly expressed their opinions. The governor smiled and looked at Stinger. Do it more delicately. Don't just let your army launch an attack and be done with it. Yes, master. Stinger nodded. Chapter 60. Soon after the governors finished their meeting and were about to leave the Hive, General Barrett, who was at the forefront of the confrontation, received an order from the marshal. The order was simple. All members of the Second Army led by Barrett were to immediately prepare to give up the confrontation, because the people of the First Army were not enemies, and as the people of the Emperor, everyone should try their best to bridge the contradictions. The order was very nice, but Barrett felt that the governor wanted to compromise, otherwise how could he say such nice words? After this period of confrontation, Barrett felt that the people of the First Army were just a group of angry people who had escaped death. They did not want the Hive to be set on fire by war. After all, this was their home. After receiving the order, Barrett immediately ordered the army to assemble, and then went to the First Army himself. The Hive has compromised and retreated. Barrett found Gray, who was arranging the new recruits for transmission along the position, and showed him the order. We don't need to continue the confrontation. Gray immediately took the order and checked it carefully, then scanned it and sent it to Chi Nemo, and then said to Barrett, "Congratulations, you have been worried about being attacked by us for a long time. Can you rest assured now? I am worried, because I don't know whether your strong Legion commander will compromise with the top leaders." Barrett smiled and shook his head. Of course he won't compromise. He will find the mastermind behind the attack plan, execute him, and then put an end to this matter completely, Gray said. Hearing his calm tone, Barrett's heart, which had just been relieved, was hanging again. He felt that the haze of war that had just dissipated was now hanging over his head again. After thinking for a long time, Barrett could only whisper, "Please tell your Legion commander that we still have to focus on the overall situation. The nest is our home, and we can't let it be destroyed. Please tell the governor if you can see him." Gray also whispered to Barrett, "Each of us has paid too much price and sacrifice. This matter will not be resolved so easily. Let him be prepared to atone for his sins." "You are so arrogant." Barrett rolled his eyes at Gray and turned to walk towards his own army. At this time, the people of the Second Army had already begun to gather and prepare to evacuate. Everyone gathered together, feeling excited about being able to withdraw from the front line of the confrontation. Although loud talking and laughing were not allowed during the gathering, the discipline of the Planetary Defense Force was not strong to begin with, and everyone was very happy. So the soldiers not only talked and laughed loudly, but even talked and laughed in front of Barrett. Barrett was also very happy. He even joined in the conversation and told the soldiers what gifts he would buy for his wife and children when he returned home, and that he would hold another banquet to celebrate that he did not die in the confrontation. Gray and his own soldiers looked at these happy people and felt inexplicably happy. There is a perpetrator for every grievance, and no one would hate the soldiers of the Second Army. They were just following orders and deployed here. Life in the lower nest is always miserable, but at this moment, the people in the front area of this blocked passage are very happy. Gray smiled at the people in front of him until he heard the warning sound from his helmet, and his smile disappeared instantly. Warning, warning, a large number of objects approaching at high speed are detected. Warning, warning. Before Gray could react at all, his shoulder cannon automatically extended from the power armor and fired several small beams into the air. The same was true for Enrita and others present. The sound of the beams being fired alerted Barrett, and he looked at Gray angrily, thinking that Gray had ordered an active attack. But Barrett did not say his words of rebuke, because he heard a shrill scream from the air, which was the sound of the shells falling. Barrett stood there, looked back in a daze, then turned his head to look at Gray, and opened his mouth a few times as if he was saying something. The next second, a dazzling explosion flashed where Barrett was standing, and he was evaporated along with the people and objects around him. A large number of shells fell immediately afterwards. The soldiers of the First Army immediately entered combat mode and looked for shelter on the battlefield. The shoulder cannons of the guards' power armor continued to fire small beams to intercept the flying shells, so they were safe for the time being. But the Second Army was in trouble. They were gathering, and everyone was gathered together, almost to the point of being crowded. When the shells fell among them, Gray saw a terrifying scene he had never seen before. The explosion instantly evaporated the hundreds of people at the center, and then the shock waves spread to the surroundings, shattering human bodies, and a huge amount of debris was thrown into the sky, and then fell to the surroundings. Defense? Gray stopped watching the plight of the Second Army, because he should have organized a defense immediately in the surprise attack rather than being a bystander. The commanders of each regiment received the order, and immediately commanded the soldiers to enter the trenches and bunkers during the bombardment. This position originally belonging to the Second Army was expanded and reinforced, and now played a good protective role. 2 hours later. The bottom nest. After the war began, the command building in the center of New Cato was activated, but because the war broke out too urgently, everyone inside was in chaos. In the corridor on the top floor, Chi Nemo and Yao En, wearing the guard's power armor, walked forward one after the other. Everyone who passed by them leaned against the wall and saluted hastily, and then continued to do what they should do. Chin Mo walked to the door of the combat meeting room and pushed it open. Klein and some other senior staff in the room gathered in front of the holographic image to discuss things. When they saw Chin Mo, they immediately stepped back and made way. Chin Mo walked to the holographic image and watched. The holographic image has shown the situation of the entire battlefield. Our army has held its ground and defended against the attack with advanced weapons and equipment. But the enemy is not only attacking the position outside the passage, they have already begun to prepare to build a defense line in the lower nest area near the passage. Sure enough, the war has started. Klein looked miserable. Let the army destroy the fixed weapons on the position, and then teleport back to the lower nest. Chin Mo did not listen to Klein's complaints and told him his orders. Klein immediately picked up the communicator and conveyed the order on the communication channel, and then asked in disbelief, "We are going to retreat?" The passage was originally blocked, and the position in front of the passage has lost its meaning after the confrontation turned into war. Chin Mo stared at the holographic image. They have to withdraw, gather, prepare, and then teleport directly behind the enemy to launch an assault. I understand. Klein suddenly realized. Chin Mo then worked with the people present to formulate a detailed teleport assault plan, including where the unmanned artillery should be teleported to start the bombardment, and the teleportation position of each regiment. Chapter 61. On the battlefield. Disperse, all disperse. We are about to teleport. Don't linger. Destroy all fixed weapons, and prepare for teleportation. As the infantrymen on the battlefield exchanged fire with the attacking enemy, the officers shouted orders on the communication channel. The soldiers immediately began to destroy heavy weapons, and tied bombs to fixed weapons, and blew them up. After doing all this, the soldiers immediately dispersed in any safe place to ensure that after teleportation, 2 people would not become 1 person due to position deviation. While the soldiers were preparing for the teleportation, the officers at the level of regimental commander had already entered the Lehman Russ tank. The teleportation is about to begin. When the prompt sounded in the communication channel, everyone's protection device was opened and the barrier wrapped around the body. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, all the people and equipment of the First Army were teleported to the bottom nest. Even the drones were not left behind. These soulless machines were easier to teleport. Everyone disappeared so suddenly that the attackers had no time to react. They continued to attack the position for 2 minutes before gradually stopping fire. Then, the attacking soldiers occupied the position, easily and with great ease. But everyone knew clearly that this was only a temporary victory, and they might face a very terrible attack next. The Stinger, who was remotely commanding the battle in the Hive's Spire, did not give orders immediately, but closed his eyes and exerted his psychic power with all his strength. A prophecy was playing in front of him. When his subordinates were worried, a large number of energy cracks opened up behind them, and the soldiers and tanks gradually condensed into entities, and then launched a fierce counterattack. The counterattack was not launched outside the position, but behind the entire front line established by the vanguard. At the end of the prophecy, the deployment of his 150,000-strong vanguard was disrupted, and then easily destroyed by the enemy. What a disgusting technology. The Stinger opened his eyes, and frowned as he thought about how to fight next. He was quite familiar with the teleportation technology. The teleportation technology used by the Empire was to use the subspace for teleportation, to enter and exit the subspace briefly and quickly, and to teleport from one place to another. It was also easy to interfere. But it is not ruled out that the other party is using new technology. It is not rational to rely on interfering with the transmission technology to reverse the prophecy. The vanguard still has to evacuate. Anyway, they have destroyed the Second Army, so it is not a loss. The Stinger closed his eyes again and sent a psychic communication to his general. Retreat. Retreat while covering each other. After giving the order, the Stinger stood up and looked at his servant, ordering him, "Go prepare the ritual and the consumables used in the ritual for me. I want to prevent the enemy from teleporting." "But sir, the teleportation technology they use may not be based on the subspace." The servant knelt on the ground and trembled. "I have seen the teleportation technology used by the big lackeys of the false emperor when they boarded the ship, and I even successfully interfered with it." The Stinger pointed to the door. "Now get out and prepare." "Yes, sir." The servant immediately ran out to prepare for the ceremony. In the bottom nest, the troops that were teleported back have regrouped. They checked all their equipment to confirm that none of them were damaged. Gray and other guards received new orders. Next, you will be teleported to different areas, but the locations are all behind the enemy's front line. I need you to find a suitable area to place the beacon after the teleportation. I think there are psychics among the enemies. If you see a psychic in the battle, don't attack immediately but report it, and then Yaoin will go over to deal with this psychic. Qin Mo gave the order in the encrypted communication channel. Gray and others listened carefully. These are the specific orders. Leave the rest to the transmission device and me. Qin Mo hung up the communication. Afterwards, except for Yao En, everyone else was gradually wrapped by the barrier, and then teleported to the position Qin Mo had set up for them in advance. After coming out of the dimensional channel, Gray found himself in an open area outside the first area. A regiment of enemy troops had gathered in the first area, then abandoned the place originally occupied by them, and evacuated. Gray immediately threw the beacon on the ground, and then detoured to attack the enemy in another direction. His guard power armor was fully fired, and the jetpack provided strong thrust. He moved and attacked at a very fast speed on the ground. Even if the enemy had noticed that he was alone, they still had to find cover and fight back with all their strength. The enemy did not notice the situation behind him. When the energy cracks opened one after another, and the 87th Regiment led by Duncan was teleported, the enemy had lost this short opportunity to intercept. Duncan got out of the tank hatch, raised the chainsaw sword and roared, "Attack!" The roar attracted the enemy's attention. When they turned around and looked in the direction of the sound, they immediately saw all the soldiers equipped with power armor, and the black muzzles of the Lehman Russ tanks. The next second, the fire was full. The enemy didn't even have time to lie on the ground before they were immediately attacked from the rear. The beam pierced their bodies, and the shells exploded between them. More than half of the entire regiment was killed or wounded in less than 2 minutes. Duncan ordered to advance, and the infantry advanced around the tanks. The biological scans in the power armor had marked all the enemies who were still alive, and even those who lay on the ground pretending to be dead would be shot by them. Gray did not continue to assist Duncan in the battle. He turned on the biological scan and rushed to other locations, and continued to drop teleport beacons. Compared with Gray and Duncan, the other groups fought more easily and comfortably. With the teleport beacon, they could always appear behind the enemy accurately, or in front of their retreat route. Unmanned artillery also joined the battle. They no longer needed the protection of friendly forces, because they would be teleported to an open space far away from the enemy, and then fire, and bomb the nearest enemy. After a round of bombing, the unmanned artillery will be teleported to the next location where they are needed for fire support. The enemy has no way of predicting where they will appear from, nor when they will leave, so naturally they cannot send people to destroy them. For the First Army, this battle no longer requires command and planning. All they have to do is continue to teleport, and assault the enemy to death in a confused state. Qin Mo was able to withdraw from the command and concentrate on charging the teleportation device, to prevent the embarrassing situation of running out of energy, and being unable to teleport. Chapter 62. After the war lasted for half a Terran day, the Stinger side was in chaos. The psychic in charge of communication reported the battle situation from the front line, and the Stinger processed the information in his brain and restored the current battlefield situation as much as possible. Then the Stinger only had one impression of this war: chaos. The retreating troops' mutual cover was useless, and the enemy seemed to be everywhere. Each unit was unable to take care of itself, and some even messed up the direction of retreat, and ran wildly in the direction of the blocked passage. The Stinger wanted to mobilize 4 or 5 regiments to organize defense on the spot, at least to open a safe evacuation route for his confidants, but this was impossible. The enemy might appear in front of or behind him, or disappear after a round of volleys, or even a large group of enemies might appear in the center of the nearby regiments, stun them, and then run away, making the defenses established by those regiments useless. The Stinger did not have much time to adjust the deployment, because he encountered more urgent things. "Sir, we must immediately deal with the enemy's artillery. Thousands of people may have been blown to pieces by the time I report to you." A psychic turned his head and looked at Stinger, urging him to react quickly. Stinger rubbed his head, quickly came up with a countermeasure, and picked up the communicator. "Alan, I need you to lead your mobile force to the location where the enemy artillery appeared immediately. The location is in the north of the 12th district, only 1,000 meters away from your location." Alan is the commander of a mobile regiment in the Tyrone II Planetary Defense Force. None of his subordinates travel by foot. All of them ride on Centaur troop carriers. Originally, Tyrone's Planetary Defense Force would not have such a division as mobile forces, but Stinger and the governor liked to use ingenious strategies in war, and they needed a force that could quickly execute their strategies, so the mobile force built with a lot of money was born. I have seen those artillery. Alan's voice sounded in the communicator. He did not have psychic power. These artillery are deployed outside the city. No one operates them, but they can fire. I don't care what the enemy's artillery looks like. I only care whether you can deal with them. Hurry up and get over there. I'm watching you. The Stinger ordered coldly. The Stinger was not trying to scare Eileen. With the blessing of the Lord of Wisdom, he could really see Eileen's every move. Eileen had no intention of disobeying orders. He and his mobile group rushed all the way to the location of the artillery. However, those unmanned artillery didn't know whether they didn't notice Eileen or didn't care, and continued to pour firepower on the battlefield in the distance. Eileen's soldiers turned their heads, and couldn't help but look at the bomb location. Since the distance was too far, the person could not be seen clearly, but the flash and smoke from the violent explosion were clearly visible. Based on past experience, Stinger estimated that at least half of the regiment would be destroyed in this round of bombardment. Especially in the current chaotic situation, the bombardment would have a better killing effect on troops that could not find cover. Don't teleport, don't teleport, don't teleport. Stinger heard Eileen say like praying, and it was obvious that he had encountered the situation where the target teleported away before. Fortunately, the distance of 1,000 meters was very short for the soldiers led by Eileen. They approached the position where they could open fire in less than a minute. Fire! Eileen roared and ordered. After the order was given, the Centaur transporter that Eileen was riding on was blown up on the spot, and the debris splashed into the sky. This sudden attack attracted the attention of others. All the soldiers in the regiment had to abandon the artillery in front of them, and turn their heads to deal with another group of enemies. When did these bastards appear? Stinger gnashed his teeth. He saw a whole regiment of enemies behind the mobile regiment. They were not even in a hurry. They were already in combat mode when they appeared. All Lehman Russ tanks were lined up in a row. The infantrymen wearing power armor used the tanks as cover. Their commander half stuck out of the turret, holding a laser pistol and roaring loudly. In front of them, there was an unidentified drone floating in the air. On the other hand, Eileen's mobile regiment began to turn after being suddenly attacked. At this time, the enemy had already launched a second round of attacks. The troop carrier was destroyed by the tank, and the infantry rushing out of the vehicle was concentrated by fire. Some drivers with superb driving skills turned on the spot to ensure that the heavy logging guns or heavy bolters on the troop carrier could hit the enemy at an angle, but it was useless. All the physical bullets were crushed when they flew under the drone. Only the beams fired by the laser rifles of other infantry could hit, but they basically hit the tank armor. They are dead. Stinger opened his eyes, a little numb. The Stinger likes war very much, not because he can cut people, but because he can fully display his strategy and the gifts he got from the Lord of Wisdom. But now this war only brings him anger and unwillingness. Although before the war, it was considered that the enemy might use teleportation technology to fight, but it was not known how they would fight, and these vanguards were used for testing. But the test results were still far beyond expectations. This teleportation technology is too stable, different from what I've seen in other places before. The mobile regiment is gone. Another psychic reported to Stinger, and then waited for him to react to the news, to see what expression the marshal's favorite troops would have when they were gone. But Stinger didn't react at all, he just murmured, "I was wrong from the beginning, I shouldn't have let them retreat. No. No, no, no. If we don't retreat, it's no different from staying there and waiting to die. Those teleported enemy troops can easily do what they can't do in normal wars, that is, attack from both sides. Dead end, it is indeed a dead end. This war is a mistake. I shouldn't have listened to the governor's order to start a war. No, that's not right. At least we now know how the enemy fights, so these sacrifices are completely worth it. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the chance to discuss countermeasures." The Stinger kept talking to himself like crazy. Ha. The psychics present all burst into laughter. They liked to see the Stinger's frustrated look. If there were outsiders present at this time, they would find that these people didn't seem to be in a superior-subordinate relationship at all. Even though everyone seemed very busy on the surface, the Stinger's orders were not always conveyed. The ceremony is ready. When the Stinger was getting more and more depressed, he finally heard good news. So he immediately got up and walked out of the building and came to the square outside. Chapter 63. There were many people gathered in the square, nearly 4,000 well-dressed people, all of whom were merchants in the upper nest. These people were very panicked, and told their families or friends about their fears. When Stinger appeared in front of them, everyone stopped talking and looked at him as if they saw hope. As you all know, the people of the First Army are already rebels. Stinger said helplessly, "The rebels are strong and it is difficult for us to defeat them. But we will do everything we can to ensure that you can go to Tyrone 2 for refuge. As he said that, Stinger glanced at his servant. The servant squinted his eyes and smiled and nodded. The transport plane is ready. Did you hear me? Follow him to the transport plane. Stinger clapped his hands and shouted to everyone, don't stand here. You are just the first batch of refugees. There are more behind you. The faster you move, the more people in this nest city can be saved. Follow me. The servant smiled and turned around. No one would hesitate at this time. Everyone hurriedly followed the servant with their families. When passing by Stinger, they even knelt down to thank him. At least in the eyes of these people, Stinger is a good person. He and his troops from Tyrone 2 are evacuating civilians. They are much better than the governor, who has disappeared long ago. The servants led everyone through a wide road to another open space, where many transport planes were parked. The hatches were already open, waiting for everyone to enter. Due to the emergency situation, no one would wonder why the hatches were open, but the engines of the transport planes were not started. They were still standing there coldly. Transport planes were filled one after another, and when the people inside were so crowded that no one could squeeze in, the hatch would close. In the first transport plane, an old man was squeezed to the cockpit, smelling the sweat in the air and complaining. That damn bastard Klein really came back for nothing. He should at least tell us about the rebellion of the First Army. Damn it, why hasn't this transport plane started yet? When everyone thought that they could just take a transport plane to low Earth orbit, and then get on the transport ship mentioned by the Marshal to go to Tyrone 2, Stinger changed his clothes and slowly walked to the center of the open space, where the transport plane was parked. He held the scepter in his hand, and chanted in a language that no one else could understand, until the whole open space was filled with a strange blue color. The Stinger knocked the ground with the scepter in his hand. When the crisp knocking sound rang out, all the transport planes turned into steel cages. The Stinger took the servant and turned away, and a blue flame appeared behind them. Do we really need to do this for the Vanguard? The servant asked. We are not facing ordinary enemies this time. I hope to leave as many lowly pigs and dogs as possible, so that they can be thrown into the next war. Poison Sting smiled. The ritual will interfere with the teleportation technology they use. But my lord. The servant wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Poison Sting. Poison Sting stopped and looked at his servant, and taught him, knowledge and wisdom, this is the most powerful weapon in our hands. Okay, my lord. You are right. Of course, you old things still need to learn a lot. Bottom nest. Chi Nemo still sat in the underground cave of the fortress, with his hands on the floating teleportation device, using the energy of the star god to power it. The current transmission is a large-scale transmission. Every transmission of more than 100,000 people in the First Army will drain the energy of the transmission device, and they are still transmitting at irregular locations, which is a greater burden. Chi Nemo felt a little tired in this energy consumption, but he could still bear it. He was confident that he could support the army to wipe out the enemy. But not long after, the energy consumption suddenly stopped. The transmission device was overcharged and surging energy appeared on the surface. Just a trace of this energy could detonate the entire fortress, and Chi Nemo had to quickly withdraw it. What's going on? The army was wiped out. Chi Nemo withdrew his hand in confusion, then picked up the communicator to ask. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Klein, with an anxious and worried look on his face, walked in quickly, reporting the situation without even a greeting. The army that was fighting has temporarily stopped, because something is wrong with the lower nest now. According to the information I got. Klein began to explain in detail. After listening, Chi Nemo realized that there was a strange situation in the lower nest, that is, there was a blue turbulence in the air from time to time, and some weak psychics in the enemy army had to carry rifles to fight. Moreover, Gray, who was fighting on the front line, found that the psychic interference device in the power armor was overloaded, and the HUD in the visor was randomly marked with psychic reaction marks. Not only him, but others also found similar situations. For the sake of safety, they temporarily stopped fighting to avoid entering the enemy's trap or encountering more terrible consequences. Interference, this is interference, Chi Nemo said. He immediately judged the current situation, that is, there was a serious interference in the lower nest, similar to the subspace version of the EMP electromagnetic weapon, which directly paralyzed the subspace-related devices. It is not clear how these interferences are generated. Perhaps they are caused by powerful psychics. Chi Nemo can guess that the interference is released by the enemy, and even knows what they are thinking. They mistakenly believe that the teleportation technology they saw is the teleportation technology commonly used in the human empire. The principle is to use the subspace for teleportation. This kind of teleportation will expose the user to the subspace for a short time. Since the exposure time is very short, the subspace creatures will not target them. But this is a teleportation based on the subspace after all. If it is interfered with, a very terrible situation will occur, which is more terrible than losing energy supply during dimensional teleportation and getting stuck in the dimensional channel. Thinking about this, Nemo couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up to the enemy's psychic, praising him as a great man, because ordinary people couldn't think of such a method. What should we do? Klein asked. The various anomalies now have nothing to do with us. Keep fighting. Nemo put his hands on the transmission device again, providing energy for the army to start large-scale dimensional transmission again. Klein was relieved, turned around and left, and conveyed Nemo's order. Soon the energy stored in the transmission device was drained, and then it was replenished without interruption. Obviously, the army has started to use dimensional teleportation to fight again. Ha ha ha. Nemo laughed out loud, and suddenly he had a desire to go to the battlefield. Because after going to the battlefield, he can see the enemy being stunned by the teleported army again, and the expression on the enemy's face must be very exciting. Materialistic technology, kid. Nemo said to himself. Chapter 64. In the 12th area of the lower nest, more than 30,000 soldiers commanded by Sting gathered here. They were all the people who survived the dimensional teleportation attack. After Sting used the ritual to release interference, the communication was interrupted, but the survivors were still jubilant because they no longer had to worry about enemies coming out of the corners. Take advantage of now, retreat. Kill all the wounded, and don't give the enemy a chance to interrogate intelligence. The survivors were doing things in a mess under the command of the officers. Some were arranged to retreat, and some were forced to stay and kill the wounded. When most people had already rushed out of the block and rushed to the outside of District 12, those who were left behind to execute the wounded could not stay any longer. They gave up the idea of using rifles to kill a group of people, and chose to use the only weapon they had that could kill a group of people: incendiary bombs. After treating the wounded, everyone set out on the road of retreat, but it was not so orderly. Some soldiers were deceived by officers to take the road completely opposite to the retreat direction, and some officers were deceived by their own soldiers to stay behind to cover the retreat. But these people left Area 12 anyway, walking on the road from the lower nest to the upper nest. As the hope of escape got closer and closer, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the soldiers. Until a reconnaissance drone suddenly flew over everyone's head. Plane! Plane! We are finished. Tragic cries broke out in the team until someone shouted with a loudspeaker. The transmission was interrupted, and they can't catch up immediately. This voice comforted many people, and everyone continued to move forward, until they reached an open space. First, the people in the front of the team stopped, then the people on the left and right side stopped, and the people at the back didn't understand why these idiots didn't continue to move forward, until the people at the back accidentally saw an energy crack behind them. A large number of troops were teleported to the surroundings of the 30,000 survivors. Some of them were closer, and some were farther away, but no matter where they were after teleportation, they could block anyone's escape route anyway. When Aiken led his regiment to teleport, he saw that the 30,000 survivors were completely piled up together. These people obviously felt from the bottom of their hearts that no more troops would be teleported near them, and now they were stunned in place, not knowing how to react in despair and fear. These idiots look like a group of refugees. Duncan said in the communication channel. The enemies we have killed so far seem to be the vanguard. If they send the main force next, we will have a tough battle. Let's talk about it later. Let's get rid of the people in front of us first. Duncan listened to his colleagues in the tank and patted the tank gunner to signal him to open fire. The gunner nodded, turned the muzzle to aim at the enemy and fired. When the shells were fired and flew under the drone that generated the gravity shield was briefly and quickly closed to allow the shells to fly out and explode among the enemies. Then other tanks opened fire, and then all the regiments that were teleported opened fire. Aiken felt that this battle was a complete execution. The 30,000 enemies had no ability to fight back, and they couldn't even find shelter. They were either pierced by the lasers fired by the infantry or shattered by the shells. After the execution, Duncan's regiment was teleported back to the bottom nest with other regiments for repairs. In the fortress, Nemo, who had stopped charging the teleporter, took a break and discussed with Klein what to do next. While the two were discussing, Gray pushed the prisoner into the room and kicked him to his knees. I caught an enemy deserter, Gray said. He may be able to tell us something about the enemy. Nemo immediately stood up and walked to the prisoner, carefully checking his condition. This prisoner was a soldier of the Tyrone II Planetary Defense Force, as written on the label on his chest. His face was covered with scars, which looked like old wounds, all over his face. Don't kill me. The captive knelt at Qin Mo's feet. I tell you whatever you want to know. You're willing to tell me, but I don't want to believe it. Qin Mo didn't want to listen to the cinch believers, even if what he said was true. How do we deal with him? Gray asked. I just need him to be alive. Qin Mo turned around and took out a teleportation protection device from the box, then slightly modified it and put it on the captive. After the dimensional transmission began, the captive was sent into the dimensional channel, and when he came out on the other side of the room, he immediately fell to the ground. The device on the captive only protected his body, but not his soul. His vital signs were still there, but he would be in a coma forever. This was exactly what Qin Mo wanted. He immediately made a new device on the spot and connected it to the captive's brain. So we can read his memory? Gray asked. Smart. Qin Mo adjusted the equipment, then put on the helmet of the power armor and ordered to the air, read his head. This order was given to the main control intelligence. What information do you want to know? The main control intelligence quickly read the memory in the captive's brain and then asked, What do you think I want to know? Qin Mo asked back. According to the information read from the captive's brain, Tyrone 2 is an industrial world. 120 years ago, the belief called the Lord of Wisdom spread in the world, and David was the bishop of the Lord of Wisdom. Other information such as population was not read, because this prisoner is just an ordinary soldier, and everything he knows is about the Wisdom Lord sect. After listening to the report of the main control intelligence, Qin Mo thought for a while and asked again, What is the current situation of Tyrone 3? Is there also a Wisdom Lord sect? The prisoner has no information about Tyrone 3. Tell me some military information. Received. According to the information read from the prisoner's brain, they are only participating in the battle as a vanguard, with the goal of completely destroying us and the planetary defense forces of the Tyrone Hive. Note, this purpose is the captive's self-speculation when receiving the order, for reference only. After listening to the military information, Qin Mo took off his power armor helmet and sat down. After thinking, he said to Klein, There have been heretics rampant on Talon 2. Our galaxy is really a bit weird, with rebels one after another. Emperor, when will this fight end? Klein sighed helplessly. Qin Mo said nothing. He only hoped that there would be no heretics on Talon's third planet, at least no sect that believed in Slaanesh or other similar ghost things would pop up, otherwise a star system level chicken-eating game would begin, and the fight would really be endless. But Qin Mo would not pin his hopes on prayer or luck. He believed that he should study a weapon of the Extinction Order level, so as to end the endless war in the Talon galaxy in the future. Chapter 65. Let's talk about the future later. We need to send troops to occupy the lower nest now, Qin Mo said. Gray nodded and left immediately to convey Qin Mo's order. And Klein continued to play the role of a staff officer, responsible for providing advice for Qin Mo's next decision. Based on your understanding of the nobles, do you think they will all believe in the sect called the Lord of Wisdom? Qin Mo suddenly asked. Speaking of this matter, Klein carefully recalled what he had seen and heard since he was a child. After another intense brainstorming session, Klein gave his answer. If you ask me, there are all kinds of beliefs. I once heard that a group of nobles believed that they could become younger by enjoying themselves. The outrageous thing is that I later heard that it actually worked for them. There are all kinds of heretics. If there were only 3 planets in the Talon system, the heretic army we see would definitely not be what we have now. The more Klein spoke, the more miserable he felt. He also fantasized that he would do some business when the war stopped in the future. Just like he was not good at commanding operations, he was not good at doing business, but he just wanted to travel around. But now it seems that there is no chance. Even if Qin Mo leads everyone to victory again, all the worlds of Tyrone will be destroyed by war. Even if you run around everywhere, you can only see slums and ruins. This galaxy is simply a cesspool, just like most places in the Empire. Qin Mo suddenly sighed. Klein didn't say anything, just listened silently, but his expression became more and more miserable. But we have to struggle on. Qin Mo stood up and patted Klein's shoulder. Go and do what you should do. I also have a lot of things to do. Yes. Klein stood up, saluted, and turned to leave. Qin Mo turned around and walked to the side of the equipment, and began to do research. He knew that he still had a lot of research to do, including the various weapons of the warship, and even the metals used to make the warship. These are not difficult for a star god. He doesn't even need to collect metals. He plans to make a universal alloy that will have the advantages and characteristics of most metals. Qin Mo got the inspiration when he was shaping the outer shell of the orbital dock. He found that he could change the metal material from the atomic structure. This is simply a universal alchemy, but it must have metal materials, and it is not possible to create something out of nothing for the time being. After the universal alloy is manufactured, a device for synthesizing the alloy must be manufactured, which can be integrated into logistics machinery or operated by humans. Although machinery is much more useful than humans, the population of the Hive is too large, and we have to find a way to make them earn wages. The research work is not just about warship weapons and metals. Gray and his team should also carry out enhanced transformation, and the guard's power armor should also be upgraded. Of course, there are also weapons of the extermination order level. I don't know what outrageous things the rebels will have in the future. If there are any, we have to study targeted technology, just like the pesticide used for the Tyrone gene stealers. Same. Although Chi Nemo really likes to do research, he can't help but feel overwhelmed. However, he does not intend to train a group of scientific researchers. On the contrary, he made a decision very early. Except for himself and the Untouchables, no one in the Talon Galaxy will be allowed to invent. At the same time, in the manner that originally belonged to the governor in Shangchao, Stinger sat in the governor's seat, put his legs on the back of the governor's female slave, who was kneeling in front of him, holding a golden cup in one hand and a wine bottle in the other, enjoying the fine wine in the governor's wine cellar. This kind of enjoyment made Poison Sting very comfortable, and he didn't get angry even though he was listening to very bad news. The ritual didn't work, and no one came back alive. The servant knelt on the ground and said, "I'm sorry, my respected lord, this should be my fault. It must be that the ritual I prepared did not please the Lord of Wisdom." "No, it's not your fault, it's my fault," Poison Sting said. The servant was very surprised. He didn't understand why Poison Sting suddenly became responsible. In the past, all kinds of mistakes would be pushed onto others. Without explaining anything, the Sting poured the wine in the cup onto the floor, and then kicked the slave girl down. The slave girl fell on the wine, and knelt up again in panic, with deep doubt and confusion in her eyes. She didn't know why she was kicked suddenly. But the Sting himself couldn't explain the reason clearly. He just wanted to do it, just wanted to give others some surprises, that's all. "Don't talk next, or I take out your vocal cords." The Sting smiled and warned, then sat cross-legged on the governor's throne, and closed his eyes. He began to see. This was not an ability bestowed upon him by the Lord of Wisdom, but a natural talent that he was born with. But after converting to the Lord of Wisdom, this talent became stronger and stronger. "What are you looking at?" the servant asked. The Stinger instantly opened his eyes, and stretched out his hand, but when his hand reached the servant's throat, he retracted it because he suddenly remembered that his servant's vocal cords had long been gone. The Stinger wanted to kill the servant, who was interfering with him, but considering other things, he finally did not do so. He closed his eyes again, and continued to see, while also explaining, "I'm looking for it. Looking for the source of those teleportation technologies, and what exactly is the principle behind it, and why our rituals have no effect." The servant nodded, and waited quietly for the result. When the Stinger opened his eyes again, his eyes were covered with a layer of blue light. What he saw was not the magnificent governor's manor in front of him, but a fortress in the bottom nest. The Stinger waited quietly. According to past experience, he thought he would soon be able to see the situation inside the fortress, and how the teleportation technology used by the enemy was developed, and then learn the principle of this strange technology. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Half an hour later, Stinger could only see the fortress, which was becoming increasingly blurry and darker. A moment later, a large mass of blank space emerged from the fortress. This was pure blank space, without color or transparency. Stinger could not describe the appearance of this blank space. As time passed, the area covered by this blank space became larger and larger. Stinger knew that his ability to see was reaching its limit, and he could only force himself to continue seeing. But after looking for a long time, he saw nothing but blankness. "What do you see?" the servant asked tremblingly. I can't see anything." Dust felt something slipping from the corner of his eye to the edge of his mouth. He licked it with his tongue, and a fishy smell filled his entire mouth. It was blood. In the eyes of others, Dust's blood flowed out of the corner of his eyes like tears. "Stop, stop!" The servant rushed up and pressed Dust to the ground, slapping his face hard until the light in his eyes faded. When the Stinger stabilized, the servant asked, "Is your inside out of control?" A similar situation had occurred before. The Stinger wanted to see the background of the enemy commander and find an opportunity to defeat the opponent psychologically, but he only saw a warship that time, which was a sign of losing control. "No, I didn't lose control this time, but I can't see it," the Stinger murmured. It doesn't matter if I don't see it. At least we know what the enemy's tactics are. The servant patted the Stinger's shoulder to comfort him. The Stinger nodded and said fiercely, I will make the enemy pay the price. I will burn the person who developed the teleportation technology to the Lord of Wisdom. Chapter 66. Both sides in the Hive War were preparing for victory. At this time, the orbital dock had not yet been transported to orbit, and the fleet controlled by the governor had not yet returned to the Talon system. So no one noticed that a purple crack was torn in the calm space of the Talon system, and a wandering-class freighter emerged from the subspace, and the crack behind it closed immediately. In the bridge of the freighter, all the crew members, including the captain, stood with bated breath, watching the metal plates around the freighter fold and rise continuously until they could see the vast space outside the freighter. Ah! Praise the Emperor. The captain knelt down excitedly. Emperor, we finally see the emptiness of the real world. Praise the Emperor, praise the Emperor. It must be a miracle performed by the Emperor that we can survive the warp storm. The others in the bridge also knelt down and bowed to the double-headed eagle symbol that symbolizes the Empire. Soon, footsteps sounded, the door of the bridge was opened, and 10 officers stepped into the bridge. They were wearing green carapace armor, and all of them had purple pupils. When they saw the space outside, they also began to praise the Emperor. The warp storm is extremely terrifying for humans using warp engines, which means that they may be forced to stay in the warp and become toys of those terrifying warp creatures. At that time, some very terrible things may happen on the ship, such as a crew member suddenly starting a ritual, or even everyone on the ship starting to do crazy things. Even if you escape from the warp storm and return to the material universe, you may find that hundreds or thousands of years have passed. Which system are we in? The officer asked. Talon. The captain walked to the porthole and looked at the 3 planets revolving around the star outside. I've been here to do business before. Oh wait, so you are really a businessman, right? The officer asked angrily. Our entire regiment went to support your system, and then you just arranged a merchant ship to send us home? So do you want to kill me, or do you want to return to your hometown of Cadia? The captain asked with a smile. In the dark bridge, the officer's purple pupil shone like gems, and they suppressed their anger. Can we go back to Cadia now? The officer asked. No. The merchant smiled and shook his head. We still need some time to prepare, and this ship is damaged in some places. We need a suitable place to repair the ship. Okay. The officer nodded helplessly. Driving a ship is not an easy thing. As soldiers of the Star Army, they can only rely on these merchants to return home. The officer immediately looked at the others behind him and gave them orders one by one. Each of you will take a small number of soldiers to various planets in the Talon system and discuss with their governors to see if they can help us repair the ship. It doesn't matter if they don't agree. We can negotiate conditions, such as helping them fight. As he spoke, the officer's eyes fell on a man with a scar on his face. Creed, you take the white shield to Talon 1. I know you are good at persuading others. Yes, sir. Cred saluted and accepted the order. Take this. The officer took out a cigar from his pocket and put it in Creed's hand. Hold this in your mouth and negotiate with their governor. With your square face with scars, their governor will definitely think you are a powerful and ruthless person. Yes, sir. Cred put the cigar in his arms. A moment later, a transport plane flew out of the wandering-class freighter and flew towards the Talon No. 1 world directly below. When the spacecraft entered the atmosphere and was driving smoothly above the Hive world, Creed suddenly asked the pilot to open the hatch, and then he held the hatch to observe under the puzzled eyes of everyone. Like most Hive worlds, the natural environment of Tyrone 1 is simply rotten to the point of being rotten, but this is not because of the large amount of pollution discharged into the natural world, but because the natural environment on Tyrone 1 is so barren, so the air here is barely inhalable without wearing a respirator for the time being. The transport ship quickly flew to the top of the tower. Don't land yet. Cred ordered the pilot, then looked at the others. Don't you think this is weird? After hearing this, the others in the cabin came to the door and looked at the top of the tower below. There were no nobles here, only a large number of soldiers, who were making a fuss in the top block, as if it had been occupied. But Creed quickly determined that this was not occupied, but the barracks of those soldiers, because many supply facilities were built here. Let's go back. Someone said. No. Let's go to the lower nest. Creed turned around and tapped the pilot on the shoulder, signaling him to drive the transport plane into the lower nest. After circling outside the Hive complex, the pilot found an entrance to the lower nest from the outside, but this entrance was a little difficult to enter. Be prepared for impact, guys. The pilot put on his helmet and controlled the transport plane to crash directly into a section of the outer wall covered with steel patches. Creed and his team were already used to it, so they didn't react at all. They just climbed up after the transport plane swayed to a stop and walked out of the transport plane cabin. They ran straight into the 7th area of Tyrone's Hive City. Many civilians had already rushed out from all directions to watch these uninvited guests. Soon a group of soldiers also ran over. Seeing that these soldiers were all wearing power armor, Creed immediately thought that they must be guards around important people, but just when he wanted to go up and introduce himself, another person wearing power armor fell from the sky and blocked him. Creed looked up and down, and found that the power armor on the man in front of him was more exquisite than that of others. The other party was also looking at Creed and his group, and found that they did not seem to be enemies. Then a dull voice came from the helmet. "Who are you?" "A group of Cadians who encountered a subspace storm, and had to seek help." Creed replied, "Let me see your commander." "I don't know what Cadia is, I only know that you are a group of uninvited guests." The man in power armor took a step back and raised his hands, and the shoulder gun was aimed at Creed and others. Even though the people led by Creed were White Shield recruits, their tactical qualities were amazing. They found cover in an instant, and put their laser rifles on the cover to prepare for battle. Just as the two sides were about to fight, Creed stood in front of the muzzle of the shoulder gun and said calmly, "I am the captain of the 8th Cadian Regiment. We have no ill intentions." The man in power armor reported the news, and then received an order from the top, and relayed the order to Creed. "You don't even want to say your name. Do you look like you have no ill intentions?" Creed immediately said his name, Yusaka E. Creed. Chapter 67. After saying his name, Creed was not asked any more questions. He was immediately put on a backpack-like thing. Just as Creed was about to ask what this thing was for, his body was wrapped in a barrier, and he was instantly teleported to the bottom nest of the hive. Not far away was a fortress. Creed took a quick look and found that there were at least 1,000 people guarding the fortress, and these people had one thing in common with the people outside, that is, they all wore power armor. Looking at these undisciplined soldiers wearing power armor, Creed thought that if he gave these power armor to his soldiers, they could break through the enemy's defenses within 20 minutes. "What are you doing?" Creed walked forward and scolded a group of soldiers who were playing cards. "Are you a group of civilians, or a group of soldiers? Do you still remember what your duties are? You damn pigs." Hearing Creed's scolding, these soldiers were frightened at first, and then they realized that Creed was not wearing power armor at all, and he was not someone around Chin-Mo. "Get lost. Cheap cannon fodder and paper shells has no right to talk to us." A soldier looked up and cursed, then continued playing cards. Creed wanted to rush up and knock down the foul-mouthed soldier, but considering that he was not in Cadia to teach the White Shield recruits a lesson, he held back. "Yusaka E. Creed." Creed heard someone calling his name. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and saw a young man. When the young man came, the soldiers who were still very casual immediately stood up and saluted. "Chin-Mo." Chin-Mo walked to Creed and stopped. "You don't need to introduce yourself. I learned your name from my subordinates." Out of respect, Creed immediately performed the Sky Eagle salute. In fact, he didn't need to do so. The Star Army and the Planetary Defense Force are not at the same level. But after all, he was asking for help. Chin-Mo looked at Creed and found that he was no different from the later Supreme Lord of Cadia, Creed, except that he didn't have a cigar in his mouth. A youthful version of the Supreme Lord. Chin-Mo never dreamed that this kind of person would crash into the lower nest in a transport plane. "Why don't you go to the top of the tower? Aren't you afraid that we are rebels?" Chin-Mo asked. Hearing this question, Creed glanced at the soldiers in power armor and shook his head. "You just have the laxity of most planetary defense forces. Compared with you, the troops at the top of the tower are more like rebels." The insight of a strategist. Chin-Mo nodded. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Creed then told all his experiences and goals. It started with a few people from the 8th Regiment being temporarily assigned to fight in a star system with no one in it, and then the battleship was destroyed. The local governor only arranged a wandering merchant to take them home, and they encountered a subspace storm on the way and had to come down to seek help. "I have a communicator here." Chin-Mo took out the communicator and put it in Creed's hand. "Contact your superiors now, and tell them that the situation on Tyrone 3 is unclear. Anyway, all the people on Tyrone 2 are rebels." But Creed was indifferent. He didn't completely believe what Chin-Mo said, nor did he think his comrades would be in danger. Even if the planet was full of enemies, it didn't matter. They would evacuate successfully. "We don't have the ability to repair the ship for the time being. It will take at least 5 or 6 days. Chin Mo estimated that it would take less than a week for the orbital dock to be completed. After all, almost all the logistics machinery had been transferred there, and those super-large material printing facilities that had been manufactured would also participate in printing other printing facilities. 1 week was too much. Thank you. We will remember your generosity, Cred said. I can help you repair your ship and provide you with shelter, but you have to do one thing for me, Chin Mo said, and looked at his soldiers. These people stood sparsely, with a kind of beauty of the planetary defense team. At this time, Creed probably understood what Chin Mo's request was, which was to help him train his soldiers. I need you to help me formulate military regulations, training regulations, and everything else from scratch. I don't ask you to make them into elites at the level of the Cadian assault force, but you must at least work in this direction and make them transform, Chin Mo said. The soldiers' lax military discipline has been going on for a long time. Even Albert, the head of the 31st Regiment, was caught when he went out for a walk in the middle of the night. Chin Mo once thought about reorganizing his soldiers, but later he chose to give up. Because he had too many things to study, and Gray was once a private. The only one who received higher military education was Klein, but this guy was once enlightened and many soldiers rushed to squeeze into his regiment. Fortunately, these soldiers were still able to fight in the teleportation assault tactics. At least, there was no desertion in the battle. It was just that the military discipline was lax. I need to report to my superior. Cred did not agree immediately. In his heart, he even thought that the person in front of him might not have the ability to repair the ship. Repairing a ship is not the same as building a power armor. Besides, other worlds may not be full of rebels, as Chin Mo said. In Creed's eyes, life is like fighting a war. If there is no sufficient military intelligence, the most appropriate tactics cannot be formulated. Okay. Chin Mo nodded. Cred wanted to say something else, but was immediately teleported out of the bottom nest. When he returned to the transport plane, he found that his men were confronting Chin Mo's men. This was normal. It was hard for any soldier to not wonder if his superior had encountered some misfortune when he saw him suddenly disappear in front of him. Where have you been? The soldier asked. I just had a wonderful adventure. Creed sighed and walked towards the transport plane, and his subordinates followed him every 3 steps. After everyone got on the transport plane, the pilot took off the transport plane and left the Tyrone nest and returned to the merchant ship. Creed reported his experience on the Tyrone I to his superiors. He explained the advantages and disadvantages he saw, including but not limited to seeing Chin Mo's subordinates all wearing power armor and using strange teleportation technology, which was likely not reviewed by the Empire. These situations are indeed very suspicious. The officer felt helpless, but we can only go to the Nest City. Why? Creed asked. Because our people were attacked on Tyrone 2 and 3, and the situation on Tyrone 3 was more severe and degenerate compared to Tyrone 2. The officer replied. Okay. Creed nodded helplessly. Chapter 68. After some discussion, the Cadians chose to go to the lower nest of Talon 1, while the captain of the merchant ship left his ship in orbit on the dark side of the planet, and followed them down on the transport plane to collect some good things that could be traded. Like Creed yesterday, everyone flew in through the gap in the wall created by the transport plane, and then was stopped by the soldiers, put on the teleportation protection device, and then was teleported to the new Cato in the lower nest. Creed thought that some young leader from yesterday would come to greet them, but it was only someone he had not met yet. The person who came introduced himself immediately. Gray. I don't need to tell you your names, I know them all, the Legion commander just explained them to me. Follow me. Gray led everyone to the residential area in the city center. Everyone, including Creed, did not expect that the city in the bottom nest was actually quite clean and tidy, and all affairs were based on 2 words. Order. Except that the natural environment is really not comparable to the upper nest. Everything else is pretty good. Not far away, a drone flew over, and the heavy bolts on it were aimed at everyone. Creed and others instinctively prepared for battle, but the drone just scanned it, then put away the heavy bolts to scan the residents of the local city. The surveillance-like mission performed by this drone was completely necessary in Creed's opinion. He knew what the bottom nest was like. In addition to various mutant monsters, there were also all kinds of people. But how did the drone scan? Whether it was controlled by someone or had a hateful intelligence integrated into it, that was hard to say. Creed's superior winked at him, signaling him not to care about these minor details and to focus on the main goal. The Legion commander has assigned you a room. You can use fresh water at will, and food will be delivered to you by the logistics machine. No matter where you are, As long as you encounter a logistics machine, and it detects that your stomach is empty, it will give you a portion of food," Gray said as he walked. At this time, a logistics machine just flew from the sky and landed on the ground, blocking everyone's way. "Emperor, what the hell is this thing?" Creed stared at the logistics machine. A smooth black ball, with claws and fangs around its body, it looked like an insect monster he had killed on a certain Imperial world. This weird thing made Creed and his comrades feel uncomfortable and suspicious, but after they looked up, the discomfort and suspicion disappeared instantly. Because they saw an Imperial double-headed eagle logo on the logistics machine. Only Gray knew that the double-headed eagle on the logistics machine was made on the spot, and did not exist originally. Database entry completed. The logistics machine made a cold electronic sound, and the anti-gravity engine pushed it to the next place it should go. Creed continued to follow Gray forward, came to a building in the city center, and took the elevator to the top floor. Creed's comrades were both men and women, but they did not ask for men and women to be separated, but lived together very naturally. Gray's mission ended here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Creed suddenly asked, "Warrior, what is the difference between your power armor and other people's power armor except for the extra shoulder cannon? Is it stronger than theirs?" "This is the power armor handmade by the Legion commander. It is not comparable to mass-produced equipment," Gray said. "Is he a craftsman? Why is his handmade power armor so strong?" Creed asked again. This time Gray did not answer, and turned around and left silently. Creed felt that everything here was strange, but he didn't show it. He quietly took out his quill, and began to write a plan to train the army here. "Don't take it too seriously. You really want to turn them into a star army." The superior came over and said to Creed, "I have to take it seriously." Creed raised his head, because the laxity of the army here makes me uncomfortable. In the next few days, Creed made plans, and occasionally went to the military camp in the bottom nest to inspect and find opportunities to get to know the officers. Creed even received a normal power armor. Most of the officers at the regimental level were not happy to see Creed. They had heard of the reputation of the Cadians, but they did not think that Creed's training would be of any benefit to their soldiers, because the fighting styles of the two armies were different. Only when Creed came to the 47th Regiment did he meet his first regimental officer in these days, Klein. "Excuse me, your troops are very lax and have poor discipline." Creed, wearing power armor, spoke bluntly while walking in the barracks. "The 47th Regiment is no longer responsible for combat, and I also serve as a staff officer, so I have to admit that they are indeed a bit lax. Both the soldiers and I made mistakes. The 47th Regiment is now responsible for guarding the fortress, where the Legion commander is located. I don't think strong discipline is needed for the time being," Klein said. "Emperor, how can an army like yours protect him? How dare he let you stay?" Creed couldn't believe it. Klein raised his eyebrows and recalled for a moment, then said, "He actually didn't need anyone to protect him. He is stronger than all of us combined." Creed wanted to say that this was impossible, but his attention was suddenly attracted by a soldier. The soldier lowered his head and avoided him, but Creed walked directly in front of him, forcing the soldier to look directly at him. "Good morning, sirs." The soldier saluted. "Didn't you say before that cannon fodder with a broken cardboard shell is not qualified to talk to you?" Creed asked with a smile. The soldier in front of him was the one who was so mean yesterday. "Sorry, sir." The soldier shook his head, and suddenly looked at Creed's power armor again, and smiled. "But now you have taken off the paper shell, so you are qualified to talk to me." Creed stared at the soldier, and the soldier stared at him. Klein wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, he gave up. If Creed couldn't even deal with this soldier, then he had no right to discipline everyone. "Attack me," Creed ordered the soldier. "Sir." The soldier shook his head. "Attack me, coward," Creed ordered again. The word coward made the soldier angry. Everyone here, except Creed, had survived the siege of dozens of times more rebels in the base nest. No one could call themselves cowards. So the soldier immediately punched Creed's head. As soon as his fist was thrown, Creed easily grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. The soldier was knocked unconscious and lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. He didn't recover for a while. Just as he looked up at the sky, Klein reached out and pulled the soldier up, brushed off the dust on him, and told him to go to the training ground and avoid the Cadian in the future. At this time, Creed found that the relationship between these soldiers and officers was very good, but he also felt that this relationship was precisely one of the reasons why the soldiers' military discipline was lax. After the inspection, Creed immediately revised his plan, and tailored a plan for each regiment based on what he had seen and heard in various regiments these days. But these plans had to be temporarily suspended before they could be implemented, because the war was coming again. Chapter 69. Outside the command building in the center of New Cato, the 4 regiments stationed in the city have assembled. They lined up neatly in the open space and checked every piece of equipment on their bodies. The soldiers were excited because it had been several days since the last war, and now there was finally another war. Stand apart, boys. I don't want to hand over a body that is inseparable from the fusion to your parents. It's the Legion Commander. The Legion Commander is here. I won't wear a helmet in battle. You can see my heroic performance firsthand. Amid the shouts of the soldiers, Chinemo, Klein, and Creed walked towards the command building together. Creed looked at the assembled troops in confusion, wondering why they didn't march quickly but just stood there. Creed then thought of an obvious but unbelievable answer. These troops would be teleported out of the base nest together and directly arrive at the battle site. They will be teleported out, Chinemo said. Large-scale teleportation? Creed still found it hard to believe. Is this teleportation technology stable? Stable. Chinemo nodded and continued to walk forward. The 3 of them came to the operations room on the top floor of the command building. At this time, the reconnaissance drone had already flown over the enemy, hiding in the crisscrossing nest pipes for reconnaissance. The holographic projection in the operations conference room showed the reconnaissance images, and the specific number and information of the enemy were displayed on the left side of the holographic projection. 200,000 people. Chinemo stared at the holographic image. He was not surprised by the number of enemy troops. What surprised him was that there was a knight mecha among the rebels. When Chinemo raised his hand to enlarge the holographic image, the people present could clearly see that it was a classic guard knight. How do we kill this big guy? Klein asked. It was not Chinemo who answered him, but Creed. If we don't have a war machine of the same size, then we need to use a small and fast vehicle to attack it, and then rush between its legs to put a hot melt bomb. Are you kidding? Klein pointed at the arms of the Guardian Knight, 2 Avenger Gatling guns. I heard that this thing is an enhanced version of the assault gun. What he said is indeed feasible. Chinemo agreed with Creed's opinion. The best way to deal with knights or even titans is to use knights and titans of the same size. If there are really no knights and titans, you could only run between the legs of the war machine and then find a way to destroy it. However, this is also a theoretical tactic. Whether it is feasible on the battlefield depends on the specific environment and situation. Chinemo zoomed out the holographic image and checked the size of the enemy. Compared to the last time, the enemy seemed denser this time, with less than a kilometer between regiments. This was obviously a response to the teleportation assault tactics. This plan was not very good, but at least it could prevent a unit from being left alone and quickly wiped out. Creed thought the enemy's deployment was a bit stupid, but he knew that a mentally retarded person could not be a general, and the enemy must have been forced to deploy in this way due to the situation. I will deal with this knight myself. Chinemo pointed to the knight in the center of the enemy army, then looked at Creed. You are not my subordinate, but if you are willing to provide some appropriate suggestions, I will be very grateful. Creed is not yet the Supreme Lord who can break the defense of the Plunderer Abaddon in the future, but he is very talented in command, and the reason why he followed Chinemo to the war room was to provide some suggestions and give back the power armor he received. What is our military strength? Creed asked. He hoped that the infantry he had seen these days were not all the armed forces, otherwise this war would be very difficult. Chinemo did not answer immediately, but raised his hand and swiped a few times on the holographic image, and then his armed forces were displayed directly in front of Creed. 17 combined regiments composed of infantry and armor. An unmanned artillery unit with 2,000 multi-purpose artillery. There are also 5 other guards. What can these 5 people do? Creed asked in confusion. They can do a lot. Each of them is as good as a regiment, Klein said. Creed nodded, and then asked, can we teleport the army directly to the front line? Of course, but there are some things to pay attention to. Chinemo then talked about the advantages and disadvantages of the current teleportation technology. The advantage is that it can be teleported on a large scale, and the disadvantage is that you must find an open space or a beacon, otherwise there is a possibility of getting stuck in the wall. By the Emperor. Creed looked relieved. I've never seen such a rich battle. Then Creed thought carefully, pointed to the front of the enemy, and gave several suggestions. My opinion is to send 10 regiments to their front line, and then enter the 13th to 17th areas for defense, and try to stop the enemy. My second opinion is to send 7 regiments around the enemy. They don't need to fight desperately, just test it out, and find out the weak points of the enemy's line. The third suggestion is to send out the troops with the strongest breakthrough ability after testing the results, tear their lines directly from the weak points, and then find a way to deal with the knights. If the knights are difficult to deal with under normal circumstances, then I suggest leading them into the city, where it will be much easier to deal with them in street fighting. The artillery troops are deployed behind the city, but the premise is that their range can cover the enemy. If they can be lucky enough to blow up the knights with artillery shells, it will be even better. After giving his suggestion, Creed said to Chinemo, "Of course, I am only providing suggestions. The final decision is still in your hands." Chinemo hesitated for a moment, then said, "We both think alike." After discussing this specific strategy, Chinemo picked up the communicator and issued orders one by one. At this time, Creed suddenly discovered that the numbers of all the troops under Chinemo's command were not arranged in sequence, but in a jumpy manner. The 1st Regiment was the 48th Regiment, the next was the 31st Regiment, and then the 87th Regiment. But Creed thought of what he had heard these days, and knew that the entire First Army was almost buried in the bottom nest. Maybe the reason why Chinemo did not change the number was to commemorate it. "You have been very diligent these days." After giving the order, Chinemo looked at Creed. "I know that you are not only formulating a training plan, but also preparing to help me build a system for training officers. After I repair the ship for you, I will agree to another request as your reward." "Thank you. But I don't need a reward, this is what I should do." Creed shook his head calmly. "I think you have to think about it carefully." Klein quickly stopped Creed, "lest you regret it for the rest of your life." "He's right." Chinemo nodded. Chapter 70. After the order was passed down, a large-scale teleportation began. The 10 regiments that were best at defensive warfare, led by Duncan's 87th Regiment, teleported first. They instantly arrived outside the area they needed to defend, and immediately moved into the area to garrison and evacuate civilians. The other 7 regiments in gray and others were not teleported yet, and were still waiting in front of the command building. The Lehman Russ tank that Duncan was riding in was running at full power. Under the control of the driver, it directly crashed into a house facing the street, rotated on the spot, and aimed outside the defense zone, and then temporarily turned off the engine. "Captain, why don't we start fighting right after teleporting like before?" the gunner asked in confusion while the battle hadn't started yet. "I don't know either," Duncan confessed. The order he received was to enter the area behind him after the teleportation and then garrison. It was that simple. As for the strategic purpose, Chinemo didn't say. Duncan didn't want to know the strategic intentions of the top leaders, but just wanted to complete the task he was assigned. He lowered his head and looked at the holographic image in front of him. The commander of each regiment would command in a Lehman Russ tank, and the tank they were riding was an improved version, with slightly inferior firepower, but the narrow tank interior was reserved for command equipment. Holographic images, communication signal transceivers, biological scans, terrain scans, all equipment that was conducive to command was added. Duncan checked the terrain scan results. The terrain within a 2-kilometer radius was all displayed on the holographic image. He checked every building in the defense zone he was responsible for, and then picked up the communicator to give orders. "First company, I need you to move into the church. Second company, go to the tower on the 7th road from the left. Other companies deploy around the streets, and try to find sturdy houses for defense." When Duncan gave orders, other regiments responsible for defense were also carrying out the same process of deployment, and everyone was ready for defense. After waiting for about 3 hours, the biological scan detected the enemy, and displayed them all intuitively on the holographic image. When he saw the enemy on the holographic image, Duncan finally understood why his superiors ordered him to defend instead of attack. The enemy also learned from their mistakes. The distance between each regiment was very close, so that other troops could immediately go to support when a regiment was attacked. If he attacked after teleporting like before, he would most likely be surrounded and concentrated by the enemy, and there would be heavy casualties. However, Duncan did not think that the teleportation assault tactic could not be used. The most important thing for his side was how to tear apart the enemy's line, and make them fall into the extremely chaotic and self-absorbed situation like last time. The more chaotic the battle situation is, the better the effect of the teleportation assault tactics will be. "The enemy is coming, prepare for battle." Duncan picked up the communicator to remind his soldiers. The soldiers were already ready in the building. They set up their weapons near the windows, and put their faces on the scopes to prepare for shooting. Soon a soldier on the tower saw the outline of the head marked in the scope, but he did not fire immediately, but waited quietly. More enemies were coming, their body outlines were clearly marked, and the battlefield information was shared among all the power armors. Even soldiers in the ground buildings, who did not see the enemy, could see the outlines marked behind the wall. As the enemy got closer, Duncan's voice rang out in the communication channel. Fire. No matter where the soldiers were, as long as they could see the enemy's body instead of just the outline, they all opened fire, and the tanks hidden behind buildings or ruins in the regiment also opened fire. Although the enemy had long anticipated that the enemy might appear at any time, such an attack still made it impossible for them to react immediately. After leaving a small number of corpses in the sudden attack, the enemy found shelter outside the defense zone and exchanged fire. The artillery units in the rear also began to bombard. Shells exploded between the enemy troops. Duncan was the first to open fire, followed by other regiments, and the sound of gunfire echoed in several defense zones. After the full-line exchange of fire, the other 7 regiments were sent to the enemy's flanks and rear to begin testing the enemy's weaknesses. Spire, the Stinger, who was sitting cross-legged on the governor's throne, was observing the entire battle situation, and then he heard the report from the servant. We exchanged fire. Do you think I'm blind? The Stinger rolled his eyes at the servant, then closed his eyes, and continued to observe the battle. By using the gift of the Lord of Wisdom, his perspective can be attached to every soldier, and he can observe the situation of the entire battlefield from a first-person perspective. Then the Stinger felt very confused. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Based on the intelligence collected in peacetime, or war, the Stinger believed that the enemy's commander must be a man who pushed hard to achieve miracles, and he was obsessed with relentless pursuit. What tactics and strategies were there? How could they be compared to teleportation technology and weapons and equipment with full power armor? Poison Sting thought that the enemy would crush his front line with a fierce attack this time, and then gradually eat up all his troops with the disgusting teleportation assault tactics last time, but the facts were beyond his expectations. Setting up defenses on the advancing route, and then using other troops to harass and test the surroundings, this is not a surprising strategy, but Poison Sting believes that if it were him, he would also fight in this way. This is the most suitable tactic. Should we continue to advance? The servant asked. Don't bother me. The Stinger shouted angrily, then frowned in thought. After thinking for a long time, he said, Of course, we should continue to advance and let each regiment pay attention to mutual support. No matter what, there must be no chaos. I will burn the whole family of anyone who dares to run. Yes. The servant nodded. The Stinger continued to think, and suddenly felt a little helpless. The strategy of winning by surprise is what he is best at, but due to the enemy's transmission technology, he has to use tactics that seemed very stupid in the past. Assuming that the enemy's teleportation technology is not so stable that it can't even withstand the ritual, why don't you let all your troops squeeze together just so that they can support each other? Thinking of this, Stinger was worried. He knew what the most fatal flaw of his tactics was. It's not that he is afraid of artillery bombardment, but that the enemy will find a breakthrough, and this breakthrough will only be a regiment with low morale that can't hold on to the enemy's tentative attack. I want to give a warning to the commander of the 20th Regiment. Stinger looked at the servant. If he dares to retreat under the enemy's attack, he'd better do his best to ensure his survival. Otherwise, I won't be able to peel his skin. Chapter 71. From the holographic image, the attackers in the pincer attack from all directions are very dense, but from the perspective of individual soldiers on the attacking side, the distance between each person is very loose. The troops in the front are advancing against the attack from the defense zone, while the troops in other directions are resisting the attack of the enemy that suddenly teleported. The commander of the 20th Regiment, who had just been warned, did not dare to relax at all. He kept shouting and intimidating his soldiers, telling them that if they dared to show cowardice in the enemy's attack, he would take action first without the enemy killing them. In order to make his threats more effective, the commander also found a lumberjack and shot at his retreating subordinates. But this kind of threat was still limited in the face of more terrifying attacks. Shells exploded around from time to time, blowing dozens of people into the sky. The soldiers on the opposite side were all wearing power armor, and they rushed forward under the cover of tanks, moving swiftly and quickly. All the Lehman Russ tanks on the opposite side were firing, while driving slowly, and only when they were firing could their own live ammunition attacks hit the armor. In this situation, let alone asking the subordinates to hold on, even the commander himself could not hold on. What was even more terrible was that the army was constantly advancing, while the 20th Regiment was facing attacks from the rear. They had to fight while retreating, and while retreating to keep up with the main force, they had to make sure they showed their strong side, not retreating or showing cowardice. This requirement was really a bit too high for an infantry regiment of the Planetary Defense Force of Tyrone II. You come here. The captain waved to a guard. The guard rushed over immediately, and was ready to obey orders. I need you to rush over with a hot melt bomb on your back and blow up their tanks. The captain ordered. Me? The guard's face turned pale instantly. Are you going? The captain pulled out a laser pistol and pointed it at the guard's head. If you don't go, I kill you. The guard hesitated, his eyes drifting back and forth between the fiercely attacking enemy and his captain. In the end, he tried to play the emotional card. I have followed you for so long. The regiment commander pulled the trigger, and the laser pierced the guard's head. You come here. The regiment commander waved to another guard. For the Lord of Wisdom, I order you to blow up their tank. For the Lord of Wisdom. The second guard was obviously easier to deceive. He carried the bomb with a determined look on his face, and rushed towards the enemy tank. Cover him. Cover him. The regiment commander shouted and ordered, and all the soldiers who heard his order provided cover for the guard carrying the bomb, and shot at the enemy with all their might amidst the various exploding shells and beams, trying to ensure the survival of the guard as much as possible, so that they would not be the next person to carry the bomb. For the Lord of Wisdom. The guard roared and rushed on the battlefield, getting farther and farther away from his comrades. While sprinting, he suddenly found that there were not many attacks around him. The enemy officer who stuck half of his head out of the tank obviously noticed him, but he did not order an attack. The teleported army continued to move forward and attack, completely ignoring a man running wildly with a bomb on his back. Praise the Lord of Wisdom. The guard felt that God had favored him, allowing him to run forward without being discovered under the enemy's nose. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, the guard was ready to accept a glorious death. Until he got closer and closer to the drone hovering in front of the enemy, he also saw the holographic warning projected by the drone. Do not approach. But the guard did not feel fear or retreat. He believed that the Lord of Wisdom would still favor him, and allow him to make a glorious sacrifice for the Lord of Wisdom. Until he gradually approached the warning sign, the guard's feet slipped and his body fell back. His legs first stretched into the warning sign, and then his legs were broken in an instant and crushed into a ball of blurred flesh and blood, as if they were crushed by a heavy hammer used in industry. The guard now knew why there was a warning sign under the drone, and why the enemy didn't care about him at all. The intense pain stimulated his desire to survive, and he kept moving his body backwards. But the drone was also moving forward, and it was moving faster. When the guard was completely crushed by the gravity shield, all he heard was laughter. You are really looking for death. The leader of Lehman Russ tank looked at the guard, who was crushed by the gravity shield, and sneered contemptuously. Then he controlled the drone that generated the gravity shield in front of the command desk, and let it fly forward at an accelerated speed. The drone moved forward quickly. Those who saw their comrades being crushed to death also knew what the consequences would be if the drone flew over, so they immediately dodged and concentrated their fire on the drone. The tiny drone was not easy to hit, and after leaving its cover, the hit rate from the enemy's live ammunition weapons was higher. When a soldier's power armor was hit by a logging gun, the regiment commander in the tank quickly called the drone back. At the same time, their persistent attack finally had an effect. Nukedo. In the command room, Creed keenly discovered that a regiment on the enemy's front line performed very poorly. In the short time just now, most of the soldiers were hiding from something. Thanks to the holographic image that can directly display the battlefield, Creed discovered this, and then quickly pointed to the location on the holographic image. I suggest mobilizing a regiment with strong breakthrough capabilities to attack this place. I think so too. Chin Mo picked up the communicator and gave an order. Gray, you, and Rita and Yellen are ready to teleport, and start the attack after the teleportation is completed. Gray, who was preparing a Nukedo, received the order. He immediately looked at Rita and Yellen, who were sitting on the chairs wearing the Royal Guard's power armor, and nodded to them. Then the three of them stood side by side, and began to prepare for the teleportation. Chin Mo ordered the main control intelligence to calculate the teleportation of the three people. Because the enemy used knights in this war, Chin Mo did not let Gray and others participate in the battle immediately. When he heard that Chin Mo only planned to send 3 people to break through, Creed was very confused. Why only 3 people? Can they handle it? Yes. Chin Mo nodded confidently. The guard's power armor was designed to give individual soldiers strong combat capabilities. Now is a good time to mobilize them. Chin Mo then gave Gray another order. Be careful of that knight. Don't go head-on with it for safety reasons. Wait for me to arrive. Yes. Gray responded immediately. Chin Mo put down the communicator and looked at Creed. I leave this to you for now. Wait, doesn't the transmission device need to be recharged? Klein asked hurriedly. We have only teleported less than twice since the start of the war. It's not like before when all the troops can teleport several times in 1 second. There is no need to recharge for the time being. Qin Mo turned around and left the operations room. As for the pursuit battle later, I will come back to recharge. Chapter 72. When they found a chance to break through, Gray and the other two were teleported to the battlefield. Within 1 second, the three people's bodies changed from a virtual energy state to a physical entity, and then they immediately charged forward to the 20th Regiment of the Tyrone II Planetary Defense Force. The transmission structure of the three people's guard power armor would make them run faster when running, and the jetpacks behind them instantly increased their speed to the extreme. Although the gravity shield and power armor could withstand the attack of laser weapons, the speed of the three people's straight charge was so fast that it was difficult for people to react. Even the attacks that hit them were only 3. While charging, the 3 of them switched their shoulder guns to the most efficient mode for killing soldiers. 9 light balls rose to the sky, and then turned into a rain of beams to wash the enemy's infantry, clearing an area in an instant. It's the guards of the Legion commander. The regiment commander sitting in the tank behind Gray saw them, and shouted excitedly. There was no need for inspiring words to mobilize the soldiers. Gray and his men's appearance itself was an encouragement. All the soldiers in the regiment left the cover of the tanks and advanced quickly under the blessing of power armor. What kind of monster is this? The commander of the 20th Regiment was startled when he saw Gray and his 3 men rushing towards him, and quickly asked for help from nearby friendly forces. He didn't need to ask for help, as Stinger had already mobilized people to defend. 4 tanks and a large number of infantry surrounding the tanks were withdrawn from the attacked flank to join the battle on the 20th Regiment's side. Enemy armored vehicles detected. Gray's helmet sounded a prompt, and then the mark of the enemy armored vehicle appeared on his HUD. Although they had not discussed tactics before the battle, it was not the first time that Gray and his men had cooperated in combat. There was an unwritten rule among those wearing the Royal Guard's power armor, that the front row was responsible for the main attack and for clearing the way. Tanks and troop carriers were the responsibility of the front row. Gray controlled the shoulder gun to switch the firing mode, but he did not shoot immediately. Instead, he used the technique he had discovered in the previous battle. That was to transmit the marked armored target data to the shoulder gun, and then the shoulder gun would attack faster. After transmitting the data in less than a second, Gray's shoulder gun immediately locked onto the enemy tank on the far left, and a red beam of light gushed out from the front of the muzzle. While the beam was still flying, the shoulder gun aimed at the second target, and then the third target. For the shoulder gun, this is a relatively cumbersome process. It must first aim according to the data, and then mobilize the energy in the engine to shoot. But to others, this is a matter of a moment. 3 red beams of light penetrated 3 tanks in an instant. After the 3 consecutive shots, the shoulder gun overheated, and the heat energy was quickly extracted, and then it shot at the 4th tank. After quickly dealing with 4 tanks, Gray continued to charge forward. His momentum was not weakened at all, but even faster. Stop them! Block them! The enemy infantry began to focus their fire on Gray, and Rita, and Ewan amid shouts, but the live ammunition would be crushed by the gravity shield, and the beam would be absorbed, and the 3 were still not stopped. While charging, the 3 continued to fire with shoulder guns, and also raised their hands to pour lasers at the enemy. The smart people hiding behind the wreckage of the tank would not be cleared by the shotgun laser, but would be covered by the shoulder gun fire, and melted together with the wreckage of the tank next to them. Those who were not smart or unlucky enough to squeeze behind the wreckage of the tank died in all kinds of ways. They were crushed by the gravity shield when Gray charged. They were beaten into meaty honeycomb coals by the rain of beams released by the shoulder cannon, or evaporated in the beams. The first few died very quickly, and the worst way to die was to be hit by the shotgun laser, have half of the body torn off, and fall to the ground and struggle in pain. These warriors wearing power armor made by Qin Mo himself. Although nominally they were only the guards of the Legion commander, they were actually the Star God champions, and they were used to deal with the most extreme possibilities that Qin Mo could have imagined. All the positions in the bottom nest were captured by the Gene Stealers, and they had to use an army of less than 10,000 people to deal with the siege of all the Gene Stealers. The number of enemies in front of them was even less than that of the Genestealer rebels in the bottom nest before, and there was no possibility of stopping the Star God champion. Unless there were no other friendly forces around, the enemy could throw all its armored forces at the 3 people, so that they could be stopped or even surrounded. But not only did Gray have friendly forces following him, but there were also friendly forces in other directions to contain the enemy. It's over. The leader of the 20th Regiment looked at the 3 people getting closer and closer to him, and fear spread in his heart, and he couldn't even move his legs to escape. But it wasn't just the enemy that made him unable to move his legs, but also the pressure from the stinger. The skinning that the stinger mentioned was not a cruel way to die. If only it were that simple. What he meant was actually a horrible punishment that would lead to endless torture. In this situation, the captain could only pray that the stinger would come up with some solutions for him, or that the omnipotent Lord of Wisdom would take care of him. "We can retreat." A soldier suddenly turned his head to look at the captain, and said this in a tone that he didn't usually use. "Thank you, Marshal." The captain turned around and tried to run away, but his body trembled, and he turned his head to look at the enemy, who was getting closer and closer. He suddenly raised his laser pistol and roared in the sound of gunfire, for the Lord of Wisdom. This roar failed to boost morale. The soldiers around him either fled in panic or waited for death. Only the captain rushed towards Gray. Gray directly turned off the gravity shield and hit the person rushing towards him. The speed and thrust provided by the jet pack, coupled with the sturdy power armor shoulder, directly smashed the captain's body. Gray activated the gravity shield again and charged forward. After seeing his body smashed, the stinger, who was sitting on the governor's throne far away on the top of the tower, opened his eyes, gently placed a six-eyed gem in his hand on the armrest, and then laughed at his servant. "Ha ha ha. Brand that? Ha ha, idiot. So easy to fool. I told him he could retreat, and he really believed it." Hearing the master's laughter, the servant also laughed hoarsely twice. Then the servant saw the smile on the stinger's face disappear instantly, and issued a cold order. "We are finished. The governor must either send a ship to pick me up or send me more people, or I will leave Talon 1. "My master?" the servant asked tremblingly. "Where is the knight named Alan?" "Let him die. Anyway, the governor and Alan's family have always been at odds, and they don't even believe in the Lord of Wisdom," Sting said. Perhaps others think that Sting's actions are crazy, but as someone around him, the servant knows that Sting is just having fun. Betrayal, conspiracy, trickery, these are just part of the fun. It is also part of a bigger plan. Before the enemy hits the upper nest and the spire, do what I told you to do before, Sting suddenly said. "Yes." The servant nodded. Chapter 73. In the center of the front line, Lannis Allen was driving his knight and fighting hard, not realizing that his front line was about to be shattered. The Avenger Gatling guns on the knight's arms poured shells at the defense buildings in the distance. In just 3 seconds, a building would be blown down, burying all the enemies inside under the rubble. Allen enjoyed the feeling of pouring firepower very much, and the machine soul of the Knight of Roaring Bullet Rain linked to him also enjoyed it. Allen and his knights were outliers in the entire family. Most Knight machine souls preferred to charge ahead and crush all enemies with chainsaws, and even the driver had to learn how to curb the impulse from the machine soul. But the Roaring Bullet Rain was different. "Die, all of you." Allen controlled the Roaring Bullet Rain and turned the Gatling guns on his arms to shoot at a group of enemies who had just rushed out of the collapsed building in front of him. Most of the shells fired by the Gatling gun exploded around the enemy, and shrapnel flew everywhere, but whether it was a direct hit or the shrapnel that flew over, they were all blocked by a drone. There seemed to be an invisible hard shield under the drone. "Damn it!" Allen roared angrily. What he hated most was encountering enemies with shields, and he planned to teach these enemies, who were unwilling to die quickly in the attack, a lesson. Buzz. The roar from the Roaring Bullet Rain suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield. The Roaring Bullet Rain stopped in the attack, pressed down, and the missile bay on the top rose and pointed to the sky. A missile flew out of the bay, followed by the second and the third. Each shot would cause the body of the Roaring Bullet Rain to tremble downward until all the missiles were fired. These missiles rose into the sky, then fell and exploded above the target location, with a large number of human and power armor fragments splashing around. Seeing his hated enemy die, Allen laughed excitedly, and he could even hear the machine soul of his knight laughing. The Avenger Gatling gun had a faster firing rate and caused greater damage to the building in front. Looking at the fire from the muzzle and listening to the roar of the Roaring Bullet Rain when it was running, Allen was in a trance and returned to the past. In the family living area on the Tyrone 2, a group of children played a role-playing game of knights, holding a wooden stick in their left hand as a melee weapon for the knights, and then slowly engaging in close combat. Allen didn't like this. He preferred to pour fire on the enemy, but his friends didn't accept this way of playing, and even the elders in the family didn't accept it. Once when he asked the elders why knights couldn't carry 2 Gatling guns, the elders' contempt and reprimands about family traditions made Allen still remember it vividly. He thought he would never have a chance to fight for the honor of his family, until one day he was brought to the roaring bullet rain and connected with the machine soul of this knight, who was notorious for killing his master. At that moment, it was like being reborn. We are a cowardly family that lost in the power struggle on our home planet and fled. What honor can we talk about? Alan shouted angrily. In his eyes, the enemies in front of him seemed to have become other members of his family, and the collapsed buildings became a family tradition that advocated close combat between knights. At this moment, Alan could control the knight equipped with 2 Avenger Gatling guns to kill as much as he wanted, making the most direct challenge to the family tradition of close combat duels. I am the Blade of Terror, for the Lord of Wisdom. Alan accelerated forward, and the legs of the roaring bullet rain passed over the heads of the infantry, and then stepped on a tank. When the infantry in front of the tank heard the tremor and explosion, and were about to shout a warning, the knight's other leg stepped on their heads, and the knight continued to move forward. From the beginning to the end, shells exploded at Alan's feet or directly hit him, but the machine soul connected to him was not afraid. Alan, who was getting closer and closer to the building, did not notice that soldiers were shuttling back and forth in the ruins to prepare for the knights. But these soldiers were not the last barrier. After the energy rift in front of the defense zone was opened, Qin Mo's figure gradually appeared. Looking at the knights who were pouring fire crazily, Qin Mo felt that he was really negligent. He did not expect that there would be knights in such a remote place like Tyrone, and there were no weapons specially designed to target knights. Our troops have already destroyed the enemy's line. Gray's voice sounded from the communicator. Very good. Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Now let's deal with this knight together. After receiving the order, Gray and Retta and Yao En, who were fighting side by side with other friendly forces, changed direction and headed straight for the knight's position. At this time, Alan had already found the person who was blocking his way forward. He gave this person the highest level of respect and bombarded him with the Gatling guns on his arms. Qin Mo stood there with his hands raised, thinking about how to deal with the knight, when the gravity shield around him was bombarded. Countless shells were blocked, but the smoke also blocked Qin Mo's sight. He could not see the battle situation clearly until the visor automatically turned on the thermal imaging vision. Alan moved forward and fired at the same time. When the knight's legs moved again, the ground could not bear the weight of the legs, and the legs sank into the metal ground like a quagmire. The huge forward kinetic energy of the knight's fuselage made Alan unable to adjust even if he reacted. The whole knight fell down with a bang, and his head slowly turned to the side to see how he stepped into the quagmire. Then Alan saw that the legs were completely overlapped with the metal ground. He was greatly surprised. This doesn't make sense. The scene in front of him was so weird. The metal ground didn't collapse, but it was still there, but it just didn't hold up the knight's legs, just like water. Alan couldn't believe his eyes. Even though he had seen strange miracles on the Tyrone too, he had never seen such a situation. In horror, Alan looked at the man in front of him, turned his arm to aim at him and continued to fire. Just like before, all live ammunition attacks were blocked by the gravity shield. Qin Mo once again began to manipulate the physical laws of the area where the knight was. In the past, he could only control the physical laws within a few hundred meters at most. Although he could not directly manipulate the physical laws on a planet now, he still had no problem manipulating the knight in front of him and his surroundings. During the manipulation, the weapon's ammunition propulsion trajectory changed from a straight line to an arc. After successfully distorting this physical law, all the ammunition fired by the Gatling gun deflected and bombarded the knight's head. The metal wailed, and the arm with the Gatling gun fell down. You really hit my gun, Qin Mo said. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. Just like when facing the overwhelming infantry, the held gun is no better than the lumber gun, but when facing armor, the lumber gun is nothing compared to the held gun. Dealing with a metal cast knight or a similar war machine is the second best thing among Qin Mo's many strengths. Chapter 74. You don't need to come for now. Qin Mo ordered Gray, who was rushing over. He habitually considered the most critical situation, but now the most critical situation would not happen, so Gray and his support was not needed for the time being. After giving the order, Qin Mo walked towards the broken head of the knight. At this time, the arm of the knight suddenly raised and hit Qin Mo, but the arm was immediately torn off the knight's body by Qin Mo's control. The knight's body arched forward, and Qin Mo controlled the metal to lock all the joints, so he could not move at all. Qin Mo walked to the head, entered the knight, passed through the wreckage and various metal equipment, and came to the position behind the knight's head. This place was not shattered by the Gatling gun, but the various cables and equipment here were damaged by the vibration, and a metal plate was inserted into the owner of this knight. Kill! Kill me! Let me die with it. Die together, Alan said weakly. Shin Imo ignored this request, but looked at Alan's body. This person was wearing an armor-like driving suit, the whole color was blue, and the head and limbs were decorated with various bird feathers. Shin Imo knew that this knight was a dread blade when he saw it, and the machine soul was corrupted along with its master. The machine soul is a very metaphysical thing, and generally speaking, the machine soul is the self-consciousness of the machine. The machine soul of some knights can even continue to fight after the death of their masters. The machine souls of some weapons and equipment even have self-consciousness, and can feel joy, sorrow, anger, and happiness. Tyrone 2 is an industrial world, right? Is your family there? How many knights do you have? Shin Imo asked. Bah! Alan mustered up all his strength to spit out a mouthful of saliva, which fell at Shin Mo's feet. Shin Imo was not angry, but raised his hand and twisted the shell of the knight with telekinesis. The knight's huge body seemed to be tightly grasped by something, and the sound of the metal being twisted and deformed made Alan restless. There are 5 more. Alan quickly gave an answer. Don't torture us. Give us a quick death. Okay, but you still have to answer one of my questions. Shin Imo asked again, how long will it take for the rest of your family to come here? Never, never. I am the only one in the family who believes in the Lord of Wisdom. Alan answered again. Okay. Shin Imo asked the question he wanted to ask. He turned around and walked outside, releasing lightning at the same time. A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere in the sky and struck the knight's body, completely killing the knight and its owner. Shin Imo walked out safely, ready to kill the enemy. But the communication from Klein changed his mind. The enemy has begun to collapse across the board. The transmission will start in 1 minute. Shin Imo immediately teleported back to the fortress of the bottom nest to power the transmission device. For the first army, which has the transmission technology, the battle has already ended when the enemy begins to fall into chaos. Compared with the last time, the enemy's situation this time is even more passive. The front line was torn apart and the knights died. These things broke the enemy's psychological defense line. They began to retreat desperately, and even the team-level organization was gone. Everyone had only one goal left: escape. The First Army's various regiments were teleported to the front or rear of the enemy's escape route, intercepting the deserters with fierce firepower. The battle has turned into an execution. Creed, who witnessed all this in the operations room, was not happy. He looked at the battle situation on the holographic image in surprise, with only one thought in his mind: this large-scale teleportation technology is really unreasonable and outrageous. It is not easy to completely annihilate an army. If you want to fight an annihilation war, you must make a lot of deployments in advance, think of various backup plans, mobilize more transport planes, and ensure that every army in combat has sufficient supplies. But the army that can teleport does not need these preparations. They don't even need supply lines. They can teleport directly to the rear of the enemy to cut off the escape route and then bombard. When the bullets are used up, they teleport back to the base for resupply, and then teleport out to fight after resupply. There is no need to worry about being attacked from both sides due to going too deep in the pursuit, because even if they are surrounded, they can still escape by teleporting. Although the enemy is still retreating instead of being annihilated immediately, Creed feels that being completely annihilated is the end of the enemy. The mass teleportation technology alone is powerful enough, not to mention the warriors wearing superpowered armor. It was hard for Creed not to wonder where these people's weapons and technology came from. Thinking, Creed looked at Klein. Who developed these technologies? Who made the weapons and equipment? You didn't have a Forge world responsible for supply before. We don't have a Forge world. Talon is originally a remote galaxy. Don't you see that no one comes to take care of us even though we are in such a state? You are the only guests of this galaxy in thousands of years, and you are still few in number. Klein then began to complain continuously. Complaining about the governor of this galaxy, and the location of this galaxy. These complaints gave Creed a headache. He could only conclude one message from Klein's words. That is, he didn't want to answer the origin of technology and weapons and equipment at all. Stop. Creed raised his hand to stop Klein, then lowered his head and continued to pay attention to the battle situation. Considering these technologies and weapons and equipment of unknown origin, Creed had to start thinking about the worst-case scenario. That is, what if one day the high-level officials of the Empire discovered this place and designated everyone in this galaxy as traitors, and then the Astra Militarum was assigned to fight here? The quality of the individual soldiers of the Astra Militarum is definitely much better than those under Shin Imo, not even the Cadian assault army. But after thinking for a long time, Creed thought there was no shortcut, and he could only pile up resources. Astra Militarum, Astartes, Mechanicus Scitarii, Knights, Titans. At that time, the war will be the purest war of attrition. But from an emotional point of view, Creed did not want the day when the two sides would fight each other in the future. He knew that these people were betrayed by the governor to participate in a war that was bound to die, and then they survived. Now they have to fight against the traitors of the entire galaxy. I have to remind you. Creed spoke to Klein again. The technology and weapons you use are unreviewed. You should understand the consequences. We all understand. Klein nodded. Creed looked at this man who was never very serious, not sure if he really understood. Klein became serious and continued, "We will survive. We will face every disaster again, and sooner or later the Talon galaxy will be completely controlled by its true master, and will prosper forever afterwards." Who is the true master of the Tyrone system, the Emperor or your Legion commander? Cred asked. Of course it's the Emperor. In my education, the master of all galaxies in the Empire is the Emperor. Why do you ask this? Do you have another answer in mind? Klein smiled. Cred sneered and rolled his eyes at Klein, ending the topic. Chapter 75. When Creed was testing Klein, the enemy had been defeated and gradually annihilated. The battle was completely over at night. Creed left the command building and returned to his comrades. As usual, everyone gathered in one person's room to chat. And Creed became the focus of everyone. Did you work as a staff officer during the day? The officer asked. Facing the questioning of his superiors, Creed habitually confessed, yes. I know you think they are all good people and want to help them, but I have to remind you that they are actually more suspicious than the enemy. Aren't you curious about where the technology they use comes from? Don't do this kind of thing next time. This is my last warning to you. You can give them rewards for their willingness to repair the ship, but don't go too far. After listening to these warnings, Creed nodded seriously and said that he would never interfere next time. When Creed was making the promise, a local soldier in the nest suddenly opened the door and invited everyone. You are all participants in the war. The Legion commander invites you to join the memorial event for the dead in a while. There will be a dinner later, and you can also watch 44th Regiment stands firm. Thank you, but it's not necessary. The officer immediately refused. The soldier nodded, closed the door and left. Wait. Cred touched the back of his head and asked, why are we participants in the war? Is it because we served as staff officers? The officer hesitated for a moment, then said, when you went to the command building, a tunnel in the 13th area was suddenly discovered by the enemy, and then we, helped out. More than just helping out, our company repelled the attack of at least 2 enemy regiments in the tunnel. A White Shield recruit stood up proudly and said, I didn't even know about this. Cred was surprised. Of course you don't know. The specific combat situation in the 13th District is discussed by several regiment leaders. Their command system is different from ours. One regiment can be responsible for many things. You even know their command system? I must learn more about the combat information and then analyze it. Besides, I want to buy some power armor from them at a friendly price. Okay. Cred stopped asking and just smiled. The others looked at each other and then smiled. For the Cadian assault army, the days in the Tyrone Hive during this period were like a holiday. Facing the attack of 2 regiments in the tunnel of District 13 was like entertainment. Everyone was in a good mood. Late at night, Cred was lying on the bed in the room, his body shaking and rolling constantly, and his sweat soaked the pillow. Cred was sleeping soundly on the bed at this time, but in his dream, he was fighting a war. Airdrop pods flew across the sky, the roar of artillery fire resounded throughout the planet, and the Titans roared as they advanced. The war became increasingly difficult, and all kinds of bad news were gathered here at Creed. He patrolled back and forth in the most intense battles at the front line, showing his perseverance to the soldiers. But the war was inevitably lost. Until a super-large black object slowly fell towards the continental plate of the planet, Creed suddenly woke up and sat on the bed gasping for breath. Creed is a Cadian. This system is closest to the subspace rift called the Eye of Terror. Whenever the enemy launches an expedition from the Eye of Terror to Cadia, they will face the most fierce attack. As a Cadian, Creed is not afraid of anything, but like other people in his hometown, he has dreamed of the fall of Cadia more than once. But every time he wakes up and sees that Cadia is still standing, he will raise his middle finger to the Eye of Terror in the sky. In the bottom nest of the Tyrone Hive, the sky cannot be seen, and this is not Cadia, but Creed still raises his middle finger to the sky. Cadia stands. Creed fell down and continued to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep, so he went to the rooftop of the building to get some fresh air, and took out a cigar from his arms and put it in his mouth. Soon the second person came to the rooftop, and Creed found that it was Chin Mo. Under Creed's puzzled eyes, Chin Mo walked to the railing and pointed to the street. A ceremony was going on the street. The rail dock had been completed, and all the people in the city and all the soldiers of the First Army rushed to the street, escorting the ashes of the dead before to the rail dock. If you want to find a place suitable for watching the ceremony, there is nothing more suitable than the rooftop of a tall residential building where tens of thousands of people live. There are people I know in there. Chin Mo stared at the big box containing the ashes and said, "A company commander who admired me very much died in this war. May his soul return to the golden throne," Creed said. Chin Mo continued to watch silently. Creed recalled the information he had collected about Chin Mo in the past few days. He knew what Chin Mo had experienced before, that he was a survivor of the 44th Regiment, and that he ran around to stabilize the defense line. Creed believed that it was difficult for such a person, who turned the tide of the war, not to be highly expected and respected by everyone. It was not difficult to imagine what those soldiers, who had lax military discipline but unconditional obedience, thought. And Chin Mo is not a cold ruler. Although the city is full of drones, people do live a good life. Every civilian family can have a clean house to live in, with fresh water and food, which is simply unimaginable in other nests. You can leave after the orbital dock is built. Chin Mo suddenly said, "As a reward for your participation in the Battle of District 13, I will give each of you a set of power armor." After listening, Creed nodded. "I will also help you establish a complete officer training system, as well as tactics suitable for you. I will do my best." "Aren't you afraid that I'm a heretic?" Chin Mo asked. Creed shook his head. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Chin Mo was not a heretic, even though the technology he used was indeed very strange and suspicious. Then Creed suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Tyrone Hive, he instinctively wanted to go to the lower nest. He thought he was not a person who easily trusted others, but he trusted everyone in the lower nest of the Tyrone Hive. "I am not good at training troops, and I have no idea how to cultivate military talents. You helped me a lot." Chin Mo turned to look at Creed and said calmly, "You can make a request to me." Creed wanted to refuse, and said that it would be fine as long as the ship was repaired, but he suddenly thought of something, so he swallowed his refusal. Under Chin Mo's gaze, Creed slowly asked, "What do you plan to turn the Talon system into?" "A safe and solid fortress system. Everyone here must prepare for war, just like Eucadian. Everyone can find their place. Even in the Nest City there will be no chaos. Order exists in every corner of the 3 worlds of Talon, even in the darkest and most remote places in the bottom nest," Chin Mo said. Creed nodded and thought for a while, then asked, "Will you fight for the Emperor?" "I will only fight for humanity," Chin Mo said frankly. Hearing this answer, Creed was angry at first, then suddenly calmed down and nodded. Both of them were silent. Until the team escorting the ashes was getting farther and farther away, until they could not see the trace, Creed said, "I don't ask you for any material, I just want a promise." "Say." Chin Mo nodded. Creed stared into Chin Mo's eyes, and said seriously, "I think you will have a strong army and fleet in the future, so my request is that you lend a hand when Cadia is in the most critical situation. Can you agree?" In Chin Mo's opinion, this request is no different from no request, because he knows that the future Chaos War Master Abaddon will launch the 13th Black Crusade to attack Cadia. He can't sit idly by and watch Cadia fall with the Blackstone Obelisk. No matter whether the future Supreme Lord Creed asks for help, help will definitely reach Cadia. Because the Blackstone Obelisk has the function of suppressing the subspace, Chin Mo, who hates the subspace very much, cannot sit idly by and watch the subspace rift expand. So Chin Mo agreed without hesitation. "You only need to send someone to say a word to me at that time." "What?" Creed asked. "Say, Cadian asks for help," Chin Mo replied, "and I will say, Talon will respond." At this time, Creed nodded vigorously, and then suddenly had a sense of fate. He felt that his coming to the Talon Galaxy might not be just a coincidence. Just when Creed wanted to ask Chin Mo, and get many doubts in his heart answered, Chin Mo had already turned and left. Chapter 76. The next day. The orbital dock, which had been completed and filled with ashes, was about to be transported to the low Earth orbit, and the dimensional engine built for it was also ready for dimensional transport. The various defensive weapons and shields on it were already turned on, ready to defend against enemy ships after the transport was completed. Chin Mo fully powered the transport device in the underground cave of the fortress. Under his command, the main control intelligence was looking for the most suitable transport position in the low Earth orbit. In the underground cave, besides Chin Mo, There was also Creed, who had just made an appointment with him yesterday. Can you Cadians really see purple cracks when you look up? Yes. It's not just purple cracks, you can also see very scary patterns. If you look at it for a long time, you will bleed from all 7 orifices. If I could see cracks when I looked up in Cadia, I would be crazy if I hate the subspace so much. It's not like Cadia doesn't have a nest. Creed chatted with Chin Mo while looking at the transmission device in front of him. It was a square metal object, not small in size, but Creed could not understand how such a thing could allow many people and objects to be transported. Creed tried to learn it when he came, but he could not understand it at all. He had no idea how it worked, and even how it was made. It's over. Chin Mo stood up and walked towards a device with a screen. Ask your captain to drive the ship into the dock. Is it done? Creed was very surprised. In his eyes, Chin Mo was just chatting with him, and then it was all over. Chin Mo walked to the screen, adjusted it, and then the current status of the orbital dock was played on the screen. In the low Earth orbit of the Tyrone Hive world, a huge black spherical building was floating on the dark side of the planet. This picture was taken by the drones spread out by the dock. These drones will play a reconnaissance role, monitor the location of enemy warships, and assist the orbital dock in transfer or self-defense. Drive the ship into the dock. Cred stared at the screen. The orbital dock is right in front of your merchant ship, you can see it. When Creed finished communicating with the captain, the merchant ship on the track began to sail towards the orbital dock, then found the entrance to the interior and went in. The merchant ship was not large, and it looked like a snake crawling in. Chin Mo switched to the interior of the dock again. There were huge spire-shaped objects everywhere on the merchant ship, above, below, left and right. These objects released a beam of light, and when the merchant ship was covered by the light, all its broken parts were marked out. Fortunately, only the hull is damaged, Chin Mo said. Creed watched silently, and he found that the huge spire objects began to release scanning wave-like light, shining on every place on the hull that needed repair. Soon, some black metal structures were printed on the damaged structure of the hull. Isn't this fine gold? Will it work? Creed asked. An alloy, compared with fine gold, each has its own advantages and disadvantages, but it is definitely enough to repair the ship, Chin Mo replied. Creed continued to watch the ship repair process. This trip to Tyrone really opened his eyes. The ship will be repaired soon. You and your comrades should prepare to teleport to the ship and leave. Chin Mo stared at the merchant ship and said, take advantage of the fact that the enemy has not noticed the dock yet, and has not sent warships to attack. Okay. Creed nodded, then took out a thick stack of documents from his arms. Time is tight. I can only make this plan, but I can guarantee that as long as you implement it according to the above, and with your prestige, you can create a Star Army level force. Chin Mo immediately took the document and looked through it. Creed was very attentive. This plan could be renamed Youth Version of the Supreme Castle Lord teaches you to train troops step by step. In addition to the training plan and military regulations, there are also suggestions and ideas for forming a commando team based on the teleportation assault tactics. Thank you. Chin Mo accepted the document and thanked him. Creed just smiled and nodded, then stepped back a few steps to an open space. Chin Mo started the teleportation, and the next second Creed and his comrades, who were ready for teleportation in other places, were sent to the merchant ship. On the screen, Chin Mo could see that the merchant ship had been repaired and was slowly sailing towards the exit of the orbital dock. After finally reaching a position far away from the orbital dock, the metal plate outside the merchant ship's porthole slowly lowered, opening a crack leading to the subspace at the bow, and then disappeared into it. Chin Mo knew that Creed and his men would not necessarily arrive at Cadian smoothly, because they might encounter new problems when sailing in the subspace. This had little to do with him for the time being. I'm going to make a shipbuilding plan, Chin Mo ordered to the air. Recording. The voice of the main control intelligence echoed in the underground cave. 1 cruiser, 2 frigates. Received. The shipbuilding plan is expected to be completed in 5 months. Select people with potential to be crew members from now on. Received. I will formulate a series of test items to select people who are suitable to become crew members. Chin Mo didn't know how the main control intelligence would choose, but it would definitely complete this task properly, because it was familiar with each type of warship, and it could certainly select the most suitable person to operate the warship. Assign some people to make alloys, and then let the logistics machinery print the industrial facilities for making alloys. Chin Mo ordered again. Yes. The main control intelligently responded. After calming down, Chin Mo began to think about the current time node. According to the information provided by Creed, Gene-Mo calculated that it was about the 989th year of the 41st millennium. Creed was a man who started as a soldier at the bottom, and eventually became the military commander of the Supreme Castle. In 10 years, he will achieve such achievements and have a fateful duel with Chaos War Master Abaddon at the beginning of the 13th Black Crusade 10 years later. If you want to participate in the 13 Black expeditions launched against Abaddon, and finally reverse the outcome of the fall of Cadia, you must unify the entire Talon system and grow stronger in 10 years. It is imperative to launch a small expedition to unify Talon, and then unify the system. However, Gene-Mo does not intend to fight stupidly. He plans to develop a super weapon based on dimensional technology. After Talon 2 is captured, he should be able to research and develop a finished product. At that time, the enemies on Talon 3 will be killed directly. No matter what they believe in or what they are doing, they can only be exterminated in the weapons of the Star God. Chapter 77. At the same time, Stinger sat on the governor's throne as usual, handling military affairs, while his servants stood by and reported various things at the same time. The governor is very angry with you. Not only did you lose 2 wars, but you also caused the killing of the Howling Bullet Rain and Alan. He is the only one in his family who believes in the Lord of Wisdom. The governor still needs him to fight on the Talon 3. After a while, the governor will send warships to transport soldiers to replenish your current troops to about 700,000. Then there will be no more support. The Stinger listened quietly to the servant's report, then put down the military affairs in his hands and asked, "Wait, why did the governor fight with the people on the Tyrone 3? When the nobles evacuated, some of them ran to the Tyrone 3 halfway." The servant looked helpless. Obviously the governor didn't realize that some of his allies and enemies secretly contacted the Tyrone 3, and the Tyrone 3 had been occupied by the Lord of Joy. Lord of Pleasure. Stinger searched for relevant information about this name in his brain. He suddenly remembered that Lord of Pleasure was a small and insignificant sect on Tyrone 3, at least 100 years ago. Unexpectedly, they grew so fast and have already seized control of Tyrone 3. Before today, Stinger thought that Tyrone 3 was still controlled by the governor. How about this? Stinger looked at the servant, talked to the governor. I don't want reinforcements. Let his warships come to the Hive city for orbital bombing. Is that okay? He will definitely say, "You wishful thinking, you idiot." The servant replied with a smile. "Don't force me to peel your skin off." The Stinger warned coldly, and then thought about it. Originally, I thought I could quickly destroy the First Army, but now it seems unlikely. The teleportation technology used by the First Army is too disgusting. It will take more than 10 years to figure out what this teleportation technology is. Yesterday, another report from the front line was received. Some people who attacked District 13 reported that they saw the Cadian assault army. But Stinger tends to think that this news is just a false alarm, or the enemy is disguised as the Cadian assault force. There is a reason why the Lord of Wisdom can develop in this galaxy for so long. The Talon galaxy is not an important place, and the Cadian assault force is impossible to come. Thinking of this, Stinger asked the servant, "I can't understand now why the enemy doesn't take the initiative to attack. Are those people in the upper nest who are used as ritual materials by us unimportant in their eyes? Maybe they are doing something important, for example, expanding the army or something." The servant said with a smile, "I guess so." The Stinger nodded. "By the way, what if we lose?" The servant asked. "It doesn't matter if we lose. It doesn't affect our plan," the Stinger said. The servant thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "You will be favored by the Lord of Wisdom as we planned, and become the most powerful psychic in the entire galaxy." Shh. The Stinger looked around nervously, and when he saw that no one else was present, he quickly signaled the servant to be silent. "Don't say it, otherwise my other subordinates will hear it, and I want them to become my ritual materials." In the next half-month, Gene-Mo still did not launch an active attack, but was preparing for the next war. The weapons and equipment of the infantry were fully upgraded, the laser rifles were more powerful, and the firing rate was faster, and the power armor focused on strengthening the protection. The chassis of the Lehman Russ tank was transformed into an anti-gravity suspension chassis, and a rocket shell was added to the turret to make the tank more powerful. Gene-Mo even upgraded his 5 guards, but not the power armor, but the body. An upgrade from head to toe, inside and out. First, genetic enhancement, so that the guards have stronger bodies and harder bones, and these already strong muscles will undergo various enhancement surgeries again to ensure that their muscles and bones can support the power armor and move normally without supplying energy to the power armor. The brain is implanted with a brain-computer interface to directly control the guard's power armor through thinking, and a biological processor is implanted to help the guards process more information on the battlefield, and even allow their brains to rest in different areas, so that they can fight continuously. The guards' faces and throats were implanted with metal skeletons and small storage compartments for nanorobots. The former simply improved their defense capabilities, while the latter could release nanorobots to repair their bodies when they were injured. Even their original eyeballs were removed and implanted with mechanical prosthetic eyes, which were directly connected to the database and could analyze everyone they saw and confirm their identities. Of course, there were also functions such as assisted aiming and thermal imaging. The guards' bodies and legs were also replaced with metal skeletons, and their original hearts and other organs were replaced by 3 fusion reactors. These 3 fusion reactors will continuously provide energy. The energy they supply is relatively small, but it will not be extinguished. As long as one reactor is not destroyed, the guards will not die. A more efficient transmission device is also implanted in the joints of the metal skeleton, which allows the guards to move faster, even if they are not wearing the guard power armor. In addition to strengthening the body and brain, the most important thing is to strengthen the spine. The original spine is directly replaced. The new spine not only allows the guards to carry the weight of a tank, but also strengthens the nerves of the entire body, allowing the guards to have faster reaction speed and movement speed. There is even an ability that can be activated actively, which is to speed up the guards' reaction speed to the extreme they can bear. When this ability is activated, the guards will feel as if the flow of time is slowed down, but they can still move freely. In their eyes, even the most agile Eldar warriors will become clumsy and slow. However, this ability puts too much pressure on the nerves, and lasts for 10 seconds. If used for the second time within an hour, the guards will go crazy. After these transformations, the guards will not look like metal monsters. They are still covered with a layer of human skin cultivated in the nutrient chamber, but they can do without the skin. These transformations involving genes, brain bones, and even spine are theoretically fatal, but Shin-Mo can make subtle adjustments through the ability to distort physics to ensure that the guards can survive the transformation operation. The transformation has another benefit, that is, the prosthetics and enhancements used in the transformation only involve genes and material technology. Without any subspace content, they will not mutate, and there is no need to worry about them being affected when more advanced anti-subspace technology is developed in the future and used by the guards. The upgraded guards are still called guards, but they are 100 times stronger than before. Chapter 78. Gray was the last one to undergo the transformation surgery. He was lying on the bed with a clear mind. The hellish experience just now almost made him collapse. Shin-Mo added new protection and more functions to Gray's prosthetic arm. Now his arm is a weapon. In addition to being able to control telekinesis, it is even implanted with a medium that allows Shin-Mo to use the ability to distort physics, just like the pendant worn by Yao In. Am I still a human being? Gray suddenly asked. Of course, because your soul and brain are still there, and even some of your functions are preserved, you can even reproduce. Shin-Mo said. Just replace it with a cannon, so that when I don't wear power armor, I still have a weapon of mass destruction. Gray laughed. Shin-Mo was very surprised to see that he could still joke, thinking that this guy's will is really strong enough. Shin-Mo did not continue to follow Gray's joke, but explained the next thing. The war will continue, but I will research weapons that can end the war in the underground caves like I did before when I developed dimensional technology. But don't worry, I will tell you the next tactics. First, you and the others will enter the upper nest area. You will be responsible for collecting intelligence, and Rita will be responsible for finding a location that can be used for large-scale teleportation, and the others will go to destroy the enemy's arsenal or other important facilities. Then it will be obvious. Teleport the army over, occupy the upper nest, and then consolidate the position to prepare for the attack on the Spire. Creed has left. Among the many people, Shin-Mo is still the one with a relatively strategic mind. Gray was a private. Although Klein received military education, he only learned how to be a regiment commander. The other officers are similar to him. So Gray listened carefully to Shin-Mo's orders, and prepared to fight according to his instructions. Are there any more detailed orders? Gray asked after listening. No, the rest is up to you. Shin-Mo said, if the enemy finds my orbital dock, I will personally teleport to the dock to defend it. Gray, lying on the operating table, nodded to indicate that he remembered. Your brain is smarter now, so you have to learn, understand? We can't have only one army and fleet in the future, you have to learn how to be a general. Shin-Mo said again. I understand. When you finish your research, you will see a nest city that belongs to you. Gray paused for a few seconds, then said, Governor. Don't worry too much, It doesn't matter if you can't take the Spire quickly, and when the battleship is built, this world will be mine sooner or later. Mo fused the shell of the prosthesis to Gray's prosthetic arm, and then signaled him to stand up and move around. Gray stood up and jumped twice on the spot, and waved his fist. I feel stronger and more sensitive. There are more benefits than that. Mo turned around and walked to a device, taking out the drone he had just printed. Gray looked at the drone in Mo's hand, and found that it had a transmission beacon underneath. He instantly understood that this drone was equivalent to a mobile transmission station. Take it with you, it will be useful. Mo handed the drone to Gray. Yes. Gray took the drone and saluted, then turned and walked out of the underground cave full of blood. Outside, the other guards, who had completed the transformation long ago, had already put on their power armor, and were waiting for orders. Gray repeated Mo's order, and then the guards turned around in silence to prepare for the transmission. Gray, who was in charge of reconnaissance, did not wear power armor, but only a black robe, and then he was teleported to the upper nest. When the environment in front of him changed from the dimensional channel to an urban area, Gray took less than a second to carefully look at everything he could see. Upper nest, this is a beautiful place. There is plenty of light, and there are exquisite tall buildings everywhere. Gray once heard that a person in the upper nest owns an entire super-large house. However, no one could be seen in this bustling place at this time. Only enemy soldiers patrolling the streets, and the sound of burning flames could be seen. We have arrived at the upper nest. And Rita's voice sounded in Gray's mind. Now he could communicate with each other on the communication channel without wearing power armor. This was an additional benefit brought by the biological processor. We each have our own tasks. If we encounter a difficult situation, just say it on the communication channel, and we will support each other. Gray responded. It's a pity that Groot is not here, otherwise he must be very good at carrying out the mission of destroying important facilities. That's true. Gray wanted to talk about Groot, but a group of patrols turned out from both ends of the street in front of him. Gray first observed the patrols getting closer and closer, and then looked at a church in front of him. His vision went straight through the wall of the church and saw everyone inside, their positions, and what they were doing. There is a tall tower on the church building, which is a suitable observation point. After thinking for a second, Gray immediately took action. He activated the reaction enhancement ability brought by the modified spine. In an instant, everything in the field of vision became extremely slow. Gray ran forward quickly, passing through the field of vision of the patrol teams on both sides. In the eyes of others, Gray was extremely fast, so fast that although their eyes saw a black shadow flashing by, their brains did not have time to react. When a patrolman who was looking ahead felt that he saw something in a trance, Gray had already rushed into the church through the open window. The effect of enhanced reaction ability still existed. After Gray stepped on the church floor and stood up, the people in the church had not yet noticed that there was an intruder. These people were all officers, and they seemed to be planning how to defend the nest. Gray's eyes marked all the enemies found in his field of vision with red boxes, and then he instinctively took action. After the prosthetic arm was raised, the shell automatically separated, a gun barrel extended from it and fired, and micro bullets flew out of the barrel silently, and were shot into the heads of everyone in sight. These micro bullets broke into countless fragments after penetrating the skull, instantly crushing the brain tissue of the person hit. Gray turned his body and fired at other people on the first floor of the church. At this time, he could even clearly see the flying bullets, and his eyes could even calculate the flight trajectory of these bullets. The people on the first floor of the church were killed until only one person was left. After the body slowly fell, everything in Gray's field of vision returned to normal, because the ability to strengthen the reaction ended. As the dull sound of the body hitting the ground sounded, the only officer who was still alive was stunned for a second, then opened his mouth to the window, and a shout was about to come out of his throat. Gray, who was 2 meters away, instantly rushed to the officer, grabbed his throat, and pressed him to the ground. The two patrol teams were approaching, and when the lights of both sides could illuminate each other, they turned around and searched the next street. Chapter 79. I ask you questions. Gray stared at the officer, and began to interrogate him. When he thought of interrogating him, information such as blood pressure and heart rate appeared beside the officer in front of him, as well as a sign that said need reference conditions for calculation. Who is commanding the battle now? Is it your marshal? Gray asked. Yes, his name is Sting, and he is a psychic. The officer quickly answered. At this time, in Gray's vision, need reference conditions for calculation. The logo was changed to no lie. The electronic eye was integrated with a polygraph-like function. If the officer in front of him did not have a brain-computer interface, Gray could have used a faster interrogation method. "Where is the stinger?" Gray asked. He thought that if he could know the location of the other marshal, he could carry out a decapitation operation, which would be beneficial to the next war. However, the officer did not know. "Sometimes I saw him walking in the barracks, sometimes I saw him participating in the battle, but I had no idea where he was." Not a lie. Gray glanced at the mark on the officer's side, then crushed the officer's head with the telekinetic power of his prosthetic arm. All the people on the first floor of the church had been completely dealt with. Gray looked around, his eyes scanned the scene, and then projected a prompt in his vision. The scene was not handled, and there was a possibility that others would find it and arouse vigilance. There were even prompts on how to clean up the scene, including where to throw the body, and biological information such as fingerprints and blood at the scene. But Gray didn't want to do that, because other guards were also on a mission in the upper nest. When the first military facility was destroyed, it would make a big noise, and then the patrol team and anyone else would be attracted there. "Have you noticed? There are no civilians in the upper nest." And Rita's surprised voice came from the communication channel. "I didn't find any civilians either," Gray responded, and at the same time raised his head to look at the second floor of the church. All the enemies on the second floor were marked, and Gray could see their positions and actions through thermal imaging, just like before. Gray raised his hand and attracted the melee weapons carried by the corpses on the first floor of the church to his side, and then manipulated them to press against different positions on the ceiling. "I found a notice saying that the rebels are slaughtering people in the bottom nest and the lower nest, and asked all the people in the upper nest to go to the top of the tower and take the transport plane to evacuate." "Rebels? These damn things. The people in the lower nest are alive and well, they are the rebels." Gray listened to the communication of his comrades and walked towards the second floor. When he walked to the top of the stairs, other officers who were active on the second floor also saw him. At this time, all kinds of melee weapons under the ceiling of the first floor pierced through the ceiling and flew to the officers on the second floor and cut their throats. Gray suddenly felt that his prosthetic arm was much stronger than the original hand. In his spare time, Gray once asked Chinemo why his prosthetic hand had telekinetic abilities, and what was the principle behind it. Chinemo said that there was a device inside the prosthetic arm that would generate a magnetic field around the object, and then it could control the object. The church does not have a third floor. At the corner of the second floor is the building leading to the spire, and Gray walked towards it. "Excuse me, brothers, I found the arsenal." Suddenly someone said in the communication channel, "Heretical bastards, Uncle Wendy's is coming." Boom! When Gray climbed to the top of the spire, he saw a beam of light appear about 1 kilometer in front of him, followed by a violent explosion. The shock wave generated by the explosion even spread to the church, and all the glass was shattered. "The priority is to complete the mission," Gray reminded. "War is not just about killing all the enemies. Don't worry, I know that the priority is to complete the mission. I just fired a shot at the arsenal from a distance." Wendy's responded. Gray said nothing, continued to complete his mission, and began to scout on the spire. When he looked down at the entire block, all the enemies were marked in his field of vision. The patrol route of each patrol team, the enemies resting in each house, each armored vehicle being maintained, and even each artillery. All this information was automatically sorted, collected and stored. The enemy's deployment may change, but this information can be used as a reference, and they will soon launch a full-scale attack on the upper nest, so there is no need to worry about too much change. After recording the situation of one block, Gray immediately went to the next block. On the other side, Rita, who was carrying out the task of searching for teleportation points alone, came to a park square. He had found 4 teleportation points similar to this one. The good living environment of the upper nest brought a lot of convenience to the task. However, every park square in Shangzhou has been converted into a military camp for patrol teams, and Andreda has to clear out the people here. He is not a very good fighter. He always thinks that the reason he can become a guard is just because he is one of the survivors of the 44th Regiment, or Chinemo needs a combat civilian. In the guard, Andreda does most of the civilian work. He will organize everyone's mission log and archive it, and record some confidential information that only the guards can know. At this time, the civilian and Rita stood in the square, facing the attacks and artillery fire from all directions without dodging, raising his hands to use shotgun lasers and shoulder guns to clear every group of enemies in front of him. Every time the hand weapon fired, it could harvest at least a squad of enemies, and every time the shoulder gun fired, it would kill at least 100 enemies. And Rita was like a turret, standing in a fixed position and firing at the enemy. After clearing the enemies in front of him, he turned his view to clear another group of enemies, and repeated this cycle until all the enemies in the square were killed after 3 minutes. Enrita used the shoulder gun to blast a hole in the ground, then placed the teleportation beacon in it, and then adjusted the power of the shoulder gun to melt the metal near the hole, ensuring that the beacon was very hidden, and the next wave of enemies coming to the park square would not find it. While doing these things, Enrita suddenly thought of why he couldn't kill every enemy in the upper nest, and then he quickly dispelled this idea. The entire upper nest area is only slightly smaller than the lower nest but still very huge, at least tens of thousands of blocks. At this moment, Enrita suddenly thought of the design and tension of the guard's power armor. This thing really allows 2 people to be responsible for a battlefield, but it is not a large-scale killing weapon like insecticide. When designing the power armor, Jean Mo definitely left room for regular troops to clean up the defeated enemy. "We have to move faster, guys," Enrita said to others as he jumped and flew to the next location, "so that we can launch an attack tomorrow." Chapter 80. Even for the guards, a series of actions in the huge upper nest is a heavy task, and they need at least a day and night to complete. While his comrades were doing their work, Gray, who was not wearing the guard's power armor, was still moving in the darkness for reconnaissance. When he heard Andrada say that if they acted faster, they could launch a full-scale attack tomorrow, Gray thought it was impossible. "Don't be too anxious, brother. The upper nest is larger than we thought, and the army will have to attack the day after tomorrow anyway." I was indeed a little anxious, probably because we were in an enemy-occupied environment, Enrita admitted. Gray continued to move in the darkness, looking for enemy targets that he thought were more valuable, such as the enemy's command center, or the location of some senior officers. The comrades who were destroying important military facilities provided excellent cover for this reconnaissance. The sound of shotgun laser firing almost never stopped, and the sound of beams piercing through several buildings and detonating something often sounded, followed by the shouting of nearby patrols. From time to time, there were explosions in the area where Gray was located, lighting up half of the sky. Unfortunately, only some areas could see the sky, and most areas still gave people a feeling of being indoors. After more than 50 minutes, Gray walked to a building that looked a bit like a city wall. This city wall spanned the center of the block. When Gray scanned the building, the results showed that it was a square building with a side length of 20 kilometers. It had existed for at least 1,100 years, and had only one entrance and exit, 700 meters directly in front of Gray. There are many people inside the wall, but this does not prove anything, because there are also many people in other areas recorded by Gray along the way. Koi's wall. Although Gray has never been to the upper nest, he still recognized this huge wall at a glance. This wall is well known in the lower nest. It is said that 1,000 years ago in ancient times, the governor of the Tyrone Hive, Koi, faced a great rebellion. A slave in the arena led many people to fight, and vowed to behead the governor. The governor at that time was well prepared for the rebellion, and ordered his subordinates to build the Koi wall. The governor's army held out inside the Koi wall until the army from Tyrone II arrived, and slaughtered all the rebels. The slave gladiator was named Brave Champion. Gray thought it was a fabricated story, but when he saw the huge wall in front of him, he knew it was true. If you put yourself in their shoes, as the general of the army holding the upper nest and the spire, if you want to find a place to command, what could be more suitable than the inside of the Koi wall? Thinking of this, Gray made up his mind to verify his idea through reconnaissance. After looking around, Gray immediately saw a spire 500 meters to the left and rear, so he immediately rushed to the location of the spire. There were many patrols on the road between the Koi wall and the spire, and Gray easily avoided the patrols. This can't even be called avoiding, because he just moved forward in the blind spot of the patrols, or entered the room, or climbed up the house and ran on the roof. In short, he finally approached the location of the spire. The base of the spire was surrounded by a high wall, with more than 50 infantrymen and a tank inside the wall, and many patrols and guards outside. Something is wrong. Gray was puzzled. Why did a spire need to be defended? Even if the people outside had heard the explosions in the distance, they were indifferent. They just guarded and waited anxiously. Gray looked at the top of the tower, and his vision was magnified until the entire top of the tower was clear and visible. There are more than 10 missile launchers on it. The specific types of missiles inside are unknown, but it gives people a very threatening feeling. Gray thought that he should first deal with those missiles, and then use the spire to verify whether the Koi wall is the enemy's command site. After quickly formulating a plan, Gray immediately sneaked into the high wall, and hid behind a stone sculpture to prepare for action. At this time, more than 50 infantrymen inside the high wall were gathered near the tank, looking at the direction where explosions continued to be heard in the distance. After watching for a long time, like watching fireworks, fear appeared on the faces of all these soldiers. Bad news, brothers. I wonder if the enemy has teleported here to start the fight. Their teleportation technology is really disgusting. I heard a psychic say that he saw an entire unit teleported to one of our regiments, and then kill the unlucky guys in that regiment almost instantly. Maybe those bastards in cool power armor are making a sneak attack. In any case, our mission is to defend the whirlwind missiles. While these people were chatting, no one noticed that the daggers hanging on the legs of at least half of them were floating up. When these floating daggers slowly moved backwards and aimed at the necks of at least half of the people, Gray immediately continued to control these daggers and let them stab out quickly. Under the control of the telekinetic device, the speed and strength of the daggers stabbing out were far beyond the speed and strength of ordinary people holding them to attack. In less than a second, those who were resisted should have been pierced through the neck and died. But in Gray's eyes, with bullet time turned on, the daggers moved very slowly, and even the soldiers' voices seemed to be stretched out. The spine connected to the nerves increased his reaction speed exponentially. Speak. Say. Me. Gray had already rushed behind the soldiers, and at this time, the daggers controlled by telekinesis slowly pierced into the necks of half of the soldiers. When Gray passed by them, he could even hear the sound of the stretched weapons piercing into flesh and blood. When the pain of the enemy being pierced by a sharp weapon was transmitted to the brain through the nerves, Gray's prosthetic arm shell had already opened, and the barrel extended out to fire 10 shots in a row, with the bullets flying very slowly in the air. Gray rushed behind the remaining targets and broke their necks one by one. When the last enemy infantryman's neck cracked, 10 bullets had hit their intended targets. 10 bodies with their brains smashed fell to their knees, and their upper bodies fell to the ground, all in a sticking out position. These slight movements were covered by the explosion of the military facilities detonated by the guards in the distance. The crew in the tank had not yet discovered that all their comrades outside were dead, until another explosion sounded. Gray's prosthetic arm penetrated the tank's turret armor directly and reached into it, and the barrel fired bullets to kill all the people inside. The micro bullets stored in the prosthetic arm were just used up. Gray pulled his arm out of the turret, stood up and jumped to the ground, and walked towards the inside of the spire. The enemy inside did not know what they would face next. Chapter 81. There are not many enemies in the spire. The electronic eye marks 2 enemies guarding the door, and there is an enemy every 3 steps on the staircase from the 2nd floor to the top. Amid the explosion of another military facility, Gray's arms pierced through the door, and beat the 2 enemies on the left and right inside to death. Then he entered the spire, picked up the daggers on the legs of the 2 dead soldiers, and quickly rushed to the stairs. Gray ran wildly on the long stairs. He would undoubtedly be discovered by the enemies on the stairs, but he could always cut their throats before they shouted. Although it was not bullet time, Gray still felt that these people's reactions were too slow. He could not only kill them quickly, but also take the time to collect the daggers hanging on their legs and control them to float around his body with telekinesis. When Gray easily killed his way to the top of the spire, there were only corpses rolling on the steps behind him, and in front of him was only a confused officer holding a water cup, and his subordinates near the missile nest. Yes. As soon as the officer said a word, Gray had already thrown the dagger through his throat, and then the next one. After throwing all the daggers he had looted, there were corpses lying in all directions on the platform at the top of the spire. The electronic eye even marked the number of these corpses. 28. Killing 28 people with a flying knife sounds like an impossible task to accomplish in an instant, but for Gray now, it only took 3 seconds to kill these people. It's a pity that I, a guard, don't wear a guard. Gray muttered to himself. He thought it was a pity that he had not expected the koi wall and this spire, otherwise he would have simply not hidden himself and put on the power armor directly. Gray continued to do important things. He raised his prosthetic arm directly and used the telekinetic device integrated in his arm to control all the missiles in the missile nest to fly out, and then squeezed all the missile nests. When the missile nest was squeezed and twisted, Gray came to the edge of the platform at the top of the spire, stepped on the edge, and looked down at the koi wall in the distance. His electronic eyes continuously magnified the location of the koi wall until it was as clear as if he was observing it from the koi wall himself. The electronic eye scanned the area within its field of vision. All enemies in the building or anywhere else were marked. Although Gray could not see their faces and clothes, he could see what they were doing through their outlines. Many people were coming in and out of the largest steel fortress in the koi wall. There was also a group of people gathered around a table in the fortress, as if they were discussing something. Gray focused on a person coming in and out, staring at him until he walked out of the fortress and appeared in his field of vision, and he could see him directly without the enhanced vision. As the purpose of Gray's investigation emerged in his mind, his electronic eyes magnified the image of the man he was staring at, and then processed it. A horizontal line was extended from the edge of the shoulder, pointing to an image that was magnified to the point where the rank on the shoulder could be clearly seen. A horizontal line was extended from his gait when he walked, and his gait was picked up from the field of vision and analyzed. A horizontal line was extended from the document in his hand, magnified and analyzed. The biological processor began to analyze this information, and finally displayed the conclusion in the center of Gray's field of vision. He strides forward with his head held high. His military rank is the commander of the Planetary Defense Corps. Doubtful. The military rank of Talon II may be different from that of the current world, and the document in his hand is the defense plan of the 13th Army on the Nest. Conclusion: a commander, probability, 99%. Your commander is a little worse than ours, Gray said with a smile, and at the same time concluded that the fortress in the Koi Wall was the enemy's command center. After making the judgment, Gray frowned and thought for a moment, a little hesitant. Then he saw the people inside began to pack up the documents. Some troops in his field of vision had already prepared vehicles. It was obvious that the noise made by others was too loud, so they were ready to move to another place to continue commanding. At this time, Gray made up his mind and said in the communication channel, "Brothers, everyone pay attention to me. I need you to be ready to teleport, because I found where the enemy's command center is." After hearing Gray's words in the communication channel, the guards who were doing their own things all stopped, or stood in the enemy's artillery fire, or gave up the idea of attacking the enemy in front of them. In short, everyone was ready to teleport. Gray leaped directly from the top of the tower and hit the ground, then quickly stood up in the smoke and rubble, and rushed to the fortress in front. He chose a straight line. There were still many soldiers defending on the city wall. Even Gray could not escape the vigilance of these people with no blind spots or escape opportunities. He was soon discovered, and then a deafening alarm sounded inside the Koi Wall. The soldiers on standby at the bottom of the city wall rushed up the city wall, either carrying weapons on the wall or starting to operate various fixed heavy weapons on the city wall. Before opening fire, the enemy first witnessed Gray's amazing speed when he ran wildly, and then opened fire in panic. At this time, Gray had released the teleportation drone that Chi Nemo gave him. A string of bullets from the logging gun hit Gray's body, tearing off the skin outside his metal skeleton in pieces, but this could not stop him from moving forward. As Gray moved forward, the drone also moved forward, flying in front of him and keeping a distance of 100 meters from him. Soon the first guard was teleported over, and the guard quickly observed the situation around him, and then ran forward as well. Then the second, the third, until finally Yaon and Amrita. All 5 guards abandoned their respective tasks and gathered together, and were teleported here. They quickly familiarized themselves with the situation and made strategies, and ran forward in front of Gray. In the dark night, the power armor on their bodies reflected the light of the searchlight, and the jetpacks behind them spewed out dazzling flames. In the overwhelming artillery fire, the gravity shield allowed them to move forward safely. Even the laser that penetrated the gravity shield could only become the energy of the roaring engine in the power armor. There were so many lasers that they even filled up the energy engine, which was almost exhausted. "Guys, I have a plan," Gray, who was running behind, suddenly said. Then the idea in his mind was shared with all the guards, and the guards knew what the plan was without any language communication. Amrita, who was at the front, raised his arms and aimed at the enemies on the wall, and the shoulder gun was aimed at the wall in front of his body. When the sky of shotgun lasers covered the enemies on the wall and killed them in large numbers, the shoulder gun fired 3 beams. These 3 beams melted a gap in the extremely thick wall. Gray's tactical inspiration came from the battle to capture the rebel psychic alive a long time ago, and it was the shoulder gun that paved the way. Chapter 82. Amrita fired 3 beams and slowed down. Ryan behind him sped up and rushed to the front, killing the enemy with a shotgun laser and firing 3 times with a shoulder cannon. Then the next one. Gray was not wearing power armor, so he couldn't fire for the time being. However, after this round, a large hole was melted into the wall in 4 seconds, and a firepower gap appeared on the wall directly in front of the 5 guards. But it doesn't matter whether this gap exists, because Gray's goal is not this. 5 guards rushed into the Koi Wall and headed straight for the fortress without stopping. Perhaps to prevent the army from being directly teleported into the Koi Wall, the firepower inside and around the fortress was much more powerful than the firepower on the outer walls. Whether it was heavy bolts, logging guns, or laser guns, No matter how high the density was, it had no effect. Even the smoke produced by these attacks could not block the vision, and the gunpowder smell could not enter the guard's power armor to smoke people. But it was not the first time that the enemy had seen the power of the guard's power armor. A psychic looked down at Gray and his companions from the narrow firing hole on the second floor of the fortress. They had already run halfway through the 2-kilometer distance from the city wall to the fortress. The psychic turned around and ran, releasing psychic energy as he ran. Because the distance was beyond the effective range of the anti-psychic device, Gray and his companions could not directly counter the psychic for the time being. They could only use beams and shotgun lasers to bombard the second floor of the fortress where the psychic was. Most of the attacks were blocked by the outer wall of the fortress, and the psychic's attack was immediately effective. The gravity shield of the guard's power armor seemed to be twisted by something. Even though the anti-psychic device weakened the psychic energy sweeping towards the guards, it still removed the gravity shield. At the same time, Ryan saw 4 enemies holding held guns rushing towards him. They tried to use the short downtime of the gravity shield to counterattack. Yaoan didn't know what the held gun was, but Chinemo explained it to him, so he knew what effect it would have on him. But no one needed to prepare, because the gravity shield restarted at a very fast speed. For enemies who tried to rush to the nearest position to fire were crushed by gravity, along with the held guns in their hands. The psychic on the fortress ran to the firing port again to observe, with an expression of anger and shock on his face, and then prepared to release psychic power again. 2 seconds later, Gray heard a scream. My head! My head! I want! The psychic screamed. His psychic power was out of control. Bang! A muffled sound came from the second floor of the fortress, followed by blood mixed with fragments gushing out of the firing port, then splashing on the ground, and was directly stepped over by the guards, who were already close to the fortress. The shoulder guns on the power armor opened 4 holes in the outer wall of the fortress, and all the guards rushed into the fortress and started killing. One person was responsible for 1 floor, and all the enemies in the entire fortress were cleared out within 3 seconds. Those outside the fortress could only rush to the fortress, and then watch in despair as the fortress was pierced by several beams from time to time. Gray, who was not wearing power armor, was not idle either. After killing the few enemies on the top floor, he immediately came to the 4th floor. Be careful, Enrita warned loudly. The next second, Gray saw Andrada disappear from his sight at a very fast speed, leaving only a shadow behind him. When his eyes fell on Andrada again, he had already used the shotgun laser to smash the only enemy that he had not dealt with. It's very useful. Andrada smiled and looked at Gray's spine. Gray didn't want to discuss the spine and bullet time. He immediately asked about the business. How did you complete your mission? I buried many teleportation beacons on the left side of the upper nest, but I haven't started to bury them on the right side. Enrita drew a straight line with his hand. The left side is the left side of the avenue in the middle of the upper nest for military parades, and the right side is the right side. You don't need to tell me, I understand. Gray lowered his head and thought for a moment. Enrita quietly waited for him to come up with the result. Soon Gray raised his head and said, Forget it, let's do it this way. We will attack directly while we destroy the command center, and the enemy has no time to reorganize the command system. Okay. Enrita prepared to teleport. Prepare to teleport? Gray said to the others. When the guards were all ready to be teleported, they were all instantly transferred from the war to a quiet and peaceful place. That is, the city center of New Kato. Fuck. Where did this bastard come from? Yaoan behind the crowd suddenly complained, and when they turned around, they found that Yaoan picked up a piece of arm with an extremely smooth cut from the ground. It was probably teleported with him. This matter is not important. Gray first opened the communication, explained the current situation to Chinemo, who was conducting research, and then expressed his own thoughts. That is to launch an attack while the enemy has no time to reorganize the command system. Chinemo only said 2 words for this idea. Start the war. Don't fucking sleep. The order to start the war from the Legion commander has spread throughout the Legion. We are going to attack those sons of bitches in Shangqiao. In the name of the Legion commander, I order you all to get up. In the barracks, the squad leaders who were awakened first shuttled through the corridors, shouting loudly to their soldiers. Creed thought the First Army was extremely undisciplined. Even the White Shield recruits from the Cadian Assault Army thought they were more like militia. But Creed and his people had to admit the advantages of this army. There were only 2 types of soldiers in the First Army. The first type was those who survived a near-fatal battle, and the second type was the militia in the lower Nest Kato city, who could fight the rebels in street battles like mincemeat. As for the recruits recruited in the lower nest, they were still in training, and would not be deployed to the battlefield for the time being. When an emergency comes, these people will react very quickly. They are very used to being called up to fight in the middle of the night. Soldiers in various military camps woke up and lined up to go to the armory, to wear power armor, to take neatly arranged laser rifles, wear dimensional teleportation protection devices, and check these things they carry. The crew of the Lehman Russ tank has also driven the tank to the open ground, and officers at the company level and above have all sat in the tank. When a large number of infantry and tanks gathered together and ran to the open ground to prepare for large-scale teleportation, unmanned machines had already gathered here first. The artillery was arranged in an orderly manner, and the gravity shield drone flew to their respective regiments. When everything was almost ready, Gray's voice sounded in the communication channel of the entire Legion. First, 12 regiments will be teleported over to form a front and advance forward. In the western area of Shengqiao, where there are a large number of teleportation beacons, other regiments will be teleported to the rear of the enemy. But in the eastern area of Shengqiao, where there are not many teleportation beacons, we can only advance blindly. The Legion commander said, "I don't believe in genius command tactics and strategies, and I don't like to gamble with the enemy in war. I only believe in the strongest weapons and equipment, the most fierce firepower, and the strongest armor. The guards have already carried out simple but necessary tactics. We will also participate in the next battle and focus on attacking the enemy's most heavily defended positions. The commander is watching us. We will crush the enemy." Cheers rang out in the communication channel. Everyone seemed to feel that Qin Mo was looking down at them from above the entire army. In fact, this was true. After seeing the army ready through the drone, Qin Mo immediately started large-scale dimensional transmission. Chapter 83. Upper Nest. When the guards stopped destroying, most of the Stinger troops rushed to the destroyed site, then looked at the ruins and flames in confusion, searching in confusion, but ultimately could not find any trace. The news of the destruction of the command center had not even spread. Each unit could only return to their respective positions as arranged in the defense plan they had received before. Soon, the positions within the 5 blocks on the westernmost side of Upper Nest were attacked, and these attacks came from all directions. Unmanned artillery units were deployed far away, bombing from the northernmost position to the southernmost position. The violent explosions turned countless buildings and fortifications into ruins, and the infantry could only hide in the bombardment bunkers and tremble, hoping that the Lord of Wisdom would bless them to survive the bombardment. Those officers who were also trembling in the bombardment began to report the situation to their superiors, informing them that the enemy had been teleported and launched an attack. But every report received no response at all. Even the difficult order to retreat did not bring insults and reprimands from the superiors. After doing everything they could, the officers could only hide in the bunker and pray to the Lord of Wisdom. The shrill screams of the shells sliding across the sky were endless, and the explosions caused by the shells landing nearby even made the ground tremble. Although the artillery roared, the painful screams of some people who were bombed could still be heard, but these screams sounded very weak in the bombardment. During the first few rounds of bombardment, the reconnaissance drones had already flown over the positions that were bombarded, and the biological scanning devices were activated. The specific locations of all the survivors on the positions were transformed into information streams and transmitted to the unmanned artillery units. Then the unmanned artillery began to adjust its calibration data based on this information to conduct more accurate shooting. This adjustment took effect only when the 5th round of bombardment began. Those who survived the 4th round of bombardment and thanked the Lord of Wisdom heard the screams of the shells falling again, and this time every shell hit the shelling bunker or outside the trench. The shells hit the bunker like a heavy hammer hitting the wall. The huge amount of shrapnel produced by the explosion splashed on the surface or around the bunker, making a clanging sound. The people inside would feel a jolt in their hearts every time they heard an explosion. Until after countless explosions, a pile of dust mixed with fragments fell from the top of the bombardment bunker. All the people inside stopped praying, looked up in horror, and looked at each other. Then the next shell hit the bunker and exploded, and flames and air waves, carrying a large amount of biological tissue, gushed out from the gaps in various parts of the bunker. Such situations were very common during the 3-hour bombing, but they occurred at different times, because the unmanned artillery units bombed one position before bombing the next one. When the unmanned artillery used up its shells, and the logistics machinery was transported back to the bottom nest to transport the next batch of shells, the First Army launched an attack. At the northernmost position in the western area of the upper nest, all the survivors felt the ground shaking before they had time to catch their breath. In front of them, a group of soldiers wearing power armor followed the floating version of the Lehman Russ tank and advanced together. The same thing happened directly behind. The infantry in power armor advanced while holding laser rifles with scopes, and each shot had a high probability of penetrating a person's flesh. The Lehman Russ tanks also launched attacks while advancing, and the rocket pods fired 20 rockets each time, and there was one Lehman Russ tank per company. The position was instantly covered by rockets, and as the troops in the front and rear continued to advance, the area covered by rockets also moved forward, until the houses and construction sites on the position were completely destroyed, and the metal floors of the Hive were blown up to large scorch marks, until there is no one alive on the position. The two regiments advancing forward from the front and back of the position enter the position together, start biological scanning to detect any living enemies, and then make up for the loss. The infantry scattered on the position are like executioners. When they kill every enemy they can detect, they will see the faces of the enemy showing regret and remorse. They probably felt that believing in the Lord of Wisdom was useless before they died. After clearing the northernmost position, the two regiments attacking this place from the front and back began to wait for the friendly forces attacking the other four positions to finish, and then teleported to the next area where they needed to fight. The guards always penetrate deeper into the enemy lines than the regular troops. Since the regular troops were responsible for dealing with the less important enemy positions, the guards were able to focus on the targets they should prioritize. Gray directly crashed through the walls of 3 buildings and rushed into a church to clear out all the enemies, who set up heavy weapons at the church windows. At this time, he glanced at the map and found that he was in front of the second position in the western area of the upper nest. Now taking the time to think about it, Gray suddenly realized that the enemy actually arranged 5 lines of defense in the upper nest, facing every passage leading to the upper nest in the south. However, since Enrita had buried a teleportation beacon on the west side of the upper nest in advance, the army could teleport at will, so they appeared directly on the left side of the 5 defense lines to launch the attack. Gray didn't think too much when he heard the order from Chin Mo, and thought that everyone would appear directly in front of the defense line. There is a fortress ahead. Yao En suddenly spoke in the communication channel. While he was speaking, the target he pointed to had been shared with Gray, and a mark appeared in Gray's field of vision, directly marking the location of the fortress. Gray could only see a large area of buildings, and the fortress was not even as tall as the buildings in the upper nest. But the electronic eye still depicted the overall lines of the fortress, so that Gray could observe it more intuitively. A square fortress. I guess it is the same as the Koi Wall, and it is also the masterpiece of the governor 1,000 years ago. Probably. Let's jump to the top of the fortress and kill from the top to the bottom. After the discussion, Gray and other guards scattered everywhere moved towards the location of the fortress. The Koi Wall was too high for them to jump over before, but this fortress is not big now, so each of them found a building, jumped in the building, and jumped towards the fortress after reaching the rooftop. Before deciding to gather and deal with the fortress, the guards were in different positions. They jumped directly to the top of the fortress from all directions. The defenders on top didn't know who they should attack first, and when they randomly chose one to start attacking, they were already attacked and killed to only a few people left. The guards cleared all the enemies, and rushed into the fortress through the entrance. From a distance, all they could see was beams of light piercing the walls of the fortress, and screams and gunshots kept ringing. The guards fought very seriously, and didn't notice that they were being watched at this time. Chapter 84. Another fortress of ours is destroyed. I saw 5 super soldiers enter the fortress, and then I could only see various beams of light shooting out from the wall. Stinger took off the 6-eye gem from his forehead, and said dejectedly. He had seen the situation on the battlefield through the 6-eye gem. The fortress was besieged by 5 soldiers wearing power armor, and then it would fall as expected. This was the situation on the entire battlefield. If he hadn't heard the vibration from below, Stinger wouldn't even know that the battle had begun, and his subordinates didn't report anything about the battle at all. Are they advancing fast? The servant asked carefully. Very quickly. The Stinger nodded. Regular troops and super soldiers fight together. Regular troops deal with unimportant positions, and super soldiers deal with important positions. Their advancement speed is simply amazing. After discovering soldiers wearing more powerful power armor than ordinary infantry on the battlefield, Stinger gave them a simple and easy-to-understand name, which is super soldiers. The servants were silent after hearing this. As an old servant who has served Stinger for a long time, he knows that what Stinger fears most is this kind of enemy, who does not pay attention to any surprise tactics or strategic gambling, but only knows how to break all methods with one force. Conventional troops teleported and assaulted. Super soldiers were the main force to attack the difficult positions, and the entire front line advanced at an incredibly fast speed. These tactics and strategies were not excellent at all, because these tactics were like pulling the trigger when you got a gun, and they would be used as long as the corresponding conditions were met. I am more worried about what happened to my command system. Stinger frowned and looked at the golden floor tiles, and after a moment of silence, he spoke again. I think there is a 90% probability that those bastards deliberately set me up, and did not report the battle situation. Hearing this, the servant's mouth twitched. The Lord of Wisdom sect can have nothing but conspiracy and tricks, but that depends on the time. In the current situation, it is unlikely. The Stinger listened silently, breathing more and more heavily. He obviously couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Even if he liked conspiracy and fun, there was no conspiracy and fun to find now. My lord. The servant knelt respectfully. Maybe we should be more optimistic. Go to hell. The Stinger slapped the servant's old face. He knew that he was not an optimistic person. He did not think that the war in the upper nest would last long. He thought that the enemy might occupy the upper nest, and then attack the Spire in less than 3 days. The Stinger felt a headache when he thought about this. He did not know how the enemy would attack the Spire. Should they scout first or teleport first? The buildings on the Spire were not densely packed, so it was more likely that they would teleport directly. The Stinger thought carefully in his head, but even if he racked his brains, he could not imagine that the Spire of the Hive city had not been attacked so far. Was it because the enemy did not want to do so, or because they could not do so? Or was it because a small number of vanguard troops had already infiltrated the Spire? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, the more frightened he became. When the enemy was confused, the Stinger would be excited and happy, but when he himself was confused, he would not be happy. How is the plan going? The Stinger suddenly asked. It's almost done. The servant replied, as before, we will lure all those who come to the top of the tower into a cage that looks like a transport plane, and then burn them to death with the blue flame of the Lord of Wisdom. The number is enough. Send all the troops to the upper nest. Poison Stinger could not wait to get up, give orders, and walk outside. However, the servant hesitated. Noticing that the servant did not follow him, Poison Stinger turned around and glared at him angrily, asking in a cold voice, "What are you hesitating about? The ritual knowledge I found is too old, some parts are not perfect, and even requires the person performing the ritual to sacrifice his soul." The servant hesitated for a long time before saying the following words. Can you give me some time to find someone who can preside over the ceremony, and find a way to perfect the entire ceremony? After hearing this request, the Stinger immediately took out his laser pistol and pointed it at the servant, and gave him 2 choices in an extremely cold voice. Preside over the ceremony, or die. You might as well kill me. The servant trembled all over, as if he was afraid of something very scary. If I preside over the ceremony and sacrifice my soul, I'm afraid I will face more than just death. I can make you suffer more than death, the Stinger said fiercely. The servant was trembling with fear, and was forced to follow the Stinger to move forward. In the garden of the governor's manor, blue ashes piled up into a mountain, and some blue tiny creatures floated in the air. The atmosphere in the whole garden was not right. The flowers and plants made of metal and plastic were blooming strangely, but the shapes became more strange and indescribable. The Stinger came to the mountain of ashes in the center of the garden, and his servant shrank aside timidly, not even daring to look directly at the Stinger. Is this the ceremony I have been preparing for half my life? The ceremony of ascending to become a demigod? The Stinger became more and more ferocious. If it weren't for the fact that only you could recite those spells, if it weren't for the fact that you can speak without vocal cords, which proves your specialness, if it weren't for the fact that, if you couldn't help me complete the ritual, I would have killed you long ago. Yes. Yes. Master. The servant could only be forced to admit it. When he heard this admission, the Stinger moaned comfortably, feeling happy and satisfied. The Stinger had waited too long. The so-called plan was actually to carry out the ascension ceremony. Stinger recalled that on the night David was killed, he asked him to stay in the Tyrone Hive to fight. He remembered that he asked for manpower in the name of fighting, but in fact, he was collecting materials for the ritual, and the upper nesters were the materials. He also recalled the ritual process he and his servants had developed, which was to make people think that they could be saved by entering the transporter, but then find that the transporter turned into a cage and burned to death. He recalled that he and his servants worked together to study the psychic spell that made the cage look like a transporter to others. I have waited too long for this day. Preside over the ceremony. The Stinger ordered the servant. Master, please allow me to find another suitable person. The laser pistol made a hole at the servant's feet, scaring him back. Do you really think I can't make you live a life worse than death? The Stinger threatened fiercely. The helpless servant could only take out the scepter from his back and wave it, chanting ancient spells that the Stinger could not understand at all. The Stinger suddenly trembled. He felt something was staring at him, and immediately felt that his spiritual power was becoming stronger and more stable, and even his brain was filled with knowledge that he had never learned. This feeling made the Stinger extremely enjoyable, and this was exactly what he pursued at all costs. It was in this wonderful feeling that was about to be satisfied that the Stinger suddenly found himself getting higher and higher. At first, the Stinger thought it was normal, until he saw that his body had undergone serious changes. A bloody mouthful of fangs grew out of his thigh, his fingers turned into countless fleshy tentacles, his arms became longer and softer, and even horns began to grow on them. No! No, no! The Stinger screamed in fear, his voice became heavier, his lips became thicker, and his mouth began to grow arms, legs and teeth. The Stinger looked at the servant angrily, but he could not see the fearful expression on the servant's face, he could only see a smile. A sarcastic smile. A satisfied smile. The fear of presiding over the ceremony just now has completely disappeared from his face. He is now very comfortable, as if he is happy to be the host of the ceremony. The Stinger wanted to ask the servant what was going on, but when he opened his mouth, he could only make a meaningless scream. In the end, the Stinger became larger and larger, and his shape became more and more difficult to describe. Before he completely lost himself, he didn't know what the changes in his body were. But the servant knew that his master had now become a chaos egg. A person who pursues power and knowledge thinks he is the chosen one, and thinks he can always manipulate others. Because he is too eager for power and knowledge, he willingly falls into a conspiracy. The servant used his psychic power to control the chaos egg in front of him, and his emotions were excited. Nothing can please the Lord of Wisdom more than this. The chaos egg named Sting roared and struggled angrily. It wanted to crush everything it saw, but it just couldn't do it. Don't worry. The servant raised his head and looked at the sky. After I send you to the Talon 2, the real big plan will officially begin. Chapter 85. Inside the underground cave. Chi Nemo, who was studying weapons and charging the transmission device, felt a throbbing in his heart, and a strong sense of disgust filled his mind and senses. He thought it was an illusion. After all, there couldn't be a large number of psychics around him, but this feeling is getting stronger and stronger now, so strong that he can even clearly feel where it comes from. Chi Nemo slowly raised his head and looked at the roof. His eyes did not penetrate the roof, but he knew that something disgusting appeared at the top of the Hive tower above him. This thing is like a foreign object embedded in the material universe. The surrounding terrain, air, and even physical rules seem to be disrupted by the appearance of this thing. Gray, report the progress of the war. Chi Nemo stopped everything he was doing without hesitation, stood up, put on the power armor helmet, and asked. His question was directly conveyed to Gray in the communication channel, and echoed in the latter's head. We have begun to march towards the eastern area of the upper nest. The situation on the enemy side is chaotic, and a large number of deserters have appeared. After contacting the various regiment leaders on the front line, I think we can squeeze out at least 6 regiments to attack the Hive Spire. Gray was still fighting when he reported, and the enemy's screams and explosions could be heard from time to time. The Hive Spire is not large in scale, and it is not the main target of this war, but the battle situation is good now, and it is not a problem to squeeze out some people to occupy the Spire. But Chi Nemo stopped Gray, notify Yaoan to prepare for the transmission, and the others continued to attack the upper nest. I will be responsible for the Spire myself. Okay. I notify Yaoan right away. Gray hesitated for a moment, not knowing what had interfered with Chi Nemo's research. Although Chi Nemo didn't need to participate in this war, Gray was good at obeying rather than questioning, so he did it anyway. Yaoan immediately withdrew from the battlefield after receiving the order, evacuated to his own army amidst the heavy siege of the enemy, and then prepared for teleportation. Chi Nemo put on his power armor, took the chainsaw sword and scepter, stood on the open ground and prepared for teleportation, and then angrily ordered the main control intelligence. Send me to the center of the Hive tower immediately. I want to teach those bastards who play witchcraft a lesson. The Spire of the Hive City. The servant controlled the chaos spawn named Stinger, and forced it to follow him into the solid building of the governor's residence, and then began to search for things in the hidden corners of each room. He was very familiar with this place, so familiar that it felt like he was back home. It didn't take him long to find the scattered communication device parts he was looking for. The servant quickly assembled these parts, and then conveyed the order to his subordinates hidden in a secret corner of the Hive world. Drive your transport plane to send me to low Earth orbit, and then we will wait for the governor's warship to arrive, and go home together. Got it. For the Lord of Wisdom. The subordinates did not resist or negotiate. He immediately took off in a transport plane, and would soon fly to the Hive Spire to pick up people. The servant waited calmly, and then looked at his master. The stinger was resisting control frantically, and the ground under its feet was shaking with its body. "Don't worry, your life is short anyway, and you will be free when we complete the big plan," the servant comforted softly. Of course, the stinger didn't understand. He was still resisting control, but this resistance had no effect at all. The servant was thinking about his big plan in his mind, smiling and looking out the window, hoping that the transporter would arrive soon. 2 seconds later, an energy crack appeared in the center of the empty manor courtyard, and a second energy crack appeared on a big tree in the servant's peripheral vision. A warrior wearing power armor appeared in the first energy crack, and the servant felt uncomfortable just by seeing this warrior. And a person also emerged from the crack stuck in the tree. The person's body had completely overlapped with the tree, and the chainsaw sword and scepter in his hand were like branches growing out of the tree. But the man was not affected, and emerged from the tree like a phantom. This strange scene made even the servants feel incredible. This is unreasonable. The man who emerged from the tree walked forward, and his walking posture was aggressive, and seemed very angry. After observing all this, the servant immediately began to think about whether he should run away or do something else. An untouchable person, and a person who can penetrate the surface of objects like a ghost. This combination seems to be difficult to deal with no matter how you look at it. It is obviously irrational to confront them head-on. After thinking for a long time, the servant suddenly looked at the stinger beside him, thinking that this chaos egg might help him delay some time and give him a chance to escape. Although this would interfere with the big plan, there was no other choice at the moment. Besides, survival was originally part of the plan. While the servant was thinking about countermeasures, Yao En and Qin Mo walked together in the courtyard, and then strode forward, not caring at all whether there would be enemies hidden in the huge and luxurious building like a fortress in front of them. "Yao En, just stay by my side and cooperate with me." Qin Mo gave the order while walking forward, and then raised his hand towards the building in front of him. A flash of electricity immediately appeared in the air, and then a small current was released from Qin Mo's fingertips and hit the wall of the building. Yao En, who was following beside him, saw Qin Mo attack for the first time. He even turned on the bullet time, so that he could see the power from the gods more clearly. The small current traveled in the air, and quickly flew to the outer wall of the building in front of him, and then did not break the wall, but penetrated directly into it. Then Yao En saw a light appear in the luxurious and magnificent building in front of him, and dazzling lightning burst out from every window with a deafening roar. Then, as if someone had stuffed a huge bomb inside and detonated it, the fortress-sized metal building was instantly blown to pieces, and the remaining debris splashed all around. The residual power of this attack alone filled the air at the top of the entire nest with electricity. Yao En, who witnessed the whole process, now had a blank expression on his face, and his mind was blank. "Follow me." Qin Mo stopped and ordered Yao En. "Yes." Yao En immediately followed and accompanied Qin Mo to continue walking forward, while habitually observing the biological scan results. After the biological scan results confirmed that there were no creatures nearby and Qin Mo could no longer feel the strong disgust, the two could be sure that all the enemies had been killed in the previous attack. Chapter 86. Now let's see who is doing witchcraft on the top of the tower. Qin Mo raised his staff and tapped the ground lightly. The building that was originally shattered was restored to its original state in an instant, and the thick wall blocked the two people again. Yao En couldn't believe his eyes. He saw the building being blown to pieces, but now it was restored. Yao En couldn't help but reach out and touch the wall in shock, but found that his hand could directly penetrate the wall, which made him feel as if he was in a place where the laws of physics were severely distorted. This is a scene similar to an image. "I didn't restore it. You can't touch the wall," Qin Mo said, the effect of Trace Back. Trace Back is an ability that Qin Mo naturally mastered when the power of the star god gradually recovered. In the eyes of the star god, the timeline of the entire material universe is visible. They can see the traces left on the timeline by each movement of the various particles that make up everything. By stripping off these traces on the timeline and presenting them, they can truly reproduce the scenes that appeared in the past. Just like now. "Come with me and have a look." Qin Mo immediately took a step, penetrated the wall of the building Trace Back, and entered the room inside. Yao En hurriedly followed. The two walked through the building together. They did not have to follow the rules of normal life, such as going in and out through the door, going up the stairs to the second floor. Every wall and every object here can be penetrated, and can also be materialized into useless entities according to Qin Mo's will. For Yao En, this is a very novel experience. If he had to use 4 words to describe his current complex emotions and feelings, it would be walking with God. The two shuttled and searched in the building. After passing through another wall, they both froze in place. Right in front of them was a room with a person and a monster inside. The person was an old man covered in wounds, and the monster was indescribable. What the hell is this? Yawen stared at the monster. Hands and feet grew out of its mouth, with big mouths and eyes on its hands and feet. Its huge body was covered with hands, feet, eyes, and mouths, and there were many huge tentacle-like limbs. The appearance of this thing is not only indescribable, but also very scary and disgusting. Chaos Egg. Chinemo said. That? What is that? Yawen asked, trying not to vomit. The reason he didn't vomit was that he didn't want Chinemo to see his ugly appearance. Chinemo stared at the Chaos Egg quietly, and now he knew why he had such a strong feeling before. The Chaos Egg actually appeared in the Hive city, which was even more disgusting than 100 psychics wandering around. Can it be killed? Yawen asked. Yes, it will die even if you don't kill it. It is an extremely unstable thing. But don't fight it in close combat, be careful of its blood. Chinemo patiently explained to Yawen. If something similar to Chaos Egg appears in the Talon Galaxy in the future, and the distribution range is very wide, then Yawen will need to help solve it. Not every Chaos Egg can be lucky enough to receive lightning from Chinemo. By the way, what is this thing? Yawen asked again. Heretics transformed. Chinemo answered, his eyes drifting from the Chaos Egg to the old man beside him. The old man looked out the window in horror, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Some feathers, and some weird and crazy blue marks can be seen on his neck. Chinemo immediately realized that this old man believed in Cinch. As for how this Chaos Egg appeared, and why it did not attack the old man, he had to continue investigating. Flow. Chinemo gave the order to the air. Time and the entire scene began to flow, and the Chaos Egg and the old man, who had been motionless, began to move. The old man was thinking about things while staring at the outside of the building. Then a small current drilled into the wall and exploded, releasing a huge amount of lightning. The man and the Chaos Egg were instantly blown into powder, leaving them no time to scream. It seems that they are indeed dead, Yawen said. That's right. Chinemo nodded in approval, and then let the scene trace back start to flow backwards, just like a video played in reverse to show all the previous events. Chinemo still had many questions that were not answered, so for the next half of the Terra day, Chinemo kept using the trace back at the Spire to check every event that happened here. On the Spire of the Nest City, a scene that happened in the past was reappearing, gradually going back to the time when the Stinger had not yet turned into a Chaos Egg, and even going back to before the First War. While Poison Sting and his servants were discussing things, Chinemo and Yawen stood beside them, watching the scene replayed in front of them to get more information. Gradually Chinemo figured out the ins and outs of everything. The Chaos Egg was transformed by Poison Sting. Poison Sting was the marshal of the enemy army, and the old man was Poison Sting's slave servant. The plans of the master and the slave were bigger than each other. One was thinking about using this war to gain knowledge and power, and the other was thinking about using his master to complete a bigger plan. In short, it's a plan to nest dolls. Don't ask. Asking is part of the plan. Chinemo also learned the answer to a question that puzzled everyone, that is, where did the people who went up to the nest go? Through the traceback, it can be seen that the people who went up to the nest were used as ritual materials in batches. The Stinger would personally tell each group of people that he was here to save these people, and then let these people enter a large number of cages on the side of the manor together. In Chinmo's view, it was a pure cage, covered with a lot of evil marks such as spells, but people who were deceived by the Stinger would happily go in. It is estimated that the appearance of these cages was disguised, so in people's eyes, the cages were transport planes to save them from the nest world. While carefully watching each ceremony, Chinemo also noticed one thing. In the first ceremony, an old man standing in the cage complained. That damn bastard Klein really came back for nothing. He should at least tell me about the rebellion of the First Army. This old man was obviously Klein's family. Chinemo immediately turned on the recording function of the power armor, and filmed the scene in front of him, so that Klein could know what happened to his family later. After investigating the whole story, and preparing to teleport back to the bottom nest, Chinemo looked at Yawen, and said something he must abide by in the future. After the upper nest is controlled, the top of the tower will be cleaned by artillery. What you see today is what you will face in the future. This is the responsibility I have planned for you. But this is a secret, understand? While speaking, Chinemo even took off his helmet, and showed his most serious expression to Yawen. Yao En immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and made a promise. I will not mention what happened here to anyone except you. I swear to God. Very good. Qin Emo patted Yao En's shoulder, then took 2 steps back to turn on the protection device, and was teleported back to the bottom nest. Yao En was sent back to the battlefield of the upper nest to continue his battle. Chapter 87. The war in the upper nest was still going on, and all the members of the First Army, who were focused on the battle, did not know what was happening at the top of the tower. This was a total war, so the 47th Regiment led by Klein did not defend the fortresses, and people in the lower nest that did not need to be defended by others, but participated in this offensive war. In a block on the edge of the eastern area of the upper nest, Klein sat in a modified Lehman Russ tank, commanding the battle while keeping a close eye on the road ahead. Most of the enemies were running away, while the few who persisted realized their inevitable death, so they chose to carry explosive packs and launch a crazy attack. Klein saw that the counterattacks on the front suddenly became very rare, and then some enemies leaned out of the trenches or buildings, untied the smoke bombs from their waists, and threw them out. The entire block was quickly shrouded in heavy smoke. Turn on thermal imaging. Klein ordered in the regiment's communication channel. Without his order, the soldiers of the 47th Regiment had already turned on the thermal imaging function of the power armor. The smoke looked foggy in the field of vision. Not only did it not have the effect of obscuring the enemy, it even made the enemy's outline appear clearer. The enemy hadn't realized the situation yet. They ran out of trenches or buildings, carrying all kinds of explosives. Some were hot melt bombs, some were a bunch of grenades trapped together, and some were carrying bags full of powdered explosives. Kill them, Klein ordered. The drone that generated the gravity shield temporarily shut down the gravity shield, and the laser rifles in the hands of the infantry began to fire in unison. The tank's main gun opened fire, and even the heavy bolts on the armor on the left and right sides of the turret began to fire. The enemies were harvested in large numbers, falling down one after another or being smashed by heavy weapons, and the explosives on their bodies were also detonated. The violent explosions produced by various explosives made the ground tremble. The explosions that could make people deaf were filtered by the power armor, and the overwhelming shrapnel and gravel were intercepted by the gravity shield that was reopened. Forward, forward, Klein ordered anxiously. The 47th Regiment immediately activated the biological scan and advanced to the enemy's position. The position was in the center of this block. The enemy deployed various heavy weapons and fortifications in luxurious buildings or on the road. These arrangements had no effect, and Klein didn't care about them. But when the tank he was riding floated over a large number of obstacles and came to the center of the position, Klein immediately opened the hatch and half of his body was out of the turret to observe a mansion-like building in front of him. The building was half destroyed by artillery fire. Go and see. Go and see if there are any living people inside. Klein ordered the guards. Sir, the biological scan detection results show. Go and see, please. The guard wanted to say that the biological scan results showed that there were no living people nearby except for his own side, but he found that Klein was not in a good state at this time, so he went into the mansion to check. The result was not surprising. Report, there is no one inside. I only found some enemy bodies in the remaining bedrooms and kitchens. Huh? After hearing that there were no living people inside, Klein breathed a sigh of relief and retreated into the tank to the crew around him. There are no civilian bodies here, which means that the civilians here are not dead, right? The crew members stared at each other, not knowing how to respond. Compared to the people outside, these crew members knew Klein's situation better. They knew that the building Klein asked the guards to explore was his home. Just as Klein wanted to say something, Qin Mo's holographic image appeared on the command device in front of him. Leader. Klein saluted as best he could in the narrow cabin. I found something at the top of the tower, about your family. Qin Mo said, but I'm not sure if you can accept it. When Klein heard this, he realized what Qin Mo wanted to say. He just wanted to know whether his family was still alive, so he nodded. Qin Mo on the holographic image clicked a few times at the air, and then a video was transmitted to Klein's power armor. Klein saw his grandfather and other family members enter the cage together. At first, they looked relaxed as if they were about to be rescued. Then after a while, their expressions became terrified again, as if they realized that the cage they were in was a cage. The flames burned in the air, and the surging flames gradually turned blue, and all the people in the cage were burned to ashes. After watching the video, Klein trembled all over, opened his mouth to say something or cry out, but his voice was squeezed in his throat, and could not come out. Only a slight humming sound came out of his throat. His reaction became more and more intense, and then gradually subsided, and finally became expressionless. Get out of the tank and prepare for transmission. Temporarily hand over your command to the adjutant. Shinimo ordered, if you want to talk to someone, I'd be in the cave of the fortress. They deserve it. Klein suddenly said coldly, why didn't they listen to me and go to the bottom nest with me? They deserve this fate as a bunch of short-sighted fools. Klein was angry now. He was not indifferent to his family members. In fact, he returned to the family during the confrontation period before the war and suggested that everyone go to New Kato together. Everyone in the family is different from the other good-for-nothings in the upper nest or the top of the tower. They are either generals who have studied in military academies or architects who are proficient in engineering skills. There will be a place for them in the new Katori. Then no one listened. After feeling the pain as a relative, Klein looked at it from his own perspective. He really felt that his family deserved it because they were not given a chance. Are you sure you can continue to take on the responsibility of command? Shinimo asked. I'm sure I can. Klein nodded calmly. Shinimo believed it, because he knew that Klein was not an emotional person, so he did not interfere too much. Keep fighting. Shinimo turned off the communication. Klein immediately operated the equipment in front of him, using a larger range of biological scans to confirm the positions of friendly forces and enemies, and then calmly issued an order. Everyone keep moving forward, remember our rules. Biological scans must take precedence over our actions in street fighting. The 47th Regiment continued to fight, and they moved forward while turning on the biological scans, heading to the next position that needed to be attacked. Occasionally, enemies in buildings beside the street can be scanned on the road. These are usually the fire points left by the enemy to block the passing troops. However, these fire points will be noticed by the guards before they open fire, and then the guards will fly from nowhere and smash into the building in the eyes of all the regular troops, and smash the whole building after a random attack. When the regular troops were marching, the artillery shells had already destroyed large buildings and fortifications before them, and when most of the enemies had already fled, they cleaned up the brave and tenacious defenders on the position. Even though it was limited by the terrain of the upper nest, and could not carry out an immediate teleportation assault, the First Army still had the combat power to sweep the enemy. Chapter 88. Less than a month after the war began, the enemies in the upper nest had been crushed, but the war had not stopped. The enemies who had fled in the war could not leave the nest, so they could only hide in the huge sewers of the upper nest. After witnessing or hearing that their comrades, who chose to hold their positions, were all executed, they realized that they could not be captured, so they chose to fight guerrilla warfare in the sewers. However, there were more than just the enemy troops hiding in the sewers after the previous collapse. There are some families in the sewers that lost in the power struggle in the upper nest. These upper nest families are unwilling to go to the lower nest, so they have been thriving in these sewer networks. There are also a few upper nest people who do not trust the Stinger and have not left. They have gathered in the sewers with their servants and family members to fight guerrilla warfare until now, and they don't even know that the upper nest has been liberated by the First Army of the local planetary defense force. Fierce exchanges of fire often break out between the three parties. Then the guards and other troops of the First Army would occasionally appear somewhere in the sewers to participate in the battle. It was not easy to completely clean the sewers, because there was not only one sewer, but a new sewer network had been built after the original sewer network had fallen into disrepair for thousands of years. A large number of old sewers were even connected to the giant metal pipes above the lower nest, and the whole thing was a small city sandwiched between the upper and lower nests. Everyone focused their attention on the sewers of the upper nest, and did not notice that there were enemies who had just arrived outside the Hive world. In the space outside the Tyrone Hive, a Moon-class cruiser was slowly moving around the planet. This warship was attacked by ground weapons during the previous orbital airstrike on Tyrone 3, and there were some damages on the hull, but these damages were not a problem at all. If the captain of the cruiser wanted, they could still airstrike the Tyrone Hive. In the bridge, the captain sat on the golden throne and looked at the planet outside. The huge hive was clearly visible on the surface of the planet, and except for this hive, the rest of the planet was either desert or glacier. We can't contact the field marshal. A crew member in charge of communication walked up to the captain and reported. He'd better contact me within 3 minutes. The captain stared at the planet and said, otherwise I will throw all the troops on the ship overboard. The crew nodded silently, turned around and left to continue trying to contact Stinger. At this time, the people on the ship did not know that Stinger had been turned into a chaos egg by his servants and then blown to pieces. This cruiser was just completing a task that it should not have completed, that is, transporting the army assigned to Stinger by the governor to the Tyrone Hive. Time passed. After half a day, Stinger still had no reply, so the crew member in charge of communication had to return to the captain and report the results to him. When they approached the captain, they found that he was staring at the space outside the porthole, so they followed his gaze and reacted exactly the same as the captain. At this time, the cruiser had flown to the dark side of the planet, and a black satellite was floating in the orbit of the planet. "There is a satellite in the void," the captain murmured. "I am a Nest City person. How come I don't know that there is a second satellite in the orbit of Talon 1? Maybe. That's not a satellite," said the crew member. The captain observed silently. The satellite looked extremely huge, but it was still smaller than the other satellite in the planet's orbit, and the surface of the satellite was not dust, but metal that shone faintly under the light of the stars. At this moment, not only the captain and the crew member in charge of communications were watching the satellite, but also other people in the bridge and on the hull. They soon realized that this was not a naturally formed planet, but an engineering miracle. It even looks a bit sacred, as if a god used his own power to create this miracle, so that mortals on the planet can look up at this engineering miracle and worship it. It is a fact that the second small satellite in the planet's orbit is an engineering creation, but no one can guess what its specific purpose is. Maybe it is a space station, an orbital fortress, or something else. "Fire it," the captain suddenly ordered. "Why do you want to destroy it? It doesn't look threatening." Everyone on the bridge questioned the order. The satellite was just a monument in their eyes, like a treasure found in archaeological activities. Its mere existence was exciting, and it could belong to anyone. "Attack it." The captain repeated his order. "We may not be able to destroy it, but we have to test it out of duty to see what it is." This time, many people were still reluctant, but considering the captain's prestige on the cruiser and their status, they chose to execute the order. Soon the warship began to turn so that the macro cannons on the side could aim at the satellite, and at the same time, the torpedo tubes at the bow fired 2 torpedoes loaded with plasma warheads. As the torpedoes flew at high speed, the people behind each macro cannon on the side began to load and calibrate the macro cannons manually, until the preparations were completed and the warship aimed its side at the satellite, and then all the cannons were fired. The captain stood up and walked to the porthole, and together with other subordinates in the bridge, he watched the satellite and the 2 torpedoes flying towards the satellite. The torpedoes quickly arrived in front of the satellite, but the flight path of one of them suddenly became chaotic. After turning 3 circles, it disappeared on the spot, as if it had evaporated. "What the hell?" The captain couldn't believe what he saw. Before they could figure out the situation, another torpedo flew to the surface of the satellite and detonated more than 10 kilometers away from the surface of the satellite. The impact generated by the explosion of the plasma warhead exposed part of the energy shield covering the entire satellite. That was obviously not the defensive effect of the void shield. Soon, the attack fired by the macro cannon also flew near the satellite. Like a torpedo, 2 of the shells were disrupted and disappeared, and the remaining shells hit the shield, and the effect of the explosion was the same as the previous torpedo that hit the shield. The captain felt that in addition to the energy shield, there seemed to be a defense system in effect on this satellite, but the effect and stability of this defense system were really ridiculously poor, and there was not much difference between having it and not having it. After being attacked, the satellite responded. It changed from forward rotation to reverse rotation, so that the weapon system on its surface could be aimed at the target more quickly. The heavy artillery on the surface of the satellite aimed at the cruiser, and then the satellite stopped rotating, and a red energy sphere appeared in the barrel of the heavy artillery, which was getting bigger and bigger. This thing looked small, but considering the distance, you can know how huge it is. "Turn, turn and evacuate." The captain shouted the order. Chapter 89. When the battleship turned around to evacuate, a beam of light was shot out from the front of the heavy gun, but it was blocked by the cruiser's void shield, and the attack was transferred into the subspace. Then the second beam was shot at the cruiser soon, and it was intercepted by the void shield again. The heavy guns kept firing, and the cruiser turned to evacuate. After being hit 7 times in a row, the void shield collapsed, and the 8th beam directly hit the left side of the ship, sweeping from the stern to the front. All the weapons on the side of the ship that were swept by the beam were completely destroyed, and everyone in the bridge could clearly feel the tremor of the explosion from the lower level, and this was just the collateral damage. The captain immediately issued a series of orders, such as opening the airlock in the affected area to allow the vacuum environment outside to extinguish the fire, urging the crew members who maintained the void shield to restart the void shield quickly, and asking all the people and slaves on the ship not to gather, but to disperse to avoid being taken away by the concentrated fire, and the most important thing, be prepared to enter the subspace. The battleship was still flying forward, and the heavy artillery on the satellite was also firing continuously, with beams hitting the hull one after another until the battleship was ready for subspace navigation, and quickly escaped after the subspace engine and Geller stand were turned on at the same time. The ball of light condensed by the heavy artillery on the satellite dissipated, and the satellite continued to rotate as if it had never been attacked, nor had it ever attacked anyone else. An approaching enemy ship has been detected, and the self-defense protocol has been activated. Charging of particle light spears. Charging completed. First launch, damage effect, intercepted by the void shield. In the underground cave of the fortress, Chin Mo quietly watched the images on the screen. That was the first-person perspective image of the orbital dock, showing the entire process of the orbital dock being attacked just now, and the main control intelligence was responsible for defense, and it was it that controlled the weapons on the outer shell of the orbital dock. It was a small particle light spear, originally used to place counter-orbital bombardment on the planet. The shield that intercepts the enemy is an energy shield that is completely different from the void shield. The only thing that Chin Mo found difficult to understand was that a torpedo and 2 macro cannon shells disappeared in the enemy's only attack. It was like a small defense device was activated. It was not very useful for the entire battle, and it didn't matter without it, but the problem was that Chin Mo didn't remember installing a defense device that could make the enemy attack disappear. Before the energy shield took effect, I detected a subspace reaction. The main control intelligence said. Subspace reaction? Could it be that the ashes took effect? Chin Mo asked with a smile. Maybe. The main control intelligence responded. In New Kato and various areas of the lower nest, commemorating the dead is a daily must. Chin Mo lowered his head and thought for a moment, then thought that it might be that the ashes did work, but now it can only offset a few of the enemy's attacks, and even in the next 10 years, it is likely that there will not be much progress. But that's enough. How is the warship manufacturing going? Chin Mo asked. The frigate has been manufactured 30%, and the cruiser has been manufactured 20%. The manufacturing time will be completed about 70 hours earlier than I estimated before. The main control intelligence replied. Chin Mo was very satisfied. He believed that as long as the warships were shipped and someone was in control, he could launch an attack on the Tyrone II. By then, a large number of weapons for orbital bombing could be installed on the outer shell of the orbital dock and directly sent to the orbit of the Tyrone II. By then, it would be much easier to conquer an entire planet than to attack the upper and lower nests of the Tyrone Hive. Chin Mo was relieved and continued to focus on researching weapons that could completely destroy all enemies on the Tyrone III. This is not a simple matter of making a big bomb to blow up the planet. There are only 3 habitable planets in the Tyrone galaxy, and they cannot be blown up unless necessary. The crew has been selected. The main control intelligence talked about another thing. There is a man named Adam, 34 years old, who ranks among the top in various tests. His emotions are very stable, which is very good for controlling the warship, and can avoid interference caused by emotional fluctuations. Hurry up and arrange the training. It would be best if they can operate the warships immediately after they leave the factory. Chin Mo ordered. Yes. The main control intelligence responded. In the city of Zinkato in the bottom nest. Logistics machinery repair factory. While the logistics machinery was repairing the logistics machinery, the maintenance technicians gathered together to check the latest progress of the war. The news that the orbital dock drove away an enemy cruiser had not yet spread, but the series of progress made by the army in the upper nest sewer area was enough to make everyone excited. Grodd cheered with the others when he heard about the progress of the war, but he quickly suppressed his excitement. Grodd, someone is looking for you. A worker stepped forward and patted Grodd on the shoulder, then pointed to the factory gate. An officer stood there expressionlessly, staring at Grodd coldly like a statue. He was an officer, but he didn't wear power armor, but a kind of combat uniform. Adam. Grodd immediately walked towards the officer. The officer named Adam stared at Grodd quietly and responded indifferently. Good afternoon, Grodd. The two had known each other for a long time. During this period, Adam would come to the factory to find Grodd whenever he had free time and give him some special teachings. These teachings only involved one thing, which was to help Grodd control his emotions. The two walked out of the factory. On the way, Adam suddenly said, After I leave, another person will come to you and continue to teach you how to control your emotions. Then what are you going to do? The Legion commander is recruiting new soldiers. Grodd asked in confusion. I was selected by the Angels as a warship crew member, and training will start soon. Adam said. This is exciting news. No one doesn't want to be a crew member on a warship. Grodd is happy for Adam from the bottom of his heart, but Adam himself said the news, like a robot, with a very flat tone. Groot knew that the people and the servants were like Adam. They would restrain their emotions and needs. They would even sneak out and follow the logistics machinery when they were arranged to have fun under the church. I still don't understand why you want to guide me, Groot asked. Because you used to be a guard, but you lost the qualification to become a guard because you are too far away from God. But you are not hopeless, Adam said calmly. Groot nodded silently. He didn't really want to get along with the servants, but he was willing to pay any price just to become a guard again, or to be an ordinary soldier, as long as he didn't spend his days doing nothing in this factory. After studying you before, I think you are too excited in battle. We have specially prepared a venue and a special training plan to help you restrain your excitement in battle, Adam said. Okay, take me there. Groot agreed without hesitation and followed Adam behind. Chapter 90. 10 minutes later. I'm a veteran, you're unlikely to beat me. That's it? In an abandoned bunker that Adam prepared for Groot held an iron rod and dodged under the siege of 6 people, using his superb fighting skills to constantly dodge attacks and counterattack. The 6 people were hit by Groot in the arms or legs one after another, and either dropped their weapons or fell to one knee. Even if Groot was not wearing power armor, he was still a qualified warrior. There was no doubt about that. Is this the level of your servants? Your combat power is not even as good as that of the planetary defense soldiers. It's useless even if you go to the battlefield with enthusiasm. Groot leaned on the iron rod and looked down at the defeated 6 people. His pride and excitement overflowed. Adam was watching from the side, observing Groot silently. This was not the first time he had contacted Groot, and it was not the first time Groot had learned to control his emotions. His previous performance was very good, but he was very easy to become proud and excited in battle. This is a bit like the heretics in the Brave Champion incident. After thinking about it for a while, Adam still didn't know why Groot was expelled from the guards, but he thought it must be related to Groot enjoying fighting too much. Let me do it. Adam walked towards Groot expressionlessly, and picked up the iron rod from the fallen man. Come on, I've long wanted to know if you can fight. Groot became more excited, first took 2 steps back, and then rushed forward quickly, trying to hit Adam with his shoulder. Adam didn't dodge, but rushed straight towards Groot. In terms of physical strength, Adam was not inferior to Groot, and in terms of skills and speed, he was even better. After the collision, Groot was surprised at Adam's strength, and his body was knocked back. Adam reached out and grabbed Groot's collar to pull him back, and when Groot wanted to thank him for pulling him back, he punched Groot in the face. Bang! Groot was beaten to the ground, lying on his back for a while, then slowly recovered, quickly stood up and rushed towards Adam, and hit his head against the other's head. This time it was Adam's turn to lie on the ground. He also took a while to get up and looked at Groot expressionlessly, as if he was not the one who was beaten just now. You can still stay calm? Groot simply couldn't believe it. He felt that Adam was not a person, but a machine. Although the servants all wanted to make themselves as cold as logistics machines, it was still very rare to be able to do what Adam did. People are people, and it is impossible to be emotionless. Thank you for your help, brothers. Adam turned to the 6 people and said. The 6 people all shook their heads and turned away. Adam immediately turned to Groot and asked him in a low voice, as a former guard, you should know more about the Brave Champion incident than an officer like me, right? I know more than that. Groot sat down seriously, stared at Adam and asked, what do you mean by bringing this up? I don't think you are stupid. You should understand why you were expelled from the guard, Adam said. Groot frowned and immediately understood what Adam wanted to say. You mean, the reason why the Legion commander fired me is because he is afraid that I will change my temperament like my brother and kill innocent people? Adam nodded in approval. In Adam's eyes, Groot said dissatisfiedly, do you need to tell me? I have figured it out a long time ago. This is true. Groot has been thinking about why he was fired and came to this conclusion a long time ago. At first, he thought it was because of the revenge incident in the arena, but later, he didn't think so, because Chin Mo would definitely support a legitimate revenge. Then, there can only be another reason, which is the Brave Champion incident. After careful reflection, Groot thought that he enjoyed fighting just like his brother. The only difference was that he did not kill innocent people indiscriminately, that's all. But Groot couldn't figure it out. What's wrong with enjoying fighting? What's wrong with this? Is your brother a cruel and bloodthirsty person? Do you think there is another reason for his killing spree? Adam sat in front of Groot and asked very seriously. As an ordinary officer, he only knew about the Brave Champion incident, but he had no idea about the people involved. He needed to help Groot analyze the incident, so he needed Groot to provide more information. After thinking it over again and again, Groot told Adam a long story. It started from 24 years ago, when a boy saw the bodies of his parents when he returned home, and then had to struggle to survive with his sister and brother in the lower nest, to him becoming a deep pit slave and entering the arena, and ending with his reunion with his brother in the arena. As Adam listened, he understood that Groot's brother was not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. On the contrary, he was actually a good man, a brother and a father, and a man who would always lend a helping hand to others. But this good brother had a shortcoming, which was that he particularly enjoyed fighting. Sometimes, he would even deliberately pick fights and beat up some villains. Maybe something changed his personality. Groot looked at the ground and said vaguely. He deliberately concealed one thing from Adam, that is, the statue of the brave champion. The statue had been blown up, but Groot was not sure whether this information could be shared with Adam. Adam analyzed coldly like a machine. Your brother was transformed into a pit slave, and then domesticated into a gladiator. It's okay for him to kill people, but he even killed those who had the same fate as him in the arena, which is a problem. That makes sense. Groot nodded. Adam continued, the reason why the Legion commander fired you is obvious, because he is worried that one day you will be affected by something like your brother, causing your warlike character to be magnified to the extreme and become indiscriminate and killing people. Obviously. Groot nodded vigorously. Then the two of them began to ponder at the same time, thinking about what factors affect personality. After thinking for a long time, Adam came to the conclusion, something must have affected your brother, and this influence. Groot looked at Adam, and listened quietly. Maybe there is a problem with your family's genes, for example, you have a warlike gene. At first, you just enjoy fighting, but later you will become immersed in killing and can't extricate yourself after being stimulated. If your experience is the same as your brother's, you will also kill the weak. Adam seriously explained his thoughts. Groot wanted to say go to hell, but then he thought about it carefully. In his original judgment, the culprit for his brother's change of temperament was the statue of the champion of bravery. But what impact can a broken statue have? Humanity has only one god, that is, the Emperor on the golden throne, and there can't be any champion of bravery. From a genetic point of view, it is indeed possible that there is a recessive gene in the family, and this gene will affect the personality. Groot has never received education, but he has heard of some genetic knowledge. Thinking about this, Groot took a deep breath, and after a moment, he said, you may really be right. Chapter 91. You are hopeless. Goodbye. Adam suddenly stood up. Groot looked at Adam blankly, wondering why this guy said he would help him before, but now, he suddenly turned hostile. If it is an emotional problem, I can still help you learn how to control it, but if it is a genetic problem, then there is really nothing I can do. I can't be sure that there is a problem with your genes. This is not a foregone conclusion, but unless you and I can come up with a better conclusion. Adam made his thoughts clear, and then turned and left immediately. What rescue plan for the guards? What Groot? Screw him. Adam felt from the bottom of his heart that as a mortal, his insight was too weak after all, and he could not see the real reasons behind some decisions. Otherwise, he would not come to Groot to make trouble, and even thought about helping a hopeless guard out of trouble. Groot suddenly felt like he was being dumped. He stood up and looked at Adam, who was getting farther and farther away. He did not scold him, but wished him, I hope you can pass the crew training smoothly, and then drive a warship. Adam said nothing and left without looking back. Groot cursed in a low voice and turned away. Groot lived his life as usual for a while. During the day, he went to the factory to check on the logistics machinery, and repair the logistics machinery, and listen to the workers talking about the latest progress of the war. After get off work in the evening, he bought some synthetic ingredients, and went to his sister Maya's residence, and then the two siblings had dinner together. Until one night, Groot bought synthetic ingredients again, and went to Maya's place. After Maya finished her meal, she suddenly looked at him and asked a question. Why are you getting more and more confused? Ah? Groot put down the spoon and looked up blankly. What does today's meal taste like? Maya asked. Groot shook his head blankly. He didn't taste anything. Synthetic ingredients look like vegetables or meat, but in fact, they are just a combination of various edible materials. They are better than the food provided free of charge by the logistics machinery, that's all. The brothers' confusion further confirmed Maya's judgment that he was indeed getting more and more confused. So Maya turned to some interesting topics. How far has the war progressed? The battle is still going on in the upper nest sewer area. Some troops have gone to the Hive Spire. The artillery has bombed the entire Spire area to pieces. It is estimated that the battle is almost over. Groot recounted the news he heard during the day with a blank expression. So, the title of Legion Commander will soon be replaced by Governor, starting from a soldier, step by step to where he is now. It is really a legend. Maya said. Groth smiled and nodded, of course. As one of the survivors of the original 44th Regiment, Groth knew that Chi Nemo was not even a soldier, but a prisoner. The whole war had little to do with him. With his ability, it would be easy for him to leave the bottom nest. But he still stayed to rescue everywhere, integrate the defense line, and organize the counterattack. This Nest City world was originally one of the spoils he deserved. Maya saw that her brother liked to discuss military governor's affairs, so she continued, I heard that the governor decided to build many cities in the lower nest, and those machines have begun construction. When did it happen? Groth was surprised. Building a city in the lower nest is not easier than building a city in the lower nest. It is almost crowded with people there, which means that the logistics machines not only need to build, but also need to dismantle various buildings that were originally stacked up in a large mass. I thought you had heard about it. Maya then took out the notice. Groth read the notice while eating, and found that what Maya said was true. The lower nest had indeed started construction, and the people in the construction area were temporarily placed in the new Kato. After reading the announcement, Groth realized that Chi Nemo should not have focused completely on the war during this period. He also made many plans, and building cities was only part of them. The announcement even described the situation of another planet in the Talon system. The belief in the so-called Lord of Wisdom on Talon 2 has replaced the belief in the Emperor. This industrial world has obviously rebelled. In order to eliminate these rebels, there will be a cross-planet war in the future. Although this war plan has just been announced, everyone in the entire Hive has already expected it. The situation on the Talon 2 is not a secret, because the First Army has been fighting against the army from the Talon 2 so far. Groth is still more concerned about the war. He put down the announcement and said, the war in the entire galaxy will end soon. I also think that the Talon 2 can't withstand our counterattack at all. Maya nodded, everything is getting better. Groth did not continue to speak, lowering his head and looking at the bowl. He also thought that everything was getting better. There was no doubt about it, except for himself. At this time, Groth's head kept echoing what Adam said some time ago. He thought that no matter whether what Adam said was right or not, he would probably become a madman like his brother. Groth remembered that his sister had just said that he was becoming more and more confused, and he thought it was true. Everyone in this city would receive tests from the logistics machinery every once in a while, most of which were tests and evaluations on mental state. Groth learned from the logistics machine that his mental state was getting worse and worse. If he continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before he turned into a madman. One day in the future, he would definitely shout like his brother, for the bravery champion or something else, and then kill everyone in front of him. Thinking about this, Groth thought that if his final fate was to become a madman and then be dealt with by the guards, he might as well die in the war, so that at least his ashes could be placed in the orbital dock. I want to return to the army. Maya was surprised to hear her brother say this, but, you are no longer a guard. Of course I am not. I will ask the governor to let me join the regular army and just be an ordinary infantryman. Groth said. What if you die in the war? Maya was very serious and angry. Less than 20 people died in the 44th Regiment, and I don't know if the other 13 are buried in the passage or something. I survived. How could I die on the Talon too? Groth laughed. Maya wanted to say something else, but Groth had already stood up and left. After returning to his residence, Groth immediately wrote a letter requesting to participate in the war as a soldier, and prepared to let him pass it on when he met Gray next time. Chapter 92. 1 week later. In the command building, Chi Nemo sat at the conference table, taking some time off from his research to deal with other matters as before. The people present included all the regiment leaders and guards. Klein reported the most important thing at the moment. The new recruits have been trained, a total of 1 million people, and they continue training according to the plan given by Creed halfway through the training. I have to admit that the Cadians have a way with the military. The 44th Regiment can be rebuilt. After listening to the report, Chi Nemo nodded, thinking that 1 million people were still too few. 1 million people is nothing for a world with a huge population like the Hive City. The total population of the Tyrone Hive City is relatively small among all the Hive City worlds. After all, there is only one Hive City, but the current population in the Hive City has not been fully registered yet. According to the calculation of the main control intelligence, there must be at least more than 2 billion people in this Hive City. We have been recruiting soldiers everywhere since we left the bottom nest. Now that the Hive City has been taken down, the training is finally completed. Gray looked helpless. He recalled that the guards followed the logistics machinery in the lower nest and recruited soldiers when the logistics machinery built the water purifier. At that time, they thought that the new recruits could at least participate in the war to take over the entire nest world. I'm afraid the existing weapons and equipment are not enough to equip so many people, Enruida said worriedly. Enough. Chi Nemo was very sure that the number of weapons and equipment was definitely enough. From the day when the main control intelligence and logistics machinery were born to now, it is unknown how much the logistics machinery has multiplied itself. They carry printing devices and manufacture non-stop. The number of weapons and equipment is definitely enough now. Chi Nemo increasingly felt that it was absolutely wise for him to develop printing technology. Otherwise, even if the logistics machinery could work day and night, it would not be possible to have a power armor for everyone. When do we start attacking the Talon 2? Gray asked thoughtfully. When the battleship is built. It will be soon, Chi Nemo replied. Gray nodded silently, lowered his head, and continued to think about things. You are now the governor. Should you hold a large-scale ceremony? And Rita suddenly mentioned something that had nothing to do with the war. He was originally Bull's secretary, so he didn't always think about things from the perspective of war. He thought Chi Nemo still had a lot of things to do, including the ceremony. We should still focus on the war. Chi Nemo smiled and said calmly, whether there is a ceremony or not, it does not affect the fact that I am the governor of this nest world. Of course you deserve it, but we should spend our time on more important things. I understand. And Rita saw that Chi Nemo was determined, and did not continue to mention the ceremony. He thought that Chi Nemo really did not need to go through the ceremony to prove his status, or to show his face in front of the people of the Nest City, so that they would remember him. So the ceremony was really not an important matter. Do you have anything else to say? Chi Nemo asked everyone. Everyone shook their heads. Everyone, please go away. Chi Nemo signaled that everyone could leave. Everyone stood up, saluted, and left, except Gray. Chi Nemo knew that Gray must have something to say, so he stared at him, and waited for him to speak. Can Groot participate in the war against Tyrone too? Gray got straight to the point without beating around the bush, and helped his good brother to convey his request, not as a guard, but just as an ordinary soldier. Okay. Chi Nemo nodded in agreement. Gray was stunned by such a straightforward attitude, and he couldn't believe it. Really? Really? Chi Nemo thought for a moment, and gave his reasons. Normal civilian life makes his mental state worse and worse. Since he is willing to join the war, let him join. Okay. Gray nodded vigorously, eager to tell Groot the news. Chi Nemo patted Gray's shoulder lightly, wanting him to remind Groot something, but he swallowed his words before he said them. Groot is not Ewan, he is not an untouchable. Not everyone is willing to be a Riddler in this universe, but there are some things that really cannot be told to others. This is a universe where the more most people know, the more dangerous it is. After thinking about it, Chi Nemo said, I will let him become the squad leader of a squad in the newly formed 44th Regiment. He has combat experience, and does not need to start from an ordinary soldier. I will tell him. Thank you, Governor. Gray thanked him and saluted, then turned and left. At night, Chi Nemo lay on the table to rest. When he opened his eyes in his dream, he found himself in the place where he had dreamed of the mimicry before. This time the mimicry turned into a grenade gun. Long time no see. Chi Nemo sat in front of the mimic, looked at it and asked, You haven't come to see me for a while. Have you been pulled by the Necrotter to generate electricity, or help them fight? Don't joke about my tragic fate. The mimic changed from a bolter to a middle-aged man, looking at Chi Nemo angrily. Chi Nemo stared at the mimic calmly, unmoved. The mimic sighed helplessly, and directly told the reason why he found Chi Nemo again. I recalled one of my abilities. I can let you directly see the situation on the other 2 planets in the Talon system. Is it possible? I thought you could only give a vague prophecy. Chi Nemo was very surprised. Of course I can, otherwise how would I find you? The mimic's body changed from the bed to a screen, and then immediately showed Chi Nemo the images of other planets in the Talon galaxy. However, this image was not displayed on the screen, but the surrounding environment changed to the appearance of the 2 planets. Chi Nemo stood between the 2 planets and watched them quietly. The mimic enlarged the 2 planets, and quickly showed Chi Nemo the specific situation on each planet. As Chi Nemo expected, Tyrone 2 is the lair of the Lord of Wisdom. They are performing rituals non-stop, and it seems that they have some big plan. However, there are still resistance forces on the planet. Hundreds of millions of people are living and fighting in the darkest sewers on the planet. When these loyalists are in the most critical moment, the Eldar will appear to assist in the battle. The cities on this planet are built like bastions, and the largest capital is even protected by shields. Huge bastion cities can be clearly seen in space. Tyrone 3 is the focus of Qin Mo's inspection. This planet is being bombed by 2 frigates, but the bombing is not very meaningful because all the people on Tyrone 3 live underground. The situation on Tyrone 3 is very disgusting. The people on it are engaging in hedonistic behaviors that challenge the limits of human beings, such as a drinking competition, where the competition is not about who drinks more, but who bursts their belly first. In addition to the fallen people, there are green orcs and gene stealers on Tyrone 3. What was hilarious was that the Genestealers were fighting the green skins and the fallen heretics. They were attacking an underground city, and tens of thousands of people were escorting a flag bearer. They shouted for the four-armed god emperor, and fought desperately to the center of the city, under the heavy firepower in front. In the end, the flag bearer was shot dead, and several people beside him rushed up and raised the flag. There were 4 people in total. The one in the front pulled the flagpole, and the 3 behind pushed the flagpole, and planted the double-headed eagle flag with 4 arms in the center of the city, declaring that this place belonged to the four-armed god emperor. This galaxy. Qin Mo was shocked. It's true that the temple is small, and the demons are strong, and the pond is shallow, and there are many turtles. Chapter 93. How do you plan to deal with them? Mimic asked. I plan to attack Tyrone 2. There are still resistance forces there. We can't abandon them. Qin Mo said. What about Tyrone 3? This shithole planet is hopeless. Indeed. Even I think they are hopeless. The fact that even Mimic, a star god, thinks they are hopeless shows how serious the situation on Tyrone 3 is. I don't have time to chat anymore. I'm leaving now. Qin Mo already knew what he wanted to know, so he prepared to get out of the dream. Mimicry stared at Qin Mo's back and suddenly said, You can trust another star god temporarily, but don't trust him forever. This is the lesson I have learned in my eternal life, and it is the same for you and me. Qin Mo also stared at Mimicry and said before getting out of the dream, Do you want me to say it? The next second Qin Mo opened his eyes again. He had woken up from the dream. What he saw was not the scene created by Mimicry and him, but the underground cave of his original research base. This dream seems to be the exclusive ability of the Mimic. This guy definitely has something in reserve. Qin Mo is half skeptical, and half certain about everything the Mimic shows. Just as the Mimic said, don't always trust another star god. There was a dark history of star gods eating each other countless years ago. Star gods are not allies of the same race. If the scene shown by the Mimic is true, then we must first attack the capital with shields, destroy the shields, and then let the warships bomb the city. Anyway, the people on the Talon 2 who are fighting against the Lord of Wisdom sect are all underground, and they can't be bombed. This is the general strategy, and Qin Mo began to make a more detailed plan. The day the warships leave the factory is the day the war begins. After the entire Hive world declares a state of war, all the army and warship crews are teleported to the orbital dock. The former gather in wait, and the latter go to their respective ships. Then the orbital dock will be teleported to the orbit of the Talon 2 with the warships. First conduct reconnaissance and then fight. As for the battle plan, it is the one that was just thought of, either directly attacking the shielded capital, or improvising according to the actual situation. After making the plan, Qin Mo continued his research. But he did not intend to do research throughout the war. He decided to personally participate in a battle that would determine the direction of the entire war. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The warships had been built, and were parked in the orbital dock. Qin Mo did not need to supervise everyone to start implementing his plan. The army and warship crew were transferred to the orbital dock. Adam and other trained crew members walked on the vast platform at the bottom of the orbital dock. This was Adam's first time in the orbital dock, and he looked around curiously. Above were logistical machinery transporting various supplies, and some small drones with integrated holographic imaging functions were suspended 20 meters above the ground, projecting various colored routes to guide the people who had just been teleported to where they should go. Adam was a crew member of the cruiser, so he followed the black route projected by the drone to the cruiser, and he could see the army along the way. On the vast platform, the army formed square formations, and their superiors were giving them a lecture. Remember that our regiment is numbered 44. The Governor-General once fought in the 44th Regiment. Don't disgrace this extremely glorious number. For the Emperor, for the Governor-General. Adam also saw the guards, who had just been teleported. After the teleportation, the 5 guards followed the golden route marked by the drone. Wherever they went, they were the focus of everyone. This is really an unprecedented war. Adam sighed and continued to move forward, and finally gathered with other crew members. After the crew members gathered, The main control intelligence immediately performed the most accurate and time-consuming calculations so that these crew members could be teleported to their positions in the warship. After the teleportation, Adam and some colleagues came to the center of the cruiser. This is the bridge, but there are no equipment and portholes. It is like a dim metal room. There were 10 hibernation pods placed against the wall of the room. Each crew member had been trained. Although the training was not long, the main control intelligence had developed the best training plan for them and used the best teaching equipment, allowing the crew to learn in a simulated environment. During the training, the main control intelligence had assigned ranks and positions to all the reserve crew members based on their performance. As the person with the best performance, Adam was the captain of the cruiser. Adam walked to the cabin as he had learned in training, and entered the open cabin after iris scanning. The cabin immediately closed and sealed after detecting the crew's entry, and the line connecting the crew to the ship was automatically plugged into Adam's brain-computer interface. Adam fell asleep, and then suddenly woke up. His perspective went directly outside the ship, and he could see the huge workshop where the warship was built and the entire cruiser. There were many signs in the field of vision, including the integrity of various parts of the ship, whether various equipment and weapons were ready, and the faces of all the crew members and their status information. The cruiser has a total of 2,000 crew members, who are responsible for all matters of the entire warship, including but not limited to communication equipment, dimensional engines, hull maintenance drone clusters, various weapon stations. After all the crew members were connected to the hull, they waited for Adam to say something inspiring. But Adam only said one sentence: "Start the dimensional engine. We will be teleported to the orbit of Talon 2 after receiving the order." The crew member responsible for controlling the dimensional engine immediately started the dimensional engine. The engine began to extract energy from the warship's super-large fusion reactor. When the energy was sufficient, the words "dimensional transmission ready" appeared in the center of Adam's vision. Adam waited silently until Chin Mo's voice sounded in the communication channel where the senior officers were. All warships will be transmitted immediately. After receiving the order, Adam put the warship into the transmission state with a thought. A barrier immediately appeared around the cruiser in the orbital dock, and disappeared after the dimensional rift opened, and it arrived above the orbit of Talon 2 in an instant. The huge hull of the cruiser emerged from the crack and gradually condensed into a solid body, and the barrier gradually dissipated. Then 2 frigates were also teleported to the left and right of the cruiser. A larger crack appeared behind the 3 warships, and a huge orbital dock appeared behind all the warships. Adam looked around and saw 2 frigates near Talon 3 in the distance, heading in the opposite direction of the planet. Just as he looked over, the 2 frigates had already arrived at a distance from the planet, and soon disappeared in the subspace. Chapter 94. Scan. Adam looked at the Tyrone 2 in front of the battleship, and gave the order calmly. Soon the scan results were displayed in his field of vision. There are more than 30 giant cities, like bastions on the surface of the entire planet, and the largest capital is covered by a huge shield. Adam shared the scan results, and received Chin Mo's order soon after. Bomb the capital. All personnel, carry out orbital bombing, the target is the capital. Adam gave the order. The cruiser had the right to give direct orders to its own frigate, so after receiving Adam's order, both the cruiser and the frigate prepared for the bombing. After the preparations were completed, all the weapons on the warship that could be used for orbital bombing turned to aim at the Tyrone 2 in front, locked onto the capital city on the desolate surface, and opened fire. 10 torpedoes were fired from the torpedo tubes of the 2 frigates in succession, and the small particle light spear installed in the center of the ship also opened fire. In addition to torpedo tubes and larger particle lances, the cruiser also has a variety of other weapons for orbital bombardment, some of which drop bombs, and some release beams or shells directly at targets. There are so many that Chin Mo doesn't even bother to give them names. The battleship's particle lance penetrated the atmosphere of the Tyrone 2, and everyone on the ground could see the giant beam of light falling from the sky, and then disappearing when it hit the shield covering the entire capital. The torpedoes equipped with cluster warheads split above the shield, throwing bombs all over the sky, but these bombs were also diverted by the shield. Then came the shells and beams fired by other weapons on the cruiser, all of which were also diverted by the shield. Adam immediately recognized that this should be a void shield. He also realized that there were 2 choices at this time. The first was to continue bombing until the void shield over the city was bombed to the limit and collapsed. The second was to stop bombing and let the ground troops go in to deal with the shield. But at this time, he was not the highest-ranking officer, and he did not need to consider these things. Adam soon heard a new order coming from the communication channel. Bomb other cities. Adam passed the order, and then all the warships immediately changed their bombing targets to bomb those cities without shields. This was much easier. The cruiser's particle beam launcher turned and aimed at a city outside the capital that was not covered by a shield, and then opened fire at full force. The red beam instantly penetrated the atmosphere and hit the city. After the beam dissipated, a huge crater was blown out in the center of the city that could be seen from space. Then torpedoes with cluster warheads flew over the city, bombs fell in the city, and there were other various orbital attacks. Adam saw that the city was covered by smoke, and he could only vaguely see dense, light spots flashing in the smoke. After the second luminous spear was shot at the ground, and the smoke was dispersed, only holes could be seen all over the city. It didn't matter how many troops were stationed there, because they had been completely wiped out along with the city. After decades, the people on the Tyrone II would not even remember that this city had ever existed. Continue to attack other cities, Adam ordered calmly. Inside the orbital dock, Chi Nemo and all the senior executives gathered together to watch the holographic image of the Tyrone II. And Rita held a pile of parchments in his hand, reading and reporting the information he found on them. After we completely controlled Tyrone I went to the underground archives at the top of the tower to find these materials, most of which were letters and account books. The people on Tyrone II wanted to rebel a long time ago. Those bastion-like fortress cities were built a long time ago. Each fortress city was an industrial city before, and they have the ability to produce weapons and equipment. All the original industrial production lines in our Hive world have been moved to Talon II, but not all of them. Some of the production lines were sold by the rebellious governor to buy warships. The shield protecting the capital of Talon II is not an ordinary void shield, but an ancient technological relic found by the ancestors of the rebellious governor in the bottom nest of the Hive 2,000 years ago. I haven't found the specific data of this technological relic. Listening to Enrita's report, Chi Nemo felt that these data might have been deliberately left by the original rebellious governor before he fled, perhaps to mislead, or even just because he thought it was fun to do so. Normal people can't understand what people who believe in cinch think. After listening to Enrita's report, Chi Nemo thought carefully, and then ordered, "Send all the army to fight and attack those small cities. Let the warships bomb the large cities. I suggest that the warships continue to bomb the capital. The Void Shield has a defense limit, just like the warships. As long as the bombing continues, there will definitely be a day when it will be blown apart." Klein raised his hand to propose. Some of the others nodded in agreement, while others remained silent. That would take too much time. The faster we attack Tyrone II, the better. After all, the enemy is not the only one on Tyrone II. Chi Nemo shook his head and rejected it. He wanted the warships to bomb other cities, which would be more efficient. When bombing a city without a shield, every shell is effective. Tens of thousands of enemy soldiers may be killed in the orbital bombardment in just one sentence. Let the army attack those small cities, so that the progress of the war will be accelerated. As for the solution to the Void Shield, Chi Nemo also had one. He stood up and said to everyone, "I will personally lead the guards to destroy the ancient technological relics that generate the Void Shield." Everyone was surprised to hear this decision. Chi Nemo actually wanted to participate in the war himself, which shows that what he said about making the war go as fast as possible does not mean that the battle will end within 1 or 2 years, but that it will be over soon. But since he has made a decision, others can only obey. The guards immediately prepared for the transmission. Chi Nemo stood up and stood with the guards, waiting for the main control intelligence to calculate the best transmission location. Dimensional teleportation is not an easy task, especially for the main control intelligence. It must teleport in large quantities, so that it cannot even allocate computing power to mobilize logistics machinery when the war begins. "What is your goal?" The main control intelligence asked the teleportation location, and at the same time was performing calculations, which would gradually narrow the range of the teleportation point and minimize the error. "I want to teleport to the center of the Void Shield," Chi Nemo replied. The main control intelligence immediately allocated some computing power to calculate the center of the Void Shield. The Void Shield protecting the capital is a very standard circle, and the center point is likely to be the location of the ancient technological relics that generated the Void Shield. After calculating the center point, the main control intelligence began to calculate the teleportation location, and then teleported Chi Nemo and the guards to the inside of the capital. Chapter 95. The center of the capital. In addition to the position, there are some debris every few meters nearby, which is used to prevent the attacker's teleportation assault tactics. The method of stacking debris every few meters is a cheap but effective way to deal with it. Just when all the soldiers on the defensive position formed a circle, staring at the surroundings to guard against any possible attackers, The attacker appeared. Chi Nemo and the guards were teleported to the center of the position, and all appeared in a tank. During the transmission, Chi Nemo twisted his own body and the bodies of the guards, making their bodies and power armor temporarily illusory, and not overlapping with other substances after the transmission. So the crew in the tank saw a scene that made them doubt their lives. 6 warriors wearing power armor appeared in the tank out of thin air. Their bodies overlapped with equipment or armor, but their actions were not affected. When everyone separated from the overlapping substances, Chi Nemo released flames around, and the last scene seen by the crew in the entire tank was a blazing fire. The tank was melted directly. The sound of burning attracted the attention of the soldiers around the position. They all turned their guns to the location of the tank, and the 6 people, who slowly walked out of the melted tank. Fire! Kill them! The sound of gunfire and shouting mixed together, making Chi Nemo's ears hurt. He raised his hand and released lightning, which shattered all the enemies on the entire position in an instant. There are enemies below us. Gray shared the results of the biological scan, and there are a lot of them. The outline of the enemy was marked in everyone's field of vision. There were a huge number of enemies just below the metal ground, and they were distributed at different heights, so it could be seen that there were many layers underground. Everyone, prepare for landing. Chi Nemo reminded the guards. Before the guards, including Gray, figured out why they had to prepare for landing, the ground under their feet suddenly twisted like liquid. Everyone fell through the ground. They passed through the first layer, the second layer, and finally reached the bottom layer after falling about 700 meters in the air. The jetpack automatically recoiled to slow down the falling speed, and the 6 people landed smoothly. The bottom layer was a wide hole, where thousands of people and countless heavy weapons were deployed. In the center of these people was a large device, which gave off an ancient vibe just by looking at it. The style of this device was completely different from the current human empire. It looked like a smooth translucent sphere, with the image of the entire capital city emerging in the center of the sphere. Protect the relics. Chi Nemo and the guards quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers present, and they quickly turned their guns and fired without hesitation. The gunshots from the inside of the cave spread outside, and more soldiers opened the gates to enter the cave and poured in to participate in the battle to protect the relics. During the battle, the soldiers here began to be surprised and wondered where the 6 people in front of them came from. Chi Nemo released lightning and fire, smashing or melting those heavy weapons, or the held guns in the hands of some elite enemies. The guards all turned on bullet time and fired at the enemy in the various beams and bullets flying slowly. They could do their best to distinguish and aim at some of the enemies who needed to be focused. Taken care of. Target. In the eyes of the enemy, these powerful warriors in power armor aimed at each target without intervals and fired, and then aimed at the next enemy just as the shotgun laser flew out of their weapons after the firing. After 3 minutes, the enemies in the entire room were killed to only 100 people left alive. And Rita went to deal with the more than 100 people, while Gray and Yalan rushed to the gate leading to the void. The 2 of them separated themselves from the range of the gravity shield and blocked the door to shoot continuously, with shoulder guns and shotgun lasers firing at full power. At this time, you don't even need to aim, because you just need to fire at the people in the corridor. The attack will either hit the enemy's body or the wall of the corridor, which can completely block the enemy. After clearing all the enemies in the hole, Rita walked towards the translucent sphere in the center of the hole, looking up at this ancient relic and exclaimed, "This is the relic of ancient technology. It's a miracle. I thought that something that can generate a void shield covering the entire city must be very huge." Chi Nemo also came around the sphere and stretched out his hand to put it on it. He immediately felt how this ancient technological product was invented and manufactured, and then realized that this thing was not as simple as just generating a void shield. The city image emerging from the sphere was not for people to see like a holographic image. On the contrary, it had a practical effect. All the buildings in the entire city covered by the void shield were projected into another dimension and then riveted. The effect was that as long as the sphere device was still there, the entire city was still there, and even if someone got into the void shield and detonated a nuclear bomb, no building could be destroyed. This thing is simply a work of art. The person who invented it is a genius. Chi Nemo was shocked from the bottom of his heart. The only part of this technological product that involves the subspace is the void shield. All other functions are applied to dimensional technology. Chi Nemo suspected that this was a technological relic of the golden age of mankind, but it was just a suspicion, because if the high-ranking officials of the Empire and the Mechanicus knew the existence of this relic, they would take it away within 3 days. "What's wrong with you?" And Ruida saw that Chi Nemo didn't speak for a long time, and thought that his mind was disturbed by this technological relic. It's okay. Shinemo shook his head. It's just that this thing is too surprising to me. Should we destroy it? And Ruida asked again. Shinemo did not give an answer, but raised his hand to control the device in front of him, allowing it to separate from the ground. The enemy's technological relic is good, but now it is mine. Chapter 96. The defensive technology relic separated from the ground was immediately transported back to the orbital dock. It's time to retreat. Shinemo gave orders to all the guards. At this time, the battle at the gate was still very fierce. After receiving the retreat order, Gray retreated to an open area while shooting and prepared for the teleportation. Because of the loss of his fire suppression, the enemy troops who were attacking the underground cave immediately rushed into the cave and continued to shoot in an encircling manner. At this time, an enemy officer had already discovered that the technology relic was missing, and at this moment, cold sweat instantly slid down his forehead. Although no one in the entire Talon galaxy has ever been able to analyze the ancient technological relic, they can only use it, but this is already a fatal problem. And if the use of the technological relic is cracked, then the shield protecting the entire capital is lifted. The officer shuddered at the thought, and quickly shouted an order. Don't let them go, do everything you can to stop them, no matter what method you use. After this order was issued, not many people took action because no one was willing to die. The officer had anticipated this situation, so he had his own preparations. As soon as the order was issued, all the officer's guards rushed out from the corner of the passage, set up a quadruple heavy felling gun in the corridor, and fired at their comrades. Hundreds of people lost their lives almost instantly, turning into fragments scattered on the ground. The sudden attack startled everyone. In order to avoid the shooting from the rear, the people involved in the battle to retake the underground cave had to move forward, but they would not foolishly carry out suicide attacks when being strafed. After all, no matter how powerful the felling gun was, could it be as powerful as the firepower of the 6 people in power armor in front of them? But it doesn't matter, they just need to flow forward. The officer suddenly ran back, then took out a controller from his pocket, and pressed the red switch on it. The weapons in his men's hands suddenly flashed red, followed by explosions. All this happened in less than a minute. Calculation and betrayal exist in every corner of the Lord of Wisdom sect, but this does not mean that the sect's top leaders will think this is a legitimate act without paying a price. They have their own way of forcing people to fight. But for the soldiers fighting for the Lord of Wisdom, the saddest thing is not that they will be pitted, but that the passive sacrifice they make at this moment is meaningless. When the violent explosion swept the entire underground cave, Shinemo had already teleported away with the guards. Disgusting, really disgusting. The officer scanned the entire underground cave, his teeth chattering. There were scorch marks left by the explosion everywhere, as well as various debris that were blown up. The regiment he led had only a few people left, but he didn't even achieve any results. If the other party didn't use teleportation technology, even if they were dozens of times stronger, as long as they had to use legitimate means to evacuate this underground building in the city, they wouldn't be unaware of how the other party got in. Inside the orbital dock, Klein was staring at the technological relic that was suddenly teleported in front of him, and when Shinemo and the 6 guards were also teleported, he turned his eyes to Shinemo and the guards. What's the current battle situation? Shinemo looked very anxious, raised his hand to control the technological relic to float behind him, and then prepared to find a place to study the technological relic. But before he started his research, he had to listen to the battle report. According to your previous order, all the army has been teleported to the vicinity of various small cities, but you and the guards came back too quickly. They should have just started preparing for the attack. Klein replied. As long as there are no accidents. Shinemo was very satisfied with the current situation, and it was obvious that everything was going in a good direction. This war was a war of great disparity in strength from the beginning, and it was natural that the scales of victory would tilt towards their side. I leave this to you for now. I want to study this technological relic, and find a way to remove the void shield. Shinemo left in front of everyone and took the technological relic straight to the empty compartment next to the conference room. He had already figured out the principle of this technological relic, and now he needed to figure out how to use it to remove the void shield. For Shinemo, this was not a difficult task. If he needed such a void shield, he could also make it, but it would take a little time. Reverse engineering is even easier. Shinemo is analyzing a series of analyses from materials to components, and then a conclusion is drawn. This technological relic uses energy from the subspace, which is a surprising thing. It can extract some energy from the subspace for its own use, which is why the technological relic is not connected to the power supply device at all. Although the characteristic of the technological relic is to rivet the buildings in the city in another dimension to achieve a defensive effect from the inside out, the dimensional technology it uses is not very advanced. And the function of the relic is not just defense, it also has the function of being a weapon. However, it is not easy to operate this thing, because it does not have any operation area or port for input control. This is also one of its defense measures, which is to ensure that it can play a normal defensive role no matter who gets it. If it were someone else, there would be no way at this time. Even if you want to destroy the technological relic by force, it is not easy, because this technological relic uses a special alloy, which is not very hard, but it can repair itself. However, Chi Nemo only thought about it for a while, and figured out how to control the relic. He used his magic of creation to change the operation mode of the technological relic, and replace the energy supply mode of drawing energy from the subspace that it did not like. After doing what he should do, the void shield can now be turned off, but there will be a consequence, that is, after turning off the function of the relic, it may not only be the void shield that disappears. After seriously thinking about the importance of the Tyrone II capital and the possibility of rebuilding the city himself, Chi Nemo decisively chose to turn off the void shield. Then, when the subspace energy stopped supplying power and the technological relic stopped functioning normally, the huge capital city on the surface of Talon II disappeared without a trace in an instant, along with the void shield that originally protected it. At this time, all the crew members of the warships that were conducting orbital bombardment found that after they blinked, the place where the capital city used to be on the planet was now deserted, as if nothing had existed there from the beginning to the end. Riveting a city in another dimension, and then deleting it. This is how technological relics are used as weapons. Chapter 97. In the cruiser. Even Adam, who had always been calm, was extremely surprised at this moment. He immediately reported after seeing the capital city on the planet disappear. And the person who reported was not only Adam, but also the captains of the other two frigates. The army could not directly overlook the entire planet, and did not carry out the battle to attack the capital city, so they did not notice this extremely strange situation. After the report, Adam and his team soon heard the order, continue to focus on orbital bombardment. Adam immediately followed the order, putting the disappearance of the capital behind him, and continuing to arrange the bombing of various cities on the Talon II. Each time the light spear was fired, it would leave a deep pit in the city below, and other weapons would turn the entire city into a sea of fire. The killing effect of the weapons was extremely clear when the vision was magnified to the limit. After watching the orbital bombing for a while, Adam was still confused. He really couldn't figure out why the capital disappeared. But soon, he dispelled this doubt, because he found that even if the capital disappeared, it would only save some ammunition for all the warships. Even if the capital did not disappear, but the void shield was turned off, it would be enough to wipe out the capital in a whole day. Report, enemy warships detected. A sudden report in the fleet communication channel drew Adam's attention from the surface back to space. Since the frigate does not need to install large particle light spears, it has enough space for more equipment, including larger detection equipment than those installed on cruisers. The frigate was the first to discover the enemy fleet, and its location was also marked in Adam's field of vision. When Adam turned his head, and turned his view behind the warship to the marked location, he saw 3 warships jumping out of the subspace. When this situation was discovered, the coordinates of the enemy ships were immediately transmitted to the superiors. Chi Nemo, who had studied the technological relics, also discovered this situation. He saw the enemy warships from the holographic image. The 3 warships were located at the edge of the Talon galaxy. Chi Nemo knew that it was a location called the Mandeville Point. When a ship equipped with a subspace engine is sailing in the subspace, it must avoid the interference of the gravity of stars or other celestial bodies, and the minimum distance to avoid interference is the Mandeville Point. It is not absolutely impossible to force a jump near a planet. During the Damocles expedition, a fleet had done something like jumping out of the subspace in orbit. It was like a roulette wheel with 5 bullets. If you are unlucky, there will be serious consequences. The 2 frigates that had forced a jump from the galaxy were among the 3 warships. They were lucky that no accidents happened. In addition to the 2 frigates, there was also a Moon-class cruiser. The portside macro guns of this cruiser were all scrapped. It was the cruiser that harassed the orbital dock before, and was driven away. These 3 warships were very lucky, but when they jumped back, they didn't dare to do extreme sports anymore, and chose to jump out from the Mandeville Point of the Tyrone galaxy. I just don't know why these guys came back. Looking for death? Attack them. Chi Nemo no longer paid attention to the situation outside the planet, but just gave Adam an order. Adam immediately followed the order, and prepared for battle, letting the entire cruiser move forward, and the other two frigates continued to accompany them. Soon, the two frigates entered the shooting range of the particle light spear, but Adam did not order an attack, just watched silently. In his field of vision, the range of the particle light spear was a clearly visible circle, and he waited silently until the enemy's Moon-class cruiser entered the circular range. "Open fire, target the enemy cruiser," Adam ordered. At this time, in a cabin in a room at the bow, the crew controlling the particle light spear began to lock and shoot. Unlike the light spear used in orbital bombing, the light spear used to shoot at the enemy ship was lowered in power to ensure the longest shooting distance. But even after the adjustment, the power was much stronger than the small light spear carried on the orbital dock. After locking onto the Moon-class cruiser, a thin, red beam of light was fired from the cruiser's bow, and soon it crossed half the galaxy and hit the Moon-class cruiser, which was moving forward at full speed. As expected, the light spear was deflected by the void shield. But this was predictable and acceptable. Adam continued to watch the particle light spear charging and firing. The light spear would only consume some time to dissipate heat into space after firing 3 consecutive rounds. The third light spear shot at the Moon-class cruiser's void shield and was intercepted, and the fourth light spear was shot out again. As before, the dazzling red beams fired by the light spear weapons quickly streaked through the dark space, and were intercepted by the void shield as before. However, this time the void shield was still there after intercepting the light spears, but it disappeared before it could intercept the fifth light spear. The fifth light spear was fired and hit the starboard side of the enemy ship, penetrating directly from the position close to the hull. Those macro cannons and other various weapons that had not yet fired were destroyed in an instant. The starboard side of the Moon-class cruiser was scrapped like its port side, and it would be impossible to repair it without a year or two. But the Moon-class cruiser continued to move forward. The captain stared at the holographic image in the bridge, glaring coldly at the enemy cruiser. Almost every second, there was the sound of the bridge gate opening and closing, and a large number of people were running back and forth to report the damage to the ship. Conservatively estimated, more than 1,400 people died when they were hit just now. The weapons on the starboard side of the ship were destroyed as well as the port side. "It is obvious, Captain, that the enemy's beam weapon is stronger than the one they used when their satellite attacked us before, with a faster firing rate, longer range, and greater power. What should we do?" The captain listened to the bad news silently, and then continued to stare at the holographic image. His expression was as cold as his eyes, and he stared at the enemy ship with a stern face. Although he didn't say anything, his calmness was enough to make the people present feel a little relieved. "Block the area affected by the attack, and everyone should stop going to the left and right sides. The Tyrone Hope continues to move forward at full speed, and let the other 2 frigates execute the plan we made before." The captain finally spoke the order. Everyone immediately went to execute it. At this moment, another lance of light came over and hit the top of the church on the Moon-class cruiser, directly cutting off half of the entire church. The captain continued to stare at the holographic image, looking at the other 2 frigates approaching the ship. There were only 3 warships in total, and there was only 1 Moon-class cruiser that was supposed to perform the mission in pairs. But these 3 warships were the only warships that the Talon Galaxy could have, and the governor sold many things to get them. Because of this Moon-class cruiser was named Talon Hope. "If you want to destroy Talon's Hope, you can, but I will perish with you." The captain squeezed out this sentence from between his teeth. Chapter 98. The enemy warships are changing their formation. Adam watched the enemy warships, and reminded his men. The 2 frigates lined up in a straight line, and the Moon-class cruiser they were protecting blocked the next particle light spear, but the void shields they carried were not very powerful, and they knew this, so they were already changing their formation. After the frigate in front received a light spear, the one behind it quickly moved in front of it, and prepared to intercept the second light spear. This was not a very quick thing, because warships were so huge that they were destined to be not very flexible, and only relatively flexible between the same warships. The frigate was slowing down after withstanding the first ray of light, and was hit by the second ray before the frigate behind it caught up, and the void shield was paralyzed. Before the other frigate that followed it was completely in the front, the third ray of light came again. The ray of light hit the frigate's ram, and after being slightly intercepted for a few milliseconds, it hit the center of the ship from the bow. This unfortunate frigate was paralyzed. Maybe there were still people alive inside, but this warship could not move. "Keep attacking it," Adam ordered calmly. "I'm sorry, Captain, but I think that frigate seems to have lost its ability to move. Should we focus on another frigate or cruiser at the moment?" "I say shoot it." After the crew controlling the light spear raised an objection, Adam repeated his order. The next light spear was shot out, and hit the paralyzed frigate again. The red beam penetrated the hull, and came out from the stern, and then the frigate exploded, dazzling like fireworks in the dark space. Keep attacking, Adam ordered, and then explained what he had just done. Don't tell me it seems in the future that the enemy ship seems to have lost its ability to move. I don't believe it seems. We have to make sure that the enemy ship is either sinking or has exploded, to eliminate the danger of an enemy ship suddenly appearing and attacking us when the battle is fierce. While Adam was teaching the crew a lesson, the time spear continued to fire, but the warships of both sides were getting closer and closer. The Moon-class cruiser still could not do anything, and its only remaining, specially modified enemy frigate launched an attack. Torpedoes emerged from under the enemy frigate one after another, and 10 torpedoes were fired in just one shot. These torpedoes quickly sped towards the cruiser where Adam was, at an extremely fast speed. But this was not what Adam needed to solve. These torpedoes were either handled by his own frigates, or by the energy shield. When the 10 torpedoes were about to approach the cruiser where Adam was, the close and firepower of the 2 frigates was activated. The close and firepower guns on the hulls wove a dense firepower net to block the torpedoes' forward route. Another laser close and firepower weapon tracked the flying torpedoes, and fired small lasers, continuously, and quickly to intercept them. 9 torpedoes were either blown up by lasers, or intercepted by the firepower net. Only 1 torpedo finally hit the energy shield of the cruiser. After the violent explosion, the energy shield carrying the attack became partially visible from being invisible to the naked eye. The area hit by the torpedo flashed with light, and then returned to an invisible state. This is because the energy shield is not in the state of extreme operation. Only when it is under fierce attack will the entire warship be wrapped in visible energy. The enemy is not the only one with torpedoes. Adam also ordered to release torpedoes. Not only torpedoes, but also particle light spears were adjusted to a power focus mode as the battle distance gradually shortened. All other artillery weapons were also fired. After just one round of salvos, the void shield of the enemy frigate at the front was gone, and the second round of salvos directly blew the frigate into wreckage. Now the enemy's only remaining warship is a dilapidated cruiser. Leave the shells. We will use them in the orbital bombardment later. Adam stared at the enemy cruiser getting closer and closer, and calmly gave orders. Adjust the power of the particle light spear to the limit. Wait until the enemy ship gets close before shooting, and try to blow it up with only 2 shots. The cruiser immediately adjusted according to Adam's order, and the power of the particle light spear was adjusted to the limit. Its shooting distance became shorter, and the firing time interval was longer, but the power was more powerful. Adam waited quietly, watching the enemy cruiser at the same time. The distance between the 2 sides was rapidly shortening. At this time, in the bridge of the Tyrone Hope cruiser, the captain was also watching the battleship where Adam was. Under his command, the cruiser's speed had been increased to the extreme, rushing through the wreckage of the frigate and rushing straight forward. Everyone on the battleship already understood what he was going to do. It was obvious that he intended to end the battle with a collision that would hurt both sides. Not everyone agreed with this approach. Although the name of the Tyrone Hope sounds good, all the crew members are from the Tyrone too, and all believe in the Lord of Wisdom. So most people are not willing to lose their lives in this desperate collision, so they think of various ways to escape. Some transport planes and escape pods were occupied and robbed, and they fled desperately when the ship was traveling at high speed. But the next order extinguished these people's hope of escape. Close defense fire attack on those cowards. The captain shouted an order. His order was immediately passed on and executed by the diehards on the ship, and the fierce close-range firepower quickly blew up the transport planes and escape pods, whose chances of escape were already low. After doing this, the captain stood quietly, watching his warship getting closer and closer to the enemy's warship, but the captain just watched the opponent's light spear charging expressionlessly. Void shield, just restored 20%, restart completed. A servitor flew to the captain and reported the situation of the void shield to him. Under the cover of the 2 frigates just now, the cruiser had the opportunity to slowly restore the void shield. Moreover, the 5th luminous spear that hit the cruiser before did not penetrate the void shield, but the captain ordered to actively shut it down when the void shield was still 11%. Now is the time for the decision made before to take effect. The captain watched the red beam of light cut through the space and instantly came to the front of his warship, and then was intercepted by the suddenly open void shield. Now, activate the rocket boost. The captain suddenly became excited, drew his sword and shouted, "All crew members, prepare for the collision, for the Lord of Wisdom." Before the next attack arrived, the Tyrone Hope cruiser rushed straight at the other cruiser at a faster speed, with the bow equipped with the adamantium ram facing the bow of the other ship. The crews of both sides could see the other warship getting bigger and bigger in their field of vision until the collision occurred. The Tyrone Hope cruiser shook violently inside, and everyone, including the captain, was knocked down, which proved that the collision was successful. However, when the captain got up from the ground to observe the situation, he found that the Tyrone Hope did not hit the enemy ship, but hit the shield. The ram made a fine gold twisted and deformed in the high temperature generated by the friction with the shield. The enemy cruiser was intact inside the shield, and all the weapons on it quickly turned and aimed, with countless black muzzles facing the bridge where the captain was. The next second, thousands of guns fired at the same time. The Moon-class cruiser named Tyrone Hope was blown to pieces in an instant, and most of the hull was destroyed in the explosion, and only a small part of the wreckage was pushed around by the thrust generated by the explosion. Chapter 99. Well done! As Adam stared at the shattered wreckage expressionlessly, Cheen Mo's image appeared in the center of his vision. Cheen Mo's expression was very happy, and his eyes showed approval. Adam smiled briefly and responded calmly, "I don't deserve your praise. I let the situation get out of control just now, so that the enemy ship rushed to the front of the cruiser and launched a collision. This is normal. This is your first time to participate in and command an actual battle. Even I have never participated in a battle between warships. Your comm performance is already impressive enough." Cheen Mo looked at Adam with great appreciation. The other party is obviously a veteran. He could even use ramming to hit people. It's normal that he has more experience than you. You just need some time to learn and grow. Everything Cheen Mo said was not to comfort Adam. He really thought Adam performed very well. In the original plan, these crew members, who had less than a year of training time, just needed to make good use of weapons and not blow up the ship. But the result far exceeded Cheen Mo's expectations. It was hard not to satisfy him. "Thank you for your tolerance." Adam nodded in thanks. "Keep your calm and modest, and continue the orbital bombing mission." Cheen Mo gave the order, and then remembered something. None of our warships have names. I was going to take some time to think of one, but due to the outstanding performance of you and the other two captains, I decided to give you the naming rights. Hearing about the naming rights, Adam nodded somewhat unexpectedly. "Please give us some time to think about it." "No hurry." Cheen Mo nodded and closed the communication. Adam stared at the empty center of his vision. His mouth twitched a few times, and then he showed an uncontrollable smile. Adam knew that as a member of the servant sect, he should not smile or have other emotions, but he could not restrain himself at this moment because he had experienced the most important day of his life. He captured the 3 enemy warships in one fell swoop and completed the task well, and most importantly, he received praise from God himself. Ahem. Adam tried his best to hide his smile and ordered the crew in a calm tone, "Continue the orbital bombardment. The war has been going on for now, and the winner has been decided. The next battle is just the winner cleaning up the loser." The warships bombed large cities in orbit, and the army attacked small cities on the planet. Although all the newly formed 44th Regiment are new recruits except Groot, these new recruits believe that the number of the 44th Regiment can bring them good luck, because Cheen Mo is a member of the 44th Regiment. The entire regiment was attacking a city located on the planet's equator. This city was built in a valley, and the bastion-like wall structure made it very difficult to capture. The new 44th Regiment had already launched a charge on the weak point of the city's defense, but was beaten back. Groot, the only combat experience in the entire regiment, volunteered to go to the vicinity of the city with a communicator, and then use the communicator to send a request for help to his old friend in the guard, and then guide this guard friend to bomb the city wall from a distance. In the 44th Regiment, Groot was a leader, not just a squad leader, so the leader agreed without hesitation. Groot walked alone to the edge of the city with a communicator. He wore a power armor, and quickly moved between the rocks, and finally came to the back of a boulder. In this scene, the situation on the city wall could be clearly seen, but Groot did not pick up the communicator to call his old friend in the guards, but walked out from behind the bunker. The defenders on the wall immediately found him, and all kinds of heavy weapons were aimed and fired. "Let me die in battle." Groot closed his eyes. But the attacks did not fall on him. Groot opened his eyes in confusion, and saw a guard standing in front of him. The guard fired at the city wall, and the shoulder gun changed various forms, sometimes firing 3 light balls, sometimes 3 beams of light. These attacks were equivalent to an artillery regiment with all heavy artillery bombing the enemy, easily killing a large number of enemies, and blowing a gap in the city wall. Then the guard closed the gravity shield, grabbed Groot's hair, and threw him behind the boulder, and followed him behind the boulder. "Are you crazy?" The guard took off his helmet. If I hadn't been on a mission nearby and rushed over to take a look at you, would you have been killed? Groot then realized that the guard who saved him was Gray. You don't know what I've been through, Groot said. You were fired. How could I not know? Gray pushed Groot hard. No, it's not. What Groot wanted to say was that Adam, a member of the Servant Sect, wanted to help him, but then found out that he was beyond help. Gray really didn't know about this, otherwise he would have reported it to Chi Nemo long ago. Let's talk about it after the battle is over. Gray put on his helmet and walked out from behind the boulder to continue attacking the small city in front of him. But at this time, the enemy on the wall did not start to repair the bastion wall outside the city, nor did they suppress the fire. They all stood on the wall and fired at the city. Until a golden knight appeared behind the wall, and the chainsaw connected to his right arm swept across the entire wall, turning the enemies on the entire wall into meat dregs. Then another knight rushed out of the city, and crashed through the city wall. Gray didn't know what a knight was, but he knew that there was such a big guy in the nest who stood on the enemy side, but he would not easily think that the knights he saw were all enemies, because they were fighting against the army on the Talon too. Emperor, it's a knight. The command tank of the 44th Regiment commander drove past Groot and Gray and stopped. The commander got out of the turret and shouted to the two. After seeing the knights take the city wall, the 44th Regiment began to run towards the city, and a large number of infantry had already rushed into the city from the side of the tanks. The two knights also noticed the 44th Regiment, but they did not launch an attack, but turned around to clean up other city walls. After a while, an off-road vehicle drove out of the city, and a man with pointed ears stood on the roof of the car and looked around. When he saw Gray, he immediately slapped the car window hard and asked the people inside to drive the car to Gray. The SUV slowly stopped, and a middle-aged man in tattered military uniform and the man with pointed ears on the roof got off the car together. Gray didn't know the identity of the man with pointed ears in front of him. He thought it might be a human subspecies or an alien, but he didn't look hostile. No time to explain, take me to see your Legion commander, the man with pointed ears said like an order. Gray wanted to strangle this guy, but changed his mind and decided to report first. Finally, Gray received an order from Chi Nemo. Let the Ida Eldar alien in front of him wait for the transport plane to fly over. Chapter 100. Half an hour later. In the orbital dock, Chi Nemo and Gray stared at the alien in front of him. This is an Eldar male. The Eldar are one of the alien races that occasionally cooperate with humans, but they are not very reliable. They may fight side by side with you in the last second and backstab your allies in the next second. The Eldar attach great importance to the prophecy from the prophet, and each of them is a typical riddle man. Chi Nemo is very disgusted with the Eldar, because the Eldar are more gifted in psychic power, and have a closer connection with the subspace. Sar. Chi Nemo learned the name of the Eldar man in front of him, and then he nodded expressionlessly to show that he knew. If the previous mimicry had not shown the details of Talon 2 and 3, Chi Nemo would be very surprised to see the Eldar. What the hell is the Talon Galaxy? It's okay that the Chaos Cult is only one short of a complete group, and it's okay that there are green skins and gene stealers, but the Eldar are here too. What can they want? Now Chi Nemo's heart is calm. He has a deep understanding of the shallow turtles in this galaxy. I will tell you about my origins, and what my companions and I have done on this planet, Sar said, as he began to focus on Chi Nemo. Chi Nemo sat on the chair and looked at Sal expressionlessly. Until a moment later, Sal suddenly asked, "Did you see it?" "I saw it." Chi Nemo nodded. "I saw an alien fool, and this alien fool wanted to explain something to me, and then it looked at me for a long time and asked me if I saw it." Thrall said something in their Eldar language in surprise, and then realized that the human in front of him was not affected by psychic energy. It was not standing there staring at Chi Nemo, but trying to use psychic energy to explain something. Under normal circumstances, Chi Nemo should have seen some pictures immediately and understood, but he didn't react at all. There was no way. Thrall could only start to explain with his mouth. After listening to a lot of nonsense mixed with Eldar language words, Chi Nemo finally understood why the Eldar appeared on this planet. Thrall and his companions, a total of 30 people, are distributed in various corners of the planet to help the Resistance army here to fight, and they are all sent by the Usvi prophet Drauluslan. The Eldar came to this planet to obtain an ancient technological relic, which will be given as a gift to humans who need it in the future, providing a small advantage for a large-scale war. The friendly knights that Gray saw in the war before were also members of the Resistance army. Half of the knight families, and some nobles joined the Resistance army, and have been fighting since the Bishop of Wisdom ruled the entire planet. After hearing the whole story, Chi Nemo didn't really believe what Thrall said, but he still felt that he could get along with their sweet prophet. Regardless of whether what he said was true or false, they would just say what they wanted to say, instead of talking about some weird pictures and prophecies right away. Are you the governor of a planet in this galaxy? Thrall suddenly asked. Yes. Chinemo nodded in agreement. Thrall was puzzled. When it came to carry out the mission given by the prophet, it had never heard of a governor leading a fleet to clean up the entire galaxy. If there was such a person, why not just go to the governor in front of it, and why cooperate with the resistance? I was not originally a governor. I gained control of my planet through war. Now I will clean up the entire galaxy and kill or expel all the aliens and heretics, including you Eldar. Chinemo said calmly. You don't think I want to stay here, do you? Thrall didn't agree, and he wasn't angry. He suddenly changed the subject and talked about history. Do you know what the biggest secret of this galaxy is? Without waiting for Chinemo to answer, Thrall immediately began to tell the story. According to the history I know, the Tyrone Galaxy was originally a galaxy with no human colonization, until a wandering trader named Tyrone came to this galaxy 10,000 years ago. He discovered an ancient technological relic left by the human race, and then he asked his 3 sons to establish colonies on 3 planets. This technological relic is the secret that his entire family has concealed until now. In addition, after listening to half of what Sal said, Chinemo raised his hand to interrupt. Excuse me? How do you know so much? Because the original planetary governors in this galaxy had close contact with us, they didn't know how to use the technological relic, so we analyzed and cracked it first and then taught them. Sar replied with a smile. In Chinemo's shocked eyes, Sar continued, we found that they were out of control, and the prophet predicted that a war was coming, and our 2 races would cooperate in this war. This technological relic will be of some use. We have to take it away, and return it to you when the time is right. After hearing this, Chinemo frowned and stared at Thrall. He actually didn't think what Thrall said was true. This might just be a rhetoric. There might be other reasons why the Eldar appeared in the galaxy. But Thrall's attitude made Chinemo dissatisfied. Technological relics originally belonged to humans. Why did you Eldar take them away, and say you would return them when the time was right? I capture you now, and return you to your people when the time is right. Is that okay? Chinemo asked. I don't want to cause trouble. Sar raised his hand, and suddenly changed his attitude. I don't want that technological relic anymore. The prophet didn't predict your existence. It's not my fault if the mission fails. But I think we can take this opportunity to get to know each other. It's not always about aliens. Isn't it good to have one more friend? Chinemo could probably guess what Sar was thinking. It might be thinking that the person in front of it should be used, and there is no need to become an enemy. But Chinemo's thoughts were completely different from what he guessed about Sar, so he coldly refused. I am different from the previous governors. I am not interested in getting involved with you. I can let you and your compatriots leave for your help to the resistance army, but that's all. Hearing this, Sal thought about it for a moment, and his expression seemed a little unwilling, but he finally nodded. Thank you. You can send someone to supervise us to leave this galaxy. I promise not to come again. You'd better. Chinemo nodded. Of course. Can you let the transport plane that picks me up directly take me down, my compatriots, and I will leave soon? Sal requested. Chinemo naturally agreed to this request, and signaled Gray to take Sal back to Talon 2 and supervise him until he left completely.